Chapter 30. Let's go. Not going to lie, I was getting in a groove. I was having fun.
You sound great.
All right. Back to the lore. Moses said to the heads of the tribes of the sons of Israel, "This is what the Lord has commanded. When a man vows a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. Or when a woman vows a vow to the Lord and binds herself by a pledge while within her father's house in her youth, and her father hears of her vow and of her pledge by which she has bound herself, and says nothing to her, then all her vows shall stand. And her every pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father expresses disapproval to her on the day that he hears of it, no vow of hers, no pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand, and the Lord will forgive her, because her father opposes her. And if she is married to a husband while under her vows, or any thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she has bound herself, and her husband hears of it, and says nothing to her on the day that he hears, then her vow shall stand, and her pledges by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if on the day that her husband comes to hear of it, he expresses disapproval, then he shall make void her vow of her lips by which she bound herself, and the Lord will forgive her. But any vow of a widow or of a divorced woman, anything by which she has bound herself, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound herself by a pledge with an oath, and her husband heard of it, and said nothing to her, and did not oppose her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she bound herself shall stand. But if her husband makes them null and void on the day that he hears them, then whatever proceeds out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning her pledge of herself shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord shall forgive her. Any vow and any binding oath to afflict herself, her husband may establish, or her husband may make void. But if her husband says nothing to her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows or all her pledges that are upon her. He has established them, because he said nothing to her on the day that he heard of them. But if he makes them null and void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which the Lord commanded Moses, as between man and his wife, and between a father and his daughter, while in her youth within her father's house. Got another 50?
We do. You got to finish this punishment first.
Oh.
And then we'll have Anna and Michael spin it to begin theirs.
Boo, I want to spin. Spin.
Give me a turn.
I earned this one!
No.
I'll do the punishment with you.
All right, fair.
Punishment, you can do it.
All right. Chapter 31. The Lord said to Moses, "Avenge the sons of Israel on the Midianites. Afterward, you shall be gathered to your people." And Moses said to the people, "Arm men from among you for the war, that they may go against Midian, to execute the Lord's vengeance on Midian. You shall send 1,000 from each of the tribes of Israel to the war." So there were provided out of the thousands of Israel 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 from each tribe, together with Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the priest, with the vessels of the sanctuary and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. They warred against Midian, as the Lord commanded Moses, and slew every male. They slew the kings of Midian with the rest of their slain, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. Then they also slew Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword. They slew Balaam? Balaam was my goat. What happened? Balaam didn't do anything. Why'd they kill him? What's their deal? Dude was just like, the Lord says they're good. Chill. And he got killed. Oh my gosh. I'm heartbroken. This is terrible. I bonded.
You don't get attached to the characters and numbers.
Apparently. And the sons of, F's in the chat for Balaam, my goat. And the sons of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones, and they took as booty all their cattle, their flocks, and all their goods, all their cities and the places where they dwelt, and all their encampments they burned with fire, and took all the spoil and all the booty, both of man and beast. Was it Balaam? Or I'm thinking of the right guy. Hold up.
I'll go back and go.
No, here, I'll finish this verse. Then they brought the captives and the booty and the spoil to Moses and to Eleazar the priest and to the congregation of the sons of Israel at the camp on the plains of Moab by Jordan at Jericho. Guys, I'm not kidding. I need to find out if Balak... It was Balaam. Balaam was the good one. What is up? Okay? Balaam was on your side, Israel. What are you doing? Okay. Moses... Sorry. Just Balaam and I built a connection, okay? Moses and Eleazar, the priests, and all the leaders of the congregation went forth to meet them outside the camp. And Moses was angry with the officers of the army. I'd be angry too. They killed Balaam, the commanders of thousands and commanders and hundreds who had come from service in the war. Moses said to them, have you let all the women live? Behold, these caused the sons of Israel by the counsel of these, caused the sons of Israel by the counsel of Balaam to act treacherously against the Lord in the matter pure. And so the plague came upon the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Oh my gosh. Camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever of you has killed any person, whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves, which we saw in Numbers chapter 19 on how to do that. And your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day you shall purify every garment, every article of skin, all work of goat's hair, and every article of wood. How are we looking?
They say pull together, Nick.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, and Eleazar, I'll finish till this chapter here. And these are the priests said to the men of the war who had gone to battle, this is the statute of the law which Moses has commanded, of the Lord has commanded Moses. Only the gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that can stand the fire, you shall pass through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall also be purified with water of impurity. And whatever cannot stand the fire, you shall pass through the water. You must wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean. And afterward you shall come into camp. The Lord said to Moses, take the count of the booty that was taken, both of man and of beast. You and Eleazar, the priest, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the congregation, and divide the booty into 2 parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation, and levy for the Lord a tribute from the men of the war who went out to battle. One out of 500 of the persons and of the oxen and of the donkeys and of the flocks. Take it from them, their half, and give it to the Eleazar, the priest, as an offering to the Lord. And from the sons of Israel, half you shall take, one drawn out of every 50 of the persons, of the oxen, of the donkeys, of the flocks, and of all the cattle, and give them to the Levites who have charge of the who have charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses said to Eleazar, the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. Now booty remaining of the spoil that the men of war took was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 persons in all, women who had not known man be lying with him. And the portion of those who had gone out to war was in number 337,500 sheep, and the Lord's tribute of the sheep was 675. The cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tributes was 72. The donkeys were 30,500, of which the Lord's tributes was 61. The person were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the offering for the Lord, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. From the sons of Israel's half, which Moses separated from that of the men who had gone to war, now the congregation's was 330. Now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, and 30,000. Oh my gosh, so many numbers! 30,500 donkeys and 16,000 persons. For the donkeys, actually not from the donkeys. I gotta lock in. Hold on, I'm almost done. From the sons of Israel half, Moses took one of every 50, both of persons and of beasts, and gave them to the Levites who had charge of the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. I'm almost there.
I'm rooting for you.
Yeah. Then the officers who were over the thousands of the army, and the captains of the thousands and the captains of hundreds, came to Moses and said to Moses, your servants have counted the men of war who are under our command, and there is not a man missing from us. And we have brought the Lord's offering, what each man found, articles of gold, armlets and bracelets, signets, rings, earrings, and beads, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received from them the gold, all wrought articles, and all the gold offerings that they have offered to the Lord from the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds, and was 16,750 shekels. the men of war had taken booty, every man for himself. They literally say that. And Moses and Eleazar, the priest, received the gold from the commanders of tens of thousands and of hundreds and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the sons of Israel before the Lord. That is the end of chapter 31.
Yeah! That's not good.
We have a wheel to spin. We have a
All right,
wheel to
the
spin.
three of you spin the wheel together. See if it's doable together.
All right, teamwork.
I get the chair.
Yes. The expected mama gets the
Yes.
chair.
Let's go.
All right, let's hit it.
Spin it, Nick.
Oh, I thought we were all doing it together.
Give it a good
Go ahead.
spin.
We'll see who does what depending on what it is.
Lemon shot.
Another lemon shot.
Bring it back.
Should we do
The boys can
the
do it
vinegar one since we already
again.
did the lemon one?
All right, vinegar shot. Boys are doing the vinegar shot.
Boys are doing the
That's
vinegar
fair.
shots.
The lemon shot was easy.
This is gonna be
Another
Give it up for
shot.
Nick there. We're almost through.
I will
numbers.
not be doing an alcoholic shot as I am 7 months pregnant.
They're not alcoholic.
good thing it's.
Oh, good thing it's not.
We wouldn't.
I do not like vinegar. Nick, do you like vinegar?
It's gonna go down your throat easy.
I don't frequent it.
All right. There's a little bit of lemon in there from earlier, so
Oh
it'll
boy.
help it not be as bad.
Oh, you're getting it all over the
I know. We're
table.
gonna have to wipe that.
You had one job.
All right.
One.
Hey, shots out for Balaam.
Balaam.
Rest in peace.
Wait,
For
is this my
Balaam,
fault?
my goat.
Nice
There
job.
might be something weird in the
They
early
might.
numbers that Balaam did that I'm unaware of, but from
That's
everything
so
I saw,
strong.
Balaam was a swell guy, okay? For Balaam, my
Or
goat.
ball.
Nice job, boys.
Oh, that's horrible.
Wow.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job, Nick. And Nick out.
Hopefully the next wheel is a little bit better. Hi, Mary. Yes, so if you liked any of the names from the Old Testament, comment in the chat. You know, we're still looking for baby names. So comment your favorite ones from Genesis through Exodus through Leviticus through Numbers.
All right, we're gonna switch to the laptop because we can make the text a little bit bigger, and we're gonna use a slightly different translation. Oh, yeah, you got to get to it.
Okay.
We're using the public domain version.
She's soloing this.
She's all over this.
Oh, she's soloing.
All right. Hello, everyone.
That I cut into your time, but
It's been real.
lock in.
I came to, well, Michael signed up for 4 hours, so I came to relieve him. But thank you, Nick, for that.
Thanks, Ryan.
I am an English teacher, so hopefully my reading voice will soothe you. And I'm also a sister of Christian and David. Big fan. And Michael's my husband. Are you just going to stand there or?
Bye.
Okay, bye. So keep subscribing, keep donating. Thank you guys so much. And we're going to continue, hopefully finishing the book of Numbers by 9. That's our goal here. So let me know if I'm going too fast, too slow, or just perfect. Love to hear your comments here. All right, we're on Numbers 32. And I believe we only have a few more chapters to go. Hey, Logan. Let's go. More shout outs to the D'Alessandro crew here. All right. We're going to start out with Sons of Reuben and Gad, which we heard from Joseph. Technical Amazing Color Dream Crow, Cree Musical. Now, the sons of Reuben and Gad had many herds, and their substance in cattle was inestimable. When they had seen the lands of Jazer and Gilead were suitable for feeding animals, they went to Moses and to Eleazar the priest and the leaders of the multitude and said, Adaturah and Dibon and Jazer and Nimrah and Eshron and Eli and Siban and Nebo and Beum, the land the Lord has struck in the sight of the sons of Israel is a very fertile region for pasturing animals. And we, your servants, have very many cattle. And so we beseech you, if we have found favor before you, that you give it to us, your subjects, as a possession, that you not cause us to cross the Jordan. And Moses answered them, should your brothers go to battle while you sit here? Why do you subvert the minds of the sons of Israel, so that they may not dare cross into the place which the Lord will give them? Did not your fathers act in the same way when I sent them from Kadesh to explore the land? And when they had gone all the way to the valley of the cluster of grapes, having viewed the entire region, they subverted the hearts of the sons of Israel, so that they would not enter into the parts the Lord gave them. And being angry, the Lord swore on earth, saying, these men who ascended out of Egypt from 20 years and above will not see the land, which I have promised under an oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for they were not willing to follow me. Except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Kenizzite, the Joshua, the son of Nun, they have fulfilled my will. And the Lord, being angry against Israel, led them into a course through the desert for 40 years, until the entire generation which had done evil in his sight was consumed. And behold, he said, you have risen up in the place of your fathers, the offshoots and the nurslings of sinful men, in order to augment the fury of the Lord against Israel. But if you are not willing to follow him, he will leave the people behind in the wilderness, and you will have been the cause of all our deaths. Wow, that's pretty harsh there. But approaching closer, they said, we will manufacture sheep pens and cattle stalls, as well as fortified cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will continue on, armed and girded for battle, before the sons of Israel, until we lead them to their places. Our little ones, and whatever we may be able to have, shall be in walled cities, because of the treachery of the inhabitants. We will not return to our houses, even until the sons of Israel may possess their inheritance. Neither will we seek anything across the Jordan, because we have already had in our possession its eastern side. And Moses said, if you accomplish what you have promised, you may go out equipped with battle before the Lord. And let every fighting man cross over the Jordan until the Lord overthrows his enemies. And all the land is subject to him. Then you will be guiltless with the Lord and with Israel, and you will obtain the regions which you desire before the Lord. But if you do not do what you have said, no one could doubt that you have sinned against God. And know this, your sin shall overtake you. Therefore build cities for your little ones, and pens and stables for your sheep and cattle, and fulfill what you have promised. And the sons of Gad and Reuben said to Moses, we are your servants. We shall do what you do, our ruler orders. We will leave behind our little ones and our wives and the sheep and the cattle in the city of Gilead. And we, your servants, all well equipped, will go forth to battle, just as you, our ruler, have spoken. Therefore Moses instructed Eleazar the priest, Joshua the son of Nun, and the princes of the families throughout the tribes of Israel, and said to them, if the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben cross over the Jordan with you, all armed for war before the Lord, and if the land becomes subject to you, give them Gilead as a possession. But if they are not willing to cross with you armed in the land of Canaan, let them receive place among you for their dwellings. And the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben responded, just as the Lord had spoken to his servants, so shall we do. We will go forth armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, and we acknowledge that we have already received our possession across the Jordan. And so Moses gave to the sons of Gad and Reuben half the tribes of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the king of Sion, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, kingdom of Bashan, and their land with its surrounding cities. Therefore the sons of Gad built up Dibon, and Adorah, and Ario, and Atra, and Shephan, and Jazar, and Joadeth, and Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran as fortified cities for pens for their cattle. Yet truly the sons of Reuben built up Heshon, and Eli, and Kirithan, and Nebo, and Balaman, and Sibon, appointing names for their cities which they have been built. Moreover, the sons of Machir, the sons of Manasseh, continued on with Gilead, and they devastated it, putting to death its inhabitants, the Amorite. Therefore Moses gave the land of the Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he lived in it. But Jair, the son of Manasseh, went out and occupied its villages, which he called Havoth Jair. That is, the villages of Jair. I'm sorry if I'm butchering these names. Anybody? If you know actually the pronunciation of these names, I'm so sorry. Likewise, Nobath went forward and captured Kenneth with his villages, and he called it by its own name, Nobah. Man, I'm out of breath. I feel like I just ran. Talking's a lot of work, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. Thanks, Gina. Numbers 33. These are the lodging places of the sons of Israel who departed from Egypt by their companies under the hands of Moses and Aaron, which Moses wrote down according to the places of the encampments, which they changed upon the order of the Lord. Thus the sons of Israel set out from Ramesses. Ramesses, someone write that down. Great baby name. In the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the day of after the Passover, with an exalted hand being seen by all the Egyptians. And they were burying their firstborn, whom the Lord had struck down, and they made camp at Sokoth. And from Sokoth to Etham, which is at the furthest limits of the wilderness, departing from there, they arrived opposite Pehathron, which looked out toward Baal-Zephon, and they were encamped before Migdol. And setting out, they crossed through the middle of the sea into the wilderness. And having walked for 3 days through the desert of Etham, they made camp at Marah. And setting out from Marah, they arrived at Elam, where there were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they set up camp there. But departing from there also, they fixed their tents above the Red Sea. And setting out from Red Sea, they were camped in the desert of Sin. Departing from there, they went to Dobach, and they made camp at Elish. And departing from there, they fixed their tents at Redaphin, where the people lacked water to drink. And they camped in the desert of Sinai. But departing also from the wilderness of Sinai, they arrived at the graves of Lust. Ooh. And setting out from the graves of Lust, they encamped at Hazeroth. then Rethme, and Rimmon Perez. They arrived at Libnah, and then Rissah to Calathath, and then Shafar. From Shafar to Haradah, from Mechalath to Tahath, and to Tahath to Terah. Then they pitched their camps at Mithkah and were encamped at Hashmonah. From Hashmonah, they went to Moseroth, and from Moseroth to Benajekin. And from Benajekin, they went to Gilgad. And then they camped at Jotabiah, and from Jotabiah to Abrana to Ezubidger. And then Sin's the easy one to pronounce. I can do that one. To Kadesh I can pronounce too. And then they camped at Hor at the furthest limits of the land. And Aaron the priest ascended onto Mount Hor by the order of the Lord, and there he died in the 40th year of the departure of the sons of Israel of Egypt, in the 15th month, on the first day of the month, when he was 123 years old. Woo! And King Arad the Canaanite, who lived toward the south, heard the sons of Israel had arrived in the land of Canaan. And setting out from Mount Hor, they made camp at Zalmunna, departing from there to Ponan to Aboth to Abirj, to the land of the Moabites, and to Dibigad. From there, they went to Abarim, opposite Nebo. And setting out from there, they went to the Jordan, opposite Jericho, and they made camp there. Where the Lord said to Moses, instruct the sons of Israel and say to them, when you have crossed over the Jordan, entering into the land of Canaan, destroy all the inhabitants of that land, break their monuments and shatter their statues, and lay waste to every exalted thing, cleansing the land and living in it, for I have given it to you as a possession, which you shall divide among you by lot. To the greater numbers you shall give more, and to the lesser numbers less. To each one just as the lot shall fall, so shall the inheritance be distributed. The possession shall be divided by the tribes and families. But if you are not willing to put to death the inhabitants of the land, those who remain shall be like you, little spikes in your eyes and lances in your side, and they shall be adversaries to you in the land of your habitation. And whatever I have decided to do to them, I will do to you. Numbers 34. We're almost there. Thanks for hanging in, guys. And I haven't even read a number yet, so that's kind of ironic. Just a bunch of names. If anything, it should be called the Book of Names. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, instruct the sons of Israel, and you shall say to them, when you have entered into the land of Canaan and it has fallen into your possession by lot, it shall be bound by these limits. The southern part shall begin from the wilderness of Sin, and it shall have the Sea of Salt as a limit to the east. It shall circle on the south side along the Aston of the Scorpion, by this way crossing into Sena, and passing through from the south as far as Kadeshbarah, from which its confines shall go out to the town called Adar and extend even to Asmon. And its limit shall go around from Asmon to the torrent of Egypt and shall end at the shore of the Great Sea. Then the western region shall bring forth the Great Sea, and shall it be its end. Furthermore, toward the northern region, its limit shall begin from the Great Sea, passing through even to the highest mountain. From there its limit shall advance into Hamath as far as the limits of Zedad. And its confines shall go all the way to Ziphron, and to the village of Enan. These shall be the limits on the northern side. From there its limit shall be measured facing the east side from the village of Enan as far as Shephem. And from Shephem the boundary shall descend into Riblah, opposite the foundation of Daphnis. From there the boundary shall pass through opposite the sea to the Sea of Chinnereth, and shall extend as far as the Jordan, and at the furthest extent shall be closed by the Sea of Salt. You shall have this land with its borders all around. And Moses instructed the sons of Israel, saying, this shall be the land which you shall possess by lot, and which the Lord has ordered to be given to the 9 tribes and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the son of Reuben, by their families, and by the tribe of the sons of Gad, according to the numbers of their kinship, and also 1/2 of the tribe of Manasseh. That is, 2.5 tribes have received their portion across the Jordan, opposite Jericho, toward the eastern side. And the Lord said to Moses, these are the names of the men who shall divide the land for you. Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and 1 leader from each tribe, whose names are these from the tribe of Judah. Caleb the son of Jephthah, the tribe of Simeon, Samuel the son of Ammihud, the tribe of Benjamin, Eliab the son of Chislon, the tribe of the sons of Dan, Buki the son of Jogli, and the sons of Joseph from the tribe of Manasseh, Haniah the sons of Ephod from the tribe of Ephraim, Chemiel the son of Ziphdon from the tribe of Zebulun, Ephzan the son of Parnak. From the tribes of Israel, Issachar, Patlai the leader, the sons of Azan from the tribe of Asher, Iuhid the sons of Shelemine from the tribe of Naphtali, Pedahlu the sons of Amhud. Those are the ones that the Lord had ordered to divide the land of Canaan to the sons of Israel. Numbers 35. And the Lord also spoke... Oh, am I doing something else?
No, you're doing great.
Okay. The Lord also spoke these things to Moses in the plains of Moab, above the Jordan, opposite Jericho. Instruct the sons of Israel so that they may give to the Levites from their possessions cities as dwelling places with their surrounding suburbs, so that they may lodge in the towns, and so the suburbs may be for cattle and beasts of burden. The suburbs shall extend from one outer wall of the cities all around for the space of 1,000 steps. Facing the east, there should be 2,000 cubits, and facing the south, similarly, there shall be 2,000 cubits. Toward the sea also, which looks out toward the west, there shall be the same measure, and the northern region shall be bounded by equal limits. And the city shall be in the center, and the suburbs shall be outside. And from the towns which you shall give to the Levites, 6 shall be separated from the assistance of fugitives, so that he who has shed blood may flee to them. And aside from these, there shall be 42 other towns. That is, altogether 48 with their suburbs. And concerning these cities, which shall be given from the possession of the sons of Israel, from those who have more shall be taken. And from those who have less shall be taken. Each shall give towns to the Levites according to the measure of their inheritance. And the Lord said to Moses, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you shall say to them, when you will have crossed the Jordan into the land of Canaan, discern what cities ought to be for the protection of fugitives who have shed blood unwillingly. And when a fugitive is in these, the kinsman of the deceased shall not be able to kill him until he stands in the sight of the multitude and his case is judged. Then among the cities which are separated for relief to fugitives, 3 shall be across the Jordan and 3 in the land of Canaan. As much for the sons of Israel as for newcomers and sojourners, so that anyone who has shed blood unwillingly may flee to these places. If anyone will have struck something with iron, and he who is struck will have died, then he shall be guilty of homicide, and he himself shall die. If he will have thrown a stone, and he who has been struck lies dead, then he shall be punished similarly. If he who has been struck with wood passes away, he shall be avenged by the blood of the one who struck him. The close relative of the deceased shall put to the death the murderer as soon as he apprehends him. He shall put him to death. If out of hatred anyone assaults a man, or throws anything at him with ill intent, or while being his enemy strikes him with his hand, and so he has died, the attacker shall be guilty of murder. The kinsman of the deceased, as soon as he finds him, shall cut his throat. Harsh. And if by chance and without hate of animosity he will have done any of these things. And this has been proven in the hearing of the people, and the questions have been aired between the one who struck and the close relative. Then the innocent one shall be freed from the hand of the revenger, and he shall return to this judgment into the city which he had fled, and he shall stay there until the high priest who has been anointed with the holy city dies. If the one who was killed has been found beyond the limits of the city which has been assigned to the exiled, and he has been struck by him who was avenging blood, he who has killed him shall not be harmed. 4. The fugitive ought to have resided in the city until the death of his high priest. Then after he is dead, the one who is killed shall be returned to his own land. These things shall have perpetual ordinance in all of your habitations. The punishment of a murderer shall be based upon testimony, but no one shall be condemned upon the testimony of only one person. You shall not accept money from him who is guilty of blood, and he shall be put to death promptly. Exiles and fugitives prior to the death of the high priest are by no means able to return to their own cities. Do not pollute the land of your habitation, so as to stain it with the blood of the innocent. Neither is it able to be expiated in the way other than by the blood of him who has shed the blood of another. And so your possessions shall be cleansed, while I myself am abiding with you. For I am the Lord who lives among the sons of Israel. I really like that word, abiding. Abiding with you. All right, we're at Numbers 36. Is this the last one? Oh, man. I feel like weird ending it because Nick and Michael did so much work.
No, do it. I feel so energized.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to finish up Numbers, and then we're going to spin the wheel from a sponsor from this morning who gave money before the wheel was delivered. And that sponsor was me. So I hope it's a good one. So I'll have Michael and Nick come back up in T-minus 5 minutes. So let's hang in there, fam.
Let's go.
Numbers. Oh, of course we got Numbers out of all the Bibles, books of the Bible. Here we go.
If there was anyone that could, if there was anyone to make numbers interesting,
It was us.
It was us.
It was the Pearls and Nick. Let's go.
So finish it, Uncle Nick. Finish it.
Here we go. I need some blueberry nectarine here.
In honor of this day.
All right. Woo! Let's go, baby. Then the leaders of the families of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, from the stock of the sons of Joseph, approached and spoke to Moses before the leaders of Israel, and they said, "The Lord has instructed you, our ruler, so that you would divide the land by lot to the sons of Israel, and so that you would give to the daughters of Zelophehad, our brother, the possession owed to their father. But if the men of another tribe receive them as wives, their possession will follow them. And having been transferred to another tribe, they will be reduction in our inheritance." The boys are crying right now. Oh my God. Someone in the chat wrote 350 to restart Numbers.
No.
Ryan, are you gonna donate 350? How about this? How about 349 for the sake of my sanity? And so it may be that when the Jubilee of Remission, that is, the 50th year, has arrived, the distribution by lot shall be confounded, and the possession of the one shall be transferred to others. Moses answered the sons of Israel, and at the instruction of the Lord, he said, "The tribe of the sons of Joseph has spoken correctly, and so this is the law which has been promulgated by the Lord about the daughters of Zelophehad. Let them marry whomever they wish, but only among the men of their own tribe, unless the possession of the sons of Israel become complicated from tribe to tribe. For all men shall take wives from their own tribe and kinship, and all women shall take husbands from their same tribe, so the inheritance may remain within the families. And so the tribes may not be mingled together, but may remain such as they were separated by the Lord. And the daughters of Zelophehad acted according to what was ordered. And Malath and Tirzed and Hoglah and Miklah and Noah were wed to the sons of the paternal uncle. For the family of Manasseh, who is son of Joseph, and the possession which he had distributed to them remain in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and judgments which the Lord ordered by the hands of Moses to the sons of Israel in the plains of Moab above the Jordan opposite Jericho." Woo! That is it for Numbers, you guys! Woo!
No 350. Let's go.
I didn't see any 350s. It's too late.
Numbers.
Let's go. All right, spin that wheel, boys.
Well, we gotta put it up on the wall.
Oh, we got to put it up on the wall, and then we'll spin the wheel.
How does this work? Do we just slam that thing?
Yeah, we just put it up.
Hey! Where's the champagne?
I know.
It's fine. Okay, it's on.
I think there's only one tape.
If you-
well.
It's fine. If you donate now, we just have to
All
start
right,
Deuteronomy.
spin that wheel. Spin that wheel. Spin that wheel.
Does it?
If it's bad, then Michael's doing it. If it's good, then I'm doing it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Michael. Oh, come
10
on.
minutes standing for the pregnant lady.
I was so close. All right, who wants to stand in my place, or should I stand?
I think your husband should do it.
All right, Michael's going to stand behind me while I read for 10 minutes, and then he's going to finish up
stand
this
behind
hour because he started. This is going to be hard.
Fine, I'm gonna stand.
All right, we are now in Deuteronomy. Let's keep it rolling, folks.
The dudes.
Let's go.
If he's making weird faces behind me, will someone tell me, please? Because I'm gonna be really focused here. Deuteronomy 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all of Israel across the Jordan in the plain of the wilderness opposite the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophlet and Laban and Hazorah, where gold is very plentiful. 11 days from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir as far as Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, in the 11th month of the first day of the month, Moses told the sons of Israel all that the Lord had instructed him. And so he spoke to them. After he struck down Sihon, the king of Amorites, who lived at Heshep, and Og, the king of Bashan, who resided at Asherah and Edrei, across the Jordan in the land of Moab. And so Moses began to explain to the law and said, "The Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, 'You have remained long enough on this mountain. Turn back and go to the mountain of the Amorites and to the other places which are near it, the plains as well as the mountainous regions and the low-lying place opposite the south and along the shore of the sea, the land of the Canaanites and Lebanon as far as the great river Euphrates. Lo, he said, I have delivered it to you. Enter and possess that which the Lord swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, that he would give it to them and to their offspring after them. And I say to you at the time, I alone am not able to sustain you. For the Lord your God has multiplied you, and you are today like the stars of heaven, very many. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, add to this number many thousands more. And may he bless you just as he said, alone. I do not have the strength to endure your arbitrations and judgments and disputes. Offer from them wise and experienced men, those whose conversion has been proven within your tribes, so that I may appoint them as your rulers. Then you responded to me, what you intend to do is a good thing. And so I took from your tribes men, women, wise and noble, and I appointed them as rulers, and as tributes and centurions, and as leaders, and 50 over 10 who would teach you each thing. And I instructed them, saying, listen to them and judge what is just, whether he is one of your citizens or a sojourner. There shall be no favoritisms to any persons. So you shall listen to the little as well as to the great. And you shall not accept anyone's reputation, for this is the judgment of God. But if anything seems difficult to you, then refer to me, and I will hear it. And I instructed you all in that you were obliged to do. Then, setting out from Oreb, we crossed through the terrible and great wasteland, which you saw along the way of the mountain of the Amorite, just as the Lord our God has instructed us. And when we had arrived at Kadesh Barnea, I said to you, you have arrived at the mountain of the Amorite, which the Lord will give us. Gaze upon the land the Lord gives to you. Ascend and possess it, just as the Lord our God has spoken to your fathers. Do not be afraid and do not become terrified by anything. And you all approached me and said, let us send men who may consider the land and who may report as by which the way we ought to ascend and as to which cities we ought to travel. And since the word was pleasing to me, I sent from among you 12 men, one from each tribe. Then when they had set out and ascended the mountains, arrived as far as the valley of the cluster of grapes, and have considered the land, having taken from its fruits in order to show its fertility, they brought these to us, and they said, the land that the Lord our God will give to us is good. Yet you were not willing to go there, instead being incredulous to the word of our Lord our God. You murmured in your tents, and you said, the Lord hates us, and therefore he has led us away from the land of Egypt, so that he might deliver us into the hand of the Amorite and destroy us. To where shall we ascend? The messengers have terrified our hearts by saying, the multitude is very great and taller than us, and the cities are great, and the walls extend even to the sky. We have seen the sons of Anakim there. Anakim? Sounds like Anakin from Star Wars. And I say to you, do not be apprehensive, nor should you fear them. The Lord God himself, who is your leader, will fight on your behalf, as he did in Egypt in the sight of all. And in the wilderness, as you yourselves saw, the Lord your God carried you like a man who was accustomed to carrying his little son along the way that you walked until you arrived at this place. And yet, despite all this, you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you on the way and who marked out the place where you should pitch your tents, showing you the way by fire in the night and by pillar of cloud in the day. And the Lord had heard the voice of your words, became angry. He swore and said, none of these men of this wicked generation will see the good land, which I have promised by oath to your fathers, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. For he himself will see it, and I will give the land on which he has walked to him and to his sons, because he has followed the Lord. Neither is his indignation with the people a wonder, since the Lord also became angry with me because of you. And so he said, neither will you enter into that place. But Joshua the son of Nun, your minister, shall himself enter on your behalf. Exhort and strengthen this man, and he himself shall divide the land by lot to Israel. Your little ones, about whom you said that they would be led away as captives, and your son, who to this day are ignorant of the difference between good and evil, they shall enter. And I will give the land to them, and they will possess it. But as for you, turn back and go out to the wilderness by way of the Red Sea. And you responded to me, we have sinned against the Lord. We will ascend and fight, just as the Lord our God had instructed. And having been equipped with the weapons, when you were setting out for the mountain, the Lord said to me, say to them, do not ascend and do not fight, for I am not with you. Otherwise you may fall in the sight of your enemies. I spoke, and you did not listen, but opposing the order of the Lord and swelling with pride, you ascended onto the mountain. And so having gone forth, the Amorite who was living in the mountains came against you and pursued you, just as a swarm of bees would do. And he struck you down from Seir all the way to Hormah. And when you returned and were weeping in the sight of the Lord, he would not hear you, nor was he willing to agree to your voice. Therefore you camped at Kadesh Barnea for a long time. Deuteronomy 2.
Has it been 10 minutes?
Has it been 10 minutes? I haven't been keeping count.
I just have to stand here.
I think you're good. It's kind of creepy you looking over my shoulder, to be honest. Do you want to read?
Sure.
Do you want to read for the last 15 minutes of our shift here?
What do you think, chat? Henry Allen.
I'll do one more and then you can finish up.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
No more standing. My punishment is done.
All right, here we go. One more chapter by me. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Shout out to Henry Allen. Are you related to Josh Allen? Because that would be awesome. And setting out from there, we arrived at the wilderness which leads to the Red Sea, just as the Lord has spoken to me. And we encompassed Mount Seir for a long time. And the Lord said to me, "You have encompassed this mountain for long enough. Go forth toward the north, and instruct the people, saying, you shall cross through the borders of your brothers, the sons of Esau, who live in Seir, and they will fear you. Therefore take care diligently, lest you be moved against them. For I will not give to you from their land even as much as the step that 1 foot can tread upon, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall buy food for them for money, and you shall eat. You shall draw water for money, and you shall drink. The Lord your God has blessed you in every work of your hands. The Lord your God, dwelling with you, knows your journey, how you crossed through this great wilderness over 40 years, and how you have been lacking in nothing. And when we had passed through our brothers, the sons of Esau, who were living by Seir by the way of the plain, from Eloth and Azaber, we arrived at the way which leads to the desert of Moab. And the Lord said to me, you shall not fight against the Moabites, nor shall you go to battle against them. For I will not give to you anything from their land, because I have given Ar to the sons of Lot as people as possession. The Emim were the first of its inhabitants, a people great and strong and of great height, like the race of Anakim. They were considered to be like giants, and they were like sons of the Anakim. And indeed the Moabites called them the Emim. The Horites also lived at Seir. When these had been driven out and destroyed, the sons of Esau lived there, just as Israel did in the land of possession which the Lord gave to him. Then, rising up as to cross over the Tor and Zered, who arrived at the place, from the time we advanced from Kadesh until we crossed over the Tor and Zered, there were 38 years, until the entire generation of the men who were fit for war had been consumed out of the camp, just as the Lord had sworn. For his hand was against them, so that they would pass away from the midst of the camp. Then after all the fighting men had fallen, the Lord spoke, saying, today you shall cross the borders of Moab and the city of Ar. And when you've arrived in the vicinity of the sons of Ammon, be careful you do not fight against them, nor shall you be moved to battle. For I will not give to you from the land of the sons of Ammon, because I have given it to the sons of Lot as a possession. It was reputed to be the land of the giants, and giants lived there in times past, those who were Amorites called the Zamzummim. Zamzummim. They are like a people, great and numerous, and of lofty stature, like the Anakim, whom the Lord wiped away before their face, and he caused them to live there in place of them. Just as he had done for the sons of Esau, who lived at the Seir, wiping out the Horites, delivering their land to them, which they possess even to the present time. Likewise, the Hivites who were living in a small village as far as Gaza were expelled by the Cappadocians, who were forth from Cappadocia, and they wiped them out and lived in their place. Rise up and cross the Tor and Arnon. Behold, I have delivered Sihon, the king of Heshbon, the Amorite, into your hand, and so begin to possess his land and to engage in battle against him. Today I will begin to send the terror and dread of you among the people who are living under all of heaven, so that when they hear your name, they may be afraid and may tremble in the manner of a woman giving birth, which will be me in 2 months, and may be gripped by anguish. Hopefully not me in 2 months. Therefore I sent messengers in the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, the king of Heshbon, with its peaceful words, saying, we will cross through your land, we will advance by the public way. We will not turn aside, neither to the right nor to the left. Send us food for a price that we may eat. Provide with us water for money, so we will drink. We will only ask that you allow us to pass through. Just as the sons of Esau had done, who lived at Seir, and the Moabites, who abide in Ar, until we arrive at the Jordan and we cross to the land which the Lord our God will give to us. And Sihon, the king of Heshbon, was not willing to grant passage to us, for the Lord your God had hardened his spirit and fastened his heart, so that he will be delivered into your hands, just as you now see. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver Sihon and his land to you. Begin to possess it. And Sihon went out to meet us with all his people to battle at Jazah. And the Lord our God delivered him to us, and we struck him down with the sons of all his people. We seized his cities at the time, putting to death our inhabitants, men, as well as women and children. We left nothing of them, except the cattle, which we went to share of those who plundered them, and we seized the spoils of the cities. From Ariar, who was above the bank of Torin, to Arnon, a town which is situated in a valley all the way to Gilead, there was not a village or city which escaped from our hands. The Lord our God delivered everything to us, except the lands of the sons of Ammon, which we did not approach, and all that is adjacent to the Torin of Jabbok, and the cities and the mountains, and all the places which the Lord our God prohibited to us. Deuteronomy 3. Michael, you want to finish this off?
Sure.
He's coughing a little bit.
Dying.
It's been real, guys. Thank you so much.
Good job, Anna.
Oh. Nice job. You're amazing. So brave.
So
brave.
stunning, so brave.
Lenny's up there. He's coming down next, and Pearl, he does not want to read only Deuteronomy.
He does not want to do the dudes. We're gonna get through the dudes, guys.
See if you can make some progress.
We're on dudes 3.
That's what we're on.
And so, having turned back, we ascended by the way of Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, his name's Og, went forth with his people to meet us in the warfare at Edrei. And the Lord said to me, You shall not fear him, for he has been delivered into your hand with all his people as well as his land. And you shall do to him just as you have done to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. Therefore the Lord our God delivered into our hands now Og, the king of Bashan, and all his people. And we struck them down unto utter annihilation. Laying waste to all his cities at one time, there was not a village which escaped from us. 60 cities, the entire region of Argob, and the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All the cities were fortified with very high walls, and with gates and bars, in addition to innumerable villages which had no walls. And we wiped them out, just as we had done to Sihon, the king of Heshbon, destroying every city and its men, as well as women and children. But the cattle and the spoils of the cities we plundered. And at that time we took the land from the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were across the Jordan, from the torrent Arnon as far as Mount Hermon, which the Sidonians called Sirion, and the Amorites called Sinir. All the cities that are situated in the plain, and the entire land of Gilead and Bashan, all the way to Salekah and Edrei, the cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, the king of Bashan, was left behind out of the race of the giants. His bed of iron is on display. It is in Rabbah among the sons of Ammon, being 9 cubits in length and 4 in width, according to the measure of the cubit of a man's hand. As we possessed the land at that time from Aroer, which is above the bank of the torrent Arnon, as far as the middle of Mount Gilead, and I give its cities to Reuben and Gad. Clarified there. Then I delivered the remaining part of the Gilead, and all of Bashan, the kingdom of Og. I keep saying Og. He's saying OG, and I think it's OG. It's Og.
OG's in the chat.
Og. Yeah, OG. Which is the entire region of Argob. To one half of the tribe of Manasseh, and all of Bashan is called the land of the giants. Jair, the son of Manasseh, possessed all the region of Argob, as far as the borders of Geshur and Makath. And he called Bashan by his own name, Havoth Jair, that is, the villages of Jair, even to the present day. Likewise, to Machir I give Gilead, and to the tribes of Reuben and Gad I gave from the land of Gilead as far as the torrent Arnon, one half of the torrent and its confines, even to the torrent Jabbok, which is along the border to the sons of Ammon, and the plain of the wilderness, as well as the Jordan, and the borders of the Chinnereth, all the way to the sea of the desert, which is very salty, to the base of Mount Pisgah, toward the east. And I instructed you at that time, saying, The Lord your God gives you this land as an inheritance. Having armed yourselves, go before your brothers, the sons of Israel, all you strong men. Leave behind your wives and little ones, as well as the cattle, for I know that you have many cattle, and they should remain in the cities which I have delivered to you, until the Lord provides rest to your brothers, just as he has provided for you, and they too shall possess the land which he will give to them beyond the Jordan. Then each one shall return to his possession, which I have allotted to you.
Pearl, another person donated.
Not $350, right?
No.
Okay. All right.
We're at 1,247, so I think that's $50.
Woo!
I want to spin.
Anna can spin.
Did you do the $50 that Anna donated?
I did it. I'm going to stand for 10
I had a stand.
It's okay, hilarious.
I'm dying.
Mark Villardo.
Yeah.
Mark Rolado! Hey.
We
Thanks,
should
Mark.
change some.
Thanks for tuning
And
tuning in,
Villardo
dudes.
family, they're going to be coming in reading as well for us.
All right, this one's for the Villardos. Here we go.
Come on, Villardos.
Something good.
Villardos.
Sunglasses.
Glasses!
Alright, I'm
Second.
getting you guys some sunglasses.
We have to wear them, or do we keep
You
them?
gotta wear them.
Oh,
Does that make it harder to read?
I don't know if you'll be able to see it.
Well, at least I'll look cool talking about Og. Og.
You can keep.
Oh.
Can someone put in the chat how to pronounce that? That'd be great.
Og. How would they put in the chat how to pronounce it?
If you, maybe it's
Wait.
oog. You have to put the O with the
How would that
umlaut.
work?
You oog. They'll put it in. The chat will figure it out. Where was I? Leave behind your wives and little ones as well as the cattle, for I know that you have many cattle, and they should remain in the cities which I have delivered. Dev Dog! Dev Dog's back!
Yeah.
Dev Dog! Oh, thank you. I'll take these.
Oh yeah, these are.
I have tuned back in. I am tempted to make an alarm for 3 a.m.
Do you have
Dude, just leave it on as you go to sleep.
Just do it.
Do you have
How long do we have to wear these?
I'm gonna keep wearing them. All right, we're gonna get through dudes for Lenny. Until the Lord provides rest to your brothers, just as he has provided for you, and they too shall possess the land which he will give to them beyond the Jordan. Then each one shall return to his possession, which I have allotted to you. Likewise, I instructed Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen what the Lord your God has done to these 2 kings. So also will he do to all the kingdoms through which you shall pass. You should not fear them, for the Lord your God will fight on your behalf. And I beseeched the Lord at that time, saying, Lord God, you have begun to reveal your greatness and your very strong hand to your servant. For there is no other God, either in heaven or on earth, who is able to accomplish your works or to be compared to your strength. Therefore I will cross over. I will view this excellent land beyond the Jordan, and this singular mountain and Lebanon. And the Lord became angry with me because of you. And you would not heed me. But he said to me, It is enough for you. You shall no longer speak to me at all about this matter. Ascend to the summit of Pisgah, and look around with your eyes to the west, and to the north, and to the south, and to the east, and behold it, for you shall not cross this Jordan. Oh, don't worry, I've had the stream running on my computer the whole day. Awesome! Make sure you subscribe and donate to charity. For you shall not cross this Jordan. Instruct Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall go before this people, and he shall distribute to them the land that you will see. And we remained in the valley opposite the shrine of Peor. Flip it. Oh,
Wait, where'd it go?
I'm using it.
The numbers are missing!
The numbers are gone.
No! Ah!
All right, just keep reading.
It's fine. We're on Deuteronomy 4. You can hold like a finger up. There you go. And now, O Israel, listen to the precepts. Wait,
precepts.
precepts.
Precepts, yeah.
I can't see with these sunglasses. And judgments which I am teaching to you, so that by doing these you may live and you may enter and possess the land which, thank you, the Lord, the God of your fathers will give to you. You shall not add to the word which I speak to you, neither shall you take away from it. Preserve the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am teaching to you. Your eyes have seen all that the Lord has done against Baal Peor, in what manner he has crushed all of his worshippers from among you. But you adhere to the Lord your God, are all still I have to take like half of these off. Are all still alive to the present day. You know that I have taught you the precepts as well as justices, just as the Lord my God has commanded me. And so shall you do in the land that you will possess. And you shall observe and fulfill these in practice, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the people, so that upon hearing all these precepts, that they may say, Lo, a wise and understanding people, a great nation. Neither is there any other nation so great, which has its God so near to them, as our God is present to all our petitions. For what other nation is there so renowned as to have ceremonies and just judgments, that in the entire law, the law that I will set forth today before your eyes. And so guard yourself and your soul carefully. You should not forget the words that your eyes have seen. And do not let them be cut away from your heart throughout all the days of your life. You shall teach them to your sons and to your grandsons. From the day on which you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when the Lord spoke to me, saying, Gather the people to me, so that they may listen to my words and may learn to fear me throughout all the time that they are alive on earth, and so that they may teach their children. And you approached the base of the mountain, which was burning even toward heaven, and there was a darkness upon it, and a cloud, a mist, and the Lord spoke to you from the midst of fire. You heard the voice of his words, but you did not see any form at all. And he revealed his covenant to you, which he instructed you to carry out, and the 10 words which he wrote on 2 tablets of stone. And he commanded me at that time that I should teach you the ceremonies and judgments which you must carry out in the land that you shall possess. And so, guard your souls carefully. You saw no likeness on the day that the Lord God spoke to you on Horeb from the midst of the fire. Otherwise, perhaps being deceived, you might have made a graven image, or an image of male or female, a likeness of any of the beasts which are upon the earth, or of birds which fly under heaven, or of reptiles which move across the earth, or of fish which abide in the waters under the earth. Otherwise, perhaps lifting up your eyes to heaven, you might look upon the sun and the moon and all the stars of heaven, being deceived by error, you might adore and worship these things, which the Lord your God created for the service of all nations which are under heaven. But the Lord has taken you up and led you away from the iron furnaces of Egypt in order to have a people of inheritance, just as it is to the present day. And the Lord became angry against me because of your words, and he swore that I would not cross over the Jordan, nor enter into the excellent land which he will give to you. Behold, I shall die on this soil. I shall not cross over the Jordan. You shall cross it, and you shall possess the singular land. Be careful, lest you at some time forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he has formed with you, and lest you make for yourselves a graven likeness of these things, which the Lord has prohibited to be made. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you will have conceived sons and grandsons while abiding in the land, and if, having been deceived, you make for yourselves any likeness, accomplishing evil in the sight of the Lord your God, so as to provoke him to wrath. I call heaven and earth as witnesses to this day, that you shall quickly perish from the land which, when you have crossed over the Jordan, you will possess. You will not live in it for a long time. Instead, the Lord will destroy you. You, Rachel. He will destroy you. And he will scatter you among all the nations, and few of you will remain among those nations to which the Lord will lead you. And there you will serve God, which were fabricated by the hands of men, gods of wood and of stone, who neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. And when you will seek the Lord your God in that place, you shall find him, if only you seek him with all your heart, and in all the tribulation of your soul. After all these things which have been foretold have found you, in the end time you shall return to the Lord your God, and you will hear his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not abandon you, nor will he entirely destroy you, nor will he forget the covenant which he swore to your fathers. Inquire concerning the days of antiquity, which were before you, from the day when God created man upon the earth, from one end of heaven to another, if anything similar has ever occurred, or whether any such thing has ever been known, that a people would hear the voice of God, speaking from the midst of fire, just as you have heard it and live. Whether God has acted so as to enter and take for himself a nation from the midst of the nations, by means of tests, signs, and wonders, by means of fighting, and a strong hand, and an outstretched arm, and terrible visions, in accord with all the things which the Lord your God has accomplished for you in Egypt, in the sight of your eyes, so that you may know that the Lord himself is God, and there is no other beside him. He has caused you to hear his voice from heaven, so that he might teach you, and he showed you his exceedingly great fire on earth, and you heard his words from the midst of the fire. For he loved your fathers, and he chose their offspring after them. And he led you away from Egypt, advancing before you with his great power, so as to wipe away upon your arrival nations very great and stronger than you, and so as to lead you in, and to present to you their land as a possession, just as you discern in the present day. Oh, hey. David, happy birthday! He's the birthday boy.
Oh, we're reading
Hey.
digital?
Yeah, we
I'll
just
play it in a
switched.
second.
We're in Deuteronomy though. I
Alright,
also
let's
was
go.
punished with wearing
Lonnie's coming
sunglasses.
too. Everybody, happy birthday to David. In
This
the
is
chat.
this has evolved. This set has evolved since I've been
Not a
gone
song,
today.
not a song.
We also got more subscribers.
We also have a poll up right now on the pinned message. You can vote for your favorite book of the Bible so far, and it will update. We're testing it out. So
I would vote for
Deuteronomy for sure.
Like dudes.
Welcome David back,
Alright,
everybody.
very cool.
Lenny, you taking over?
I will be taking over.
Come transition.
Okay. Are you all ruled out yet?
Yeah, I can
More
do.
rules. More rules to come.
I
More
think we're
rules.
Jesus
Am I
loves
doing-
you
am I
all.
doing-
Jesus
am I
loves
doing
you.
Am I doing the book or the?
This.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can make it bigger for you too.
make it bigger, definitely. Okay.
How you want it big? All right, I'm gonna adjust, make it bigger for Lenny.
Oh, vinegar shot is on there now.
Yeah.
Smells so bad.
Yeah.
Alright.
We had Funky hat. Is there a funky hat?
If you're just
prepared?
tuning in, Nick and I had to do a lemon shot and a vinegar shot. And now my stomach is mixed with many things.
Pass the baton. Pass the
You
baton.
got this, Lenny. Get in there.
Okay.
The people are waiting.
Where were you? What verse were you on?
Where were we?
I made it a little bigger for him.
I think.
Deuteronomy 4:26.
Yeah, right. Oh frick. Uh-oh. Did I just completely undo it? Deuteronomy 4:26, yeah.
All right, here we go. We're finding it for him.
Chad, if you're having fun, leave a W in the chat and answer the poll.
W.
W's for Lenny.
W Pearl. W Lenny. Pearl.
Oh, I gotta adjust this.
Dude,
now.
I lost it.
Okay.
My
That's
bad.
all right. This is why digital is not as good.
Let's do book.
Yeah, you start with book, and then
Okay,
we'll
we'll
go
start
back to
book.
digital if we want
Okay.
it for bigger.
Let's.
Deuteronomy 4:26.
We're back.
Boom.
We're back.
The physical.
Is your water my water?
All right. 4:26.
Perfect.
Okay. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day that you will soon utterly perish from the land which you are going over the Jordan to possess. You will not live long upon it, but will be utterly destroyed. And the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations, where the Lord will drive you. And there you will serve gods of wood and stone, the work of men's hands, that neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. But from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him. If you search after him with all your heart and with all your soul, when you are in tribulation and all these things come upon you in the latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not fail you or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers, which he swore to them. For ask now the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from one end of heaven to the other, whether such a great thing as this has ever happened or as was ever heard of. Did any people ever hear the voice of God speaking out the mist of the fire as ye have heard, and still live? Or has God ever attempted to go and take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation, by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by war, by a mighty hand, and an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that your Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To you it was shown, that you might not know that the Lord is God. There is no other besides him. Out of heaven he let you hear his voice, that he might discipline you, and on earth he let you see his great fire. And you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers and chose their descendants after him, and brought you out of Egypt with his presence by his great power, driving out before you nations greater and mightier than yourselves, to bring you in, to give you their land, for inheritance, as this at this day. Know therefore this day, and lay it to your heart, that the Lord is God in heaven, above and on earth beneath. There is no other. Therefore you shall keep his statutes and his commandments which I command you to this day, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord your God gives you forever. Then Moses set apart 3 cities in the east beyond the Jordan, that the manslayer might flee there who kills his neighbor unintentionally, without being at enmity with him in time past, and that by fleeing to one of these cities he might save his life. Bezer in the wilderness of the tableland for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Joan in Bashan for the Manassites. This is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the decrees, the statutes, and ordinances which Moses spoke to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt, beyond the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth-Peor, in the land of Shimon, in the king of Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel defeated when they came out of Egypt. And they took possession of his land in the land of Og, the king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites, who lived to the east beyond the Jordan, from Ador, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, as far as Mount Seron, and that is Hermon, together with all that Arabah on the east side of the Jordan, as far as the sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. And Moses summoned all Israel, and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes. Are we doing Deuteronomy 5,
Yes.
all right? Okay. Hear, O Israel, the statutes and ordinances which I speak in your hearing to this day, and you shall learn them and be careful to them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. Not with our fathers did the Lord make this covenant, but with us, who are all of us here alive this day. The Lord spoke with you face to face at the mountain, out of the midst of the fire, while I stood between the Lord and you at that time, to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire, and you did not go into the mountain. And he said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image, or any likeness of anything that is heaven above, or that is on earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing merciful love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the name of your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day, to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son, or your daughter, or your manservant, or your maidservant, or your ox, or your donkey, or any of your cattle, or a sojourner who is within your gates, that the manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you. You shall remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, that it may go well with you in the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not kill, neither shall you commit adultery, neither shall you steal, neither shall you bear false witness against your neighbor, neither shall you covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is of your neighbor's. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain of the mist of the fire, the cloud, and the thick darkness, with a loud voice. And he added no more. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone, and he gave them to me. And when you heard the voice of the mist of the darkness while the mountain was burning with fire, and you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and you said, Behold, the Lord your God has shown us this glory and greatness, and we have heard this voice out of the midst of the fire. We have to this day seen God speak with man, and man still live. Now therefore why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of fire, as we have, as has still lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us that the Lord our God will speak to you, and we will hear and do it. And the Lord heard your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the words of his people, which they have spoken to you, and they have rightly said that they have spoken. Oh, that they have had a mind as this always, to fear me and keep all my commandments, that it might go well with them, and with their children forever. Go and say to them, Return to your tents. But you stand here by me, and I will tell you all the commandments and the statutes and ordinances which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess. You shall be careful to do therefore as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the way which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that you may go well with you, and you may live long in the land which you shall possess. Numbers chapter 6. Now this is the commandment, the statutes and ordinances which the Lord your God commanded you to teach you, that you may do them in the land to which you are going over to possess it, that you may fear the Lord your God, you and your son and your son's son, by keeping all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, Israel, and be careful to them, that they may go well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you to this day shall be upon your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise, and you shall bind them as a sign upon your hand. And they shall be as frontlets between your eyes, and you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on the gates. And when the Lord your God brings you to the land which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you with great and excellent cities, which you did not build, and houses full of all good things, which you did not fill, and cisterns hewn out, which you did not hew, and vineyards and olive trees, which you did not plant. And when you eat and are full, then take heed, lest you forget the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him and swear by his name. You shall not go after other gods of the people who are round about you. For the Lord your God is in the midst of you as a jealous God. lest the anger of the Lord your God be kindled against you, and he destroy you from the face of the earth. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, and you, as you tested him at Massah, you shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and the decrees and the statutes which he has commanded you, and you shall do what is right and good in the sight of the land, that it may go well with you, and that you may go in and take possession of the good land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, by thrusting out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has promised. When your son asks you in time to come, what is the meaning of the decrees and the statutes and ordinances which the Lord our God has commanded you, then you shall say to your son, we are Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and grievous, against Egypt and against Pharaoh and all his household, before our eyes. And he brought us out there, that he might bring us in and give us the land, which he swore to give to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as is this day. And it will be righteousness for us, as if we are careful to do all this command before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. Chapter 7. And the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are entering to take possession of it, and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than yourselves. And when the Lord your God gives you over to you, and you defeat them, then you must utterly destroy them, and you shall make no covenant with them, and show no mercy to them. You shall not make marriages with them, giving your daughters to their sons, or taking their daughters for your sons. For they would turn away your sons for following me, to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord would be kindled against you, and he would destroy you quickly. But thus shall you deal with them. You shall break down their altars, and dash in pieces their pillars, and hew down their Asherim, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, out of all the peoples that are on the face of the earth. It was not because you were more in number than any other people that the Lord set upon you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all peoples. But it is because the Lord loves you and is keeping the oath which he swore to your fathers, that the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God, who keeps covenant and merciful love with those who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repays to their face those who hate him by destroying them. He will not be slack with him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. You shall therefore be careful to do the commandment and the statutes and ordinances which I command you to this day. And because you listen to these ordinances and keep to them, the Lord your God will keep with you the covenant and the merciful love which he swore to your fathers to keep. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your body and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the young of your flock, in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your cattle. And the Lord will take away you from all the sickness and none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which you knew will he inflict upon you, but he will lay them upon you who hate you. And you shall destroy all the peoples that the Lord your God will give over to you. Your eyes shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. If you say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I possess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but you shall remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great trials which your eyes saw, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm, by which the Lord your God brought you out. So will the Lord your God do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send hornets among them until those who are left and hide themselves from you are destroyed. You shall not be in dread of them, for the Lord your God is in the midst of you, a great and terrible God. The Lord your God will clear away these nations before you, little by little. You may not make an end of them at once, lest the wild beasts grow too numerous for you. But the Lord your God will give them over to you and throw them into the great confusion until they are destroyed. And he will give their kings into your hand, and you shall make their name perish from under heaven. Not a man shall be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods you shall burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, or take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. And you shall not bring an abominable thing into your house and become accursed like it. You shall utterly detest and abhor it, for it is an accursed thing. On to number 8. Going strong so far. I feel like Charleston Heston and Ten Commandments movie. All the commandments which I command you to this day, you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers. And you shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you all these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble you, testing you to know what is in your heart, whether you would keep the commandments or not. And he humbled you and let you hunger and fed you with manna, which you did not know, or nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not wear out among you, and your foot did not swell these 40 years. Know then in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, the Lord your God disciplines you. For you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God by walking in his ways and fearing him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks, of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees and pomegranates, and a land of olive trees and honey, in which you all will eat bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper, and you shall eat and be full, and you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Take heed lest you forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments and his ordinances and his statutes, which I command you to this day, lest when you have eaten and are full, and have built excellent houses and live in them, and when your herds and flocks multiply, and your silver and gold is multiplied, and that all that you have is multiplied, then your heart be lifted up, and you forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, who led you through the great and terrible wilderness, with its fiery serpents and scorpions and thirsty ground, where there was no water, who brought you water out of the flinty rock, who fed you into the wilderness with manna which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you and test you, to do your good in the end. Beware lest you say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand has gotten me this wealth. You shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may confirm his covenant, which he swore to your fathers as at this day. And if you forget the Lord your God, and go after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I solemnly warn you to this day that you shall surely perish. Like the nations that the Lord makes to perish before you, so shall you perish, because you would not obey the voice of the Lord your God. On to 9. Hear, O Israel, you are to pass over the Jordan this day, to go and dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves, cities great and fortified up to heaven, people great and tall, the sons of Anakim, whom you know and of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak. Know therefore this day that he who goes before you, or as a devouring fire, is the Lord your God. He will destroy them and subdue them before you, so you shall drive them out and make them perish quickly, as the Lord has promised you. Do not say in your heart, after the Lord your God has thrust them out before you, it is because of my righteousness that the Lord has brought me in to possess the land, whereas it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is driving them out before you. Not because of your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart are you going to possess their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God is driving them out before you, and that he may confirm the word which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Know therefore that the Lord your God has not given you this good land to possess, because of your righteousness, for you are a stubborn people. Remember and do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness from the day you came out of the land of Egypt until you came to this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Even at Horeb you provoked the Lord to wrath, and the Lord was so angry with you that he was ready to destroy you. When I went up the mountain to receive the tables of stone, the tables of the covenant which the Lord made with you, I remained on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. And the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God, and on them were all the words which the Lord has spoken with you on the mountain of the mist of the fire in the day of the assembly. And at the end of the 40 days and 40 nights, the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, the tables of the covenant. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, go down quickly from here, for your people whom you have brought from Egypt have acted corruptly. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made themselves a molten image. Furthermore, the Lord said to me, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stubborn people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name, for under heaven I will make you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 tables of covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you have sinned against the Lord your God. You have made yourselves a molten calf. You have turned aside quickly from the way which the Lord has commanded you. So I took hold of the 2 tables and cast them out of my 2 hands, and broke them before your eyes. Then I lay prostrate before the Lord as before 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water, because of all the sin which you have committed in doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure which the Lord bore against you, so that he was ready to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me that time also. And the Lord was so angry with Aaron that he was ready to destroy him. And I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. Then I took the sinful thing, the calf, which you have made, and burned it with fire, and crushed it, grinding it very small, until it was at the finest dust. And I threw the dust of it into the brook that descended out of the mountain. At Taberah also, and at Massa, and at Kibrol-Adavah, you provoked the Lord to wrath. And when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go and take possession of the land which I have given you, then you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and did not believe him or obey his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. So I lay prostrate before the Lord for these 40 days and 40 nights, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. And I prayed to you, the Lord, O Lord God, do not destroy your people and your heritage, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not regard the stubbornness of this people, or their wickedness of their sin, lest the land from which you were brought to say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. For they are our people and our heritage, whom you brought out your great power and by your outstretched arm. On the 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Hey, 2 tables of stone like the first, and come up to me up the mountain, and make ark of wood, and I will write on the tables the words that were on the first tables which you broke. You shall put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like the first, and went up to the mountain with the 2 tables in my hand, and we rolled on the tables as of the first writing, the 10 commandments which the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain of the mist of the fire on the day of the assembly. And the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain, and put the tables in the ark which I had made. And there they are, as the Lord commanded me. The sons of Israel journeyed from Beth-arabzah to Mozerah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And his son Eleazar ministered as priest in his stead. For there were journeyed to Gudazabah, and from Gudagadah to Jotbatha, a land with brooks of water. At that time the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to minister to him, and to bless in his name to this day. Therefore Levi has no portion or inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, as the Lord your God said to him. I stayed on the mountain as the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, as the Lord listened to me at that time also. The Lord was going to destroy you, and the Lord said to me, Arise, go on your journey at the heat of the people, that they may go in and possess the land, which I swore to their fathers to give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you? But to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, to keep the commandments and statutes of the Lord, which I command you on this day for your good. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the heaven of the heavens, the earth with all that is in it. Yet the Lord set their heart and love upon your fathers, and chose their descendants after them. You above all peoples at this day, circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no longer stubborn. For the Lord your God is God of gods and the Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God, who is not partial and takes no bribe. He executes justice for the fatherless and the widow, and loves the sojourner, giving him food and clothing. Love the sojourner, therefore, for you are sojourners in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him and cling to him, and by his name you shall swear, He is your praise. He is your God, who has done for you these great and terrible things, which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt, 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you and the stars of heaven for a multitude. And we go to 11. You shall therefore love the Lord your God, and keep his charge, his statutes, his ordinances, and his commandments always, and consider this day, since I am not speaking to your children, who have not known or seen it. Consider the discipline of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, his signs and his deeds, which he did in Egypt, to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and to all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea overflow them, as they pursued after you, and how the Lord has destroyed them to this day. And what he did to you in the wilderness until you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abraham, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened his mouth and swallowed them up, with their households, their tents, and every living thing that followed them, in the midst of all Israel. For your eyes they have seen the great work of the Lord which he did. You shall therefore keep all the commandment which I command you to this day, that you may be strong, and go in and take possession of the land which you are going over to possess, that you may live long in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to give to them and to their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land which you are entering to take possession of it is not like the land of Egypt, for which you have come, where you have sowed your seed and watered it with your feet, like a garden of vegetables. But the land which you are going over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, which drinks water by the rain from heaven, a land which the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord your God are always upon it, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And if you will obey my commandments, which I command you to this day, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain and your wine and your oil. And he will give grace in your fields for your cattle, and ye shall eat and be full. Take heed lest your heart be deceived, and you would turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, so that there may be no rain, and the land yield no fruit. And you perish quickly off the good land which the Lord gives you. You shall therefore lay up the words of the mind in your heart and your soul, and you shall bind them in a sign upon your hand, and you shall be frontlets between your eyes, and you shall teach them to your children, talking to them when you are sitting in your house, and when you are walking by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house and upon your gates, that your days and the days of your children may be multiplied in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, as long as the heavens are above the earth. For it will be careful to do all this commandment which I command you to, loving the God your God in all his ways, and clinging to him. Then the Lord will drive out all these nations before you, and you will dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads shall be yours. Your territory shall be from the wilderness and Lebanon, and from the river Euphrates to the western sea. No man shall be able to stand against you. The Lord your God will lay the fear of you and the dread of all upon your land that you shall tread, as he promised you. Behold, I set before you to this day a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you to this day. And the curse, if you do not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the ways which I command you to this day, to go after other gods which you have not known. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are entering to take possession of it, you shall set the blessing on Mount Gerizim, and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not beyond the Jordan, west of the road toward the going down of the sun in the land of the Canaanites who live in the Arabah, or against Gilgal, besides the Oker Morah? For you are to pass over to Jordan to go in and take possession of the land which the Lord your God gives you. And when you possess it and live in it, you shall be careful to all the statutes and ordinances which I have set before you to this day. These are the statutes and ordinances which you shall be careful to do in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess all the days that you live upon the earth. You shall thoroughly destroy all the places where the nations whom you shall dispossess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. You shall tear down their altars and dash in pieces their pillars and burn their asherim with fire. You shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy the name of that place. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, but you shall seek the place which the Lord your God will choose you out of all your tribes to put his name and make his habitation there. There you shall go, and there you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes, and the offering that you present, your votive offerings, your freewill offerings, and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your households, in all that you have undertaken, all in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do according to all that you are doing here to this day, every man doing whatever is right in his own eyes, for you have not yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which the Lord your God gives you. But when you go over the Jordan and live in the land which the Lord your God gives you to inherit, and when he gives you rest from all your enemies round about it, so that if you live in safety then to the place which the Lord your God would choose to make his name dwell, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings that you present, and all your votive offerings which you vow to the Lord, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters and your menservants and your maidservants and the Levite that is within your town, since he has no portion of inheritance with you. Take heed that you do not offer your burnt offerings at every place that you see, but at the place which the Lord will choose in one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command in you. However, you may slaughter and eat flesh within any of your towns as much as you desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and of the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it out upon the earth like water. You may not eat within your towns the tithe of your grain, of your wine, of your oil, or the firstlings of your herd or of your flock, or any of your votive offerings which you vow, or your freewill offerings, or the offering that you present. But you shall eat them before the Lord your God to the place which the Lord your God will choose you, and you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your maidservant, and the Levite who is within your towns. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God in all that you undertake. Take heed that you do not forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. When the Lord your God enlarges your territory, as he hath promised to you, and you say, I will eat flesh, because you crave flesh, you may eat as much flesh as you desire. If the place which the Lord your God will choose to put his name there here is too far from you, that you may kill any of your herd of your flock, which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your towns as much as you desire, just as a gazelle or the deer is eaten, so that you may eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out upon the earth like water. You shall not eat it, that all may go well with you and with your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. But the holy things which are due from you and your votive offerings you shall take, and you shall go to the place which the Lord will choose, and offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood on the altar of the Lord your God. The blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, but the flesh you may eat. Be careful to heed all the words which I command you, that you may go well with you and your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off before you and the nations with whom you go and dispossess, and when you dispossess them and dwell in your land, take heed that you may not be ensnared to follow them. After that they will have been destroyed before you, and they not inquire about their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? For I may also do likewise. You shall not do so, though the Lord your God, for every abominable thing which the Lord hates when they have done for their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. Everything I command you shall be careful to do. You shall not add to it or take from it.
You're halfway
All right,
through your
13. Okay. Everything I command you, be careful to you, and shall not. Okay, if a prophet arises above you, a dreamer or dreamers, and gives you a sign of wonder, and the sign of wonder which he tells you comes to pass, and if he says, let us go after our gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them, you shall not listen to the words of their prophet, to their dreamer or dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you, to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice. You shall serve him and cling to him, but that prophet, the dreamer of dreamers, should be put to death, because he has taught rebellion against the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you to the house of bondage, to make you leave the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son, or your daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your friend, who is in your soul entices you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which neither you nor your fathers have known, some of the gods of the peoples that are round about you, whether near you or far off from you, from the end of the earth to the other, you shall not yield to him or listen to him, nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him, nor shall you conceal him, but you shall kill them. You shall kill him. Your hand shall be first against him, to be put to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. You shall stone him to death with stones, because he sought to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And of all Israel shall hear and fear you, and never again do any such wickedness as is among you. If you hear in all your cities which the Lord your God gives you to dwell there, that certain base fowls here have gone among you, and have drawn away the inhabitants of the city, saying, let us go and serve other gods which you have not known, then you shall inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be true and certain that such an abominable thing has been done upon you, you shall surely put the inhabitants of that city to the sword, destroying utterly all that you are in it, and the cattle with the edge of the sword. You shall gather all the spoil into the midst of its own square, and burn the city and all its spoil with fire, as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall be heat forever. It shall not be built again. None of the devoted things shall cling to your hand, that the Lord may turn away from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you. And as he swore to your fathers, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all his commandments, which I command you to this day, and doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God.
Dude, you're going through this fast. What did
Okay,
you start at?
fine.
Deuteronomy 4?
Flying through.
Alright.
Did I start at 4? I'm already 10
Something like
chapters
that.
in. Okay.
Alright, let's go to
Okay.
this, see how you're doing.
Okay.
Slightly bigger.
Okay.
A little change up.
Alright.
You can angle it there too.
Right there, right?
Yeah, you just
Yep.
keep it there.
Okay.
Let's give it up for Lenny. Good job.
All right.
You got 20 people watching. You just read.
Moses' last testimony. I don't know if you plug in or donate or.
Yeah.
Okay, which side is which, but okay.
This side.
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah, it's Moses' last words, right? That's what
Moses' last testimony,
All right.
and then we're going to get to Joshua afterwards.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
What did Moses live to? 110?
Pretty
120?
old. Pretty old.
Longer than Joshua?
Yeah, probably.
Not by much,
You'll have to
though.
let us know when you
Oh,
read it.
yeah. Let's see how far we get here. Okay, Deuteronomy 14. Be sons of the Lord your God, you shall not cut yourselves, nor make yourselves bald, because of the dead. For you are a holy people. For the Lord your God, and he chose you, that you may be a people particular his, out of all the nations on earth. You shall not eat the things that are unclean. These are the animals which you ought to eat, the ox and the sheep and the goat, the stag and the rolled deer, the gazelle, the wild goat, the addax, the antelope, the giraffe. Every beast which has a hoof, divided into two parts, and also chews the cud, you shall eat. But those which chew over again, but do not have a divided hoof, you must not eat, such as the camel, the hare, and the hyrax. Since these chew the cud, they do not have a divided hoof, they shall be unclean to you. The pig also, since it has a divided hoof, but does not chew over again, shall be unclean. Their flesh shall not be eaten, and you shall not touch their carcasses. These you shall eat out of all that dwells in the waters, whatever has fins and scales you shall eat. Whatever is without fins and scales you shall not eat, for these are unclean. All the clean birds you shall eat. You shall not eat those that are unclean, such as the eagle and the griffin and the osprey, the crane and the vulture and the kite according to their kind, or any kind of raven, and the ostrich and the owl and the gull and the hawk according to their kind, the heron and the swan, the ibis and the seabird, the marsh hen and the night raven, the pelican and the plover, each in their own kind, likewise the crested hoopoe and the bat. And everything which crawls and has little wings shall be unclean, and shall not be eaten. All that is clean you shall eat, but whatever is died of itself you shall not eat from it. Give it to the sojourner who is within your gates, so that he may eat or sell it to you. For you are the holy people of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in the milk of his mother. Each year you shall separate tithes of all your crops which spring forth from the earth, and you shall eat these in the sight of the Lord your God, in the place which he will choose, so that his name may be invoked there. The 10th part of your grain and wine and oil, and the firstborn from the herds and your sheep. So may you learn to fear the Lord your God at all times. But when the way in the place which the Lord your God will have chosen is further away, and he will bless you, so that you are not able to carry all these things to do it. You shall sell them all, so as to turn them to money, and you shall carry it in your hand, and you shall set out from the place which the Lord will choose. And you shall buy with the same money whatever pleases you, either from the herds or from the sheep, and also wine and liquor, and all that your soul desires. And you shall eat in the sight of the Lord your God, and you shall feast, you and your household. As for the Levite, who is within your gates, take care that you do not ban him, for he has no portion within your possession. In the 3rd year you shall separate another 10th part of all the things which spring forth for you at that time, and you shall store within your gates. As the Levite who has no other portion of possession with you, and the sojourner as well as the orphan and the widow who are within your gates, shall approach and eat and may be satisfied, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all the works of your hands, which you shall do. In the 7th year you shall perform a remission, which shall be celebrated according to this order. Anyone to whom anything is owed by his friend or neighbor or brother, you will not be able to request its return, because it is the year of remission of the Lord. For the sojourner and the new arrival you may require its return. From your fellow countryman and neighbor you will not have the power to request its return, and there shall not be anyone indigent or begging among you, so that the Lord your God may bless you in the land which he will deliver to you as a possession. But only if you heed the voice of the Lord your God and keep it to all that he has ordered, that which I am trusting to you this day, will he bless you, just as he has promised. He shall lend money to many nations, and you yourselves shall borrow in return. From no one shall you rule for many nations, and that no one shall rule over you. If one of your brothers who dwells within the gates of your city, in the land which the Lord your God will give to you, falls into poverty, you shall not harden your heart, nor tighten your hand. Instead, you shall open your hand to the poor, and you shall lend to him whatever you perceive him to need. Take care lest perhaps an impious thought might creep within you, and you might say to you in your heart that 7th year of remission approaches, and you might turn your eyes away from your poor brother, unwilling to lend him what is asked. If so, then he may cry against the Lord, that he will sin again for you. Instead, you shall give it to him, neither shall you do anything craftily, while assisting him in his needs, so that the Lord your God may bless you at all times, and in all things to which you will be put your hand. The poor will be absent from the land of your habitation. For this reason I instruct you to open your hand to your indigent and poor brother, who is among you in the land. When your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, has been sold to you and served you for 6 years, in the 7th year you shall set him free. And when you grant his freedom, you shall by no means permit him to go away empty. Instead, you shall give to him for his journey, from your flocks and threshing floor and winepress, which the Lord your God has blessed you. Remember that you yourself also served in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God set you free. And therefore I now command this of you. But if he will say, I am not willing to depart because he loves you and your household, and because he feels that it would be good for him to stay within you, then you shall take an awl and pierce his ear at the door of your house, and you shall serve you even forever. You shall also act similarly toward your woman servant. You shall not avert your eyes from them when you set them free, because he has served you for 6 years, in a manner deserving of the play of the hired hand. So may the Lord your God bless you in all the works that you do. Of all the firstborn, those born from your herds and sheep, you shall sanctify to the Lord your God whatever is of male sex. You shall not put the firstborn of oxen to work, nor shall you shear the firstborn of the sheep. In the sight of the Lord your God you shall eat these each year in the place which the Lord will choose, you and your household. But if it has a blemish, or is lame, or is blind, or is any part deformed, or debilitated, it shall not be immolated to the Lord your God. Instead you shall eat it within the gates of your city. The clean as well as the unclean alike shall feed on these, such as the rolled deer and the stag. This alone shall you observe, that you do not eat their blood, but pour it upon the ground like water. Observe the month of the new grain at the very beginning of springtime, so that you may accomplish the Passover to the Lord your God. For in this month the Lord your God led you away from Egypt in the night. And you shall immolate the Passover to the Lord your God from sheep and from oxen in the place which the Lord your God would choose, so that his name may dwell there. You shall not eat it with leavened bread. For 7 days you shall eat without leaven, the bread of affliction. For you departed from Egypt in fear, so may you remember the day of your departure from Egypt throughout the days, all the days of your life. No leaven shall be present in all your confines for 7 days, and by morning there shall not remain any of the flesh which was immolated on the first day and the first even. You cannot immolate the Passover in any of your cities, which the Lord your God will give to you, that you may wish. Only in the place which the Lord your God will choose, as his name may dwell there. You shall immolate the Passover in the evening, upon the setting of the sun, which is the time when you departed from Egypt. And you shall cook and eat it in the place which the Lord your God will choose, and rising up in the morning you shall go up into the tent. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day, because it is the assembly of the Lord your God, you shall do no work. You shall number for yourself 7 weeks from that day, the day in which you put the sickle to the grain field. And you shall celebrate the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God with a voluntary oblation from your hand, which you shall offer according to the blessing of the Lord your God. And you shall feast in the sight of the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite who is within your gates, and the new arrival as well as the orphan and the widow, who abide with you in the place which the Lord your God will choose, so that his name may dwell there. And you shall recall that you are servant Egypt, and you shall preserve and carry out all the things that have been instructed. Likewise, you shall celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days, when you have gathered your fruits from the orchard and the winepress. And you shall feast at the time of your festival, you, your son, your daughter, your manservant, and womanservant. Likewise, the Levite and new arrival, the orphan and the widow, who are within your gates. For 7 days you shall celebrate feasts to the Lord your God, in the place which the Lord will choose. And the Lord your God will bless you in all your crops, and every work of your hands. And you shall be joyful. 3 times a year all your males shall appear in the sight, the Lord your God, in the place which you would choose, at the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, at the feast of tabernacles. No one shall before the Lord empty, but each one shall offer according to what he will have, according to the blessing of the Lord his God, which you will give to him. You shall appoint judges and magistrates at all your gates, which the Lord your God will give to him. Therefore each of your tribes, so that they may judge the people with a just judgment, and not so as to show favoritism to either side. You shall not accept a person's reputation, nor gifts, for gifts blind the eyes of the wise, and alter the words of the just. You shall justly pursue what is just, so that he may live and possess the land, which the Lord your God will give to you. You shall not plant a sacred grove, nor shall you plant any tree near the altar of the Lord your God. You shall neither make nor set up for yourself a statue. These things the Lord your God hates. You shall not emulate to the Lord your God a sheep or an ox in which there is a blemish or any defected off, for this is an abomination to the Lord your God. When there will have been found among you within one of your gates, which the Lord your God will give to you, a man or a woman who is doing evil in the sight of the Lord your God, and who is transgressing his covenant, so as to go and serve foreign gods and adore them, such as the sun and the moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not instructed. And when this will have been reported to you, and upon hearing it, if you have inquired diligently and have found it to be true, that the abomination is being done in Israel, you shall lead forward the man or the woman who has perpetrated this most wicked thing to the gates of your city, and they shall be stoned to death. By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses he is to be put to death shall perish. Let no one be killed with only one person speaking testimony against him. First, the hands of the witnesses shall be upon him who will be put to death, and lastly, the hands of the remainder of the people shall be sent forth. So may you take away the evil from your midst. If you perceive that there is among you a difficult and doubtful matter of judgment between blood and blood, cause and cause, leprosy and leprosy, and if you will have seen that the words of the judges within your gates vary, rise up and ascend to the place which the Lord your God will choose, and you shall approach the priest, the Levitical stock, and the judge, who shall be among them at that time, and you shall inquire of them, and they will reveal to you the truth of the judgment, and you shall accept whatever they will say, those who proceed in the place which the Lord will choose, and whatever they will teach you, in accordance with this law, and you shall follow their sentence, neither shall you turn aside to the right or to the left. But whoever will be arrogant, unwilling to obey the order of the priest who administers at that time to the Lord your God, and to the decree of the judge, that man shall die, and so shall you take away the evil from Israel. And when the people hear about this, they shall be afraid, so that no one from that time on will swell with pride. When you have entered into the land which the Lord your God will give to you, and you possess it, and you live in it, and you say, I will appoint a king over me, just as all the surrounding nations have done, you shall appoint him with whom the Lord your God would choose from among the number of your brothers. You cannot make a man of another people king, one who is not your brother. And when he will have been appointed king, he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor lead the people back into Egypt, having been exalted by the number of his horsemen, especially since the Lord has instructed you never to return along the same way. He shall not have many wives who might allure his mind, and he shall not have immense weights of silver and gold. Then after he has been seated upon the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself the Deuteronomy of his law in a volume, using a copy from the priest of the Levitical tribe. And he shall have with it him, and he shall read it from all the days of his life, so that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep his words and ceremonies which are instructed in the law. And so may his heart not become exalted with arrogance over his brothers, nor turn aside to the right or to the left, so that he and his sons may reign for a long time over Israel. They're plowing along. Number 18, the priests and the Levites, and who are all on the same tribe, shall have no portion or inheritance with the rest of Israel, for they shall eat the sacrifices of the Lord and his oblations, and they shall receive nothing else from the possession of their brothers, for the Lord himself is their inheritance, just as he said to him. This shall be the recompense for the priests, for the people, and from those who are victims, whether they will immolate an ox or a sheep. They should give to the priest the shoulder and the breast, the first fruits of grain, wine, and oil, and a portion of wool from the sharing of the sheep. For the Lord your God himself has chosen him out of all your tribes, so that he may stand and minister to the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. If a Levite departs from one of the cities throughout all of Israel in which he lives, and if he wills and desires to go to the place which the Lord will choose, you shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, and do all his brothers, the Levites who will be standing at the time in the sight of the Lord, shall receive the same portion of the food as the rest also receive, besides that which is due to him in his own city, by succession from his fathers. When you have entered into the land which the Lord your God will give to you, be careful that you are not willing to imitate the abominations of those nations. Do not let there be found among you one who would purify his son or daughter by leading them through fire, nor one who consults seers, nor one who observes dreams or omens. Do not let there be found among you one who practices the occult, nor one who uses spells, nor one who consults demonic spirits, nor a diviner, nor one who seeks the truth from the dead. For the Lord abominates all these things, and because of these wicked ways he will destroy them at your arrival. You shall be perfect and without blemish with the Lord your God. These nations whose land you shall possess, they listen to soothsayers and diviners, but you have been otherwise instructed by the Lord your God. The Lord your God will raise you from a prophet from your nation and from your brothers, similar to me. You shall listen to him, just as you petitioned of the Lord your God at Horeb. When the assembly was gathered together, and you said, let me no longer hear the voice of the Lord my God, and let me no longer see this very great fire, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, they have spoken all these things well. I will raise up a prophet for them from the midst of their brothers, similar to you, and I will place my words in his mouth, and he will speak to them all the things that I will instruct them. But against anyone who is willing to listen to his words, which you speak in my name, I will stand forth as the avenger. But if a prophet, having been corrupted by arrogance, chooses to speak in my name things which I do not instruct him to say, or to speak in the name of foreign gods, he shall be put to death. But if in silent thought you respond, how will I be able to recognize a word which the Lord has not spoken? You shall have this sign. If whatever the prophet predicts in the name of the Lord does not happen, then the Lord has not spoken it. Instead, the prophet has formed it through the swelling of his own mind, and for this reason you shall not fear him. We're going to 19. When the Lord your God will have destroyed the nations whose land he will deliver to you, and when you possess it and live in the cities and buildings, you shall separate for yourselves 3 cities in the midst of the land, which the Lord will give to you as a possession, paving the road carefully, and you shall divide the entire province of your land equal into 3 parts, so that he who is forced to flee because of manslaughter may have a place nearby to which he may be able to escape. This shall be the law of the killer who flees, whose life is to be saved, whoever strikes down his neighbor unwillingly, and who has been proven to have had no hatred against him yesterday and the day before, such that he is not gone with him into the forest
All right,
simply
Lonnie.
to cut mood. And
We got a $50 donation
okay, fantastic.
from Ryan.
From Ryan.
He wants to make you spin the wheel.
Dr. Oz.
Okay,
Dr.
spin the wheel.
Oz, you got 10 minutes left, and you
Okay.
almost made it through without spinning, but you're
Okay.
really grinding through Deuteronomy.
All
Good
right,
work.
let's do it.
Do it nice and hard.
Okay.
What's it gonna be? Funky hat.
Funky hat.
All right, Dave's gonna get you a funky hat to wear for the rest of your reading.
Okay. Am I going to get through all of Deuteronomy, or am I going to probably cut off?
You might get through it.
Want me to get through it? Try
Yeah,
to get
keep
through
going,
it?
keep going.
Keep getting, try to get to Joshua here?
Yeah, you got
Okay.
10 more minutes.
Okay. Finish up Moses? Kill him
Yeah.
off?
Let's kill him off, yeah.
Kill him off?
Don's killing off someone else here.
Okay. Oh, rules.
Yeah.
Lots of rules.
He's leaving them with lots of rules.
Lots
'cause
of
they're
rules.
Very weak.
Okay.
Oh, there's Ryan. Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
All right.
Okay.
This is a pretty sketchy hat.
Oh, boy.
Oh, sketchy hat. Okay. But it'll work. Look like a
All
storm,
right, we've got the
stormtrooper.
garbage picked
Okay.
Miller construction
Okay.
hat.
Put it on.
You're gonna have to have the balancing act for 10
Balancing
minutes.
act. Okay. Is it gonna work?
It's gonna be pretty annoying for 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's gonna look
All
We'll
right.
give it a shot.
Good
okay.
work, Oz.
All right, we're doing it. Back live.
Doing it. Let's go.
Okay. Such that he has gone with him into the forest simply to cut wood and then cutting down the tree. The axe slipped from his hand, or the iron slipped from the handle, and it struck his friend and killed him. He shall flee to one of the cities stated above, and he shall live. Otherwise, perhaps the near relative of him whose blood was shed, impelled by his grief, might pursue and apprehend him, unless the way is too yawn, and he might strike down the life of him who is not guilty unto death, since he had not demonstrated what he had prior hatred against him, who was slain. For this reason I instruct you to separate 3 cities at equal distance from one another. And when the Lord your God will have enlarged your borders, just as he swore to your fathers, and when he will have given to you all the land that he has promised to them. But this is only so that you would keep his commandments, and do all the things which I instruct you to this day, so that you will love the Lord your God, and walk in his ways at all times. You shall add for yourselves 3 other cities, and so you shall double the number of the 3 cities stated above. So may innocent blood not be shed in the midst of the land which the Lord your God will give you to possess, lest you be in guilty blood. But if anyone having hatred for his neighbor will have lain in ambush for his life, and rising up will have struck him, and he will have died, and if he will have fled to one of the cities stated above. The elders of the city shall send, and they shall take him from the place of refuge, and they shall deliver him into the hand of the relative of him whose blood was shed, and he shall die. You shall not take pity on him, and so shall you take away the blood of the innocent from Israel, so that it may well be within you. You shall not take up or move the landmark of your neighbor, which those before you have placed, in your possession that the Lord your God will give to you, in the land you will have received to possess. One witness shall not stand against another, no matter what the sin or outrage may be. For every word shall stand by the mouth or 2 of the 3 witnesses. If a lying witness will have stood against him, a man accusing him of transgression. Both of those whose case it is shall stand before the Lord, and all his sight of the priests and judges who shall be in those days. And when after very diligent examination they will have found that the false witness had told a lie against his brother, they shall render to him just as he intended to do his brother, and so shall you take away the evil from your midst. Then the others upon hearing this will be afraid, and they will by no means dare to do such things. You shall not take pity on him. Instead you shall require life for life, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot, and a foot for a foot. If you go out to battle against your enemies, and you will see horsemen and chariots, then that the multitude of your adversaries' army is greater than your own, you shall not fear him. For the Lord your God, who led you away from the land of Egypt, is with you. Then as the battle now draws near, the funny priest shall stand before the front ranks, and he shall speak to the people in this manner. Listen, O Israel, today you engage in a battle against your enemies. Do not let your heart be overwhelmed with fear. Do not be apprehensive. Do not yield. You shall have no dread of them. For the Lord your God is in your midst, and you will contend against your enemies on your behalf, so that he may rescue you from peril. Likewise the officers shall proclaim throughout every company in the hearing of the soldiers, what man is there who has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest perhaps he may die in the battle, and another man may dedicate it. What man is there who has planted a vineyard and has not yet caused it to be common, so that all may eat from it? Let him go and return to his house, lest perhaps he may die in his battle, and another man may carry out his office. What man is there who's betrothed a wife and has not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest perhaps he may die in battle, and another man may take her. After all these things they have declared that they shall add the remainder, and shall say to the people, what man is there who is overwhelmed by fear and is faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest he cause the hearts of his brothers to fear, just as he himself has been thoroughly stricken with fear. And when the officers of the army have become silent and have completed their speech, each one shall prepare his unit to wage war. When at any time you approach a city to fight against it, you shall first offer peace to it. If they receive it and open the gates to you, then all the people who are in it shall be saved, and they shall serve you by paying tribute. But if they are not willing to enter into an agreement, then they begin to act against you in warfare, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God will have delivered it into your hands, you shall strike down anyone who is in it, of the male gender, with the edge of the sword, but not the woman and young children, nor the cattle and the other things that are within the city. And you shall divide all the plunder to the soldiers, and you shall eat the spoils from your enemies, which the Lord your God will give to you. So shall you do to all the cities which are at a great distance from you, those which are not among the cities that you shall receive as a possession. But among those cities which shall be given to you, you shall not permit anyone at all to live. Instead, you shall put to them with the death with the edge of the sword, specifically the Hittite and the Amorite and the Canaanite, the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite, just as the Lord your God has commanded you. Otherwise they may teach you to do all the abominations which they have committed for their own God, and when you sin against the Lord your God. When you have besieged a city for a long time, and you have been circled with it fortifications so that you may fight against it, you shall not cut down trees from which one is to eat, neither shall you cause devastation with axes to the surrounding region. For it is a tree and not a man. It is not able to increase the number of those who are fighting against you. For if any of the trees which are not fruitful but are wild, and if these are fit for other uses, then cut them down and make machines until you have captured a city that is contending against you. When there will have been found in the land which the Lord your God will give to you the corpse of a man who has been killed and is not known who is guilty of the murder, your judges and those greater by birth shall go out and measure from the place of the corpse the distance to each of the surrounding cities. And whichever one they perceive to be closer than the others shall take a calf from the herd, one which has not been pulled with a yoke nor tilled with a plow. And they shall lead it with a rough and stony valley, one which has never been tilled or sown, and in that place thou shalt cut the neck of the calf. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall approach those whom the Lord your God has chosen to minister to him, and to bless in his name, and to decide every controversy by their word, and to judge which things are clean and which are unclean. And those greater by birth of that city, nearest to the one who has slain, shall go and shall wash their hands over the calf that was killed in the valley. And they shall say, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it. Be merciful to your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, O Lord, and do not charge them with innocent blood in the midst of your people Israel. And so the guilt of the blood will be taken away from them. Then you will be free from the blood that was shed against the innocent, when you have done as the Lord has instructed you. If you have gone out to fight against your neighbors, and the Lord your God has delivered them into your hand, and as if you're leading away the captives, you see among the number of captives a beautiful woman, and you love her, and you are willing to have her as a wife, then you shall lead her into your house, and she shall shave off her hair and cut her nails short, and remove the garment in which she was captured. And she shall sit in your house and weep from her father and mother for 1 month. And after that you shall enter her and sleep with her, and she shall be your wife. But if afterwards she does not sit well in your mind, you shall set her free. You cannot sell her for money, nor can you oppress her by force, for you have humiliated her. If a man has 2 wives, one beloved and the other hated, and they have produced children by him, and if the son of the hated wife is the firstborn, and if he wishes to divide his substance among his sons, he cannot make the son of the beloved wife the firstborn, and so prefer him before the son of the hated wife. Instead, he shall acknowledge the son of the hated wife as a firstborn. He shall give to him a double portion of all that he has, for he is first among his children, and the rights of the firstborn are owed to him. If a man produces a disobedient and reckless son, who would not listen to the orders of his father and mother, and having been corrected, shows contempt for obedience, they shall take him and lead him to the elders of the city, and to the gate of judgment. And they shall say to him, This our son is reckless and disobedient. He shows contempt when listening to our abominations. He occupies himself with carousing and self-indulgence and feasting. Then the people of the city shall stone him to death, and he shall die, so that you may take away the evil from your midst. And so many all of Israel, upon hearing it, be very afraid. When a man will have sinned in a matter which is punished by death, and having been judged unto death, he has been hanged on the gallows. His corpse shall not remain on a tree. Instead he shall be buried on the same day. For he hangs from a tree that has been cursed by God, and you shall not defile your land, which the Lord your God will give to you as a possession. On to 22. Are we going to keep going here?
Dude,
What's the word?
I mean, you did your hour.
Okay, do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to finish it off?
Do you want to
How much time we got?
We got 12 more chapters. Is that gonna be too much?
Oh,
Or should I let Tommy get in here?
Yeah, let's pass it off.
Let's
Let
pass
him
off the
go
baton.
Well, more
Okay.
time.
Dude, everyone clap it up for Lenny.
Let's go, Lenny.
Yeah, I thought he was, but he was Lenny. Great pace.
All right.
Thanks for reading.
No problem.
We're
We
gonna
got
do some
Tom
set,
Thank you for squeezing me in.
set improvements.
Set improvements.
Between shifts. Lenny
Take-
spun the wheel once, had to wear the hat.
It's actually 10 o'clock sharp.
Here we go.
The wheel has to be
succeeded.
spun again.
Wheels be spun again.
You did?
Wait,
Oh,
again?
From your friends.
Oh, yeah.
Or is
That's
that
what
that
Lenny
That was
spun
the one.
for.
Oh, never mind.
No, David, just put it all on here. Put it all like this.
Wait, what?
Oh, actually, someone did just donate.
Alright, that'll probably work. They did?
Um,
What is it
yes, they did,
What is it at?
but it might not have been $50.
Okay.
No, never mind. It wasn't 50. It was like 10.
What's the donation?
I'll tell you when it loads.
How does that look?
It looks cool.
I don't know. I think what I was working
Dell
up
Power
was gonna work
Manager.
good.
Alright, you do.
That's what I'm thinking.
Alright, guys, we're almost done with the Torah.
Getting there.
It's almost.
Almost.
I think this thing's actually like too big.
Just a couple set adjustments.
Just with that.
Yeah, just move this a little bit.
Oh, Fiji.
What do you think? I think it looks pretty cool.
Wow.
I have no idea.
Can I see myself somewhere?
Yeah.
Say. What's up, guys?
There you are.
Oh, that looks sweet.
Yeah.
Alright.
Looks rustic.
It's
dude.
better.
Oh yeah, another donation, not 50, but thank you. I think it was 35, so thanks for the Bible.
Alright, I think that looks pretty good.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Let's
We
go,
need,
Tom.
we need to do this though.
Alright.
Yes.
He's
Perfect.
everywhere.
What? There's some in the background or something?
Pick that one up.
Where?
They're on there.
Lower.
You can't. They're not even in frame.
Okay.
Okay. Kind of don't. Okay. Actually, maybe a little bigger.
Gets brighter soon. We got the David and Goliath part coming soonish. Yeah, soonish.
Soonish.
I think that's 1 Samuel.
Christian, is this yours?
This is David's.
David, can you just turn the brightness up?
Sure. Let's see what we can do.
Whoa, is that a real Bible?
Guys, we can turn the brightness up on the Bible. That's crazy.
Wow, who would have thought?
We're
Bible
going digital.
Kindle.
It's nighttime. We're going digital.
Going
here.
digital, we got the nice big text. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Where are you tuning in from? Where's everybody from?
Everywhere.
Listen to Tom as you fall asleep tonight.
Base. Okay. Is
Reason
this,
to
can I
know
just
when.
crank it?
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
plugged in. So.
Tom's gonna be the reason we don't get any sleep.
True. Okay. Len, you just started 21, right?
22. You're on 22?
Am I on 21 or 22?
You're on 22.
22, yeah, you just
You're
flipped
set.
it.
You're all set.
All right. Thank you.
At least I got the type of hands. Got that part. I got a strong part.
Oh, all right. If you see your brother's ox or sheep wander astray, this chair has no give.
No, I can't talk.
we're sitting straight up. Okay. If you see your brother's ox or sheep wander astray, you shall not pass by. Instead, you shall lead them back to your brother. But if your brother is not near, or you do not know him, you shall lead them to your house. And I see. They shall be with you until your brother seeks them and receives them. You shall act in a similar manner with his donkey and his clothes, and his clothing, and all of the belongings of your brother that have been lost. If you find it, you shall not neglect it, as if it belonged to a stranger. If you see that your brother's donkey or ox has fallen along the way, you shall not disregard it. Instead, you shall lift it up with him. A woman shall not be clothed with manly apparel, nor shall a man make use of feminine apparel, for whoever does these things is abominable to God. If, as you are walking along the way, you find a bird's nest in a tree or on the ground, and the mother is nurturing the young or the eggs, you shall not take her with her young. Instead, you shall permit her to go, retaining the young that you have caught, so that it may be well with you, and you may live for a long time. That's a weird one. When you build a new house, you shall make a wall around the roof, Otherwise, someone may slip and fall down violently, and so blood would be shed at your house, and you would be guilty. You shall not sow your vineyard with another seed, lest both seed you have sown and the springs forth from the vineyard be sanctified together. You shall not till with an ox and a donkey at the same time. You shall not wear a vestment which has been woven both from wool and linen. You shall make string along the hem at the four corners of your cloak which covers you. If a man takes a wife and afterward he has hatred for her, and so he seeks opportunities to dismiss her, imputing a very wicked name to her by saying, I received this woman as a wife, and upon entering to her I found her not to be a virgin. Then her father and mother shall take her, and they shall bring with them the signs of her virginity to the elders of the city who are at the gate. And the father will say, I gave my daughter to this man as a wife, and because he hates her, he accuses her with a very wicked name by saying, I did not find your daughter to be a virgin. Behold, these are the signs of my daughter's virginity, and shall spread the clothing before the elders of the city. And the elders of the city shall apprehend that man and beat him. Moreover, they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which he shall give to the father of the girl, because he has committed slander with a very wicked name against the virgin of Israel. And he shall have her as a wife, and he cannot dismiss her throughout the days of his life. But if what he has claimed is true, and the virginity is not found in the girl, they shall throw her down outside the doors of her father's house, and the men of that city shall stone her to death, and she shall die, for she has acted wickedly in Israel, and that she has fornicated in her father's house, and so shall you take away the evil from your midst. If a man sleeps with the wife of another, they shall both die, that is, the adulterer and the adulteress, and so shall you take away the evil from Israel. If a man has betrothed a girl who is a virgin, and someone finds her in the city, and he lies with her, then you shall lead them both out of the gate of the city, and they shall be stoned to death. And they shall be stoned to death. The girl, because she did not cry out, though she was in the city. The man, because he has humiliated the wife of his neighbor. And so shall you take the evil from your midst. But if a man discovers in the countryside a girl who had been betrothed, and apprehending her, he lies with her, then he shall alone die. The girl shall suffer nothing, nor is she guilty unto death. For just as a robber rises up against his brother and slays his life, so also did that girl suffer greatly. She was alone in the field. She cried out, and there was no one nearby who might deliver her. If a man find a girl who is a virgin, who does not have a betrothed, and taking her, he lies with her, and the matter is brought to judgment, then he who slept with her shall give to the father of the girl 50 shekels of silver, and he shall have her as a wife, because he has humiliated her. He cannot dismiss her throughout the days of his life. No man shall take his father's wife, nor remove her covering. A eunuch, one whose testicles have been debilitated or cut off, or whose penis has been cut off, shall not enter into the church of the Lord. The offspring of the harlot, that is, one born of a prostitute, shall not enter into the church of the Lord until the 10th generation. The Amorite and the Moabite, even after the 10th generation, shall not enter into the church forever, because they were not willing to meet you with bread along the way when you had departed from Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam, the son of Beor, from Mesopotamia and Syria, in order to curse you. But the Lord your God was not willing to listen to Balaam, and he turned his cursing into your blessing, because he loves you. You shall not make peace with them, nor shall you seek their prosperity throughout all the days of your life forever. You shall not abhor anyone from Idumea, for he is your brother, nor the Egyptian, for you are no rival in his land. Those who have been born to them in the 3rd generation shall enter into the church of the Lord. When you have gone out to war against your enemies, you shall keep for yourselves from everything that is evil. If there is a man among you who has been defiled by a dream in the night, he shall depart from the camp, and he shall not return before the evening, after he is washed with water, and then, after the sun sets, he shall return to the camp. You shall have a place beyond the camp to which you go from the necessities of nature, carrying a small shovel in your belt, and as you would sit down, you shall dig around. And then the soil was dug up, you shall cover, and from which you were relieved. For the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp in order to rescue you, and to deliver your enemies to you. And so, let your camp be holy, and let nothing filthy appear within it, lest he abandon you. You shall not deliver a servant who has fled to you to his master. You shall not deliver a servant who has fled to you to his master. He shall live with you in a place that pleases him, and he shall rest in one of your cities. You shall not grieve him. There shall be no prostitutes among the daughters of Israel, nor anyone among the sons of Israel who visits a prostitute. You shall not offer money from a prostitute, nor the price of a dog in the house of the Lord your God, no matter what you may have vowed, for both of these are an abomination to the Lord. You shall not lend money or grain or anything else to your brother in interest, but only to a foreigner. For you shall lend to your brother whatever he needs without interest, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all the works of your land, which you shall enter as to possess it. When you have made a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not be late in paying it, for the Lord your God demands it, and if you delay, it shall be imputed to you as a sin. If you are not willing to make a promise, then it shall be without sin. But as soon as it has departed from your lips, you shall observe and do just as you have promised to the Lord your God, and just as you have spoken of your own free will and with your own mouth. Upon entering your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat as many grapes as you please, but you may not carry any out with you. If you enter into your friend's grain field, you may break off the ears and rub them in your hand, but you may not reap them with a sickle. If a man takes a wife, and he has her, and she does not find favor before his eyes, because of some vileness, then he shall write a bill of divorce, and he shall give it to her hand, and he shall dismiss her from his house. And having departed, she has married another. And if likewise he hates her, and has given her a bill of divorce, and he has dismissed her from his house, and indeed he has died, the former husband cannot take her back as a wife, for he has been polluted, and has become abominable in the sight of the Lord. Otherwise, you may curse your land, which the Lord your God will deliver to you as a possession to sin. When a man has recently taken a wife, he shall not go out to war, nor shall any public office be enjoined upon him. Instead, he shall be free at home without guilt, so that for 1 year he may rejoice with his wife. You shall not accept an upper or lower millstone as collateral, for then he will have placed his life with you. If a man has been caught soliciting his brothers among the sons of Israel, and selling him in order to receive a price, then he shall be put to death, and so shall you take away the evil from your midst. Observe diligently, lest you incur the wound of leprosy. But you shall do whatever the priests of the Levitical stock teach you to do, according to which I have instructed them, and you shall fulfill it carefully. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam along the way as you were departing from Egypt. When you require from your neighbor anything that he owes you, you shall not enter into his house in order to take away the collateral. Instead, you shall stand outside, and he will carry out to you what he has. But if he is poor, then the collateral shall not remain with you through the night. Instead, you shall return it to him promptly before the setting of the sun, so that sleeping in his own garden he may bless you, and you may have justice in the presence of your Lord. You shall not refuse the pay of the indigent and the poor, whether he is your brother or he is a new arrival who dwells in your land and within your gates. Instead, you shall pay him the price of his labor on the same day, before the setting of the sun, for he is poor, and he sustains his life. Otherwise, he may cry out against you in the Lord, and would be charged to you as a sin. The father shall not be put to death on behalf of the sons, nor the sons on behalf of the fathers, but each one shall die for his own sin. You shall not pervert the judgment of the new arrival or the orphan. Nor shall you take away the widow's garment as collateral. Remember that you served in Egypt and that the Lord your God rescued you from there. Therefore I am instructing you to act in this way. When you have reaped the grain in your field, and having forgotten, you leave behind a sheaf, you shall not return to take it away. Instead, you shall permit the new arrival and the orphan and the widow to take it away, so that the Lord your God may bless you and all the works of your hands. If you have gathered the fruits of your olive trees, you shall not return in order to gather whatever remains in the trees. Instead, you shall leave it behind for the new arrival, the orphan, and the widow. If you harvest the vintage of your field, you shall not gather the remaining clusters. Instead, you shall fall to use of the stranger, the orphan, and the widow. Remember that you also served in Egypt, and for this reason I am instructing you to act in this way. And if there is a case between persons, and they apply to the judges, they shall give the palm of justice to the one whom they perceive to be just, and they shall condemn of impiety the one who is impious. But if he sees that one who has sinned is worthy of stripes, they shall prostrate him, and cause him to be beaten before them, according to the measure of the sin. So shall the measure of the stripes be. Even so, these shall not exceed the number of 40. Otherwise, your brother may depart, having been wounded shamefully before your eyes. You shall not muzzle an ox as it's treading the crops of the field. When your brothers are living together, and one of them dies without children, the wife of the deceased shall not marry another. Instead, his brother shall take her, and he shall raise up the offspring for his brother. And the first son from her he shall call by his brother's name, so that his name may not be abolished from Israel. But if he is not willing to take his brother's wife, who by law must go to him, the woman shall go to the gates of the city, and she shall call upon those greater by birth, and she shall say, The brother of my husband is not willing to rise up his brother's name in Israel, nor will he join with me. And immediately they shall summon him, and to be sent, and they shall question him. If he responds, I am not willing to accept her as a wife, then the woman shall approach him in the sight of the elders. She shall remove his shoe from his foot. She shall spit on his face. She shall say, So shall it be done to a man who is not willing to build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of the unshod. If two men have a conflict between themselves, and one begins to do violence with the other, and if the other's wife, wanting to rescue her brother from the hand of the stronger one, extends her hand and grasps him by his private parts, then you shall cut off her hand, neither shall you weep her with any mercy. You shall not have differing weights, greater or lesser, in your bag. Neither shall there be in your house a greater or lesser measure. You shall have a just and true weight, and your measure shall be equal and true, so that you may live long upon the land, which the Lord your God may give to you. For the Lord your God abominates him who does these things, and he loathes all injustice. Remember what Amalek did to you along the way when you were departing from Egypt, how he met you and cut down the stragglers of the troops who were sitting down exhausted, when you were consumed by hunger and hardship, and how he did not fear God. Therefore, when the Lord your God will give you rest, and you will have subdued all the surrounding nations in the land, which he has promised to you, you shall delete his name from under heaven. Take care not to forget this. And when you have entered into the land which the Lord your God will give to you to possess, and when you have obtained it, and are living within it, you shall take the first of all your crops, and place them in a basket, and you shall travel to the place which the Lord your God will choose, so that his name may be invoked there. And you shall approach the priest who will be in those days, and you shall call to him, I profess this day before the Lord your God, that I have entered into the land which he swore to our fathers, that he would give it to us. And the priest, taking the basket from your hand, shall place it before the altar of the Lord your God. And you shall say, in the sight of the Lord your God, the Syrian pursued my father, who descended into Egypt, and he sojourned there in a very small number, and he increased into a great and small nation, and to an innumerable multitude. And the Egyptians afflicted us, and they persecuted us, imposing upon us the most grievous burdens. And we cried out to the Lord, the God of our fathers. He heard us, And he looked with favor upon our humiliation and hardship and distress. And he led us away from Egypt with a strong hand and an outstretched arm, with a mighty terror, with signs and wonders. And he led us to this place, and he delivered us to the land flowing with milk and honey. And because of this, I now offer the first fruits of the land which the Lord has given me. And you shall leave them in the sight of the Lord your God, and you shall adore the Lord your God. And you shall feast on all the good things which the Lord your God will give to you, and to your house to you, and the Levite, and the new arrival who is with you. When you have completed the tithing of all your crops, in the 3rd year of tithes, you shall give it to the Levite, and to the new arrival, and to the orphan, and to the widow, so that they may eat within your gates, and be satisfied. You shall say, in the sight of the Lord your God, I have taken what was sanctified from my house, and I have given it to the Levite, and to the new arrival, and to the orphan, and to the widow, just as you commanded me. I have not transgressed for your commandments, nor have I forgotten your precepts. I have not eaten from the things in my grief, nor have I separated them due to any kind of uncleanness, nor have I expanded any of these things in funerals. I have obeyed the voice of the Lord my God, and I have done all these things just as you instructed me. Look with favor from your sanctuary and from your lofty habitation amid the heavens, and bless your people Israel, in the land which you have given to us, just as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. Today the Lord your God has instructed you to carry out these commandments and judgments, and to keep them and fulfill them with all your heart and with all your soul. Today you have chosen the Lord to be your God, so that you may walk in his ways, and keep his ceremonies and commandments and judgments, and obey his commands. Today the Lord has chosen you, so that you may be his particular people, just as he spoken to you, and so you may keep all his precepts, and so that he may cause you to be more exalted than all the nations which he has created, for the sake of his own praise and name and his glory, in order that you may be a holy people for the Lord your God, just as he has spoken. Then Moses and the elders of Israel instructed the people, saying, Keep each commandment I instruct you this day. And when you have crossed over the Jordan, into the land which your God will give to you, you shall erect immense stones, and you shall coat them with plaster, so that you may be able to write upon them all the words of this law which has crossed the Jordan. All the words of this law, when you have crossed the Jordan, so as to enter into the land which the Lord your God will give to you, a land flowing with milk and honey, just as he swore to your fathers. Therefore, when you have crossed over the Jordan, erect these stones, just as I instruct you to do this day on Mount Ebal, and you shall coat them with plaster, and you shall build in that place an altar to the Lord your God out of stones, which have not been touched by iron, out of the stones which have not been hewn or polished, and you shall offer holocausts on it to the Lord your God. And you shall immolate peace victims, and you shall eat and feast in that place in the sight of the Lord your God. And you shall write upon the stones all the words of this law plainly and clearly. And Moses and the priests of the Levitical stock said to all Israel, Attend and listen, O Israel. Today have you become the people of your Lord. You shall listen to his voice. You shall do the commandments and justices which I am entrusting to you. And Moses instructed in that day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim as a blessing to all people. When you will have crossed the Jordan, Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin, and in the opposite region there shall stand on Mount Ebal as a curse Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall pronounce and declare to all the men of Israel with an exalted voice, Cursed be the man who makes a graven or molten idol, an abomination to the Lord, a work of the hands of its maker, and who puts in it a secret place. And all the people shall respond by saying, Amen. Cursed be he who does not honor his father and mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who removes his neighbor's landmarks. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who causes the blind to go astray on a journey. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who subverts the judgment of the new arrival, the orphan, or the widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who lies with his father's wife, and who exposes the coverings of his bed. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who lies with any beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who lies with his sister, the daughter of his father or of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who secretly strikes down his neighbor, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who accepts the gifts in order to strike down the life of innocent blood, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be to he who does not remain in the words of this law, and does not carry out them in deed, and all the people shall say, Amen. So then, if you will listen to the voice of the Lord your God, so as to keep and do all his commandments, which I instruct you this day, the Lord your God will cause you to be more exalted than all the nations which exist upon the earth. And all these blessings shall come to you, and take hold of you. But if you listen to his precepts, blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed in the field. Blessed shall your fruits be in your loins, and the fruits over your land, and the fruits over your cattle, the droves of your herds and the folds of your sheep. Blessed shall be your barns, blessed your storehouses. Blessed shall you be entering and departing. The Lord will grant you that your enemies who rise up against you will fall down in your sight. They will come against you by one way, and they will flee from your face by 7 ways. The Lord will send forth a blessing upon your sellers, and upon all the works of your hands, and he will bless you in the land that you shall receive. The Lord will raise you up as a holy people for himself, just as he swore to you. If you will keep these commandments of the Lord your God, and walk in his ways, and all the people of the earth shall see that the name of the Lord has been invoked over you, and they shall fear you. The Lord will cause you be abundant in every good thing, in the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your land, which the Lord swore to your fathers that he would give to you. The Lord will open his excellent treasury, the heavens, so that it may distribute rain in due time, and he shall bless all your works of your hands. And you shall lend to many nations, but you yourselves will borrow nothing from anyone. And the Lord will appoint to you the head, and not as the tail. And you shall be as the above, and not beneath. But only if you listen to the commandments of the Lord your God, which I entrust to you this day, and will keep and do them. And will not turn aside from them, neither to the right, nor to the left, nor follow any strange gods, nor worship them. But if you are not willing to listen to these voice of the Lord your God, so as to keep and do all his commandments and ceremonies, which I instruct you this day, all of these curses shall come to you, and shall take hold of you. Cursed shall you be in your city, and cursed in your field. Cursed shall you be in your barn, and cursed in your storehouses. Cursed shall you be the fruit of your loins, the fruit of your land, and the herds of your oxen, and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be entering, and cursed shall you be departing. The Lord will send famine and hunger upon you, and rebuke all the works that you do, until he quickly crushes and perishes you, because of your wicked innovations, by which you have forsaken me. May the Lord join a pestilence upon you, until he consumes you from the land, which shall enter so as to possess. May the Lord strike you with destitution, with fever and cold, with burning and heat, with polluted air and rot. And may he pursue you until you perish. May the heavens which are above you be as brass, and the ground which you tread on be of iron. May the Lord give dust instead of rain upon your land, and may the ashes descend from heaven over you, until they have been wiped away. May the Lord hand you over to fall before your enemies. May you go forth against them by one way, and flee by 7 ways. And may you be scattered across all the kingdoms of the earth. And may your carcass be food for all the flying things of the air, and the wild beasts of the land. And may there be no one to drive them away. May the Lord strike you with the ulcer of Egypt, and may he strike the parts of your body through which the dung goes out, which disease as well as itch, so much that you are unable to be cured. May the Lord strike you with frenzy and blindness and madness of your mind, and may you grope at midday, just as a blind man is accustomed to grope in darkness, and your paths may not be straight. And at all times may you suffer slander and be oppressed with violence. And may you have no one who may free you. May you take a wife, though another sleeps with her. May you build a house, but not to live within it. May you plant a vineyard, and not to gather its vintage. May your ox be immolated before you, though you do not eat from it. May your donkey be seized in your sight, and may not be restored to you. May your sheep be given to you, to your enemies, and may there be no one who may help you. May your sons and your daughters be handed over to another people, as your eyes watch and languish at the sight of them throughout the day, and may there be no strength in your hand. May a people you do not know eat the fruits of your land and all of your labors, and may you continually suffer from slander and oppression every day, and may you be stupefied at the terror of the things your eyes will see. May the Lord strike you with a grievous ulcer in the knees and in your legs, and you may be unable to attain health from the sole of your foot to the top of your head. May the Lord lead you and your king, whom you will have appointed over yourselves, into a nation which you and your fathers have not known, and there you will serve foreign gods of wood and stone, and you will become nothing but a proverb. And you will become nothing but a proverb and a fable to all the people to whom your Lord will lead you, to all the peoples to whom the Lord will lead you. You will sow much seed upon the ground, but you will harvest little, for the locusts will devour everything. You will dig and plant a vineyard, but you will not drink the wine, nor gather anything at all from it, for it will be devastated by worms. You will have olive trees in your borders, but they will not be anointed with oil, for the olives will fall off and perish. You will conceive sons and daughters, and you will not enjoy them, for they will be led into captivity. Rot will consume all the trees, as well as the fruits of your land, and the new arrival who lives with you in the land will ascend over you and be higher than you, but you will descend and be lower. He will lend to you, and you will not lend to him. He will be as the head, and you will be as the tail. And all these curses shall come to you, and shall pursue you, and shall take hold of you, until you pass away, because you did not listen to the voice of your God, and would not. Sorry guys, technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties with a paper Bible? What?
Yeah, unfortunately. How's the internet going for the stream?
It's going great.
Okay.
Yeah. The internet, no issues at all.
Unfortunately, cannot say the case for this bad boy. Which one's your go-to one?
Alright, here, go back to this. I'll work on that.
Oh, I just need to connect to the internet.
Let's see.
It just disconnected itself.
That should be good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're live.
Yep. And all these curses shall come upon you, and shall pursue you, and shall take hold of you, until you pass away, because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God. And you would not... And all these curses shall come to you, and shall pursue you, and shall take hold of you, until you pass away, because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God, and you would not serve his commandments and ceremonies, which he has instructed to you. And there will be signs and portents with you, and your offspring forever, because you did not serve the Lord your God with gladness and a joyful heart over the abundance of all things. You will serve your enemy, who the Lord will send to you, in hunger, and thirst, and nakedness, and in destitution of all things, and he will place an iron yoke upon your neck until he has crushed you. The Lord will lead over you a nation from far away, even the furthest parts of the earth, like an eagle flying with great force, whose language you are not able to understand. A very insolent nation, which will show no deference to elders, nor take pity on little ones. And you will devour the fruit, and he will devour the fruit of your cattle, and the fruits of your land, until you have passed away, without leaving behind your wheat, or wine, or oil, or herds of oxen, or flocks of sheep, until he utterly destroys you. and he will crush you and all your cities. Your strong and lofty walls in which you trusted will be destroyed throughout all your land. You will be besieged within your gates throughout all your land, which the Lord your God will give to you. And you will eat the fruits of your, and he will eat the fruits of your womb, and the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which the Lord of God will give to you, due to the anguish and devastation which your enemy will oppress you. Oh, and you will eat. And the Lord and the man who is pampered and very self-indulgent among you will vie with his own brother and with the wife who lies at his bosom, lest he give to them from the flesh of his sons, which he will eat, for he has nothing else, due to the siege and destruction which your enemies will devastate within all your gate. The tender and pampered woman, who would not walk upon the soil, nor step firmly with her foot, due to very great softness and tenderness, will vie with her husband, who lies at her bosom, over the flesh of the son and daughter, and over the flesh of the afterbirth, which goes forth from between her thighs, and over the children who are born in the very same hour. For they will eat them secretly, due to the scarcity of all the things during the siege and the devastation with which your enemy will oppress within your gates. If you will not keep and do all the words of this law which is written to you in this volume, and fear his glorious and terrible name, that is the Lord your God, then the Lord will increase your plagues, and the plagues of your offspring, plagues great and long-lasting infirmities, very grievous and continuous. And you will turn back upon all the afflictions of Egypt, which you fear, and these will cling to you. In addition, the Lord will lead over you all the diseases and plagues that are not written in the volume of this law, until he crushes you, and you will remain few in number, though you were before like the stars of the heaven in multitude, because you would not listen to the voice of the Lord your God. And just as before, when the Lord rejoiced over you, doing good for you, and multiplying you, so shall he rejoice, scattering the overturning you, so as to take you away from the land, which you shall enter in order to possess. The Lord will disperse you among all the peoples, from the heights of the earth to its furthest limits, and there you will serve foreign gods of wood and of stone, which you and your fathers did not know. Similarly, you will not have tranquility, even within those nations, nor will there be any rest for the steps of your feet. For the Lord will give to you at the place of fearful heart and failing eyes, and a life consumed with grieving. And your life will be as if you were hanging before you. You will be afraid night and day, and you will not have confidence in your own life. In the mornings you will say, who will grant evening to me? And at evening, who will grant morning to me? Because of the dread of your heart, which you will be terrified, and because of all the things which you have seen with your own eyes. The Lord will lead you back into Egypt, with the fleet of ships along the way, about which he said to you, that you would not see it again. In that place you will be put up for sale as a man and woman servants to your enemies, but there will be no one willing to buy you. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord instructed to Moses to form with the sons of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he struck with them at Horeb. And Moses called to all of Israel, and said to them, You have seen all these things that the Lord has done in the sight of your land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants, and to his entire land, the great trials which your eyes have seen, those immense signs and wonders. But the Lord has not given you an understanding heart, and seeing eyes and ears that are able to hear, even to this present day. He led you for 40 years through the desert. Your garments have not been worn out, nor have the shoes of your feet been consumed by age. You did not eat bread, nor did you drink wine or liquor, so that you would know that I am the Lord your God. And you arrived at this place, and Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, went out to meet us in battle, and we struck them down. And we took their land, and delivered it to the possession of Reuben and to Gad, and to half of the tribe of Manasseh. Therefore, keep the words of this covenant, and fulfill them, so that you may understand all that you are doing. Today you all stand in the sight of the Lord your God, your leaders, your tribes, and those greater by birth, and teachers of all the people of Israel, your children and wives, and the new arrivals who dwell in your camp, aside from those who cut wood, and those who bring water, so that you may cross into the covenant of the Lord your God, and to the oath which the Lord your God strikes with you today. So shall he raise you up, a people to himself, and so shall he be your God, just as he has spoken to you, and just as he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I am not forming this covenant and confirm these oaths with you alone, but with all those present as well as those who are absent. For you know how we have lived in the land of Egypt, and how we have passed through the midst of the nations. And when passing through them, you saw their abominations, their filth, that is, their idols of wood and stone, and silver and gold, which they worshipped. So they would not be among you man or woman, family or tribe, whose heart has been turned away this day from the Lord our God, so as you to go and serve the gods of those nations. For them there would be among you a root springing forth of gall and bitterness. And if he were to hear the words of this oath, he would bless himself in his own heart, saying, There will be peace for me, and I will walk in the depravity of my heart. And so the one who is inebriated would consume the one who is thirsty, and the Lord would not ignore him. Instead, at that time, his fury and zealousness would be very greatly inflamed against that man, and all the curses which has been written in this volume would settle upon him, and the Lord would abolish his name from under heaven, and consume him, unto perdition, out of all the tribes of Israel, according to the curses which are contained in this book of law, and in this covenant. And the subsequent generation would speak out, along with the sons who will be born afterwards, and the sojourners who will arrive from far away, will see the plagues of that land, and the infirmities of which the Lord has afflicted it, having burned it with sulfur and molten salt, so that it can no longer be sown, and certainly no greenery would spring up, as in the example of the destruction of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zebon, which the Lord overturned with his wrath and fury. And so all the nations would say, Why has the Lord acted this way towards this land? What is this immense wrath and fury? And they will respond, Because they are abandoned by the covenant of the Lord, which he has formed with their fathers, and has led them away from the land of Egypt. And they have served foreign gods, and adored them, though they did not know them, and though they had not been allotted to them. For this reason the fury of the Lord was enraged against the land, as to lead over it all the curses which has been written in this volume. And he cast them out of their own land, with anger and fury, and with very great indignation. And he has thrown them into a very strange land, just as he has been proven this day. These hidden things of the Lord our God have been revealed to us, so that our sons in perpetuity, so that we may accomplish all this words of this law. Now, when all these things will have fallen over you, the blessing or the curse that I have... Good. Now, when all these things will have fallen over you, the blessings or the curse I have set forth in your sight, and you will have been led to the repentance of your heart among all the nations to which the Lord your God has dispersed you, and when you will have returned to him, so as to obey his commandments, just as I have instructed you this day with your own sons, with your whole heart and your whole soul, then the Lord God will lead you away from your captivity and take pity on you, and will gather you again from all the nations which he has dispersed you before, even as you will have been scattered. As far as the poles of the heavens, the Lord your God will retrieve you from there, and he will take you up and lead you into the land which your fathers possessed, and shall obtain it. In blessing, he will make you greater in number than your fathers ever were. The Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your offspring, so that you may love the Lord of God with all your heart and all your entire soul, so that you may be able to live. And he will turn all these curses upon your enemies, and upon those who hate and persecute you. But you shall return, and you shall listen to the voice of your God, and you shall carry out all the commandments which I am instructing you to this day. And the Lord your God will cause you to abound in all the works of your hands, and the progeny of your womb, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fertility of your land, and with an abundance of all things. For the Lord your God will return, so that he may rejoice over you in all good things, just as he rejoiced in your fathers, but only if you listen to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep his precepts and ceremonies, which have been written in this law, and only if you return to the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. This commandment, which I entrust to you today, is not high above you, nor has it been placed far away, nor is it in the heaven, so that you would be able to say, which of us can ascend to heaven, as to carry it back down to us, so that we may hear it and fulfill it indeed. Nor is it beyond the sea, so that you would excuse yourself by saying, which of us is able to cross the sea and carry it back to us, so that we may be able to hear it and do what has been instructed. Instead, the word is near you, in your mouth and in your heart, so that you may do it. Consider that I have set forth in your sight this day life and good, or on the opposite side, death and evil, so that you may love the Lord your God, and walk in his ways, and keep his commandment and ceremonies and judgments, so that you may live, and that he may multiply you, and bless the land which you shall enter in order to possess. But if your heart will have been turned aside, so that you are not willing to listen, and having been deceived by error, you would adore strange gods and serve them, I predict to you this day that you will perish, and you will remain only for a short time in the land which you shall cross the Jordan, and which you shall enter in order to possess. I call heavens and earth as a witness this day, and I have been set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, so that both of you and your offspring may live, and that you may love the Lord your God, and obey his voice and cling to him. For he is your life and the length of your days, and so that you may live in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so that he would give it to them. And so Moses went out, and he spoke these words to all of Israel. And he said to them, Today I am 120 years old. I am no longer able to go out and return, especially since the Lord has also said to me, You shall not cross into this Jordan. Therefore the Lord your God will go across before you. He himself will abolish all these nations in your sight, and you shall possess them. And this man Joshua shall go across before you, just as the Lord has spoken to you. And the Lord will do to them just as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, and he will wipe them away. Therefore, when the Lord will have delivered these to you also, you shall act similarly toward them, just as I instructed you. Act manfully, and be strengthened. Do not be afraid. Do not dread the sight of them, for the Lord your God himself is your commander, and he will neither dismiss you nor abandon you. And Moses called Joshua, and before all of Israel, and said to them, Be strong and vigilant, for you shall lead the people into the land which the Lord swore that he would give to their fathers, and you shall divide it by lot. And the Lord, who is your commander, will himself be with you. He will neither renounce nor abandon you. Do not be afraid, and do not dread. And so Moses wrote this law, and handed it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel. And he instructed them, saying, After 7 years, in the years of remission, at the solemnity of the Feast of the Tabernacles, when all Israel had convened, in order to be in the sight of the Lord your God, in the place the Lord will choose, you shall read the words of this law before all of Israel in their hearing. And when the people have gathered together, men as well as women, and little children, and new arrivals who are within your gates, they shall listen, that they may learn, and they may fear the Lord, and may keep and fulfill all the words of this law, and so that their sons who are now ignorant may be able to listen, and fear the Lord, their God, all the days of their life, that they live in the land which you will travel, crossing into the Jordan in order to obtain it. And the Lord says to Moses, Behold, the days of your life draw near. Call Joshua, and stand at the tabernacle of your testimony, so that I may instruct him. Therefore Moses and Joshua went and stood at the tabernacle of the testimony. And the Lord appeared there in a pillar of cloud, and stood at the entrance of the tabernacle. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers, and this people will rise up, and will fornicate after foreign gods in the land. And they will enter, so that they may live in it. In that place they will forsake me, and they will make void the covenant which I have formed with them. And my fury will be enraged against them on that day, and I will abandon them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. Every evil affliction will find them, so much so that they will say in that day, Truly it is because God is not with me that these evils have found me. But I will hide myself, I will conceal my face, in that day, because all the evils they have done, because they have followed strange gods. And I will write in the canticle now, and teach it to the sons of Israel, that they may retain it in memory, and chant it by mouth, And so this verse may be a testimony to me among the sons of Israel. For I will lead them into the land about which I swore to their fathers, a land flowing of milk and honey. And when they have eaten and have been satiated and fattened, they will turn aside to foreign gods, and they will serve them, and they will disparage me, and they will nullify my covenant. And after many evils and afflictions have overwhelmed them, this canticle will answer them as a testimony. It shall never pass into oblivion away from their mouths of their offspring, for I know their thoughts, and what they are about to do today, even before I lead them into the land where I have promised them. Therefore Moses wrote the canticle, and he taught it to the sons of Israel. And the Lord instructed Joshua, the son of Nun, Be strong and valiant, for you shall lead the sons of Israel into the land which I have promised, and I will be there with you. Therefore, after Moses had written the words of the law in a volume and had finished it, he instructed the Levites, who carried the ark of the covenant to the Lord, saying, Take this book, and place it inside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, so that it may be there as a testimony against you. For I know your contentiousness, and your very stiff neck. Even while I am still living and entering with you, I have always acted with contention against the Lord. How much more so when I will be dead? Gather to me all those who gather by birth throughout your tribes, as well as your teachers, and I will speak the words of their hearing, and I will call heaven and earth as a witness against them. For I know, after my death you will act with iniquity, and you will quickly depart from the way I have instructed you. And so evils will meet you, and in the end time, when you will have done evil in the sight of the Lord, so as to provoke him with the works of these hands. Thus Moses did speak, and hearing the entire assembly of Israel the words of this canticle, and he completed it to its very end. Listen, O heavens, to what I am saying. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. Let my doctrine accumulate like the rain. Let my eloquence form like the dew, like a mist upon the plants, and the water droplets upon the grass. For I will invoke the name of the Lord, and acknowledge the magnificence of our God. The works of the God are perfect, and all his ways are judgments. God is faithful, and without any iniquity. He is just and upright. They have sinned against him, and in their filth they are not his sons. They are a depraved and perverse generation. How can this be, the return you would offer in the Lord, O foolishness and senseless people? Is he himself not your father? Who has possessed you, and made you, and created you? Remember the days of iniquity. Consider each generation. Question your father, and he will declare it to you. Question your elders, and they will tell it to you. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he appointed the limits of the people according to the number of the sons of Israel. But the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob, and his lot his inheritance. He discovered him a desert land, in a place of horror and vast wilderness. He led him around and taught him, and guarded him, like the pupil of his eye. Just as an eagle encourages his young to fly, and flying above them stretches out its wings, and takes them up and carries them on its shoulders. The Lord alone was his leader, and there was no strange god with him. He stood him upon an exalted land, so that he might eat the fruits of the field, so that he might eat honey from the rock, and oil from the hardest stone, butter from the herd, and milk from the sheep, with fat from the lambs, and with rams and goats. What does that mean?
We got a $50 donation.
Yeah.
From Anonymous.
Okay.
We do not know who they are, but you have to spin the wheel of punishment and reward because they donated $50.
Ooh. Well, it's gonna be punishment for another person. So I'm here for about
You're
5
right near
more
the end of your
minutes.
shift. Spin it good. Thanks for reading, Tom. Vinegar shot.
Oh no.
How do you feel about that?
That's horrible.
All right, you're gonna do it at the end of your shift, so you don't have to.
Cool.
It's vinegar or lemon. You can choose.
Probably lemon, I guess.
All right. You finish.
Okay, I'm gonna finish up the
Thanks
book.
to the anonymous donor.
Thanks to the anonymous donor. Thank you. You have given a Catholic school kid a study Bible.
Yeah, pretty much.
Congrats. All right. Just as an eagle encourages its young to fly, and flying above them stretches out its wings, and takes them up and carries them on his shoulder, the Lord alone was his leader, and there was no strange god with him. He stood him upon exalted land, so that he might eat fruits of the field, so that he might eat honey from the rock, and oil from the hardest stone, butter from the herd, milk from the sheep, and with fat from the lambs, and with rams and goats from the sons of Bashan, with the kernel of the wheat, so that he might drink undiluted blood of the grape. And the beloved grew fat, and he kicked, Having grown fat, thick, and wide, he abandoned God his Maker and withdrew from God his Savior. They provoked him with strange gods, and they stirred him to anger by their abominations. They immolated to demons, and not to gods whom they did not know, whom they knew, and recent arrivals, whom their fathers did not worship. You have forsaken the God who has conceived you, and have not forgotten the God who created you. The Lord saw it, and he was stirred to anger, for his own sons and daughters provoked him. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and I will consider their very end. For this is a perverse generation, and they are unfaithful sons. They have provoked me with that which was not God, and they have angered me with their emptiness. And so I will provoke them with that which is not a people, and I will anger them with a foolish nation. A fire has been kindled in my fury, and it will burn even to the deepest hell, and it will devour the earth with its produce, and it will burn the foundations of the mountains. I will heap evil upon them, and I will expand my arrows among them. They will be consumed by famine, and the birds with a very bitter bite will devour them. I will send forth the teeth of the wild beasts among them, along those fury of the creatures that scurry across the ground, and of the serpents. Outside the sword will devastate them, and inside there will be dread, as much for the young man as for the maiden, as much for the newborn as for the old man. Where are they? I will cause their memory to cease from among men. But because of the wrath of their enemies, I have delayed it. Otherwise, perhaps their enemies would be arrogant, and would say, Our exalted hand, and not the Lord's, has done these things. They are a nation without counsel, and without prudence. I wish that they would be wise and understanding, and would provide for the very end. How is it that one pursues 1,000, and two chases 10,000? Is it not because of their God has sold them, and because their God has enclosed them? For our God is not like their gods, and our enemies are judges. Their vines are of the vines of Sodom, but from the suburbs of Gomorrah, their grasps of gall, and their grape clusters are most bitter. Their wine is the gall of snakes, and it is the incurable venom of asps. Have not these things been stored up with me, and sealed up amid my treasures? Vengeance is mine, and I will repay them in due time, so that their foot may slip and fall, and the day of their perdition is near, and time rushes to appear. The Lord will judge his people, and will take pity on his servants. He will see that their hand has been weakened, and that those who have been enclosed have likewise failed, and that those who have been left behind have been consumed. And he shall say, Where are their gods, in whom they had confidence? They ate the fat of their victims, they drank the wine of their libations. So let these rise up, and bring relief to you, and protect you in your distress. See that I am alone, and there is no other God besides me. I will kill, I will cause to live, I will strike, and I will heal, and there is no one who is able to rescue from my hand. I will lift up my hand to heaven, and I will say, I live in eternity. When I sharpen my sword like lightning, and my hand takes hold of judgment, then I will render my vengeance to my enemies, and I will repay those who hate me. I will inebriate my arrows with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and from the blood of the slain, from the captive, from the exposed head of the enemies. You nations, praise his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and he will distribute vengeance to his enemies, and he will be merciful to the land of his people. Therefore Moses went, and spoke all these words in the canticle to the ears of the people, both he and Joshua the son of Nun. And he completed all these words, and speaking to all of Israel, he said to them, Set your hearts upon all the words which I am testifying to you this day. So shall you command your sons to keep, and to do, and to fulfill all these things which have been written in this law. For these things have not been entrusted to you to no purpose, but so that each one would live by them, and so that in doing these you may constitute for a long time in the land which you will enter upon the crossing the Jordan, in order to possess it. And the Lord spoke to Moses on the same day, saying, Ascend this mountain, Abraham, onto Mount Naob, which is the land of Moab, opposite of Jericho, and look upon the land of Canaan, which I will deliver to the sons of Israel, and obtain it, and you shall die upon the mountain. After climbing it, you will be joined to your people, just as your brother Aaron died on Mount Hor, and placed there with his people. For you have trespassed against me in the midst of the son of Israel, at the waters of contradiction in Kadesh, in the desert of Sin. and you did not sanctify me among the sons of Israel. You shall not see the land opposite you, which I will give to the sons of Israel. But you shall see the land opposite you, which I shall give to the sons of Israel, but you shall not enter into it. This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the sons of Israel before his death. The Lord went forth from Sinai. He arose for us for Seir. He appeared from Mount Paran. The thousands of the holy ones were with him. The fiery law was at his right hand. He loved the people. All the holy ones are in his hand. And those who approach his feet shall retrieve from his doctrine. Moses instructed us in the law, the inheritance of the multitude of Jacob. The king shall have great righteousness at the gatherings of the princes of his people with the tribes of Israel. Let Reuben live and not die, and may he be small in number.
Did you just finish a chapter?
What's
Or
up?
do you want to finish this chapter?
Oh, I am literally, then we can just start on Joshua. This is the last one.
Alright, we'll transfer after this chapter.
This is the blessings of Judah. Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and lead him to his people. His hand shall fight for him, and he shall be his helper against his adversaries. Likewise to Levi he said, Your perfection and your doctrine are for your holy men, whom you have proven by temptation, and whom you have judged in the waters of contradiction. He has said to his father and to his mother, I do not know you, and to his brothers, I will disregard you, and they will have not known their own sons. Such as these have kept their words, and have observed your covenant. Your judgments, O Jacob, and your law, O Israel. They shall place incense before your fury and holocaust upon your altar. O Lord, bless his strength, and receive the works of his hands. Strike the backs of his enemies, and do not let those who hate him rise up. And to Benjamin he said, The most beloved of the Lord, you will live confidently in him. He shall remain all the days long in your bridal chamber, and he shall rest amidst your arms. Likewise to Joseph he said, His land shall be the blessings of the Lord, and the fruits of your heaven from the dew, and from the abyss which lies below, from the fruits of the crops under the sun and the moon, and from the heights of the ancient mountains, and from the everlasting hills, and from the fruits of the earth, all this plenitude. May the blessings of him who appeared in the bush settle upon the heads of Joseph, upon the top head of the Nazarite among his brothers. His excellence is like that of the firstborn bull. His horns are like that of the horns of the rhinoceros. He shall brandish these against the Gentiles, even to the ends of the earth. These are the multitudes of Ephraim, and the thousands of the Messina. And to Zebum, rejoice, Zebum, and your departure in Issachar and your tabernacles. They shall summon the people to the mountain. They shall immolate the victims of justice, who feed the flood of the sea, and his own milk and hidden treasures of the sand. And to Gad he said, Blessed is Gad in its breath. He has rested like a lion, and he has seized the arms at the top of his head, and he has seen his own preeminence, which his teacher has stored up proportion. He was with the princes of the people, and accomplished the justice of the Lord. Likewise to Dan he said, Dan is a young lion. He shall flow plentifully in Bashan. And to Nephalti he said, shall enjoy abundance, and shall be the full blessings of the Lord, and he shall possess the sea of Meridim. Likewise to Asher he said, Let be blessed with the sons. Let him be blessing to his brothers, and not dip his foot in oil. His shoes shall be iron and brass, and were the days of his youth, so that you shall be of old age. There is no other God like the God of the most righteous one, who rides upon the heavens as your helper. His magnificence scatters your clouds. His habitation is above. His everlasting arms are below. He shall cast out the enemies before your face, and he shall say, Be utterly broken. Israel shall live in confidence alone, as the eyes of Jacob in the land of grain and wine, and the heavens will be misty with dew. Blessed are you, O Israel. Who is like you? The people who is saved by the Lord. He is the shield of your assistance and the sword of your glory. Your enemies will refuse to acknowledge you, and shall tread upon your necks. Therefore Moses ascended the plains of Moab, unto Mount Nebo, unto the height of Pigash, opposite of Jericho. And the Lord revealed to him the entire land of Gilead, as far as Dan, and all of Nephalti, and Ephraim, and Masana, and the entire land of Judah, even to the furthest sea, and to the southern region, and the breadth of the plain of Jericho. The city of the palms as far as Zor. And the Lord said to him, This is the land about which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your offspring. You have seen it with your eyes, but you shall not cross over to it. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died in that place, the land of Moab, by order of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, opposite of Peor, and no man knows where his sepulchre is, even to this present day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eyes was not dimmed, and his teeth were not displaced. And the sons of Israel wept for him in the plains of Moab for 30 days. And when the days of their wailing, during which they mourned Moses, were completed, truly Joshua, the son of Nun, was filled with the spirit of wisdom, for Moses laid his hands upon him, and the sons of Israel were obedient to him. And they did, as the Lord instructed Moses. And no other prophet rose up in Israel like Moses, one whom the Lord knew face to face. One with all the signs and wonders which he sent through him were performed in the land of Egypt against Pharaoh, and all his servants and his entire land. No one with such a powerful hand, and such great miracles as Moses did in the sight of all Israel.
That's
Good
it.
stuff.
That's the Torah.
Finish
Good
the
job,
Torah.
All right. Take your lemon shot. 13 hours.
That's tough.
That's tough. All right. Good work. Thanks, Tom. You got a subscriber. Good work. You got a subscriber.
It's freezing out here.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want it? Is it too cold? Should we close
Yeah.
it?
It's also keeping the equipment. Tom, you had a good viewership there. Watching.
Really?
that dude run.
I think it's a good time.
In the
Go out
30s. All right, welcome, Izzy, Isabel. I don't know what you prefer. Izzy.
Yeah, you call me Izzy.
I always call you Izzy.
Exactly. Totally
Oh.
And she's signed up for a lot of hours.
Yeah.
This is our first of many.
First of many.
So let's go, Izzy. We are officially on Joshua.
Let's go. Finally, more narrative.
Yo, yeah, here we go. It's getting good.
Bring me back to 1.
You can start at 12.
Start at 12. Alright, fair.
We're not skipping anything.
We have to restart the whole Bible.
Thanks
Ooh.
for everyone who has donated so far. Daniel Kelly, Mark, Simon, most recent donors. Megan, yeah. Tom is a legend.
Nice. We got
All
our
right.
notices. Very cool.
7,000 subs or $7,000 first.
Yeah. What's gonna come
My
first?
vote is subs.
So,
I'd rather have $7,000.
We updated the wheel. There's now one that says chug seltzer.
oh my gosh.
And then you'll have to burp, and you also can't go to the bathroom because you have to sit here and read. That one's pretty good.
Alright.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, that's tough.
There's still some good ones on here. Spinning the chair 10 times is still on there.
That
Oh.
one's tough.
What hasn't been done yet? Lemon lime shot is tough. 10 minutes on the bike. I heard Ratch did that earlier.
Yeah, that's been done, but not for a while.
Yeah,
that's
10 minutes
cool.
on the bike I feel like is a good one.
It's actually a reward.
Oven mitts.
Oven mitts is funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll be able to do this with oven mitts.
Yeah, I
That'd
feel
probably
like I got
work.
one of the worst ones.
Actually, oven mitt would be tough.
What is a free Bible?
You
a
get
free
one.
Bible?
You just get
I
free
get
Bible.
one?
You get
Yeah.
one. Well, anyways,
I really got
go for it. We're going to bed, so.
Alright, good night.
You got this, Izzy.
Alright.
Oh, Rachel.
Izzy, how long are you reading for?
An hour?
Oh, just one?
Right, 1 hour right now, and then
Yeah.
she's got me later.
I'll be back later on.
Who's reading after you?
I have no idea.
Jake and Emily.
Jake and Emily.
Wow,
There
wait,
we
make
go.
sure it's for them.
Alright, here we
Alright.
go. We finished the Torah. Now we're on to Joshua. Let's go, Izzy. You
Joshua
got this.
chapter 1, verse 1. And after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, it happened that the Lord spoke to Joshua, the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, and he said to him, Moses, my servant, has died. Rise up and cross this Jordan, you and all the people with you, into the land which I will give to the sons of Israel. I will deliver to you every place that the step of your foot will tread upon, just as I said to Moses. From the desert and from Lebanon, even to the great river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, as far as the great sea opposite the setting of the sun, shall be your border. No one will be able to resist you during all the days of your life. Just as I was with Moses, so will I be with you. I will not leave you, nor will I forsake you. Be strengthened and be steadfast, for you shall divide by lot to this people the land about which I swore to their fathers, that I would deliver it to them. Therefore, be strengthened and be very steadfast, so that you may observe and accomplish the entire law, which Moses, my servant, instructed to you. You may not turn aside from it to the right nor to the left, so may you understand all that you should do. The book of this law shall not depart from your mouth. Instead, you shall meditate upon it day and night, so that you may observe and do all the things that are written in it. Then you shall direct your way and understand it. Behold, I am instructing you. Be strengthened and be steadfast. Do not dread and do not fear, for the Lord your God is with you in all things, wherever you may go. And Joshua instructed the leaders of the people, saying, Cross through the midst of the camp, and command the people, and say, Prepare your food supplies, for after the 3rd day you shall cross the Jordan, and you shall enter so as to possess the land which the Lord your God will give to you. Likewise he said to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the 1/2 tribe of Manasseh, remember the words which Moses, the servant of the Lord, instructed to you, saying, The Lord your God has given you rest, and has given you all the land. Your wives and sons, as well as the cattle, shall remain in the land which Moses delivered to you beyond the Jordan. But as for you, pass over with weapons before your brothers, all you who are strong of hand, and fight on their behalf. Until the Lord gives rest to your brothers, just as he has given to you, and until they also possess the land, which the Lord your God will give to them. And so shall you be returned to the land of your possession, and you shall live in the land which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave to you beyond the Jordan, opposite the rising of the sun. And they responded to Joshua, and they said, All that you have instructed to us, we shall do, and wherever you will send us, we shall go. Just as we obeyed Moses in all things, so shall we obey you also. But may the Lord your God be with you, just as he was with Moses. Whoever will contradict your mouth, and whoever will not obey all of your words, which you will instruct to him, let him die. But may you be strengthened, and may you act manfully. Joshua chapter 2. Okay. And so Joshua, the son of Nun, sent 2 men from Shittim to explore in secret. And he said to them, Go and consider the land in the city of Jericho. And while traveling, they entered into the house of a harlot woman named Rahab, and they rested with her. And it was reported to the king of Jericho, and it was said, Behold, men have entered to this place in the night from the sons of Israel, so that they might explore the land. And the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Bring out the men who came to you, and who entered into your house, for certainly they are spies, and they have arrived to consider the entire land. And the woman, taking the men, hid them. And she said, I admit that they came to me, but I did not know where they were from. And when the gate was closed, they went out together in the darkness. I do not know where they have gone. Pursue them quickly, and you will overtake them. But she caused the men to ascend to the roof of her house, and she covered them with the stalks of flax that were there. But those who had been sent pursued after them along the way that leads to the ford of the Jordan. And as soon as they went out, the gate was closed. Those who were hiding had not yet fallen asleep, and behold, the woman went up to them, and she said, I know that the Lord has given this land to you, for the terror of you has fallen upon us, and all the inhabitants of the land have languished. We have heard that the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea upon your arrival, when you were departing from Egypt, and we heard of the things that you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, Sihon and Og, whom you put to death. And upon hearing these things, we were very afraid, and our hearts languished. Neither did there remain in us any spirit at your arrival, for the Lord your God is the very God in heaven, above and on the earth below. Now therefore swear to me by the Lord that in the same way that I've acted with mercy toward you, so also shall you act toward the house of my father. And may you give me a true sign, that you will save my father and mother, my brothers and sisters, and all that is theirs, and that you may rescue our souls from death. They responded to her, May our lives be yours until death, if only you do not betray us. And when the Lord will have delivered the land to us, we will act toward you with mercy and truth. Therefore she sent them down from a window with a rope, for her house was joined to the wall. And she said to them, Climb up to the mountains, otherwise they may meet you as they are returning, and lay hidden there for 3 days until they return. And then you will go on your way. And they said to her, We shall be innocent of this oath to which you have sworn us, if when we enter into the land, this scarlet cord has been placed as a sign, and you have tied it at the window by which you let us down. And so gather your father and mother and brothers and all your family into your house. Whoever will have exited from the door of your house, his blood will be on his own head, and we will be uninvolved. But the blood of all who will be with you in the house shall fall back upon your own head, if anyone touches them. But if you will have betrayed us, so that you spread this word in their midst, we will be free from this oath to which you have sworn us. And she responded, Just as you have spoken, so let it be done. And sending them down to travel on, she hung the scarlet cord out the window. And truly, walking on, they arrived at the mountains, and they stayed there for 3 days, until those who have been pursuing them returned. For having sought them along the entire way, they did not find them. And when they returned and entered the city, the explorers descended from the mountain, and crossing the Jordan, they went to Joshua, the son of Nun, and they reported to him all that had happened to them. And they said, The Lord has delivered this entire land into our hands, and all its inhabitants have been struck down by fear. Joshua chapter 3.
How's it going, Izzy?
Good.
Good. Keep it up.
All right.
We're gonna give you the laptop right here, so just keep an eye on this, on the donations.
Okay.
Because if it goes up by 50, just check after each chapter.
Okay.
If it goes up by 50, then you just gotta refresh this and you can see who donated.
Okay.
And then you gotta spin the wheel.
Oh, spin the wheel
Yeah,
of
yeah.
fortune.
Yes.
Of misfortunes.
Yes. The wheel of punishment or rewards. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Give Izzy some love. She's reading late at night here.
It's gonna be a good time. You'll see me scattered throughout.
Yes.
All right, Joshua chapter 3. And so Joshua rose in the night, and he moved the camp, and they departed from Shittim, and they went to the Jordan, he and all the sons of Israel, and they remained there for 3 days. After these things unfolded, announcers passed through the midst of the camp, and they began to proclaim, When you will see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priest of the stock of Levi carrying it, you also shall rise up and follow those who are going before you. And let there be between you and the ark the space of 2,000 cubits, so that you may be able to see it from far away, and to know along which way you should advance. For you have not walked this way before, and be careful that you do not approach the ark. And Joshua said to the people, Be sanctified, for tomorrow the Lord will accomplish miracles among you. And he said to the priest, Take up the ark of the covenant, and go before the people. And they fulfilled the orders, and they took it, and walked before them. And the Lord said to Joshua, Today I will begin to exalt you in the sight of all Israel, so that they may know that, just as I was with Moses, so also I am with you. Now instruct the priests who are carrying the ark of the covenant, and say to them, When you will have entered into the part of the water of the Jordan, stand still in it. And Joshua said to the sons of Israel, Approach to hear, and listen to the word of the Lord your God. And again he said, By this shall you know that the Lord, the living God, is in your midst, and that he shall scatter in your sight the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Hivite, and the Perizzite, likewise the Girgashite, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite. Behold the ark of the covenant of the Lord, all the earth shall go before you through the Jordan. Prepare 12 men from the tribes of Israel, and one from each tribe. And when the priests who are carrying the ark of the Lord, the God of the entire earth, will have placed the steps of their feet in the waters of the Jordan, the waters that are lower will run down and pass away, and those that are approaching above will stand together in a mass. And the people departed from their tents, so that they might cross the Jordan, and the priests who were carrying the ark of the covenant were advancing before them. And as soon as they entered into the Jordan, and their feet were dipped in a portion of the water, Now the Jordan, since it was the time of the harvest, had filled the banks of its channel. The descending waters stood still in one place, and, swelling up like a mountain, they were seen from far away, from the city that is called Adam, even as far as the place of Zarethan. But those that were lower ran down into the sea of the wilderness, which is now called the Dead Sea, until they entirely passed away. Then the people advanced opposite Jericho, and the priests who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord were standing, fully dressed, upon dry soil in the midst of the Jordan, and all the people passed over through the channel that was dried up. Joshua chapter 4. And when they had crossed over, the Lord said to Joshua, "Choose 12 men, one from each tribe, and instruct them so that they may take from the midst of the channel of the Jordan, where the feet of the priest stood still, 12 very hard stones, which you shall station in the place of the camp where you will pitch your tents this night." And Joshua called 12 men, whom he had chosen from the sons of Israel, one from each tribe. And he said to them, "Go before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of the Jordan, and let each one carry from there one stone on your shoulders, according to the number of the sons of Israel, so that it may be a sign among you. And when your sons will ask you tomorrow, saying, 'What do these stones mean to you?' you shall respond to them, 'The waters of the Jordan failed before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, when the ark crossed over it. For this reason these stones were placed as a monument for the sons of Israel, even forever.' Therefore the sons of Israel did as Joshua instructed them, carrying 12 stones from the midst of the channel of the Jordan, just as the Lord had ordered him, according to the number of the sons of Israel, as far as the place where they made camp, and there they stationed them. Similarly, Joshua positioned another 12 stones in the middle of the channel of the Jordan, where the priests stood who were carrying the ark of the covenant, and they are there, even to the present day. Now the priests who were carrying the ark stood in the midst of the Jordan until everything was accomplished which the Lord had instructed Joshua to speak to the people, and which Moses had said to him. And the people hurried, and they passed over. And when they had all crossed, the ark of the Lord also crossed, and the priest advanced before the people. Likewise, the sons of Reuben, and of Gad, and of the 1/2 tribe of Manasseh, advanced with weapons before the sons of Israel, just as Moses had instructed them. And 40,000 fighters by companies and divisions advanced through the plains and fields of the city of Jericho. And that day the Lord magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, so that they would fear him, just as they had feared Moses while he lived. And he said to him, "Command the priests who are carrying the ark of the covenant to ascend from the Jordan." And he commanded them, saying, "Ascend from the Jordan." And when those who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord had ascended, and they began to step on dry soil, the waters returned to their channel, and they flowed as they usually did before. Now the people ascended from the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped at Gilgal, opposite the eastern portion of the city of Jericho. Likewise, the 12 stones that they had taken up from the channel of the Jordan, Joshua stationed at Gilgal. And he said to the sons of Israel, "When your sons will question their fathers tomorrow, and they will say to them, 'What do these stones mean to you?' you shall teach them, and you shall say, 'Israel passed over this Jordan through the dry channel. For the Lord your God dried up its waters in your sight until you crossed over, just as he had done before at the Red Sea, which he had dried up until we crossed over.' So may all the peoples of the earth learn of the very powerful hand of the Lord. So may you also fear the Lord your God for all time." Chapter 5. Therefore, after all the kings of the Amorites who were living across the Jordan toward the western region, and all the kings of Canaan, who possessed the places beside the great sea, had heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan before the sons of Israel until they crossed over it, their heart was broken, and there remained in them no spirit, out of fear at the entrance of the sons of Israel. So at that time the Lord said to Joshua, Make for yourself knives of stone, and circumcise the sons of Israel a second time. He did what the Lord had commanded, and he circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of the foreskins. Now this is the reason for the second circumcision. All the people who departed from Egypt of the male gender, all the men fit for war, died in the desert during the very long wandering way. All these had been circumcised, but the people who were born in the desert, throughout the 40 years of the journey in the very broad wilderness, were uncircumcised until the ones who had not listened to the voice of the Lord were consumed. For he had sworn to them before that he would not reveal to them the land flowing with milk and honey. The sons of these once succeeded to the place of their fathers, and they were circumcised by Joshua. For they were uncircumcised, just as they had been born, and no one had circumcised them along the way. Then, after they were all circumcised, they remained in the same place of the camp until they were healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, Today I have taken away from you the disgrace of Egypt. And the name of that place was called Gilgal, even to the present day. And the sons of Israel stayed at Gilgal, and they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And on the following day they ate unleavened bread from the grain of the land, and cooked grain of the same year. And the manna ceased after they ate from the grain of the land, and the sons of Israel no longer made use of that food. Instead, they ate from the grain of the present year, from the land of Canaan. And when Joshua was in the field of the city of Jericho, he lifted up his eyes, and he saw a man standing opposite him, holding a drawn sword, and he went to him and said, Are you one of ours, or one of our adversaries? And he responded, Not at all. Instead, I am a prince of the host of the Lord, and now I have arrived. Joshua fell prone on the ground, and reverencing, he said, What does my Lord say to his servant? He said, Remove your shoes from your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy. And Joshua did as he had been commanded. Now Jericho was closed as well as fortified, out of fear of the sons of Israel, and no one dared to depart or to enter. And the Lord said to Joshua, Behold, I have given Jericho into your hand, with its king and all the strong men. Have all the warriors circle the city once each day. You shall do so for 6 days. Then on the 7th day the priest shall take the 7 trumpets, which are used on the Jubilee, and they shall precede the Ark of the Covenant. And you shall circle the city 7 times, and the priest shall sound the trumpets. And when the voice of the trumpet sounds longer and with interruptions, and it increases in your ears, then all the people shall cry out together with a very great shout, and the walls of the city shall fall to the foundation, and they shall enter it, each from a place opposite where they are standing. Then Joshua, the son of Nun, called the priests, and he said to them, Take the Ark of the Covenant, and let 7 other priests take the 7 trumpets of the Jubilee, and advance before the Ark of the Lord. He also said to the people, Go, and circle the city, armed, preceding the Ark of the Lord. And when Joshua had finished his words, and the 7 priests sounded the 7 trumpets before the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord, and all the armed soldiers went ahead, the remainder of the common people followed the Ark. And the sound of the trumpets grew louder everywhere, But Joshua had instructed the people, saying, You shall not cry out, nor shall your voice be heard, and no word at all shall proceed from your mouth, until the day arrives on which I will say to you, Cry out and shout. Thus the ark of the Lord circled the city once each day, and returning to the camp, it remained there. And so with Joshua arising in the night, the priests took the ark of the Lord, and 7 of them took the 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and they preceded the ark of the Lord, walking and sounding the trumpets. And the armed men went before them, and the remainder of the common people followed the ark, and they were blaring the trumpets. And they circled the city on the 2nd day, once, and they returned to the camp. They did so for 6 days. Then, on the 7th day, rising at first light, they circled the city just as had been ordered, 7 times. And at the 7th circling, when the priests sounded the trumpets, Joshua said to all of Israel, Shout, for the Lord has delivered the city to you. And let this city be anathema with all the things that are within it before the Lord. May only Rahab the harlot live, with all who are with her in her house. For she hid the messengers whom we sent. But you must be careful that you do not touch any of those things, as you have been instructed, for then you would be guilty of transgression, and all the camp of Israel would be under sin and would be troubled. But whatever gold and silver there will be, and vessels of brass or of iron, let these be consecrated to the Lord, and be stored in his treasuries. Therefore, with all the people shouting, and the trumpets blaring, after the voice and the sound increased in the ears of the multitude, the walls promptly fell to ruin, and each one climbed up at the place which was opposite where he was, and they seized the city. And they put to death all who were in it, from man even to woman, from infant even to elder. Likewise the oxen and the sheep and donkeys they struck down with the edge of the sword. But Joshua said to the 2 men who had been sent to explore, Enter the house of the harlot woman, and bring her out, and all the things that are hers, just as you assured her by oath. And the youths entered, and they led out Rahab, and her parents, also her brothers, and all her goods and kindred, and they caused them to dwell outside the camp. Then they set fire to the city, and all the things that were within it, except the gold and silver, and the vessels of brass or of iron, which they consecrated into the treasury of the Lord. Yet truly Joshua caused Rahab the harlot, and her father's household, and all she had to survive. And they lived in the midst of Israel, even to the present day. For she hid the messengers, whom he had sent to explore Jericho. At that time Joshua made an invocation, saying, Cursed before the Lord is the man who will raise up and rebuild this city of Jericho. With his firstborn may he lay its foundation, and with the last of his children may he set up its gates. And so the Lord was with Joshua, and his name was made known throughout all the land. But the sons of Israel transgressed the commandment, and they usurped what was anathema. For a chain, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, from the tribe of Judah, took something from what was anathema. And the Lord became angry against the sons of Israel. And when Joshua sent men from Jericho against Ai, which is beside Bethaven, toward the eastern region of the town of Bethel, he said to them, Go up and explore the land. And they fulfilled his instruction, and they explored Ai. And returning, they said to him, Let not the entire people go up. Instead, let 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and destroy the city. Why should all the people be troubled without cause against enemies that are so very few? Therefore they went up with 3,000 fighters, and they promptly turned their backs, and were struck down by the men of the city of Ai. And 36 men of them fell. And the adversaries pursued them from the gate, even as far as Shebarim, and they felled them as they were fleeing downward. And the heart of the people was struck with fear, and it melted like water. And truly Joshua tore his garments, and he fell prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord, even until evening, both he and all the elders of Israel. And they cast dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God, why would you want to lead this people over the river Jordan, so that you might deliver us into the hand of the Amorite and destroy us? I wish that we had remained beyond the Jordan, as when we began. My Lord God, what shall I say, seeing Israel turning their backs to their enemies? The Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and coming together as one, they will surround us, and they will wipe our name from the earth. And what will you do concerning your great name? And the Lord said to Joshua, Rise up. Why are you lying flat on the ground? Israel has sinned and transgressed my covenant, and they have taken from what is anathema. And they have stolen and lied, and they have hidden it among their goods. Israel is not able to stand before his enemies, and he will flee from them, for he has been defiled by what is anathema. I will no longer be with you until you destroy him who is guilty of this wickedness. Rise up, sanctify the people, and you shall say to them, Be sanctified tomorrow. For thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, the which is anathema is in your midst, O Israel. You are not able to stand before your enemies until he who has been contaminated by this wickedness is taken away from you. And you shall draw near in the morning, each one by your tribes, and whichever tribe will be found by lot shall come forward by its families, and the families by houses, and the house by the men. And whoever he may be that will be found guilty of this deed, he shall be burnt with fire with all his substance. For he has transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and he committed a wicked act in Israel. And so Joshua, rising in the morning, brought forth Israel by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was found. And when its families had been presented, the family of Zerah was found. Likewise, bringing that one forward by the houses, he discovered Zabdi. And dividing his house by each man, he found Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, from the tribe of Judah. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord, the God of Israel, and confess, and reveal to me what you have done. You may not conceal it. And Achan responded to Joshua, and he said to him, Truly I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel, and I have done one thing and another. For I saw among the spoils a very fine scarlet cloak, and 200 shekels of silver, and a gold bar of 50 shekels. In coveting these, I took and hid them in the ground near the middle of my tent, and I covered the silver with the soil that I had dug. Therefore Joshua sent ministers, who, running to his tent, discovered everything hidden in the same place, together with the silver. And taking these from the tent, they brought them to Joshua, and to all the sons of Israel, and they cast them down before the Lord. And so Joshua took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the cloak, and the gold bar, also his sons and daughters, the oxen and donkeys, and sheep, and even the tent, and all his goods. And all of Israel went with him, and he brought these things to the valley of Achor. There Joshua said, Because you have troubled us, the Lord troubles you on this day. And all of Israel stoned him. and all the things that were his were consumed by fire. And they gathered upon him a great pile of stones, which remains even to the present day. And the fury of the Lord was averted from them. And the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor, even to this day. Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "You should not fear, and you should not dread. Take with you the entire multitude of fighters, and rising up, ascend to the town of Ai. Behold, I have delivered into your hand its king and people, and the city and the land. And you shall do to the city of Ai and to its king just as you did to Jericho and to its king. Yet truly the spoils and all the living things you shall plunder for yourselves. Set an ambush against the city behind it." And Joshua rose up, and the entire army of warriors with him, so that they might ascend against Ai. And he sent 30,000 elect, strong men in the night. And he instructed them, saying, "Set an ambush behind the city. You shall withdraw not far away, and let everyone be prepared. But I and the remainder of the multitude that is with me will approach from the opposite side of the city. And when they come out against us, we will flee and turn our backs just as we did before, until pursuing us they are drawn away from the city, for they will think that we are fleeing as before. Then, while we are fleeing and they are pursuing, you shall rise up from the ambush, and you shall lay waste to the city, and the Lord your God will deliver it into your hands. And when you have seized it, set it on fire, and you shall do all that I've ordered." And he sent them away, and they traveled to the place of the ambush, and they settled between Bethel and Ai, toward the western region of the city of Ai. But Joshua remained for that night in the midst of the people, and rising at first light he reviewed his troops, and he went up with the elders at the front of the army, surrounded by an auxiliary of fighters. And when they had arrived, and had ascended from the opposite side of the city, they stood toward the northern region of the city, and there was a valley in the middle between them and the city. Now he had chosen 5,000 men, and he had positioned them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, at the western part of the same city. Yet truly all the remainder of the army was arranged in a line to the north, so that the very end of that multitude reached to the western region of the city. Then Joshua went out that night, and he stood in the middle of the valley. And when the king of Ai had seen this, he hurried in the morning, and he went out with the entire army of the city. And he arranged them in a line opposite the desert, not knowing that an ambush lay hidden behind his back. Yet truly Joshua and all of Israel withdrew from the place, pretending to be afraid, and fleeing along the way of the wilderness. And they pursued them, shouting together and encouraging one another. And when they had withdrawn from the city, and indeed not one remained in the city of Ai and of Bethel, who did not pursue after Israel, leaving the towns open after they had rushed out. The Lord said to Joshua, "Lift up the shield that is in your hand toward the city of Ai, for I will deliver it to you." And when he had lifted up the shield toward the city, the ambush, which lay hidden, rose up quickly, and advancing to the city, they seized it and set it on fire. Now the men of the city who were pursuing Joshua, looking back and seeing the smoke of the city rising up even to heaven, were no longer able to flee in one direction or another, especially since those who had pretended to flee and who were heading toward the wilderness had turned back very strongly against those who were pursuing them. And Joshua and all of Israel, seeing that the city had been captured and that the smoke of the city was ascending, were turned and struck down the men of Ai. Then too those who had seized and set the city on fire, departing from the city toward their own men, began to strike the enemies in the middle. Therefore, since the adversaries were cut off from both sides, none of so great a multitude was saved. Also, they apprehended the king of the city of Ai alive, and they brought him before Joshua. And so, after all were slain who had pursued Israel fleeing toward the wilderness, and after they fell by the sword in the same place, the sons of Israel returned and struck the city. Now there were 12,000 persons who had fallen on the same day, from man even to woman, the entire city of Ai. Truly Joshua did not draw back his hand, which he had stretched out on high, keeping hold of the shield until all the inhabitants of Ai were put to death. Then the sons of Israel divided among themselves the cattle and the plunder of the city, just as the Lord had instructed Joshua. And he set fire to the city, and he caused it to be a perpetual tomb. Also he suspended the king on the gallows until evening and the setting of the sun. And Joshua instructed that they took down his dead body from the hanging tree, and they cast it at the very entrance of the city, gathering a great pile of stones upon it, which remains even to the present day. Then Joshua built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal. Just as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had instructed to the sons of Israel, and this was written in the book of the law of Moses. Truly an altar of uncut stones, which iron has not touched. And he offered holocaust upon it to the Lord. And he immolated victims as peace offerings. And he wrote on the stones the Deuteronomy of the law of Moses, which he had set in order before the sons of Israel. Then all the people, and those greater by birth, and the commanders and judges, were standing on both sides of the ark, in the sight of the priests who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord, with both the new arrival and the native born, one half part of them beside Mount Gerizim, and one half beside Mount Ebal, just as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had instructed. First, certainly, he blessed the people of Israel. After this, he read all the words of the blessing and the cursing, and all the things that were written in the book of the law. He left nothing untouched out of those things that Moses had ordered, and he repeated everything before the entire multitude of Israel, with the women and the little ones, and the new arrivals who were staying among them. All right, chapter 9. And when these things were heard, all the kings across the Jordan, who lived among the mountains and the plains, along the coastline and shores of the great sea, also those who were living near Lebanon, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, gathered themselves together so that they might fight against Joshua and Israel with one mind and with the same resolve. But those who were living in Gibeon, hearing all that Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, planning cleverly, took for themselves provisions, placing old sacks upon their donkeys and wineskins that they had torn and been sewed up, and having very old shoes which had been sewn with patches indicating their age, and being clothed in old garments, having also loaves which they carried as food for their journey, which were hard and broken into the pieces. And they traveled to Joshua, who at that time was staying in the camp at Gilgal. And they said to him, and to all of Israel with him, We have come from a faraway land, desiring to make peace with you. And the sons of Israel responded to them and said, Perhaps instead you live in the land which ought to be ours by lot, and we would be unable to form a pact with you. But they said to Joshua, We are your servants. And Joshua said to them, But who are you, and where are you from? They responded, Your servants have arrived from a very faraway land in the name of the Lord your God. For we have heard about the fame of his power, all the things that he has done in Egypt. And to the two kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, Sihon the king of Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, who was at Ashtaroth. And our elders and all the inhabitants of our land have said to us, take in hand provisions for the very long journey, and meet with them, and say, we are your servants, form a pact with us. Lo, the loaves were taken up warm when we departed from our houses, so that we might come to you. Now they have become dry and broken, due to age. These wineskins were new when we refilled them. Now they are torn and broken. The garments we are wearing and the shoes we have on our feet, due to the great length of the distance, have become worn and are nearly consumed. And so they accepted this because of their provisions, and they did not consult the mouth of the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them. At entering into a pact, he promised that they would not be put to death. The leaders of the multitude also swore to them. Then, 3 days after the pact was formed, they heard that they lived in the vicinity and that they would soon be among them. And so the sons of Israel moved the camp, and they arrived at their cities on the 3rd day, those which are called Gibeon, in Chephirah, in Beeroth, and Kiriath Jearim. And they did not strike them, because the leaders of the multitude had sworn to them in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. And so all of the common people murmured against the leaders, and they responded to them, we have sworn to them in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, and for that reason we are not able to touch them. But we shall do this to them. Certainly let them be preserved so that they may live, lest the wrath of the Lord be stirred up against us, since we would have sworn falsely. But though they live, let them serve the entire multitude by cutting wood and carrying water. And while they were discussing these things, Joshua called the Gibeonites. And he said to them, why would you be willing to deceive us by fraud, saying, we live very far away from you, when you are in our midst? Therefore you shall be under a curse, and your stock shall not cease to be cutters of wood and carriers of water into the house of my God. And they responded, it was reported to us, your servants, that the Lord your God had promised his servant Moses that he would give you the entire land, and that he would destroy all its inhabitants. Therefore we were very afraid, and we made a provision for our lives, compelled by the dread of you, and we undertook this counsel. And now we are in your hand. Act toward us as it seems good and right to you. Therefore Joshua did just as he had said, and he had freed them from the hand of the sons of Israel, so that they would not be killed. And he decreed on that day that they would be in the ministry of all the people, and of the altar of the Lord, cutting wood and carrying water, even until this present time, in the place which the Lord has chosen. Chapter 10. When Adonizedek, the king of Jerusalem, had heard these things, specifically that Joshua had seized Ai and had overthrown it, for just as he had done to Jericho and its kings, so did he do to Ai and its kings, and that the Gibeonites had fled over to Israel and were now their confederates, he was very afraid, for Gibeon was a great city, and was one of the royal cities, and was greater than the town of Ai, and all its warriors were very strong. Therefore Adonizedek, the king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, the king of Hebron, and to Piram, the king of Jarmuth, and also to Japhia, the king of Lachish, and to Debir, the king of Eglon, saying, ascend to me and bring troops, so that we might fight against Gibeon, for it has fled over to Joshua and the sons of Israel. And so, having assembled the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, together with their armies, went up and encamped around Gibeon, laying siege to it. But the inhabitants of the city of Gibeon, when it was besieged, sent to Joshua, who was then staying in the camp at Gilgal. And they said to him, "May you not draw back your hands from us, from helping your servants. Come quickly and free us, and bring troops, for all the kings of the Amorites who live in the mountains have gathered together against us." And Joshua ascended from Gilgal, and the entire army of warriors with him, very strong men. And the Lord said to Joshua, "You should not fear them, for I have delivered them into your hands." Okay. "You should not fear them, for I have delivered them into your hands. None of them will be able to withstand you." And so Joshua, ascending from Gilgal throughout the night, rushed upon them suddenly. And the Lord set them in disarray before the face of Israel, and he crushed them in a great defeat at Gideon. And he pursued them along the way of the ascent to Beth-horon, and he struck them down, even as far as Ezekah and Makkedah. And while they were fleeing from the sons of Israel, and were on the descent of Beth-horon, the Lord cast great stones from heaven upon them, as far as Ezekah, and many more were killed by the hailstones, then were struck down by the swords of the sons of Israel. Then Joshua spoke to the Lord on the day that he handed over the Amorite in the sight of the sons of Israel, and he said before them, "O sun, you shall not move toward Gideon. O moon, you shall not move toward the valley of Aijalon." And the sun and the moon stood still until the people had avenged themselves of their enemies. Has this not been written in the book of the just? And so the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and it did not hurry to its rest for the space of one day. Never before and never after was there so long a day as when the Lord obeyed the voice of a man and fought for Israel. And Joshua returned with all of Israel into the camp of Gilgal. For the 5 kings had fled, and had hidden themselves in a cave near the city of Makkedah. And it was reported to Joshua that the 5 kings had been found hidden in a cave near the city of Makkedah. And he instructed his companions and said, "Roll vast stones to the mouth of the cave, and station attentive men who will keep them closed. But as for you, do not stay here. Instead, pursue the enemies, and cut down the lattermost of those who are fleeing. You shall not permit those whom the Lord God has delivered into your hands to enter into the protection of their cities." Thus the adversaries were struck down in a great defeat, and having been nearly consumed, even to utter annihilation, those who were able to escape from Israel entered into fortified cities, and the entire army returned to Joshua at Makkedah, where they were then encamped, in good health and in their full numbers. And no one dared to move his tongue against the sons of Israel. And Joshua instructed, saying, "Open the mouth of the cave, and bring forward to me the 5 kings who were hidden within it." And the minister did just as they had been ordered, and they led out to him the 5 kings from the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon. And when they had been led out to him, he called all the men of Israel, and he said to the leaders of the army who were with him, "Go, and place your feet upon the necks of these kings." And when they had gone, and had tread their feet upon the necks of those who were thrown down, he spoke to them again, "Do not be afraid, and do not dread. Be strengthened, and be steadfast. For so will the Lord do to all your enemies against whom you fight." And Joshua struck them down, and killed them, and he suspended them on 5 gallows, and they hung there until evening. And when the sun had set, he instructed his assistants that they should take them down from the gallows. And having been taken down, they cast them into the cave, where they had lain hidden, and they set vast stones at its mouth, which remain even to the present. Also, on the same day, Joshua seized Makkedah, and he struck it with the edge of the sword, and he put to death its king and all its inhabitants. He did not leave it even the smallest remains. And he did to the king of Makkedah just just as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then he went on with all of Israel from Makkedah to Libnah, and he fought against it. And the Lord delivered it with its king into the hands of Israel, and they struck the city with the edge of the sword and all its inhabitants. They did not leave in it any remains, and they did to the king of Libnah just as they had done to the king of Jericho. From Libnah, with all of Israel, he went on to Lachish, and taking possessions around it with his army, he besieged it. And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hands of Israel, and he seized it on the following day, and he struck it with the edge of the sword, and every soul that was in it, just as he has done to Libnah. At that time, Horam, the king of Gezer, went up so that he might assist Lachish. And Joshua struck him with all his people, even unto utter annihilation. And he went on from Lachish to Eglon, and had surrounded it. And he also defeated it on the same day. And he struck all the souls that were in it with the edge of the sword, in accord with all that he had done to Lachish. He also ascended with all of Israel from Eglon into Hebron, and he fought against it. He seized it and struck it with the edge of the sword, likewise with its king, and all the towns of that region, and all the souls that were staying in it. He did not leave any remains in it, just as he had done to Eglon. So also did he do to Hebron, consuming with the sword all that he found within it. Returning from there to Debir, he seized it and laid waste to it, likewise with its king, and all the surrounding towns he struck with the edge of the sword. He did not leave in it any remains, just as he had done to Hebron and Libnah, and to their kings, so did he do to Debir and to its king. And so Joshua struck the entire land, the mountains, and the south, and the plains, and the descending slopes with their kings. He did not leave in it any remains, but he put to death all that was able to breathe, just as the Lord, the God of Israel, had instructed him. From Kadesh Barnea as far as Gaza, with all the land of Goshen as far as Gibeon, and all their kings and their regions he seized and destroyed with a single attack. For the Lord, the God of Israel, fought on his behalf, and he returned with all of Israel to the place of the encampment at Gilgal.
Wow.
Mary said your voice is soothing.
Woo!
Super soothing.
Lots of tough names in there.
My gosh, I think I butchered every single name I pronounced. There was an A and an I put together, and I kept on saying AI, because I'm like, is it, I don't know how to say it together.
AI in the Bible.
AI in the Bible, you know what, AI, they destroyed it, which is good.
All right, I'm ready.
Alright, get on in there.
Did I mess it up?
No, you're good.
Oh my goodness. Alright, let's try that. I don't really know if I did anything.
Let's see.
Sweet, alright, I'm free.
You're
Enjoy.
free.
Is everybody?
Yay, Isabel.
I look back at 5 a.m.
Alright, see you in 5 hours.
Yeah.
Enjoy your hours of
My
sleep.
little siesta, my little nap.
Yes. Are you sleeping here?
No.
Oh, good.
I'll go back home.
Nice.
They said I had a couch.
If you want.
Yeah, a bed is better.
I like my bed.
Good.
I will see you later.
Good work.
Bye.
See you on the live stream. I'll be sleeping at 5, but good luck.
Good, yeah. You need your sleep.
All right.
Sleep is good.
Happy Saturday, everybody. Woo!
Oh, you just said
Happy Saturday. Should we do the ASMR version?
You should do that.
Okay.
I'm going to be loud.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to put my tea here and not shatter this glass table.
Nice. Very nice.
May you? All right. I learned how to read for this.
Mary's
Mary. Yeah, Izzy really kind of nailed it. Now you're left with my energy and my voice. It's Friday here. Well, you're in a made-up world. Did you do your vocal warm-ups? All right. So am I good to just jump in here? I can't tell where she was.
You are. You're on 11, the beginning of 11.
Joshua 11?
Yep.
We're on the precipice of one of Emily's favorite books, Ruth, and one of my favorite books, Samuel.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll read Joshua today. The anointed word, no matter where you are in the Bible. All right, we are in on Joshua. Thank you, friends. Hit the ad read. This Bible study, this live stream is brought to you by Little Jesus and tea that Bridget made. Tea that Bridget made. It's the best tea you can get. Available here only. Come, Holy Spirit. Am I right?
Be with us.
All right. Joshua, the book of Joshua. Our host. Hey. And they all went forth with their troops, a people exceedingly numerous, like the sand that is on the shore of the sea. And their horses and chariots were an immense multitude. And all the kings assembled at the waters of Merom, so that they might fight against Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "You should not fear them, for tomorrow, at this same hour, I will deliver all these to be wounded in the sight of Israel. You will hamstring the horses, and you will burn their chariots with fire." And Joshua, and the entire army with him, came against them suddenly at the waters of Merom, and they rushed upon them. And the Lord delivered them into the hands of Israel. And they struck them, and they pursued them as far as the great Sidon. And at the waters of Misrephoth, and the field of Mizpah, which is toward the eastern region, he struck them all, so that nothing was left to them to remain. And he did just as the Lord had instructed him. He hamstrung the horses, and he burned their chariots with fire. And turning back, he immediately seized Hazor, and he struck down its king with the sword. For Hazor, from antiquity, had held the first position among all the kingdoms. And he struck down all the souls that were staying there. He did not leave it any remains, but he destroyed everything unto utter annihilation, and he destroyed the city itself with fire. He seized, struck, and destroyed all the surrounding cities, and their kings, just as Moses, the servant of God, had instructed them. And except for the cities that were on hills and in elevated places, the rest Israel burned. One only, highly forfeited Hazor was consumed with fire. And the sons of Israel divided among themselves all the plunder of these cities, and the cattle, putting to death all persons. Just as the Lord had instructed his servant Moses, so did Moses instruct Joshua, and he fulfilled everything. He did not omit even one word out of all the commandments which the Lord had commanded Moses. And so Joshua seized the entire land of the mountains, and of the south, and the land of Goshen, and the plains, and the western regions, and the mountains of Israel and its plains. As for the part of the mountain that ascends to Seir, as far as Balgad, along the plains of Lebanon, under Mount Hermon, all their kings he seized, struck down, and killed. For a long time Joshua fought against these kings. There was not a city delivered itself to the sons of Israel, except to the Hivites who were living at Gibeon. For he seized it all in warfare. For it was the sentence of the Lord that their hearts would be hardened, and that they would fight against Israel and fall, and that they did not deserve any clemency, and that they should perish just as the Lord had commanded Moses. In that time Joshua went and put to death the Anakim from the mountains, from Hebron and Debir and Amnab, and from all the mountains of Judah and Israel, and he destroyed their cities. He did not leave any from the stock of the Anakim in the land of the sons of Israel, except the cities of Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod, which alone were left behind. Thus Joshua seized all the land, just as the Lord spoke to Moses, and he delivered it as a possession to the sons of Israel, according to their division and tribes, and the land rested from battle. 12. Joshua 12. These are the kings whom the son of Israel struck down, and whose land they possessed beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, from the torrent Arnon as far as Mount Hermon, with the entire eastern region that looks out towards the wilderness. Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, and who had dominion from Aroer, which is situated on the bank of the torrent Arnon, and the valley in the middle and one half of Gilead, as far as the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the sons of Ammon. Everyone got that? And from the wilderness, as far as the sea of Chinneroth, towards the east, and to the sea of the wilderness, which is the very salty sea, to the eastern region, along the way that leads to Beth Jesimoth, and from the southern region that lies under the ascending slopes of Pisgah, and the border of Og, the king of Bashan, from the remnant of the Rephaim who lived in Asheroth and at Edrei, and who had dominion on Mount Hermon, and at Salakai, and into all of Bashan, even to its limits. These names are wild. With Gesher and Makkatai, and one half of Gilead, there were the borders of Sihon, the king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the sons of Israel struck them down, and Moses delivered their land into the possession of the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the one half of Manasseh. These are the kings of the land, whom Joshua and the sons of Israel struck down across the Jordan, towards the western region from Balgad, and the field of Lebanon, as far as the mountain, part of which ascends to Seir. And Joshua delivered it as a possession to the tribes of Israel, to each one in their divisions. Both in the mountain, and in the plains, and in the fields, in the descending slopes, and in the wilderness, and in the south, there too Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite and the Perizzite, the Hivite and the Jebusite, the king of Jericho, one, the king of Ai, which is beside Bethel, one, the king of Jerusalem, one, the king of Hebron, one, the king of Jarmuth, one, the king of Lachish, one, the king of Eglon, one, the king of Gezer, one, the king of Debir, one, the king of Gedir, one, the king of Hormath, one, the king of Arad, one, the king of Libnah, one, the king of Adullam, one, the king of Makkedah, one, the king of Bethel, one, the king of Tapua, one, the king of Hepher, one, the king of Aphek, one, the king of Lasharon, one, the king of Madon, one, the king of Hazor, one, the king of Shimron, one, the king of Ashaph, one, the king of Tanakh, one, the king of Megiddo, one, the king of Kadesh, one, the king of Jokneam of Carmel, one, the king of Dor and province of Dor, one, the king of the nations of Gilgal, one, the king of Tirzah, one. All the kings were 31. 13. One. Thanks, squad. Appreciate you. Joshua 13. Joshua was old and advanced in age. And the Lord said to him, You have grown old and are aged, and a very wide land remains which has not been divided by lot, specifically all of Galilee and all of Gesher, from the muddy river which irrigates Egypt as far as the border of Ekron towards the north, the land of Canaan, which is divided among the rulers of Philistia, the Gazites, and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gethites, and the Ekronites. Truly, to the south are the Hivites, all the land of Canaan and Merah, and the Sidonians, as far as Aphek, and the borders of Amorite. And his confines also the region of Lebanon towards the east, from Balgad, under Mount Hermon, until you enter into Hamath. All who live in the mountains from Lebanon, as far as the waters of Misrapath, and all the Sidonians, I am the one who will wipe them out before the face of the sons of Israel. Therefore, let their lands become a part of the inheritance of Israel, just as I have instructed you. And now, divide the land as a possession to the 9 tribes, and to the 1/2 tribe of Manasseh, which them, Reuben and Gad, have possessed the land, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, delivered to them, beyond the river Jordan on the eastern side. From Aroer, which is situated on the bank of the torrent Arnon, and in the midst of the valley, and all the plains of Medeba, as far as Dibon, and all the cities of Sihon, the king of Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, even to the borders of the sons of Ammon, and Gilead, as well as the borders of Geshur and Makkatai, and all the Mount Hermon, and all of Bashan, as far as Salecah. The entire kingdom of Og and Bashan, who reigned at Asherath and Edrei, he was among the last of the Rephaim, and Moses struck and destroyed them. Interesting parentheses. Have you ever noticed parentheses within the text of the Bible?
No, I never have.
This is the first documented use of parentheses, as far as I'm concerned. And the sons of Israel were not willing to destroy Geshur and Makkatai, and so they have lived in the midst of Israel, even to the present day. But to the tribe of Levi, he did not give a possession. Instead, the sacrifices and victims of the Lord, the God of Israel, these are his inheritance, just as he spoke to them. Therefore, Moses gave a possession to the tribe of the son of Reuben, according to their families. And their border was from Aroer, which is situated on the bank of the torrent Arnon, in the midst of the valley of the same torrent, which all the flatlands that lead to Medeba and Heshbon, and all their villages which are in the plains. Also Dibon and Bamathbal, and the town of Balmaon, and Jahaz, and Kedemoth, and Mepath, and Kirathaim, and Sibmah, and Zarethashar, on the mountain of the steep valley, Beth-peor, and the descending slopes of Pisgah, and Beth-Jesimoth, and all the cities of the plains, and all the kingdoms of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who reigned at Heshbon, whom Moses struck down with the leader of Midian, Evi and Rechem, and Zur and Hur, and Reba, the commanders of Silo, inhabitants of the land. And the sons of Israel killed Balaam, the son of Beor, the seer, with the sword, along with the others who were slain. And the river Jordan was made the border of the sons of Reuben. This is the possession of the Reubenites, by their families, in cities and villages. And Moses gave to the tribe of Gad and his sons, by their family, a possession, of which is the division, the border of Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and 1/2 part of the land of the sons of Ammon, as far as Aroer, which is opposite Rabbah, and from Heshbon as far as Ramoth, Mizpah, and Betamin, and from Manaheim as far as the borders of Debir. Also in the valley, Beth-haram, and Beth-nimrah, and Succoth, and Zaphon, the remaining parts of the kingdom of Sihon, the king of Heshbon. The limit of this also is the Jordan, as farthest part of the sea of Chinnereth, beyond the Jordan on the eastern side. This is the possession of the sons of Gad, by their family, in their cities and villages. He also gave to the 1/2 the tribe of Manasseh, and to his sons a possession according to their families. The beginning of which is this: from Manaheim, all of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Og, the king of Bashan, and all the villages of Jair, which are Bashan, 60 towns. And 1/2 passed of Gilead, and Asheroth, and Edrei, the cities of the kingdoms of Og, in Bashan, to the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, to 1/2 part of the sons of Machir, according to their families. Moses divided this possession in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan, opposite Jericho, on the eastern side. But to the tribe of Levi he did not give possession, for the Lord, the God of Israel, is himself their possession, just as he spoke to them. Tea break. Strong end. But to the tribe of Levi he did not give a possession, for the Lord, the God of Israel, himself is their possession. Mr. Beast is live right now trying to raise the most money ever in a single stream. If we can beat him, that'd be pretty cool. I think we have the firepower to do so. What are we checking?
The donations, if you have to do a challenge.
Nothing new. I have 1 heart though.
Oh.
Donate your $50, or actually maybe somebody already did donate their $50, and my punishment is reading these ridiculous names.
That's your punishment.
Well done, everybody. 14. 10 minutes, and then Emily Joy's taking over. Sorry to everybody listening who heard that. If you got headphones
Everyone
on, well, you better wake up. We're reading.
Everyone is sleeping to this.
Fall asleep to the sound of my voice.
Sorry.
Catastrophe behind the scenes here. A light has just fell and smashed.
Not true.
Not true. Joshua 14. Joshua 24. What does that mean?
Bridget just likes it.
Sick. Oh, yeah, the last one that I read. Sure. This is what the sons of Israel possessed in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun and the leaders of the families by the tribes of Israel gave to them, dividing all by lot, just as the Lord had instructed at the hand of Moses to the 9 tribes and to the other 1/2 tribe. For to the 2.5 tribes Moses had given a possession beyond the Jordan, aside from the Levites, who received no land among their brothers. For by succession the sons of Joseph in their place were divided into 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. But the Levites did not receive another portion of land, except cities in which to live, and their suburbs, so as to feed the beasts of burden and cattle. Just as the Lord had commanded Moses, so the sons of Israel did, and they divided the land. And so the sons of Judah approached Jesus at Gilgal, and Caleb, the son of Jephone the Kenizzite, spoke to him. You know what the Lord said to Moses, the man of God, about me and you? Anybody know? No?
Can't say that I do.
All right. Let me tell you. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea, so that I may consider the land, and I reported to him what seems to me to be true. But my brothers, who had ascended with me, broke the heart of the people, and I nevertheless followed the Lord my God. And Moses swore on that day, saying, The land that your foot has tread upon shall be your possession, and that of your sons unto eternity, for you have followed the Lord my God. Great advice. Therefore, the Lord has granted life to me, just as he promised. Even to the present day, it has been 45 years since the Lord spoke this word to Moses, when Israel was wandering through the wilderness. Today, I am 85 years old. So 45 years have passed. Being just as strong as I was at the time, when I sent to explore the land, the fortitude in me at that time continues even until today, as much to fight as to march. Therefore, grant to me this mountain, which the Lord has promised in your hearing also, on which are the Anakim, the cities great and fortified. Perhaps it may be the Lord that will be with me, and I will be able to destroy them, just as he promised to me. And Joshua blessed him, and he delivered Hebron to him as a possession. And from then on, Hebron was for Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. Laptop update. Good thing I'm an IT guy. Another time.
Not now, laptop.
Anyway. Previously, the name Hebron was called Kirath Arba. Glad they made that change. Adam, the greatest among them, was laid there, and the land ceased from battles. 15.
Let's go.
Tea break.
Tea break. Good work.
12:25 a.m. Christmas Day. Also my mom's birthday.
HBD mom.
It's August. All right.
5 minutes.
Joshua 15. And so, the lot of the sons of Judah by their families was this: from the borders of Edom to the desert of Sin towards the south, and even to the furthest parts of the southern region. Its beginning was from the summit of the very salty sea, and from its bay, which looks towards the south. And it extends towards the ascent of the Scorpion, and it passes on to Sinai, and it ascends into Kadesh Barnea, and it passes through Hezron, according to Adar, and encompassing Karka. And from there it passes on to Amazon, and reaches to the torrent of Egypt, and its boundary shall be the great sea. This shall be the limit of the southern region. Yet, truly, toward the east, the beginning shall be the very salty sea, even to the limit of the Jordan, and that which looks towards the north, from the bay of the sea, even to the same river Jordan. And the border ascends into Beth Hoglah, and it crosses from the north into Beth Arabah, ascending to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. And it reaches as far as the borders of Debarah, from the valley of Anchor to the north, looking toward Gilgal, which is opposite the ascent of Adamim, on the southern part of the torrent, and it crosses the waters that are called the fountain of the sun, and its exit shall be at the fountain of Rogel. And it ascends by the steep valley of the son of Hinnom, from the side of Jebusite toward the south. This is Jerusalem. And from there it raises itself to the top of the mountain, which is opposite Genom, to the west, and to the top of the valley of the Rephaim, to the north. And it passes through from the top of the mountain, even to the fountain of the water of Nephtah. And it continues on as far as the villages of Mount Ephron, and it inclines towards Bala, which is Kirath Jearim, that is the city of forests. And it circles from Bala to the west as far as Mount Seir, and it passes by the side of Mount Jearim to the north into Chesalon, and it descends into Beth Shemesh, and it passes through Tamah. And it continues on towards the north to a region beside Ekron, and it inclines towards Shikharon, and it crosses to Mount Bala, and it extends into Jabneel, and the last part closes at the west with the great sea. These are the borders of the son of Judah and their families on all sides. Yet, truly, to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he gave a portion in the midst of the sons of Judah, just as the Lord had instructed him, the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron. And Caleb destroyed from it 3 sons of Anak, Sheshai, and Iahim, and Talmai, of the stock of Anak. And ascending further from there, he came to the inhabitants of Debir, which before was called Kirath Sepher, that is, the city of letters. And Caleb said, whoever will have struck down Kirath Sepher, and will have seized it, I will give him to Ashak, my daughter, as wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the young brother of Caleb, seized it, and he gave him Aksha, his daughter, as wife. And as they were traveling together, she was urged by her husband that she asks her father for a field. And she sighed as she was sitting on her donkey, and Caleb said to her, what is it? But she answered, give a blessing to me, Shikharon, and it crosses Mount Bala, and it extends into Jabneel. Hold on, I might have skipped one. Did I skip one? Seems out of context. These are the borders of the son of Judah and their family on all sides. Yet truly to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he gave a portion in the midst of the sons of Judah, just as the Lord had instructed him. The city of Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron. And wait, I did skip one. I already read this, didn't I?
All sounds the same to me.
It does all sound the same to me. Oh, you guys got to see these names on this next page.
No.
I'll get these names done, and then more Joy can jump in.
Thank you.
You're in trouble with the cities. You're in big trouble.
You have given to me a southern and dry land. Join it, also a watered land. And so Caleb gave to her the watered land above and below it. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Judah and their families. And the cities from the furthest part of the sons of Judah, beside the borders of Edom, to the south were Kabzeel and Edir and Jagur, and Canaan, and Dimnah, and Adadah, and Kabesh, and Hazor, and Ithnan, and Ziph, and Telem, and Baalath, New Hazor, and Kirath Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam, Shema, and Moladah, and Hazar Gadah, and Hesham, and Belflet. It feels like I'm speaking a different language. Well, I guess I am.
Speaking in tongues.
And Hazor, yo, the Holy Spirit's flying. We're speaking tongues down here. 1 a.m., baby. I'm almost there. And Hazar, Shual, and Beersheba, and Biziothia, and Bala, and Lim, and Izem, and Altalad, and Chesiel, and Horma, and Ziklag, and Madamana, and Sanha, Leboath, and Shilahim, and Ain, and Rimmon. All their cities were 29, and their villages. Truly, in the plains they were Eshetal, and Zorah, and Ashna. There's a whole nother page of this, everybody. Hold on tight. And Zanoah, and Enganim, and Tapua, and Anam, and Jarmuth, and Adullam, Soko, and Ezekah, and Sharaim, and Adetham, and Gedera, and Gederathaim, 14 cities and their villages. Zana, and Hadashah, and Migladad, and Dilian, and Mizpah, and Joktheel, and Lachish, and Boskath, and Eglon, Caban, and Lamam, and Chislish, and Gederath, and Beth-dagon, and Nama, and Makkedah, 16 cities and their villages. Libnah, and Ether, and Ashan, Ephah, and Ashan, again, and Nezeb, and Keliah, and Ajzib, and Marashah, 9 cities and their villages. Ekron with its towns and villages. From Ekron as far as the sea, all that inclines towards Ashdod and its villages. Ashdod with its towns and villages. Gaza with its towns and villages as far as the torrent of Egypt, with the great sea as its border. And on the mountain, Shamir, and Jatir, and Sukkah. And Danah, and Krenath-sanah, which is Debir. Anab, and Eshmahah, and Anim, Goshen, and Holland, and Gilah, 11 cities and their villages. Arab, and Duma, and Ashan, and Janim, and Beth-tapah, Aphekah, Humath, and Kreath Arba, which is Hebron, and Zior, 9 cities and their villages. Maon, and Carmel, and Ziph, and Juttah, and Jezreel, and Jokdam, and Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 cities and their villages. Halol, and Bethzor, and Gedor, Marath, and Bethanath, and Eltekon, 6 cities and their villages. Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, the city of forests, and Rabbah, 2 cities and their villages. In the desert, Beth Arabah Midden, and Sekah, and Nibshan, and the city of Salt, and Engai, 6 cities and their villages. But the sons of Judah were not able to destroy the Jebusite inhabitants of Jerusalem. And so the Jebusite lived with the sons of Judah in Jerusalem, even to the present day. 16.
Let's go.
All right.
Good work.
Shout out.
Shout out, Jake.
All right. Turn up the resolution on your cameras, on your screens. It's about to get a whole lot better in here.
Good work. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Jake, if anybody's being bad in the chat, you can use my phone. kick
Just
them
being
out.
bad.
No one is, but if they are, I have special
Who
admin
is it?
powers and can kick them out.
It's MD. isn't it?
Welcome. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this ASMR version or just regular. Maybe I'll do my second shift ASMR. I'm afraid of moving the microphone and breaking it. Good work on those places. That's terrifying and I'm scared to read them. But here we go. Joshua, so excited to hear about more of the tribes of Israel. If you watched the video that was also posted today about Catholics reading the Bible, which we are also doing now, there's a good trivia question about which tribe Paul was from. So take your guess now and go watch that video to find out. As we're here, I'll give a good refresher. $35 is one Bible book, study Bible, to donate to local ministries. And $50, if you donate $50, I gotta spin this wheel. So do it if you want. I mean, I won't be mad, but I might be a little sad depending on what it lands on. So thanks for being here. It's lovely to get out of the chat and into the studio. So thanks for having me. I will begin reading Joshua 16. I will not be too loud just in case you guys are sleeping because it's late. Similarly, the lot of the sons of Joseph fell from the Jordan, opposite Jericho and its waters, to the east, to the wilderness that ascends from Jericho to the mountain of Bethel. And it goes out from Bethel to Luz, and it crosses the border of Arki to Antothor. And it descends to the west beside the border of Jephthali, as far as the borders of Lower Bethhorn and to Gezer, and the last parts of its regions are by the Great Sea. Nobody follow along because I'm definitely just saying these names confidently and hoping nobody notices. So just listen, and it's definitely correct. Okay. And Manasseh and Ephraim, the sons of Joseph, possessed it. And the border of the sons of Ephraim was made by their families. And their possession toward the east was from Atarothadar, as far as upper Bethlehorn. And the confines extend to the sea. Yet truly, Mikmethal looks towards the north, and it circles around its borders toward the east into Tanashalo, and it continues on from the east to Janoah, and it descends from Janoah to Adaroth and Nara, and it continues to Jericho, and it extends to the Jordan. So glad we know all this geography. From Tapua, it passes on opposite the sea into the valley of reeds, and its exit is at the very salty sea. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Ephraim by their families. And there were cities with their villages, which were set aside for the sons of Ephraim, in the midst of the possession of the sons of Manasseh. And the sons of Ephraim did not put to death the Canaanite that was living at Gezer. And the Canaanite lived in the midst of Ephraim, even to this day, paying tribute. Joshua 17, that was a short one. Let's go. Here we go. Good work. Sticking with us, everybody. Now, this lot fell to the tribe of Manasseh, since he is the firstborn of Joseph. To Mecher, the firstborn of Massanah, the father of Gilead, who was a fighting man, and he had as a possession Gilead and Bashan. And to the rest of the sons of Manasseh, according to their families, to the sons of Abiezer, and the sons of Halak, and the sons of Asriel, and the sons of Shechem, and the sons of Hepher, and the sons of Shemida. These are the sons of Manasseh. He's got a lot of sons. The son of Joseph. Okay, so Joseph's grandsons. The males, by their families, we don't know of any named females. Yet truly, Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters. Here's some daughters, whose names are these: Mala and Noah, and Holga, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they went before the sight of Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and the leaders, saying, The Lord instructed by the hand of Moses that a possession ought to be given to us in the midst of our brothers. And so he gave to them, in accord with the order of the Lord, a possession in the midst of the brothers of their father. And by lot there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, aside from the land of Gilead and Bashan beyond the Jordan.
You're not going to believe this. You have a $50 donation.
Say it ain't so.
Who's it from?
Interesting.
Oh, weird.
Somebody in this room.
It's not
Wow. Guess I have to spin this wheel.
Spin the wheel.
If it lands on
Spin
vinegar,
the
I'm
wheel.
not drinking
Spin
it.
the wheel.
Oh
I'll
my
make the
gosh.
rules.
Okay, wake up everybody. It's time to spin.
Yo, you manifested that.
No! I can't
looks
drink
so
vinegar. I'm
sad.
gonna throw up.
It's been done before, right?
Will you pour it for me?
Yeah, you want to do it?
Before.
Oh, I have to. It's fun.
All right. Let's see what your next one is. If it's a reward, you don't get it. If it's a punishment, yeah, I can do that.
I can do a different punch.
Let's go.
A couple.
Put it in the cap. Put
She
it in the cap, and I'll
Cap
take a shot
vinegar.
of the vinegar. Oh.
can have GERD for
One
a week.
time, when Good Friday came
For
around,
context,
we
that
were
one is crippling GERD.
we were all kids, and my dad make us drink vinegar like Jesus on the cross. Can you have a water ready for me? And
can give you a
I
tea.
swear that was the closest I've ever come to throwing up without having the stomach flu.
This is also a light vinegar.
Oh, good. Cheers, everybody, to Joshua 17.
To Jehovah of Haban.
Cheers to Manasseh.
Weak.
Oh gosh, that's so bad. Oh gosh.
All right, get back to it. Do it
Yo,
again.
Isaac
Do it again.
is
See
here.
if you get vinegar shot.
Let's see.
Yo, Isaac. Sunglasses.
Oh, I could have
That
done
would-
that.
Cool.
Hang on.
Isaac's here.
Isaac's great. He
Our
filmed our wedding.
videographer.
What a great man. Oh. All right, let's see if I can speak after that. After my esophagus has been burned off by vinegar. Thanks for coming to my suffering. As we read these names, welcome back. Welcome back to the ASMR. Oh, does it get really loud? I don't have an audio stabilizer, but sorry, I'll just try to be more consistent. Joshua 17:5. And by lot there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, aside from the land of Gilead and Bashan, beyond the Jordan. And so the daughters of Manasseh possessed an inheritance in the midst of his sons. But the land of Gilead fell by lot to the sons of Manasseh that were left. And the border of Manasseh was from Asher to Michmethath, that's a cool name, who looks out towards Shechem, and it goes out to the right beside the inhabitants of the fountain of Tapau. I don't actually know at this point if I'm reading names of people or rivers or towns, but you get them all. Did I skip some? No, I did not. What did I just read? Did I say?
Probably no idea.
Hang on. I read about the fountain of Tapau. Okay. For by lot there also fell to Manasseh the land of Tapau, which is beside the borders of Manasseh, and which belongs to the sons of Ephraim. Ooh. This vinegar is really getting to me. Okay. I'm getting warm. And the border descends to the valley of reeds, to the south of the torrent of the cities of Ephraim, which are in the midst of the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh is to the north of the torrent, and its exit extends to the sea. Is it the salty sea? I don't know. Maybe it's just the non-salty sea. So it is that the possession of Ephraim is in the south, and that of Manasseh is in the north, and both are enclosed by the sea, and they are joined together by the tribe of Asher to the north, and by the tribe of Issachar to the east. And the inheritance of Manasseh in Issachar and in Asher was Bethlehem, no, not Bethlehem, Bethshean and its villages, and Eblim with its villages, and the inhabitants of Dor with their towns,
Likewise, the inhabitants of Endor with their villages, and similarly the inhabitants of Tanakh with their villages, and the inhabitants of Megiddo with their villages, and 1/3 part of the city of Napeth. I like when the sons of Jacob come up because I know their names from the musical. The sons of Manasseh were not able to overthrow these cities, and so the Canaanite began to dwell in their lands. Not the Canaanites. But after the sons of Israel had grown strong, they subdued the Canaanites and made them their tributaries, but they did not kill them. And the sons of Joseph spoke to Joshua, and they said, "Why have you given to me as a possession one lot and one portion, while I am of such great multitude, and the Lord has blessed me?" And Joshua said to them, "If you are a numerous people, go up into the forest and cut out space for yourself in the land of Perizzites and the Rephaim, since the possession of Mount Ephraim is too narrow for you." And I'm glad we know where all of those are in accordance to the Salty Sea. And the sons of Joseph responded to him, "We are not able to ascend to the mountains, since the Canaanites who live in the plains, in which are situated in Bethshean, with its villages, and Jezreel, possessing the middle of the valley, use chariots of iron." And Joshua said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, "You are a numerous people, and you have great strength. You shall not have only one lot. Instead, you shall cross the mountain, and you shall cut down and clear out for yourselves a space in which to live. And you shall be able to advance further when you will have destroyed the Canaanite, who, as you say, has iron chariots and is very strong." That's what I say too. Joshua 18. Let's go. Good job, everybody. Thank you for being here. And all the sons of Israel gathered together at Shiloh, and there they stationed the tabernacle of the testimony, yea, the tabernacle, and the land was subjected to them. But there remained 7 tribes of the sons of Israel, which had not yet received their possessions. And Joshua said to them, "For how long will you draw back in idleness and not enter to possess the land, which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given to you? Select 3 men from each tribe, so that I may send them, and they may go forth and circle through the land, and may describe it according to the number of each multitude, and may bring back to me what they have written down. Divide the land for yourselves into 7 parts. Let Judah be its bounds on the southern side, and the house of Joseph to the north." Tea break. Break to digest my vinegar. The land that is in the middle between these, write it down in 7 parts, and you shall able to advance further when you will have destroyed the Canaanite. Sorry, I skipped a page. Okay. And by the first lot went to the sons of Benjamin by their families, so that they would possess the land between the sons of Judah and the sons of Joseph. Sometimes when you go forwards, it goes backwards. And their border towards the north was from the Jordan, continuing on near the side of Jericho in the northern region, and from there ascending toward the west to the mountains and extending to the wilderness of Bethaven, not to be confused with Bethlehem. And it continues to the south beside Luz, which is Bethel. And it descends into Ataroth-Adar, at the mountain which is to the south of Lower Beth-horon, not to be confused with Bethlehem again. And it turns aside, circling toward the sea, to the south of the mountain which looks out toward Beth-horon, towards the southeast, and its exits are toward Kirith-Tabal, which is also called Kirith-Jearim, a city of the sons of Judah. This is their region toward the sea in the west. But to the south, the border goes on from the parts of Kirith-Jearim toward the sea, and it continues as far as the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah. And it descends to that part of the mountain which looks out toward the valley of the sons of Hinnom. And it is opposite the northern region, in the furthest part of the valley of the Rephaim. And it descends into Jenim, that is the valley of Hinnom, near the side of the Jebusite toward the south. And it extends to the fountain of Rogel, crossing from there to the north and going out to Eshemen, that is to the fountain of the sun. I want to go there. And it passes through the hills that are the opposite of the region of the ascent of the Udmum. And it descends to Abanon, that is, to the stone of Boan, the son of Reuben. And it continues on at the northern side to the plains, and it descends into the flatlands. And it advances before Beth Hoglah. That is not right. Beth Hoglah. That was close. To the north. And its exits are to the north, opposite the bay of the very salty sea. The very salty sea. We haven't heard of the very salty sea yet. Only the sea and the salty sea. The very salty sea. In the southern region at the end of the Jordan, which is its border to the east. This is the possession of the sons of Benjamin, with their borders all around, and by their families. And their cities were Jericho, and Beth-Hoglah, and the abrupt valley, Beth-araba, and Zemaraim, and Bethel, and Avim, and Para, and Ophrah, and the town of Ammoni, and Ophini, and Geba, 12 cities, and their villages, Gibeon, and Ramah, and Beeroth, and Miseph, and Chephirah, and Moza, and Rechem, Epriel, Talarha, and Zelah, Haliph, and Jebus, which is Jerusalem, Gibeah, and Kiriath, 14 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the sons of Benjamin according to their families. Chapter 19. Joshua, chapter 19. I was 19 once. It's not today. And the second lot went out for the sons of Simeon by their families, and their inheritance was, in the midst of the possession of the sons of Judah, Beersheba and Sheba, and Moladah, and Hazar Shal, Bala and Ezem, and Eltalad, Bethel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Beth Markaboth, and Hazar Susa, and Bethelboa, and Sharahen, 13 cities and their villages. Those were harder than the 14 cities. Oh, there's more. Ain, and Enrimmon, and Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities and their villages. All villages around these cities, as far as Balbathir, the high place facing the southern region. This is the inheritance of the sons of Simeon according to their families. Within the possession and lot of the sons of Judah, which was greater, and for this reason the sons of Simeon had a possession in the midst of their inheritance, and the third lot fell to the sons of Zebulun by their families, and the limit of their possession was set as far as Sarid. And it ascends from the sea and from Mariel, and it passes on to Dabasheth, as far as the torrent which is opposite Jokneam. And it turns back from Sarid to the east to the end of Chisloth Tabor, and it goes out to Dabereth, and it ascends to the opposite Japhia. And from there it continues to the eastern region of Gathelfur and Ethkazin, and it goes out to Rimmon, Amthar, and Neah. And it circles to the north at Hanathon, and its exits are the valley of Iftahel, and Katath, and Nahalar, and Shimron, and Idala, and Bethlehem. Actually, Bethlehem this time, you guys. 12 cities and their villages. So this is Judah or Simeon's land. But that's exciting that, it's got to be Bethlehem because that's where Jesus was born. So this is Judah's cities and all the land he owns. This is the inheritance, never mind. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Zebulun by their families in the cities and villages. Okay, so this is after this. The fourth lot went out to Issachar by their families, and his inheritance was Jezreel, and Cheseloth, and Shunem, and Hapharim, and Shion, and Anaharath, and Rabbith, and Kishion, Abez, and Remeth, and Enganim, and Ahadah, and Beth Pazez, and its limit reaches to Tabor and Shahazuma, and Beth Shemeth, and its exits shall be at the Jordan, 16 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the sons of Issachar by their families, the cities, and their villages. Awesome. The fifth lot fell to the tribe of the sons of Asher by their families. I can't believe we're only at the fifth lot. Okay. And their border was Halkath and Hali and Beten and Akshaph and Alamelech and Amid and Mishal, and it extends even to the Carmel by the sea, and Shihor and Libnath, and it turns back toward the east at Beth Dagon, and it continues as far as Zebulun and the valley of Iphthal toward the north at Bethemech and Neel, and it goes out to the left of Kabul, and to Ebron and Rehob and Haman, and Cana as far as to the great Sidon, and it turns back to Ramah, even to the very fortified city of Tyre, and even to Hosah. And it exists, and I keep reading exists, and its exits shall be at the sea from the lot of Akzib, and Umah, and Aphek, and Rehob, 22 cities and their villages. Yes. Oh, thank you. This is the possession of the sons of Asher by their families in the cities and their villages. Good job, Asher. All right, on to the sixth lot. Naphtali. The sixth lot fell to the sons of Naphtali by their families, and its border begins from Heleph and Elon into Zananim and Adami, which is Nekeb and Jebneel as far as Lachum, and its exits are as far as the Jordan. And the border turns back to the west at Aznatha-Tabor, and it goes out from there to Hukok. And it continues on to Zebulun in the south, and to Asher in the west, and to Judah at the Jordan toward the rising of the sun. These guys are like landlocked. Naphtali, the poor guy. And the most fortified cities are Ziddim, Zer, and Hamath, and Raketh, and Chinnereth, and Adamah, and Ramah, Hazor, and Kadesh, and Edrei, and Enzenor, and Yiron, and Migdalel, Horem, and Bethanan, and Bethmesh, 19 cities and their villages. At least he has a lot of villages and cities, Naphtali. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali by their families, the city and their villages. Okay, I'm going to do one more lot. The seventh lot. We are more than halfway there because there's 12. The seventh lot went out to the tribe of the sons of Dan by their families. All right, Dan's easy enough to read. And the border of their possession was Zorah and Ethachal and Irmesh, that is the city of the sun. Shalalabin and Ajalon and Ethla, Elon and Timnah, and Ekron, Eltekeh, Gibbethon and Baleth, and Jaed, and Bene, and Barak, and Gath-Rimmon, and Marjarkon, and Rakon, with a border that looks toward Joppa. And there the last part is concluded. And the sons of Dan ascended and fought against Leshem, and they seized it, and they struck it with the mouth of the sword, and they possessed it, and they lived in it, calling it by the name of Leshem Dan, according to the name of their father Dan. Cool. So they just hyphenated it, like when people get married and do a hyphen name. That's what they did with this city. Leshem and Dan got married. Just kidding. He took over their land, and then they hyphenated their names. Okay. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Dan by their families, the cities, and their villages. Oh, we're done. And when they had completed dividing the land by lot to each one of their tribes, the sons of Israel gave possession to Joshua the son of Nun, their villages in their midst, in accord with the precept of the Lord, the city he requested, Timnath-Serah on Mount Ephraim, and he built up the city, and he lived in it. These are the possessions which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the leaders of the families and the tribes of the son of Israel divided by lot at Shiloh before the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and so they divide the land. Good work, everybody. We divided the land. It has been divided among the sons of Israel. I don't know why not all 12 got land, but we made it through, I think, 8. So very exciting that people have land that they can live on and prosper and live until the time of Jesus, who comes from the tribe of Judah. So thanks for being here. Jake's going to take back over. It's now 1 a.m. Good job making it this far. I hope you're doing well. If you donate $50, Jake has to spin the wheel and maybe drink some vinegar, so do that if you want. Thank you, Annex, for your donation.
20 rupees.
Ooh.
Go that way.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Christopher. Thanks for being here. We're reading Joshua 20, making our way through the Bible. Onward. Onward we go. You didn't get the eyes closed with your spin.
Well, here we go. Megan Walsh commenting, but not hanging out with us. That's interesting. Annex Raja, also commenting, but not hanging out with us. But also probably not in the same building as us. Chris Tucker, my man. Oh, it's crazy how we're in 23 already. It's wild. All right.
One more chapters.
4 more? There's 24 or 26 chapters.
There's 24.
24.
All right. I am on 22. All right.
Better flip the pages then.
Huh? $22, 22, because 222 is my lucky number. All right, friends and family. Lenny, Emily, and me on the night shift. Lenny's reading along. Lenny's normally on the night shift. That's why he's goaded for this.
Throwing you some support, Jay. Keep it going.
All right, thanks, Len.
Keep it going strong.
All right, let's do it. The Lord, the Almighty God. The Lord, the Almighty God. He knows, and also Israel will understand. If we have constructed this altar with intent of transgression, let him not preserve us, but instead punish us immediately. And if we have acted with a mind so that we might present upon its holocaust and sacrifice and victim of peace offerings, let him inquire and judge. 22:24. Instead, we have acted with the greater thought and design, that we would say, tomorrow your sons will say to our sons, what is there between you and the Lord, the God of Israel? The Lord has stationed the river Jordan as the border between us and you, O sons of Reuben, O sons of Gad, and therefore you have no part in the Lord. And by this occasion your sons would turn away our sons from the fear of the Lord. And so we sought something better. And we said, let us build us an altar, not for holocausts, and not to offer victims, but as testimony between us and you, and between our descendants and your progeny, that we may serve the Lord, and so that it may be our right to offer holocausts and victims and peace offerings, and so that tomorrow your sons may not say to our sons, you have no part in the Lord. And if they decide to say this, they shall respond to them, behold, the altar of the Lord, which our fathers made, not for holocausts and not for sacrifice, but instead as a testimony between us and you. May this wickedness be far from us, such that we would withdraw from the Lord, and would forsake his paths, by constructing an altar to offer holocausts, and sacrifice and victims, contrary to the altar of the Lord our God, which was built before his tabernacle. And when Phinehas, the priest, and the leaders of the delegation who were with him had heard this, they were pleased, and they accepted very willingly the word of the sons of Reuben and Gad, and of the other half-tribe of Manasseh. And Phinehas, the priest, the son of Eleazar, said to them, now we know that the Lord is with us, for you are a stranger to this transgression, and so you have freed the sons of Israel from the hand of the Lord. And he returned with the leaders from the sons of Reuben and of Gad, out of the land of Gilead, and into the parts of Canaan, to the sons of Israel, and he reported to them. And the word pleased all who heard it. And the sons of Israel praised God, and they no longer said that they would go up against them, and fight and destroy the land of their possessions. And the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad called the altar that they had built our testimony that the Lord himself is God. Joshua 23. It's getting good.
All right.
I like this. Anything else going on here in the world? Nope. Joshua 23. Now a long time passed after the Lord had given peace to Israel by subjecting all the surrounding nations, and Joshua was now old and very advanced in age. Joshua called all of Israel, and those greater by birth, and the leaders and rulers and teachers, and he said to them, I am elderly and advanced in age. And you yourselves discern all that the Lord your God has done with all the surrounding nations, in what manner he himself has fought for you. And now, since he has divided to you by lot all the land from the eastern part of the Jordan, even to the great sea, and yet many nations still remain, the Lord your God will destroy them, and he will take them away before your face, and you shall possess the land, just as he promised you. Even so, be strengthened, and be careful that you observe all the things that have been written in the book of the law of Moses, and that you do not turn aside from them, neither to the right nor to the left. Otherwise, after you have entered to the Gentiles, who will be among you in the future, you might swear by the name of their gods, and serve them, and adore them. This is important. Instead, cling to the Lord your God, just as Joshua called all of Israel, and those... Oh, hold on. You're right, it does go backwards when you go forward sometime. Yeah. This is important. Therefore, just as he has fulfilled indeed... Wait, I'm in the wrong page again. Oh my gosh, this is going horribly wrong. It's skipping all over. Instead, cling to the Lord your God, just as you have done even to this day. And then the Lord your God will take away in your sight nations that are great and very robust, and no one will be able to withstand you. One of you shall pursue 1,000 men of the enemies, for the Lord your God himself will fight on your behalf, just as he promised. Even so, be very diligent and careful in this, that you love the Lord your God. But if you choose to cling to the errors of these nations that live among you, and to mix with them by marriage, and to join with them by friendship, even now know this, that the Lord your God will not wipe away before your face. Instead, they shall be a pit and a snare to you, and a stumbling block at your side, and stakes in your eyes, until he takes you away and scatters you from this excellent land which he has delivered to you. Lo, today I am entering the way of the entire earth, and you shall know with all your mind that out of all the words that the Lord has promised to fulfill for you, not one will pass by unfulfilled. Therefore, just as he has fulfilled in death what he has promised, and all prosperous things have arrived, so will he bring upon you whatever evils were threatened, until he takes you away and scatters you from this excellent land which he has delivered to you. When you will have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he has formed with you, and will have served strange gods, and will have adored them, and then the fury of the land will rise up quickly and speedily. Fury of the Lord will rise up quickly and speedily against you, and you will be taken away from this excellent land which he has delivered to you. Joshua 24, last chapter, boys and girls.
Bring us home, Jake.
Let's go. And Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel at Shechem, and he called those greater by birth, and the leaders and judges and teachers, and they stood in the sight of the Lord. We've been here before.
Yeah.
He's calling them again. And he spoke to the people in this way, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. Your fathers lived in the beginning across the river, Terah, the father of Abraham and Nahor, and they served strange gods. Then I brought your father Abraham from the parts of Mesopotamia, vocab word, and I led him into the land of Canaan, and I multiplied his offspring. And I sent Moses and Aaron, and I struck Egypt with many signs and portents. And I led you and your fathers away from Egypt, and you arrived at the sea, and the Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and horsemen as far as the Red Sea. Then the sons of Israel cried out to the Lord, and he stationed a darkness between you and the Egyptians, and he led the sea over them, and he covered them. Your eyes saw all that I did in Egypt, and you lived in the wilderness for a long time. And I led you into the land of Amorite, who was living beyond the Jordan. And when they fought against you, I delivered them into your hands, and you possessed their land, and you put them to death. Then Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, rose up and fought against Israel. And he sent and called for Balaam, the son of Beor, so he might curse you. And I was not willing to listen to him, but on the contrary, I blessed you through him, and I freed you from his hand. And you crossed over the Jordan, and you arrived at Jericho, and the men of that city fought against you, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, and I delivered them into your hands. Woo! And I sent wasps before you, and I drove them from their places, the 2 kings of the Amorites, but not by your sword, and not by your bow. And I gave you a land in which you did not labor, and cities in which you did not build, so that you might live in them, in vineyards and olive groves, which you did not plant. Now, therefore, fear the Lord, and serve him, with a perfect and very sincere heart, and take away the gods that your fathers served in Mesopotamia and in Egypt.
All right.
Go off, king.
Go off. Pop off.
But if it seems evil to you that you would serve the Lord, a choice is given to you. Choose today what pleases you, and whom you ought to serve above all else, either the gods that your fathers served in Mesopotamia, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you live. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Hey, yo. It's all over this house. Someone call Mom. That's her favorite verse.
The Lord our God himself led us and our fathers away from the land of Egypt, from the house of servitude, and he accomplished immense signs in our sight. And he preserved us along the way by which we journeyed, and among all the people through whom we passed. And he cast out all the nations, the Amorite, the inhabitant of the land that we entered, and so we will serve the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You will not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy and powerful God, and he is jealous, and he will not ignore your wickedness and sins. If you leave behind the Lord, and you serve foreign gods, he will turn himself, and he will afflict you, and he will overthrow you after all the good that he has offered to you. And the people said to Joshua, By no means will it be as you are saying, but we will serve the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You yourselves are witnesses that you have chosen the Lord, so that you may serve him. And they answered, We are witnesses. Now, therefore, he said, Take away strange gods from among yourselves, and incline your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will serve the Lord our God, and we will be obedient to his precepts. Therefore, on that day, Joshua struck a covenant, and he set before the people at Shechem the precepts and the judgments. He also wrote up all the things in the volume of the law of the Lord, and he took a very great stone, and he stationed it under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. And he said to all the people, Lo, this stone shall be to you as testimony, which he has heard all the words of the Lord, that he has spoken to you, lest perhaps afterwards you might choose to deny it, and to lie to the Lord your God. He kept his receipts, is basically what they're trying to say. And
he works for a nonprofit.
What? Oh no, like he has the receipts. Like,
yeah,
we talked about this. If you screw this up, it's written down right here.
It's written down. I have the proof.
And he dismissed the people, each one to their own possession. And after these things, Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him within the borders of his possession at Timnath-Serah, which is situated on Mount Ephraim, before the northern side of Mount Gash. And Israel served the Lord during all the days of Joshua, and of the elders who lived for a long time after Joshua, and who had known all the works of the Lord that he had accomplished in Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the sons of Israel had brought from Egypt, they buried at Shechem, in a portion of the field that Jacob had purchased from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 young female sheep. And so it was in the possession of the sons of Joseph. A happy ending. Likewise, Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him in Gibeah, which belongs to Phinehas, his son, and which was given to him on Mount Ephraim. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to
Amen.
God. All right.
We made it through Joshua.
Let's
Joshua!
go. Joshua's
Respectfully.
done.
Now what?
Now,
Judges.
Let's go. 1:15 in the morning.
Judges, no leaders.
We finished
we
Joshua.
got no leaders
It's
now.
done.
Yeah, no, there's
No
no
leaders, no physical leaders.
no Christian David.
No kings. No,
Oh, I thought you were talking about our stream leaders.
Yeah. Right. Well, in this book too.
They're not here.
Yeah, it's the same thing. There you go.
Squat up. Thanks everybody for all the kind words. All right,
Here, I can
judges.
put this for you as you read.
All right, deal.
Here we go, judges. Troopers for all being here. Maybe
It says 64 hours, 41 minutes left
Can
in
you
this.
see me?
So it's saying 64 hours of reading left.
It knows.
I don't know, it says 64 hours. I don't know at what pace, but we're 18% of the way through.
Good job, everybody.
Chapter 19 is not fun. Judges
I'll move
19.
I don't think Judges is going to be fun really well, but it's okay.
Well,
I know Judges 19. There you
yeah,
go.
I'm curious. Do you know what that is off the top of your head?
Judges 19.
I don't think we'll make it to 19, so we'll probably just leave it for
Yeah, we
your
might
poor
be
little
gone by
sister.
then. Is Gina doing the next
No,
one?
Rachel.
Oh,
Innocent
poor
Rachel.
Rach.
All right, Judges 1. After the death of Joshua, the sons of Israel consulted the Lord, saying, "Who will ascend before us against the Canaanite? And who will be the commander of the war?" And the Lord said, "Judah shall ascend. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hands." And Judah said to his brother Simeon, "Go up with me to my lot and fight against the Canaanite, so that I may also go forth with you to your lot." And Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanite, as well as the Perizzite. Now this is a word that's said a lot, so we should make sure we have it right, as well as this next name. Into their hands, and they struck down 10,000 men at Bezek. And they found, I'm so dyslexic, I might need your help, Adonai Bezek? Len, you got it there?
I don't got it there. No,
Adonibezek. Is it a D and a B?
D-I-D.
Where?
Right there.
That's the D and then a B. Yeah, you're right.
Adonai Bezek.
Yep.
Adonai Bezek.
Adonai Bezek.
Adonai Bezek.
Sure.
All right. At Bezek, and they fought against him. They struck down the Canaanite and the Perizzite. Then Adonai Bezek fled, and they pursued him and captured him. And they cut out the ends of his hands and feet. And Adonai Bezek said, 70 kings with the ends of their hands and feet amputated have been gathering the remnants of food under my table, just as I have done. So has God repaid me, and they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. The sons of Judah, besieging Jerusalem, seized it, and they struck it with the edge of the sword, delivering the entire city to be burned. And afterwards, descending, they fought against the Canaanites, who were living in the mountains, and in the south, and in the plains. And Judah, going forth against the Canaanites who were living at Hebron, the name of which from antiquity was Kiriath Arba, struck down Sheshai, and Ahaman, and Talmai. And continuing on from there, he went to the inhabitants of Debir, the old name of which was Kiriath Sephir, that is, the city of letters. And Caleb said, "Whoever will strike Sephir, and will lay waste to it, I will give to him my daughter Aksha as a wife." I thought she was already given away. Interesting.
Might have been the other daughter.
And when Othniel, the son of Kenaz, a younger brother of Caleb, had seized it, he gave his daughter Aksha to him in marriage. And as she was traveling on a journey, her husband admonished her, so that she would request a field from her father. And since she had sighed while sitting on her donkey, Caleb said to her, "What is it?" Oh, he's so attentive. But she responded, "Give a blessing to me, for you have given me a dry land. Also, give a watered land." Therefore, Caleb gave to her the upper watered land and the lower watered land. Now the sons of Kenite, the relatives of Moses, ascended from the city of palms with the sons of Judah into the wilderness of his lot, which is towards the south of Arad, and they lived with him. Then Judah went out with his brother Simeon, who together they struck the Canaanites, who were living at Zephath, and they put them to death. Whew. And the name of the city was called Hormah, and Anathema. And Judah seized Gaza with its parts, and Ashlekon as well as Ekron with their border. And the Lord was with Judah, and he possessed the mountain, but he was not able to wipe out the inhabitants of the valley, for they abound with chariots armed with scythes. And just as Moses had said, they gave Hebron to Caleb, who destroyed it out for 3 sons of Anak. But the sons of Benjamin did not wipe out the Jebusite inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the Jebusite has lived with the sons of Benjamin in Jerusalem even to the present day. The house of Joseph also ascended against Bethel, and the Lord was with them, for they were besieging the city which was previously called Luz. They saw a man departing from the city, and they said to him, "Reveal to us the entrance to the city, and we will act with mercy towards you." And when he had revealed it to them, they struck the city with the edge of the sword, but that man and all his relatives they released. And having been sent away, he went out to the land of the Hittites, and he built a city there, and called it Luz. And so it is called even to the present day. Likewise, Manasseh did not destroy Bethshan or Tanakh with their village, nor the inhabitants of Dor and Ibleam and Megiddo with their village, and the Canaanites began to live with them. Then, after Israel had grown strong, he had made them tributaries, but he was not willing to destroy them. And now Ephraim did not put to death the Canaanite who was living at Gezer, instead he lived with him. Zebulun did not wipe out the inhabitants of Kitron and Nahalal. Instead, the Canaanite lived in their midst and became their tributary. Likewise, Asher did not destroy the inhabitants of Akko, Sidon, Ahab, and Achzib, and Halbah, and Aphek, and Rehab. And he lived in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of that land, for he did not put them to death. Naphtali also did not wipe out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh and Bethanath, and he lived among the Canaanites, inhabitants of the land. And the Beth Shemeshites and Beth-Tanites were tributaries to him. And the Amorite hemmed into the sons of Dan on the mountain, and did not give them a place, so that they might descend to the flatlands. And he lived on the mountain at Harheres, which is translated as resembling bricks, and at Ajalon and Sha'alabin. But the hand of the house of Joseph was very heavy, and he became a tributary to them. Now the border of the Amorite was from the ascent of the Scorpion to the rock and the higher places. Judges 2. Thank you.
What's that number? All right.
Uh-oh.
Judges 2, everybody.
And an angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal, and to the place of weeping, and he said, I led you away from Egypt, and I led you into the land about which I swore to your fathers, and I promised that I would not nullify my covenant with you, even forever. But only if you would not form a pact with the inhabitants of this land. Uh-oh. Instead, you should overturn their altars. Yet you were not willing to listen to my voice. Why have you done this? For this reason, I am not willing to destroy them before your face, so that you may have enemies, and so that their gods may be your ruin. And when the angel of the Lord spoke these words to all the sons of Israel, they lifted up their voice, and they wept. And the name of that place was called the place of weeping, or the place of tears. and they immolated victims to the Lord in that place. Then Joshua dismissed the people, and the son of Israel went away, each one of his own possessions, so that they might obtain it. And they served the Lord during all his days, and during all the days of the elders who lived for a long time after him, who knew all the works of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. Then Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old.
Whoa.
And they buried him in the parts of his possession at Timnath-serah on Mount Araphim, before the north side of Mount Gash. This is so interesting to literally hear the same exact thing in two different stories, which just speaks to how these stories were written entirely separately of one another, but yeah, sharing the same information.
Yeah, by different people.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. And they buried him in the parts of his, I already read that. And the entire generation was gathered to their fathers. And there rose up others who had not known the Lord, and the works that he had done for Israel. And the son of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they served the Baals. And they abandoned the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had led them away from the land of Egypt. And they followed foreign gods, and the gods of the people who were living around them. And they adored them, and they provoked the Lord to wrath, forsaking him and serving Baal and Asheratoth. And the Lord, having become angry against Israel, delivered them into the hands of plunderers, who seized them and sold them to the enemies, who were living on all sides. Neither were they able to withstand their adversaries. Instead, wherever they wanted to go, the hand of the Lord was upon them, just as he said, and just as he swore to them, and they were greatly afflicted. And the Lord raised up judges, who would free them from the hands of their oppressors. But they were not willing to listen to them, fornicating with foreign gods, and adoring them. They quickly deserted the way along which their fathers had advanced. And having heard the commandments of the Lord, they did all the things to the contrary. And while the Lord was raising up the judges in their day, he was moved to mercy, and he listened to the groaning of the afflicted, and he freed them from the slaughter of their oppressors. But after a judge had died, they turned back, and they were doing much worse things than their fathers had done, following strange gods, serving them, and adoring them. They did not abandon their pursuits and their very stubborn way, by which they were accustomed to walking. 31 live viewers at 1:30 a.m. is so fire.
Yeah, let's go.
Who's watching? Can we tell who's watching?
I don't think so. Just who says things.
Nice.
So, tell us what country you're from, or what time zone you're in, because people being here from Eastern Standard Time are
Pretty
ballers.
sick.
If you're not, you're cool too.
Nice. And so, I will not destroy the nations that Joshua left behind when he died, so that by them I may test Israel as to whether or not they will keep the way of the Lord and walk in it, just as their fathers kept it. Therefore the Lord left all the nations, and he was not willing to quickly overthrow them, nor did he deliver them into the hands of Joshua. Judges tree. Emily Joy,
Oh,
talk to him.
We do have some Eastern Time people. You guys are standing. Let's go.
Oh man,
10 minutes
10
standing.
minutes standing.
I have to?
I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Shout out squad.
This can be in advance. If someone donates it, it can be in advance.
The next one.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna miss out.
Excited to hear more about the judges. The judges of the world. All right, we got Central Time. Is that backwards or forwards?
That's back 1 hour.
Nice. Welcome to Judges 3. Is that where you ended?
Still waiting for a king. We want a king.
Mm-hmm.
We want a king.
We want a king.
We want a king.
We want a king. Brando, make them restart the Psalms or something, because that's long. I want to do this ASMR.
That'd be great. Do it tomorrow.
Yeah. Can I move this? I want to do ASMR. Maybe not. Okay. Well, then they can't hear me. I'll just speak softly. I feel like it's early/late, and this is a nice Bible reading podcast to listen to as you sleep. So listen to my calming voice. Hopefully it's calming. And I'll tap my nails. Okay. Judges 3. Here we go.
Encourage people to subscribe. We're almost at
Oh,
7K.
we're almost at 7K. Let's get to 7K before we leave in a half an hour.
If we hit 7K by 2 a.m. Eastern time when we leave, we'll donate $100.
Whoa, 2 challenges. This is a fundraiser for study Bibles for Buffalo Ministries. If you're able to donate, it's $35 per Bible. Let's go. Alrighty. Welcome from Southeast Asia. Thanks for being here. Judges 3. These are the nations which the Lord left, so that by them he might instruct Israel and all who had not known the wars of the Canaanites, so that afterwards their sons might learn to contend with their enemies and to have a willingness to do battle. The 5 princes of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites, who were living on Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal-Hermon as far as the entrance to Hamath. And he left them, so that by them he might test Israel, as to whether or not they would listen to the commandments of the Lord, which he instructed to their fathers by the hand of Moses. Oop, gonna scooch in a little bit, okay. And so, the sons of Israel lived in the midst of Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jezebite. And they took their daughters as wives, and they gave their own daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. And they did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot their God, while serving the Baals and Ashtaroth. And the Lord, having become angry with Israel, delivered them into the hands of the Cushan Rishathaim, the king of Mesopotamia. Vocab word. And they served him for 8 years. And they cried out to the Lord, who raised up for them a Savior, and he freed them, namely, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, a younger brother of Caleb. Good work. And the Spirit of the Lord was in him, and he judged Israel. And he went out to fight, and the Lord delivered Cushan-Rishathaim, the king of Syria, and he overwhelmed them. And the land was quiet for 40 years. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, who was their savior, died. Then the sons of Israel resumed doing evil in the sight of the Lord. Guys, didn't they learn their lesson? Who strengthened Elgon, the king of Moab, against them because they did evil in his sight. These people never learn, even after 40 years. And he joined to him the sons of Ammon and the sons of Amalek, and he went forth and struck Israel, and he possessed the city of palms. Epiclesis, that's a cool name, is going to head to bed, listen, be back in the morning, keep a stream on in the background. Awesome. Yeah, for sure. You can fall asleep to us listening. Thanks for being here. And afterward they cried out to the Lord, who raised up for them a Savior called Ehud, the son of Gera, the son of Benjamin, who used either hand as well as the right hand. And the sons of Israel sent gifts to Eglon, the king of Moab, by him. So the Lord already had to raise up 2 saviors for them. They're not even learning anything. And he made for himself a 2-edged sword, having a handle, reaching to the middle, and the length of a palm of a hand, like this. And he was girded with it under his cloak, on the right thigh. And he offered the gifts to Eglon, the king of Moab. Now Eglon was exceedingly fat. He was fat. Yo, they just fat shamed this guy. Unless Eglon is a place, but I don't think it is, because he's a king. Y'all. Judges 3 is getting mean.
He's so fat, he looks like a pig.
Yo, Eglon's so fat. Okay. And when you can tell it's 1:30 in the morning, you're getting a little loopy. And when he had presented the gifts to him, he followed out his companions who had arrived with him. I'm sure fat in whatever language this was translated from, Greek, was meant something else. It might mean like he was rich, because like fat means you're rich back then, because you had access to a lot of food, so you could eat a lot of food. And then returning from Gilgal, where the idols were, he said to the king, I have a secret word for you, O king. And he ordered silence. And when all those who were around him had departed, Ehud entered to him. Now when he was sitting alone in a summer upper room, and he said, I have a word from God to you. And immediately he rose from his throne. John says it means he never fasted and has money. Sounds good to me. All right, let's hear the word of God from Ehud to the king. He's got some words that God spoke to him and he needs to deliver. Ehud extended his left hand and he took the dagger from his right thigh and he thrust it into his abdomen. That's the words he had for him. He said, I've got some choice words for you. Stab! So strongly that the handle followed the blade into the wound and was enclosed by the great amount of fat. Yo. This guy's so fat he ate up a knife. Neither did he withdraw the sword. Instead, he left it in the body just as he had struck with it. Do you think his hand was stuck in there too? And immediately, by the private parts of nature, the fifth of the bowels went out. Oh, the filth of the bowels went out. Yo, this dude stabbed him. All of his intestines went everywhere. I didn't know Judges was going to be this crazy. Y'all who are here, you're real for being here, for listening to this. Okay, so Ehud killed the king. He carefully closed the doors of the upper room, and securing the bars, he departed by a back exit. And the servants of the king, entering, saw that the doors of the upper room were closed, and they said, perhaps he is emptying his bowels in the summer room. You know, he's emptying his bowels, but not in that way. And after waiting a long time, until they were embarrassed, and seeing that no one opened the door, they took the key, and opening it, they found their lord lying dead on the ground. But Ehud, while they were in confusion, escaped and passed by the palace of the idols, from which he had returned. And he arrived at Sarath, and immediately he sounded the trumpet on Mount Ephraim, and the sons of Israel descended with him, he himself advancing at the front. All right, let's go, Israel. And he said to them, follow me, for the Lord has delivered our enemies, the Moabites, into our hands. And they descended after him, and they occupied the fords of the Jordan, which cross over to Moab, and they did not permit anyone to cross. And so they struck down the Moabites at that time, about 10,000, all strong and robust men. None of them were able to escape. Let's go. Quite the army, too. You can tell they're led by Ehud, because he killed the king, so he's probably got good men, too. Moab was humbled in that day under the hand of Israel, and the land was quiet for 80 years. After him, there was Shamgar, the son of Anath, who struck down 600 men of the Philistines with a plowshare, and he also defended Israel. All right, Judges 4. It's getting spicy. It's getting exciting. So far, I think 120 years have gone by in that chapter, in chapter 3. 40 years plus 80 years. It's a lot of years. All right. Man, Israel's doing more evil. Bro, Israel, they never learned their lesson. All right. After the death of Ehud, the sons of Israel resumed doing evil in the sight of the Lord. Boo. And the Lord delivered them into the hands of Jabin, the king of Canaan, who reigned at Hazor. So basically, I think the Israelites do bad and they do evil, and then the Lord makes them ruled by other people who treat them badly, who like own them because they're not living right. Interesting. All right, let's see what Hazor does. And the sons of Israel cried out to the Lord, for he had 900 chariots with scythes, and he vehemently oppressed them for 20 years. Vehemently is also an AP English word. Now there was a prophetess, Deborah, we know her, the wife of Lapidoth, who judged the people in that time. And she was sitting under a palm tree, which was called by her name, between Ramah and Bethel, on Mount Ephraim. And the sons of Israel went up to her for every judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinadab, from Kadesh of Naphtali. And she said to him, the Lord, the God of Israel, instructs you, go and lead an army to Mount Tabor, and you shall take with you 10,000 fighting men from the sons of Naphtali and the sons of Zebulun. Then I will lead you at the place of the torrent Kishon, Sisera and the leader of the army of Jabin, with his chariots and the entire multitude, and I will deliver them into your hand. Wow, that's Deborah saying this? That's epic. Let's go, Deborah. And Barak said to her, If you will come with me, I will go. If you are not willing to come with me, I will not go. She said to him, Indeed, I will go with you, but due to this change, the victory shall not be reputed to you. And so Sisera will be delivered into the hand of a woman. Let's go! Therefore Deborah rose up, and she traveled to Barak with Kadesh. And he, summoning Zebulun and Naphtali, ascended with 10,000 fighting men, having Deborah in his company. Let's go, men. Now Heber the Kenite, who had previously withdrawn from the rest of the Kenites, his brothers, the sons of Hobab, the relatives of Moses, and he had pitched his tents as far as the valley that is called Zaananim, which is near Kadesh. And it was reported to Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had ascended to Mount Tabor. And he gathered together the 900 chariots with, how do you say that word? Scythes? It's like a sword thing. Scythes. I've read it hundreds of times in like Percy Jackson or whatever, like novels where they have swords, and I've always read it, but I've never said it out loud. Scythes. And the entire army from Harosheth of the Gentiles to the torrent Kishon. And Deborah said to Barak, Rise up, for this is the day on which the Lord delivers Sisera into your hands, for he is your commander. And so Barak descended from Mount Tabor, and the 10,000 fighting men with him. Let's go! And the Lord struck Sisera with great fear, and all his chariots and all his multitude with the edge of the sword, in the night of Barak, so much so that Sisera, leaping from his chariot, fled on foot. And Barak pursued the fleeing chariots and the army as far as Harosheth of the Gentiles, and the entire multitude of the army was cut down unto utter annihilation. It's epic. But Sisera, while fleeing, arrived at the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin and the king of Hazor and the house of Heber the Kenite. Therefore Jael went out to meet Sisera, and she said to him, Enter to me, my lord, enter, you should not be afraid. And he entered her tent, and having been covered with a cloak, he said to her, Give me, I beg you, a little water, for I am very thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk, and she gave it to him to drink, and she covered him. And Sisera said to her, Stand before the door of the tent, and if anyone arrives questioning you and saying, Could there be any man here? Why would there be a man? You shall respond, There is no one. And so Jael, the wife of Heber, took a spike from the tent, and also took a mallet, and entering unseen with silence, she placed the spike over the temple of his head, and striking it with the mallet, she drove it through his brain as far as the ground. And so, joining deep sleep to death, he fell unconscious and died. So far, in Judges 4, 2 people have been murdered. I think this guy was a king too, but pretty epic. So this lady, Jael, killed this guy. Who was this? Heber? No. Sisera. She killed Sisera. It reminds me of Judith, who killed the king as well by her own hands, by like entering into his tent by her beauty, and he wanted her, and then she killed him. So good work, Jael and Deborah. And behold, Barak arrived in pursuit of Sisera. And Jael, going out to meet him, said to him, Come, and I will show you the man whom you are seeking. And when he had entered her tent, he saw Sisera lying dead, with a spike fixed at his temples. Thus did God humble Jabin, the king of Canaan, on the day before the sons of Israel. Yeah, that's very humbling. And they increased every day. And with a strong hand they overpowered Jabin, the king of Canaan, until they wiped him out. Wow. That's the end of chapter 4 of Judges. That was very spicy. Lots of death and stabbing and armies of men.
Yeah, now you can get into some poetry.
Yeah, let's see what happens next.
Do it.
Alrighty. Judges chapter 5. I'm just going to tune into the live stream real fast to see if there's any. Okay, cool. In that day, Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, sang out, saying, All you of Israel who have willingly offered your lives to danger, bless the Lord. Listen, O kings, pay attention, O princes. It is I, who will sing to the Lord. I will sing a psalm to the Lord, the God of Israel. I wanted to know who's saying this. Deborah. Deborah is saying this, by the way. She might even be singing it. O Lord, when you departed from Seir, and you crossed through the regions of Edom, the earth and the heavens were moved, and the clouds rained down water. The mountains flowed away before the face of the Lord, and Sinai before the face of the Lord, God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, the son of Anath, and the days of Jael, the paths were quiet, and whoever entered by them walked along rough byways. The strong men ceased, and they rested in Israel, until Deborah rose up, until a mother rose up in Israel. The Lord chose new wars, and he himself overturned the gates of the enemies. A shield with a spear was not seen among the 40,000 of Israel. My heart loves the leaders of Israel, all you who, of your own free will, offered yourselves during a crisis. Bless the Lord. You who ride upon donkeys laboring, and you who sit in judgment, and you who walk along the way, speak out. Where the chariots were struck together, and the army of the enemies was choked, in that place let the justices of the Lord be described, and let his clemency be for the brave of Israel. Then did the people of the Lord descend to the gates and obtain leadership. Rise up, O Deborah. Rise up, and speak a canticle. Rise up, Barak, and seize your captives, O son of Abinoam. The remnants of the people were saved. The Lord contended with the strong. Out of Ephraim he destroyed those with Amalek, and after him out of Benjamin those of your people, O Amalek. From Mechir there were descended leaders, and from Zebulun those who had led the army to war. The commanders of Issachar were with Deborah, and they followed the steps of Barak, who endangered himself, like one rushing headlong into a chasm. Reuben was divided against himself. Contention was found among great souls. Why do you live between two borders, so that you hear the bleating of the flocks? Reuben was divided against himself. Contention was found among great souls. Gilead rested beyond the Jordan, and Dan was occupied with ships. Asher was living on the shore of the sea and dwelling in the ports. Yet truly Zebulun and Naphtali offered their lives to death in the region of Merom. It's cool. We started with all the brothers in Joshua and all of their land, and now we're hearing about them later in life and how their descendants turned out and how they died or didn't die. Very interesting. The kings came and fought. The kings of Canaan fought at Tanakh, besides the waters of Megiddo, and yet they took no spoils. The conflict against them was from heaven. The stars, remaining in their order and courses, fought against Sisera. The torrent of Kishon dragged away their carcasses, the ongoing torrent. The torrent of Kishon, O my soul, tread upon the stalwart. The hooves of the horses were broken, while the strongest of the enemies fled away with fury and rushed on to ruin. Cursed be the land of Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. Cursed be its inhabitants, for they did not come to the aid of the Lord, to the assistance of his most valiant men. Blessed among women is Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, and blessed is she in her tabernacle. Let's go, Jael, killed the king with her bare hands. He begged her for water, and she gave him milk, and she offered him butter in a dish fit for princes. She put her left hand to the nail, and she struck her right hand into the workman's mallet, and she struck Sisera, seeking in his head a place for the wound, and strongly piercing his temples. Between her feet he was ruined. He fainted away and passed on. He curled up before her feet, and he lay there lifeless and miserable. His mother gazed through a window and wailed, and she spoke from an upper room. Why does this chariot delay in returning? Why are the feet of his team of horses so slow? One who was wiser than the rest of his wives responded to her mother-in-law with this. Perhaps he is now dividing the spoils, and the most beautiful among the women is being selected for him. This is why this guy died. Garments of diverse colors are being delivered to Sisera as spoils, and various goods are being collected for the adornment of necks. O Lord, so may all your enemies perish, but may those who you love shine with splendor as the sun shines at its rising. And the land rested for 40 years. All right, 40 more years. Good. Judges 6. Lots of good history happening here. People taking over the land and the people, and then them taking it back. Judges 6. No way. They did it again. Then the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord. These people, who delivered them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. TBH though, aren't we all Israel? Like every time I sin, I'm like, why am I doing this again? We're all Israel. I can't get mad at them. And they were greatly oppressed by them, and they made for themselves hollows and caves in the mountains and very fortified places for defense. And when Israel had planted, Midian and Amalek, the rest of the eastern nations, ascended, and pitching their tents among them, they laid waste to all that was planted, as far as the entrance to Gaza. And they left behind nothing at all to sustain life in Israel, neither sheep nor oxen nor donkeys. For they and all their flocks arrived with their tents, and they filled all places like locusts, an innumerable multitude of men and camels, devastating whatever they touched. And Israel was humbled greatly in the sight of Midian, and he cried out to the Lord, requesting assistance against the Midianites. And he sent them to a man who was a prophet, and he said, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I caused you to ascend from Egypt, and I led you away from the house of servitude. And I freed you from the hand of the Egyptians and from all of the enemies who were afflicting you. And I cast them out at your arrival, and I delivered their land to you. And I said, I am the Lord your God. You shall not fear the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you live. But you were not willing to listen to my voice. Then an angel of the Lord arrived, and he sat under an oak tree, which was at Ophrah, and which belonged to Joash, the father of the family of Ezri. And while his son Gideon was threshing and cleaning the grain at the winepress, so that he might flee from Midian, the angel of the Lord appeared to him, and he said, The Lord is with you, most valiant of men. And Gideon said to him, I beg you, my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why have these things happened to us? Where are his miracles, which our fathers described when they said, The Lord led us away from Egypt? But now the Lord has forsaken us, and he has delivered us into the hand of Midian. And the Lord looked down upon him, and he said, Go forth with this, your strength, and you shall free Israel from the hand of Midian. Know that I have sent you. And responding, he said, I beg you, my Lord, with what shall I free Israel? Behold, my family is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in the house of my father. And the Lord said to him, I will be with you, and so you shall cut down Midian, as if one man. And he said, If I have found grace before you, give me a sign that it is you who is speaking to me. And may you not withdraw from here until I return to you, carrying a sacrifice and offering it to you. And he responded, I will wait for your return. And so Gideon entered, and he boiled a goat, and he made unleavened bread from a measure of flour. And setting the flesh in a basket, and putting the broth of the flesh in a pot, he took it all under the oak tree, and he offered it to him. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Take the flesh and the unleavened bread, and place them on that rock, and pour out the broth upon it. And when he had done so, the angel of the Lord extended the hand of the staff, which he was holding in his hand, and he touched the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and a fire ascended from the rock, and it consumed the flesh and the unleavened loaves. Then the angel of the Lord vanished from his sight. And Gideon, realizing that it had been the angel of the Lord, said, Alas, my Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. And the Lord said to him, Peace be with you. Do not be afraid. You shall not die. Therefore Gideon built an altar to the Lord there, and he called it the Peace of the Lord, even to present day. And while he was still at Ophrah, which is the family of Ezri, that night the Lord said to him, Take a bull of your father's, and another bull of 7 years, and you shall destroy the altar of Baal, which is your father's. And you shall cut down the sacred grove which is around the altar. And you shall build an altar to the Lord your God at the summit of this rock, on which you placed the sacrifice before. And you shall take the second bowl, and you shall offer a holocaust upon a pile of wood, which you shall cut down from the grove. Making a whole sanctuary here. Pretty cool. Therefore Gideon, taking 10 men from his servants, did just as the Lord had instructed him. But fearing his father's household and the men of that city, he was not willing to do it by day. Instead, he completed everything by night. And when the men of that town had risen up in the morning, they saw the altar of Baal destroyed, and the sacred grove cut down, and the second bowl set upon the altar which had then been built. And they said to one another, Who has done this? And when they inquired everyone as to the author of the deed, it was said, Gideon, the son of Joash, did all these things. And they said to Joash, Bring forward your son here, so that he may die, for he has destroyed the altar of Baal, and he has cut down the sacred grove. But he responded to them, Could you be the avengers of Baal, so that you fight on his behalf? Whoever is his adversary, let him die before the light arrives tomorrow. If he is a god, let him vindicate himself against him who has overturned his altar. From that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, because Joash had said, Let Baal avenge him against him who has overturned his altar. And so all of Midian, the Amalek, and the eastern peoples were gathered together, and crossing the Jordan they encamped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord entered Gideon, who, sounding the trumpet, summoned the house of Abiezer, so that he might follow him. And he sent messengers into all of Manasseh, who also followed him, and other messengers into Asher and Zebulun and Naphtali, who went to meet him. And Gideon said to God, If you will save Israel by my hand, just as you have said, I will set this wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there will be dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, I will know that my hand that you have said you will free Israel. And so it was done. And rising in the night, wringing out the fleece, he filled the vessel with the dew. And again he said to the Lord, Let not your fury be enkindled against me. If I test once more, seeking a sign in the fleece, I pray that only the fleece may be dry, and all the ground may be wet with dew. And that night God did as he requested, and it was dry only on the fleece, and there was dew on all the ground. Judges 6. Thank you.
You want to call it there?
Yeah, Raj, you ready to take over?
We were warned about Judges 19. Should we do a preview where we react to it?
Did you want to go
To Judges 19.
Yeah. Just throwing you some support, Steve.
I can look it up.
Well, just skip ahead to it.
What are you
And then go
talking
back.
about?
We were warned in the chat about how Judges 19 is rough.
I don't want to read that.
Yeah, you're gonna have
You're gonna
to.
have to probably get through 2 books. You might get through Ruth. You'll get through Ruth too.
I probably won't make it to you.
You really,
get through Ruth.
No, I think you will.
How long is
I think you
Judges?
will.
Like 24.
24.
I don't think I'm gonna make. Last time I only read like 20 chapters.
I think you'll get
Yeah,
through
just about
Judges
there.
and Ruth.
Judges what? 19.
Yeah. Alright, here's our live reaction. Judges 19. Oh,
It's like
running into
spoiler
things.
alert.
Judges real.
We won't say it. We'll just.
Israel. So
It doesn't seem that crazy.
The concubines.
Could be.
I think that's why. 19.
We have straw and fodder for our donkeys, and bread and wine for myself, and for your maidservant and the young man who is with your servant.
Okay, not so crazy.
There is nothing else we need. Rest assured, the old man said to him, I will provide for all your needs.
Oh, it got weird.
Oh, yeah? Where?
Right here.
Oh,
You may be. Oh, it is. You're right, Lenny.
it is weird.
I think it's over. I think it's concubines.
Oh, yeah, it is. That's fun. Good luck, Rachel.
Good luck,
If you make it to Judges
Don't worry, it's
19, I
biblical.
see now why it's
Who's
bad.
next after you?
Israel.
Leah.
Oh, poor Leah.
Oh, poor Leah. Maybe she won't understand.
There's the ups and downs.
Thank
Yeah.
you for having us. Love the carols. We're happy to be here.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. We're also reading tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be listening on the way home. But
I'm locked in.
donate, comment, subscribe.
Lock in,
Be with
Rachel.
us here. I think
There
we'll
it is.
probably
Another one
hit
just went
7,000 by
on.
the time Rachel's done. We better. Lock in.
Another subscriber just went.
Alright.
So,
My goal is to make it to Ruth.
this computer's resetting.
Good goal.
So restarting.
How long is
Updates,
Ruth?
Ruth
4
is-
chapters.
Yeah.
Oh, I got this. Alright.
You gotta make it
Rachel.
there first.
Rachel.
Alright.
Let's go,
Rat.
Rat. Have
I'm
fun.
gonna stay with you for half, so you go.
Right,
get you
Lenny's hanging.
for half. I'm gonna stay till 2:30 and I'm gonna take off.
Alright.
I had to do it for Rich. She gave me
Judges
support.
7. And so Jerubbaal, who is also Gideon, rising in the night, and all the people with him, went to the fountain which is called Harod. Now the camp of Midian was in the valley to the northern region of the high hill. And the Lord said to Gideon, the people with you are many, but Midian shall not be delivered into their hands. For then Israel might glory against me. And I say, I was freed by my own power. Speak to the people and proclaim in the hearing of all. Whoever has dread or fear, let him return. And 22,000 of the men from the people withdrew from Mount Gilead and returned. And only 10,000 remained. And the Lord said to Gideon, the people are still too many. Lead them to the waters, and there I will test them. And those about whom I tell you that he may go with you, let him go. He whom I shall forbid to go, let him return. And when the people had descended to the waters, the Lord said to Gideon, whoever will lap the water with the tongue, as dogs usually lap, you shall separate them by themselves. Then those who will drink by bending their knees shall be on the other side. And so the number of those who had lapped the water by bringing it with the hand to the mouth was 300 men, and all the remainder of the multitude drank by bending the knee. And the Lord said to Gideon, by the 300 men who lapped the water, I will free you, and I will deliver Midian into your hand. But let all the remainder of the multitude return to their place. And so, taking food and trumpets in accord with their number, he instructed all the rest of the multitude to go back to their tents. And with the 300 men, he gave himself to the conflict. Now the camp of Midian was below in the valley. In the same night, the Lord said to him, rise up and descend into the camp, for I have delivered them into your hand. But if you dread to go alone, let your servant Purah descend with you. And when you will hear what they are saying, then your hands will be strengthened, and you will descend more confidently to the camp of the enemy. Therefore he descended with his servant Purah into a portion of the camp where there was a watch of armed men. But Midian and Amalek and all the eastern peoples lay spread out in the valley like a multitude of locusts. Their camels too were innumerable, like the sand that lies on the shore of the sea. And when Gideon had arrived, someone told his neighbor a dream, and he related what he had seen in this way. I saw a dream, and it seemed to me as if bread baked under ashes from rolled barley descended into the camp of Midian. And whenever it arrived at a tent, it struck out and overturned it, and utterly leveled it to the ground. He to whom he spoke responded, this is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel, for the Lord has delivered Midian into his hands, with their entire camp. And when Gideon had heard the dream and its interpretation, he worshipped, and he returned to the camp of Israel, and he said, rise up, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into our hands. And he divided the 300 men into 3 parts, and he gave trumpets and empty pitchers and lamps for the middle of the pitchers into their hands. And he said to them, what you will see me do, do the same. I will enter a portion of the camp, and what I do you shall follow. When the trumpet in my hand blares out, you also shall sound the trumpets on every side of the camp, and shout together to the Lord and to Gideon. And Gideon and the 300 men who were with him entered a portion of the camp at the beginning of the watch in the middle of the night. And when the guards were alerted, they began to sound the trumpets and to clap the pitchers against one another. And when they had sounded their trumpets in 3 places around the camp, and had broken their water pitchers, they held the lamps in their left hands, and sounded the trumpets in their right hands. And they cried out, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. And each one was standing in his place throughout the camp of the enemies. And so the entire camp was in confusion, and they fled away, wailing and crying out. And the 300 men nevertheless continued sounding the trumpets. And the Lord sent the sword into the entire camp, and they maimed and cut down one another, fleeing as far as Bathsheba and the base of But the men of Israel pursued Midian, shouting from Naphtali and Asher, and from all of Manasseh. And Gideon sent messengers throughout all of Mount Ephraim, saying, descend to meet Midian, and occupy the waters ahead of them, as far as Bethbarah and the Jordan. And all of Ephraim cried out, and they occupied the waters ahead of them, from the Jordan even to Bethbarah. And having apprehended 2 men of Midian, Oreb and Zeb, they put Oreb to death at the rock of Oreb, and truly Zeb at the winepress of Zeb. And they pursued Midian, carrying the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon, across the waters of the Jordan. And the men of Ephraim said to him, "What is this that you wanted to do, so that you would not call us when you went to fight against Midian?" And they rebuked him strongly and came closely to using violence. And he responded to them, "But what could I have done that would be so great as what you have done? Is not one bunch of grapes of Ephraim better than the vintages of Abiezer? The Lord has delivered into your hands the leaders of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. What could I have done that would be so great as what you have done?" And when he had said this, their spirit, which was swelling up against them, was quieted. And when Gideon had arrived at the Jordan, he crossed over it with the 300 men who were with him, and they were also so weary that they were unable to pursue those who were fleeing. And he said to the man of Succoth, "I beg you, give bread to the people who are with me, for they are greatly weakened, so that we may be able to pursue Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." The leaders of Succoth answered, "Perhaps the palms of the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in your hand, and for this reason you request that you give bread to your army." And he said to them, "So then, when the Lord will have delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hands, I will thresh your flesh with the horns and briars of the desert." And going out from there, he arrived in Penuel, and he spoke to the men of that place similarly, and they also answered him, just as the men of Succoth had answered. And so he said to them also, "When I will have returned as a victor in peace, I will destroy this tower." Now Zebah and Zalmunna were resting with their entire army, for 15,000 men were left out of all the troops of the eastern people, and 120,000 warriors that drew the sword had been cut down. And Gideon ascended by the way of those who were dwelling in tents to the eastern part of Nobah and Jogdabah, and he struck the camp of the enemies, who were confident and were suspecting nothing. And Zebah and Zalmunna fled. And Gideon pursued and overtook them, sending their entire army into confusion. And returning from the war before sunrise, he took a boy from among the men of Succoth, and he asked him the names of the leaders and elders, and he described 77 men. And he went to Succoth, and he said to them, "Behold Zebah and Zalmunna, over whom you rebuked me, saying, Perhaps the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in your hands, and for this reason you request that we give bread to men who are languishing and weakened." Therefore he took the elders of the city, and using the thorns and briars of the desert, he threshed them with these, and he cut the men of Succoth to pieces. He also overturned the tower of Penuel, and he killed the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "What kind of men were those whom you killed at Tabor?" They responded, "They were like you, and one of them was like the son of a king." He answered them, "They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had preserved them, I would not kill you." And he said to Jether, his firstborn son, "Rise up and put them to death." But he did not draw his sword, for he was afraid, being still a boy. And Zebah and Zalmunna said, "You should rise up and rush against us, for the strength of a man is in accord with his age." Gideon rose up, and he killed Zebah and Zalmunna, and he took the ornaments and studs with which the necks of the royal camels are usually adorned. And all the men of Israel said to Gideon, "You should rule over us, and your son's son, for you freed us from the land of Midian." And he said to them, "I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you. Instead, the Lord shall rule over you." And he said to them, "I petition one request from you. Give me the earrings from your spoils," for the Ishmaelites were accustomed to wear gold earrings. They responded, "We are very willing to give them." And spreading a cloak on the ground, they cast upon it the earrings from the spoils. And the weight of the earrings that had requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, aside from the ornaments and necklaces and purple garments which the kings of Midian were accustomed to use, and aside from the gold chains on the camels. And Gideon made an ephod from these, and he kept it in the city. And all of Israel committed fornication with it, and it became a ruin to Gideon and to all his house. But Midian was humbled before the sons of Israel, neither were they able any longer to lift up their necks. But the land rested for 40 years, while Gideon presided. And so Jebriel, the son of Joash, went and lived in his own house. And he had 70 sons who went forth from his own thigh, for he had many wives. But his concubine, whom he had in Shem, bore him a son named Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, died in a good old age, and he was buried in the sepulchre of his father at Ophrah of the family of Ezrai. But after Gideon died, the sons of Israel turned away, and they committed fornication with the Baals, and they struck a covenant with Baal so that he would be their God. And they did not remember the Lord their God, who rescued them from the hands of all their enemies on all sides. Neither did they show mercy to the house of Jerubbaal Gideon, in accord with all the good that he had done for Israel. Now Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shem, to his maternal brothers, and he spoke to them, and to all the relatives of the house of his maternal grandfather, saying, Speak to all the men of Shechem, which is better for you, that 70 men, all the sons of Jerubbaal, should rule over you, or that one man should rule over you. And consider also that I am your bone and your flesh. And his maternal brothers spoke about him to all the men of Shechem, all these words, and they inclined their hearts after Abimelech, saying, He is our brother. And they gave to him the weight of 70 silver coins from the shrine of Baal-berith. With this he hired for himself indigent and wandering men, and they followed him. And he went to his father's house, and he killed his brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men upon one stone. And there remained only Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, and he was in hiding. Then all the men of Shechem gathered together, and all the families of the city of Millo, and they went and appointed Abimelech as king, beside the oak that stood at Shechem. When this had been reported to Jotham, he went and stood at the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifting up his voice, he cried out and said, Listen to me, men of Shechem, so that God may listen to you. The trees went to anoint a king over themselves. And they said to the olive tree, Reign over us. And it responded, How could I abandon my fatness, which both gods and men make use of, and depart to be promoted among the trees? And the trees said to the fig tree, Come and accept royal power over us. And it responded to them, How could I abandon my sweetness and my very sweet fruits, and depart to be promoted among the other trees? And the trees said to the vine, Come and reign over us. And it responded to them, How could I abandon my wine, which give joy to God and men, and be promoted among the other trees? And all the trees said to the bramble, Come and reign over us. And it responded to them, If truly you would appoint me as king, come and rest under my shadow. But if you are not willing, let fire go forth from the bramble, and let it devour the cedars of Lebanon. So now, if you are upright and without sin in appointing Abimelech as a king over you, and if you have acted well with Jerubbaal and with his house, and if you have repaid in turn the benefits of him who fought on your behalf, and who gave his life to dangers so that he might rescue you from the hand of Midian. Though you now have risen up against my father's house, and you have killed his sons, 70 men, upon one stone, and have appointed Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, as a king over the inhabitants of Shechem, since he is your brother. If therefore you are upright and have acted without fault with Jerubbaal and his house, then you should rejoice on this day in Abimelech, and he shall rejoice in you. But if you have acted perversely, may fire go forth from him, and consume the inhabitants of Shechem and the town of Millo. And may fire go forth from the men of Shechem, and from the town of Millo, and devour Abimelech. And when he had said these things, he fled and went away to Beer, and he lived in that place out of fear of Abimelech his brother. And so Abimelech reigned over Israel for 3 years. And the Lord put a very grievous spirit between Abimelech and the inhabitants of Shechem, who began to detest him, and to place blame for the crime of the killing of the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and for the shedding of their blood, upon Abimelech their brother, and upon the rest of the leaders of the Shechemites, who assisted him. And they stationed an ambush against him at the summit of the mountains. And while they were waiting for his arrival, they committed robberies, taking spoils from these passing by. And this was reported to Abimelech. Now Gaal, the son of Ebed, went with his brothers and crossed over to Shechem, and the inhabitants of Shechem, uplifted by his arrival, departed into the fields, laying waste to the vineyards, and trampling the grapes. And while singing and dancing, they entered into the shrine of their god, and while feasting and drinking, they cursed Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, cried out, Who is Abimelech, and what is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, who has appointed Zebul, his servant, as ruler over the men of Hamor, the son of Shechem? Why then should we serve him? I wish that someone would set this people under my hand, so that I might take away Abimelech from their midst. And it was told to Abimelech, gather the multitude of an army and approach. For Zebul, the ruler of the city, upon hearing the words of Gaal, the son of Ebed, became very angry. And he sent messengers secretly to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gaal, the son of Ebed, has arrived at Shechem with his brothers, and he has set the city against you. And so, rise in the night with the people who are with you, and lie hidden in the field. And at first light in the morning, as the sun is rising, rush upon the city. And when he goes out against you with his people, do to him what you are able to do. And so Abimelech rose up with all his army by night, and he set ambushes near Shechem in 4 places. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, went out, and he stood at the entrance to the gate of the city. Then Abimelech rose up, and all the army with him, from the places of the ambushes. And when Gaal had seen the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, a multitude is descending from the mountains. And they responded to him, You are seeing the shadows of the mountains, as if they were the heads of men, and so you are being deceived by this error. Again Gaal said, Behold, a people is descending from the middle of the land, and one company is arriving by the way that looks toward the oak. And Zebul said to him, Where is your mouth now, with which you said, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Is this not the people that you were despising? Go out and fight against him. Therefore Gaal went out with the people of Shechem watching, and he fought against Abimelech, who pursued him, fleeing, and drove him into the city. And many were cut down on his side, even to the gate of the city. And Abimelech made camp at Arimah. But Zebul expelled Gaal and his companions from the city, and he would not permit them to remain in it. Therefore, on the following day, the people departed into the field. And when this had been reported to Abimelech, he took his army and divided it into 3 companies, and he placed ambushes in the fields. And seeing that the people had departed from the city, he rose up and rushed upon them, along with his own company, assaulting and besieging the city. But the 2 other companies pursued the enemies scattered in the field. Now Abimelech assaulted the city all that day, and he seized it, and he killed its inhabitants, and he destroyed it, so much that he scattered salt in it. And when those living in the tower of Shechem had heard about this, they entered the temple of their god, Berith, where they had formed a covenant with him. And it was because of this that the place had taken its name, and it was greatly fortified. Abimelech, also hearing that the men of the tower of Shechem had joined together, ascended to Mount Zalmon with all his people, and taking an axe, he cut down the branch of a tree, and laying it on his shoulder and carrying it, he said to his companions, What you see me do, you must do quickly. And so, eagerly cutting down branches from the trees, they followed their leader, and surrounding the fortified place, they set it on fire. And so it happened that, by smoke and fire, 1,000 persons died, men and women together, the occupants of the tower of Shechem. Then Abimelech, setting out from there, arrived at the town of Thebez, which he surrounded and besieged with his army. Now there was in the midst of the city a high tower, to which men and women were fleeing together, with all the leaders of the city. And having very strongly sealed the gate, they were standing on the roof of the tower to defend themselves. And Abimelech, drawing near to the tower, fought valiantly, and approaching the gate, he strove to set it on fire. And behold, one woman, throwing a fragment of a millstone from above, struck the head of Abimelech and broke his skull. And he quickly called to his armor-bearer and said to him, Draw your sword and strike me, otherwise it may be said that I was slain by a woman. And doing as he was ordered, he killed him. And when he was dead, all those of Israel who were with him returned to their homes. And so did God repay the evil that Abimelech had done against his father by killing his 70 brothers. The Shechemites also were giving retribution for what they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, fell upon them. That one was long.
Good work, Rach. We're halfway there.
Yay. Okay. After Abimelech, a leader rose up in Israel, Tola, the son of Puah, the paternal uncle of Abimelech, a man of Issachar, who lived in Shamir on Mount Ephraim. And he judged Israel for 23 years. And he died and was buried at Shamir. After him succeeded Jair, a Gileadite, who judged Israel for 22 years, having 30 sons sitting upon 30 young donkeys, and who were leaders of 30 cities, which from his name were called Havoth Jair, that is, the towns of Jair, even to the present day, in the land of Gilead. And Jair died, and he was buried in the place which is called Kaman. But the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, joining new sins to old, and they served idols, the Baals and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria and Sidon, and of Moab, and the sons of Ammon, and the Philistines. And they abandoned the Lord, and they did not worship him. And the Lord, becoming angry against them, delivered them into the hands of the Philistines and the sons of Ammon. And they were afflicted and vehemently oppressed for 18 years, all who were living beyond the Jordan and the land of Amorite, which is in Gilead, to such a great extent that the sons of Ammon, crossing over the Jordan, laid waste to Judah and Benjamin and Ephraim, and Israel was exceedingly afflicted. And crying out to the Lord, they said, We have sinned against you, for we have forsaken the Lord our God, and we have served the Baals. And the Lord said to them, Did not the Egyptians and the Amorites and the sons of Ammon and the Philistines, and also the Sidonians and Amalek and Canaan oppress you? And so you cried out to me, and I rescued you from their land. And yet you have forsaken me, and you have worshipped foreign gods. For this reason I will not continue to free you any more. Go and call upon the gods whom you have chosen. Let them free you in the time of anguish. And the sons of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned. You may repay us in whatever way pleases you, yet free us now. And saying these things, they cast out all the idols of the foreign gods from their regions. And they served the Lord God, and he was touched by their miseries. And then the sons of Ammon, shouting out together, pitched their tents in Gilead. And the sons of Israel gathered together against them, and they made camp at Mizpah. And the leaders of Gilead said to one another, Whoever among us will be the first to begin to contend against the sons of Ammon, he shall be the leader of the people of Gilead.
All right, Rach, halfway through Judges. I'll see you soon.
Bye, Lenny. Give it up for Lenny. Okay. Chapter 11. At that time there was a Gilead, Zephathah, a very strong man and a fighter, the son of a kept woman, and he was born of Gilead. Now Gilead had a wife, from whom he received sons, and they, after growing up, cast out Zephathah, saying, You cannot inherit in the house of our father, because you are born of another mother. And so, fleeing and avoiding them, he lived in the land of Tob. And men who were indignant and robbers joined with him, and they followed him as their leader. In those days the sons of Ammon fought against Israel. And being steadfastly attacked, the elders of Gilead traveled so that they might obtain for their assistance Jephthah from the land of Tob. And they said to him, Come and be our leader, and fight against the sons of Ammon. But he answered them, Are you not the ones who hated me, and who cast me out of my father's house? And yet now you come to me, compelled by necessity? And the leaders of Gilead said to Jephthah, But it is due to this necessity that we have approached you now, so that you may set out with us and fight against the sons of Ammon, and be commander over all who lived in Gilead. Jephthah also said to them, If you have come to me so that I may fight for you against the sons of Ammon, and if the Lord will deliver them into my hands, will I truly be your leader? They answered him, The Lord who hears those things is himself the mediator and the witness that we shall do what we have promised. And so Jephthah went with the leaders of Gilead, and all the people made him their leader. And Jephthah spoke all his words in the sight of the Lord at Mizpah. And he sent messengers to the king of the sons of Ammon, who said on his behalf, What is there between you and me, that you would approach against me, so that you may lay waste to my land? And he responded to them, It is because Israel took my land, when he ascended from Egypt, from the parts of Arnon, as far as the Jabbok and the Jordan. Now therefore, restore these to me with peace. And Jephthah again commissioned them, and he ordered them to say to the king of Ammon, Jephthah, say this, Israel did not take the land of Moab, nor the land of the sons of Ammon, but when they ascended together from Egypt, he walked through the desert as far as the Red Sea, and he went into Kadesh. And he sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Permit me to pass through your land. But he was not willing to agree to his petition. Likewise, he sent to the king of Moab, who also refused to offer him passage. And so he delayed in Kadesh. And he circled around the side of the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and he arrived opposite the eastern region of the land of Moab. And he made camp across the Arnon. But he was not willing to enter the borders of Moab, for of course Arnon is the border of the land of Moab. And so Israel sent messengers to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who was living at Heshbon, and they said to him, Permit me to cross through your land as far as the river. But he he too, despising the words of Israel, would not permit him to cross through his borders. Instead, gathering an innumerable multitude, he went out against him at Jaz, and he resisted strongly. But the Lord delivered him with his entire army into the hands of Israel, and he struck him down, and he possessed all the land of the Amorite, the inhabitant of that region, with all its parts, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, and from the wilderness even to the Jordan. Therefore it was the Lord, the God of Israel, who overthrew the Amorites by means of his people, Israel, fighting against them. And now you wish to possess this land? Are you not the things that your God Shemash possesses owed to you by right? And so what the Lord our God has obtained by victory falls to us as a possession. Or are you perhaps better than Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of Moab? Or are you able to explain what his argument was against Israel, and why he fought against him? And though he has lived in Heshbon and its villages, and in Ariar and its villages, and in all the cities near the Jordan for 300 years, why have you, for such a long time, put forward nothing but this claim? Therefore, I am not sinning against you, but you are doing evil against me, by declaring an unjust war against me. May the Lord be the judge and the arbiter this day between Israel and the sons of Ammon. But the king of the sons of Ammon was not willing to agree to the words of Jephthah that he commissioned by the messengers. Therefore the Spirit of the Lord rested upon Jephthah, encircling around Gilead and Manasseh, and also Mizpah of Gilead, and crossing from there to the sons of Ammon. He made a vow to the Lord, saying, If you will deliver the sons of Ammon into my hands, whoever will be the first to depart from the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the sons of Ammon, the same will I offer as a holocaust to the Lord. And Jephthah crossed to the sons of Ammon so that he might fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he struck them down from Ariar as far as the entrance to Minnith, 20 cities, and as far as Abel, which is covered with vineyards, in an exceedingly great slaughter. And the sons of Ammon were humbled by the sons of Israel. But when Jephthah returned to Mizpah, to his own house, his only daughter met with him with timbrels and dances, for he had no other children. And upon seeing her, he tore his garments, and he said, Alas, my daughter, you have cheated me, and you yourself have been cheated. For I opened my mouth to the Lord, and I could do nothing else. And she answered him, My father, if you have opened your mouth to the Lord, do it to me whatever you have promised, since victory has been granted to you, as well as vengeance against your enemies. And she said to her father, Grant to me this one thing which I request. Permit me, that I may wander the hillsides for 2 months, and that I may mourn my virginity with my companions. And he answered her, Go. And he released her for 2 months. And when she had departed with her friends and companions, she wept over her virginity in the hillsides. And when the 2 months expired, she returned to her father, and he did to her just as he had vowed, though she knew no man. From this the custom grew up in Israel, and the practice had been preserved, such that after each year passes, the daughters of Israel convene as one, and they lament the daughters of Jephthah the Gileadite for 4 days. Okay, we're getting there. I don't even know if anyone's still watching at 2 a.m., but it's looking pretty good. I'm here alone. It's kind of scary. I feel like I might fall asleep. All right. And behold, a sedition rose up in Ephraim. Then, while passing by toward the north, they said to Jephthah, When you were going to fight against the sons of Ammon, why were you unwilling to summon us, and so that we may go with you? Therefore, we will burn down your house. And he answered them, I and my people are in a great conflict against the sons of Ammon, and I called you so that you may offer assistance to me, and you were not willing to do so. In discerning this, I put my life in my own hands, and I crossed to the sons of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hands. What am I guilty of, that you would rise up in battle against me? And so calling to himself all the men of Gilead, he fought against Ephraim. And the men of Gilead struck down Ephraim, because he had said, Gilead is a fugitive among Ephraim, and he lives in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. And the Gileads occupied the fords of the Jordan, along with Ephraim, was to return. And when anyone from the number of Ephraim had arrived fleeing, he said, I beg that you permit me to pass. The Gileadites would say to him, Could you be an Ephraimite? And if he said, I am not, they would ask him, then say, Shibboleth, which is translated as ear of grain. But he would answer, Sibboleth, not being able to express the word for an ear of grain in the same letters. And immediately apprehending him, they would cut his throat at the same crossing point of the Jordan. And in that time of Ephraim, 42,000 fell. And so Jephthah the Gileadite judged Israel for 6 years, and he died, and he was buried in the city of Gilead. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons, and the same number of daughters, whom he sent away to be given to husbands. And he accepted wives for his sons of the same number, bringing them into his house. And he judged Israel for 7 years. And he died, and he was buried in Bethlehem. After him succeeded Elon, a Zebulunite, and he judged Israel for 10 years. And he died, and he was buried in Zebulun. After him Abdon, the son of Hillel, a Pirathonite, judged Israel, and he had 40 sons, and from them 30 grandsons, all riding upon 70 young donkeys. And he judged Israel for 8 years. And he died, and he was buried at Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, on the mountain of Amalek. Can't tell if someone donated $50. Let me know in the comments if I have to spin the wheel, okay? Counting on you guys. And again, the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. Now, there was a certain man from Zorah, and of the stock of Dan, whose name was Manoah, having a barren wife. And an angel of the Lord appeared to her, and he said, You are barren and without children, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Therefore, take care that you do not drink wine or strong drink, neither shall you eat anything unclean. For you shall conceive and bear a son, whose head no razor shall touch, and he shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy and from his mother's womb, and he shall begin to free Israel from the hand of the Philistines. And when she had gone to her husband, she said to him, A man of God came to me, having the countenance of an angel, exceedingly terrible. And when I had inquired of him who he was, and where he was from, and what name he was called, he was not willing to tell me. But he responded, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son. Take care that you do not drink wine or strong drink, and you shall not consume anything unclean. For the boy shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, from his mother's womb, even until the day of his death. And so Manoah prayed to the Lord, and he said, I beg you, Lord, that the man of God whom you sent may come again, and may teach us what we ought to do about the boy who is to be born. And the Lord heeded the prayer of Manoah, and the angel of the Lord appeared again in his wife, sitting in a field. But her husband Manoah was not with her. And when she had seen the angel, she hurried and ran to her husband, and she reported to him, saying, Behold, the man appeared to me, whom I have seen before. And he rose up and followed his wife. And going to the man, he said to him, Are you the one who spoke to my wife? And he responded, I am. And Manoah said to him, When will your word be fulfilled? What do you want the boy to do? Or from what should he keep himself? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Concerning all the things about which I have spoken to your wife, she herself should abstain. And let her eat nothing from the vine. She may not drink wine or strong drink. She may consume nothing unclean. And let her observe and keep what I have instructed her. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, I beg you to agree to my petition, and to let us prepare a kid from the goats. And the angel answered him, Even if you compel me, I will not eat from your bread. But if you are willing to offer a holocaust, offer it to the Lord. And Manoah did not know what he was an angel of the Lord. He did not know that he was an angel of the Lord. And he said to him, What is your name? So that if your word is fulfilled, we may honor you. And he answered him, Why do you ask my name, which is a wonder? And so Manoah took a kid from the goats and libations, and he placed them upon a rock as an offering to the Lord, who accomplishes wonders. Then he and his wife watched. And when the flame of the altar ascended to heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame. And when Manoah and his wife had seen this, they fell prone onto the ground. And the angel of the Lord no longer appeared to them, and immediately Manoah understood to him to be an angel of the Lord. And he said to his wife, We shall certainly die, since we have seen God. And his wife answered him, If the Lord wished to kill us, he would not have accepted the holocaust and the libations from our hands. He would not have revealed all these things to us, nor would he have told us the things that are in the future. And so she bore a son, and she called his name Samson. And the boy grew up, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to be with him in the camp of Dan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Then Samson descended to Timnah, and seeing there a woman from the daughters of the Philistines, he went up and he told his father and his mother, saying, I saw a woman in Timnah from the daughters of the Philistines. I ask that you take her to me as a wife. And his father and mother said to him, Is there not a woman among the daughters of your brothers, or among all my people, so that you would be willing to take a wife from the Philistines who are uncircumcised? And Samson said to his father, Take this woman to me, for she has pleased my eyes. Now his parents did not know that the matter was done by the Lord, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines. For at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. And so Samson descended with his father and mother to Timnah, and when they had arrived at the vineyards of the town, he saw a young lion, savage and roaring, and it met him. And the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon Samson, and he tore apart the lion like a young goat being torn into pieces, having nothing at all in his hand. And he was not willing to reveal this to his father and mother. And he went down and spoke to the woman who had pleased his eyes. And after some days, returning to marry her, he turned aside so that he might see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees in the mouth of the lion with a honeycomb. And when he had taken it in his hands, he ate it along the way. And arriving to his father and mother, he gave them a portion, and they also ate it. Yet he was not willing to reveal to them that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. And so his father went down to the woman, and he made a feast for his son Samson, for so the young men were accustomed to do. And when the citizens of that place had seen him, they presented to him 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, I will propose to you a problem, which if you cannot solve it for me within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 shirts and the same number of tunics. But if you are not able to solve it, you shall give me 30 shirts and the same number of tunics. And they answered him, Propose the problem, so that we may hear it. And he said to them, Food went forth from that which eats, and sweetness went forth from that which is strong. And they were unable to solve the proposition for 3 days. And when the 7th day had arrived, they said to the wife of Samson, Coax your husband and persuade him to reveal to you what the proposition means. But if you are not willing to do so, we will bury you in your father's house. Or have you called us to the wedding in order to despoil us? And she shed tears before Samson, and she complained, saying, You hate me, and you do not love me. That is why you do not want to explain to me the problem which you have proposed to the sons of my people. But he responded, I was not willing to reveal it to my father and my mother, so how can I reveal it to you? Therefore she wept before him during the 7 days of the feast. And at length, on the 7th day, since she had been troubling him, he explained it, and immediately she revealed it to a countryman. And they said, on the 7th day, before the sun declined, said to him, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have uncovered my proposition. And so the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him, and he descended into Ashkelon. And in that place he struck down 30 men, and taking away their garments, he gave them to those who had solved the problem. And being exceedingly angry, he went up to his father's house. Then his wife took as a husband one of his friends and wedding companions. Okay, I'm locked in. Chapter 15. Then after some time, when the days of the wheat harvest were near, Samson arrived intending to visit his wife, and he brought her a kid from the goats. And when he wanted to enter her bedroom as usual, her father prohibited him, saying, I thought that you would hate her, and therefore I gave her to your friend. But she is a sister who is younger and more beautiful than she is, and she may be a wife for you instead of her. And Samson answered him, From this day there shall be no guilt for me against the Philistines, for I will do harm to you all. And he went out and caught 300 foxes, and he joined them tail to tail, and he tied torches between the tails. And setting these on fire, he released them, so that they might rush from place to place. And immediately they went into the grain fields of the Philistines, setting these on fire, both the grain that was already bound for carrying, and what was still standing on the stalk. These were completely burned up, so much that the flame also consumed even the vineyards and the olive groves. And the Philistines said, Who has done this thing? And it was said, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he took away his wife and gave her to another. He has done these things. And the Philistines went up and burned the woman as well as her father. And Samson said to them, Even though you have done this, I will still fulfill vengeance against you, and then I will be quieted. And he struck them with a tremendous slaughter, so much so that out of astonishment they laid the calf of the leg upon the thigh, and descending he lived in a cave of the rock of Etam. And so the Philistines, ascending into the land of Judah, made camp at the place which was later called Lehi, that is the jawbone, where their army spread out. And some from the tribe of Judah said to them, Why have you ascended against us? And they responded, We have come to bind Samson, and to repay him for what he has done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah descended to the cave of the rock of Etam, and they said to Samson, Do you not know that the Philistines rule over us? Why would you want to do this? And he said to them, As they have done to me, so I have done to them. And they said to him, We have come to bind you, and to deliver you into the hands of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear and promise to me that you will not kill me. They said, We will not kill you, but we will deliver you tied. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and they took him from the rock at Etam. And when he had arrived at the place of the jawbone, and the Philistines shouting aloud had met him, the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him. And just as flax is usually consumed by a hint of fire, so were the ties with which he was bound and broken and released. And finding a jawbone which was laying there, that is, the jawbone of a donkey, snatching it up, he put to death 1,000 men with it. And he said, With the jawbone of a donkey, with the jaw of the colt of a donkey, I have destroyed them, and I have struck down 1,000 men. And when he had completed these words, singing, he threw the jawbone from his hand, and called the name of that place Ramath Lehi, which is translated as the elevation of the jawbone. And being very thirsty, he cried out to the Lord and said, You have given to the hand of your servant this very great salvation and victory, but see that I am dying of thirst, and so I will fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. And so the Lord opened a large tooth in the jawbone of the donkey, and water went out from it, and having drank it, his spirit was revived, and he recovered his strength. For this reason, the name of that place was called the spring called forth from the jawbone, even to this present day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines for 20 years. Nice. He also went into Gaza, and there he saw a harlot woman, and he entered to her. And when the Philistines had heard of this, and it had become well known among them that Samson had entered the city, they surrounded him, placing guards at the gate of the city. And there they were keeping watch all night in silence, so that in the morning they might kill him as he was going out. But Samson slept until the middle of the night, and rising up from there, he took both doors from the gate, with their posts and bars, and laying them upon his shoulders, he carried them to the top of the hill that looks toward Hebron. After these things, he loved a woman who was living in the valley of Sorek, and she was called Delilah. And the leaders of the Philistines went to her, and they said, Deceive him, and learn from him where he lies his great strength, and how we may be able to overcome him, and to oppose restraints on him. And if you will do this, each one of us will give you 1,100 silver coins. Leah, can you check the fund me? Make sure no one donated $50 in the last hour. Yeah. In case I have to spin the wheel. Thank you. Therefore Delilah said to Samson, Tell me, I beg you, wherein lies your very great strength, and with what might you be bound, so that you could not break free? And Samson answered her, If I will be bound with 7 cords made of sinews, not with dry, but still damp, I will be weak like other men. And the princess of the Philistines brought to her 7 cords, such he had described, and she bound him with these. And so those hiding in ambush with her in the bedroom were expecting the end of the matter. And she cried out to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he broke the cords as one would break a thread of flax, twisted for cutting and singed by fire. And so it was not known wherein lay his strength. And Delilah said to him, Behold, you have mocked me, and you have spoken a falsehood. But at least now tell me with what you may be bound. And he answered her, If I will be bound with new cords, which have never been used, I will be weak and like other men. Again, Delilah tied him with these, and she cried out, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. For an ambush had been prepared in the bedroom, but he broke the bindings like the filaments of a web. And Delilah spoke to him again, How long will you deceive me and tell me falsehoods? Reveal with what you ought to be bound. And Samson responded to her, If you were weave the 7 locks of my head with a loom, and if you tie these around a spike and fix it to the ground, I will be weak. And when Delilah had done this, she said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And arising from sleep, he withdrew the spike with the hairs and the weaving. And Delilah said to him, How can you say that you love me when your soul is not with me? You have lied to me on 3 occasions, and you are not willing to reveal wherein lies your very great strength. And when she had been very troublesome to him, and over many days had continually stayed nearby, giving him no time to rest, his soul was faint, and he was weary, even unto death. Then, disclosing the truth of the matter, he said to her, Iron has never been drawn across my head, for I am a Nazarite, that is, I have been consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If my head will be shaven, my strength will depart from me, and I will be faint, and I will be like other men. Then, seeing that he had confessed to her his whole soul, she sent to the leaders of the Philistines and ordered, Come up just once more, for now he has opened his heart to me. And they went up, taking with them the money that they had promised. But she made him sleep upon her knees, and reclined his head upon her bosom. And she called a barber, and he shaved his 7 locks of hair. And she began to push him away, and to repel him from herself, for immediately his strength departed from him. And she said, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And awaking from sleep, he said in his mind, I will break away and shake myself free, just as I did before. For he did not know that the Lord had withdrawn from him. And when the Philistines had seized him, they immediately plucked out his eyes, and they led him, bound in chains, to Gaza. And enclosing him in a prison, they made him work a millstone. And now his hair began to grow back. And the leaders of the Philistines convened as one, so that they might offer great sacrifice to Dagon, their god. And they feasted, saying, Our God has delivered our enemy Samson into our hands. Then, too, the people, seeing this, praised their God, and they said to the same, Our God has delivered our adversary into our hands, the one who destroyed our land and who killed very many. And rejoicing in their celebration, having not taken food, they instructed that Samson be called, and that he be mocked before them. And having been brought from prison, he was mocked before them, and they caused him to stand between 2 pillars. And he said to the boy who was guiding his steps, Permit me to touch the pillars, which support the entire house, and to lean against them, so that I may rest a little. Now the house was full of men and of women, and all the leaders of the Philistines were there, as well as about 3,000 persons of both sexes, on the roof and in the upper level of the house, who were watching Samson being mocked. Then calling upon the Lord, he said, O Lord God, remember me, and restore to me now my former strength, O my God, so that I may avenge myself against my enemies, and so that I may receive one vengeance for the deprivation of my 2 eyes. And taking hold of both the pillars on which the house rested, and holding one with his right hand and the other with his left. And he said, May my life die with the Philistines. And when he had shaken the pillars strongly, the house fell upon all the leaders, and the rest of the multitude who were there. And he killed many more in his death than he had killed before in his life. This is intense. Are there any?
No.
Okay, but
There was one 55 minutes ago. But that was when the main show.
okay, they must have done it then. Then his brothers and all his relatives, going down, took his body, and they buried it between Zorah and Eshtaol in the burying place of his father Manoah. And he judged Israel for 20 years. It's getting good.
Yeah.
Plus you wait.
Let's get him, boys.
In that time, there was a certain man from Mount Ephraim named Micah, and he said to his mother, The 1,100 silver coins which you had separated for yourself, and about which you had sworn in my hearing, behold, I have them, and they are with me. And she answered him, My son has been blessed by the Lord. Therefore he restored them to his mother, and she said to him, I have consecrated and vowed the silver to the Lord, so that my son would receive it from my hand, and would make a molten idol and a graven image, and now I deliver it to you. And when he restored these to his mother, she took 200 of the silver coins, and she gave them to the silversmith, so that he might make for them a molten idol and a graven image. And it was in the house of Micah. And he also separated in it a little shrine for the god. Same. And he made an ephod and teraphim, that is, a priestly garment, and idols. And he filled the hand of one of his sons, and he became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel. Instead, each one did what seemed right to himself. Also, there was another young man from Bethlehem of Judah, one of his relatives, and he himself was a Levite, and he was living there. Then, departing from the city of Bethlehem, he wished to sojourn wherever he would find it beneficial to himself. And when he had arrived at Mount Ephraim, while making the journey, he also turned aside for a little while to the house of Micah. And he was asked by him where he came from. And he responded, I am a Levite from Bethlehem of Judah, and I am traveling so that I may live where I am able, if I perceive it to be useful to me. And Micah said, Stay with me, and you shall be to me like a parent and a priest, and I will give to you each year 10 silver coins, and a double-layered garment, and whatever provisions are necessary. He agreed, and he stayed with the man, and he was to him like one of his sons. And Micah filled his hand, and he had the young man with him as his priest, saying, Now I know that God will be good to me, since I have a priest from the stock of the Levites. I don't think I'm going to finish Judges, unfortunately. In those days, there was no king in Israel, and the tribe of Dan sought a possession for themselves so that they may live in it. For even so, that day, they had not received their lot among the other tribes. Therefore, the sons of Dan sent five very strong men of their stock and family from Zorah and Eshtaol, so that they may explore the land and diligently inspect it. And they said to them, Go and consider the land. And after traveling, they arrived at Mount Ephraim, and they entered into the house of Micah. There they rested. And they recognized the speech of the youth, who was a Levite. And while making use of an inn with him, they said to him, Who brought you here? What are you doing here? For what reason did you want to come here? And he answered them, Micah has offered me one thing and another, and he had paid me wages so that I may be his priest. Then they begged him to consult the Lord, so that they might be able to know whether the journey they undertook would be prosperous, and whether the matter would have success. And he responded to them, Go in peace, the Lord looks with favor on your path, and on that journey that you have undertaken. And so the 5 men, going on, arrived at Laish, and they saw the people living in it without any fear. According to the custom of the Sidonians, secure and peaceful, having hardly anyone to oppose them, and with great wealth, and living separately, far from Sidon, and from all the men. And they returned to their brothers at Zorah and Eshtaol, who questioned them as to what they had done. And they responded, Rise up, let us ascend to them, for we have seen that the land is very wealthy and fruitful. Do not delay, do not refrain, let us go out and possess it. There will be no difficulty. We shall enter to those who dwell securely in a very wide region, and the Lord will deliver the place to us, a place in which there is no lack of anything that grows upon the earth. And so, those of the kindred of Dan set out, that is 600 men from Zorah and Eshtaol, girded with the weapons of warfare. And going up, they stayed at Kiriath Jearim of Judah, and so the place from that time received the name of Camp of Dan, and it is behind the back of Kiriath Jearim. From there they crossed over to Mount Ephraim, and when they had arrived at the house of Micah, the 5 men who before had been sent to consider the land of Laish said to the rest of their brothers, You know that in these houses there is an ephod and teraphim, and a molten idol, and a graven image. Consider what it may please you to do. And when they had turned aside a little, they entered the house of the Levite youth, who was in the house of Micah, and they greeted him with peaceful words. Now the 600 men, who were all armed, were standing before the door. But those who had entered the house of the youth strove to take away the graven image, and the ephod, and the teraphim, and the molten idol. But the priest was standing in front of the door, with the 600 very strong men waiting not far away. And so those who had entered took away the graven image, the ephod, and the teraphim, and the molten idol. And the priest said to them, What are you doing? And they responded to him, Be silent, and place your finger over your mouth, and come with us, so that we may have you as a father as well as a priest. For which is better for you, to be a priest in the house of one man, or in one tribe and family in Israel? And when he had heard this, he agreed to their words, and he took the ephod and the idols and the graven images, and he set out with them. And while traveling, they had also sent the children and the cattle and all that was valuable to go ahead of them. And when they were far from the house of Micah, the men who were living in the houses of Micah, crying out together, followed them. And they began to shout behind their backs. And when they had looked back, they said to Micah, What do you want? Why are you crying out? And he responded, You have taken away my gods, which I made for myself and the priests, and all that I have. And you say, what is that you want? And the sons of Dan said to him, take care that you no longer speak to us. Otherwise men with a mind of violence may overwhelm you, and you yourself would perish with all your house. And so they continued on the journey that had begun. But Micah, seeing that they were stronger than he was, returned to his house. Now the 600 men took the priest and the things we stated above, and they went to Laish, to a people quiet and secure, and they struck them down with the edge of the sword, and they burned the city with fire. For no one at all sent reinforcements, because they lived far away from Sidon, and they had no association or business with any man. Now the city was situated with... You need to take a second. I'm going to restart this one. For no one at all sent reinforcements, because they lived far away from Sidon, and they had no association or business with any man. Now the city was situated in the region of Rehob, and building it up again, they lived in it, calling the name of the city Dan, according to the name of their father, who had been born of Israel, though before it was called Laish. And they established for themselves the graven image, and Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, with his sons, were priests in the tribe of Dan, even until the day of their captivity. And the idol of Micah remained with them during the entire time that the house of God in Shiloh. In those days there was no king in Israel. You want me to do one more?
Sure.
Okay. You're in after this one. Wow, there's still 22 people here.
I know, that's what
I personally probably would not be here.
I'm calling Vinny.
Okay. Wait, don't be loud. There was a certain man, a Levite, living beside Mount Ephraim, who took a wife from Bethlehem of Judah. She left him, and she returned to the house of her father in Bethlehem, and she stayed with him for 4 months. And her husband followed her, wishing to be reconciled with her, and to speak kindly to her, and to lead her back with him. And he had with him a servant and 2 donkeys. And she received him, and brought him into the house of her father. And when his father-in-law had heard about this, he had seen him, and he met with joy. And he embraced the man, and the son-in-law stayed in the house of his father-in-law for 3 days, eating and drinking with him in a friendly manner. But on the 4th day, arising in the night, he intended to set out. But his father-in-law took hold of him, and he said, first taste a little bread, and strengthen your stomach, and then you shall set out. And they sat down together, and they ate and drank. And the father of the young woman said to his son-in-law, I ask you to remain here today, so that we may rejoice together. But getting up, he intended to begin to set out. But nevertheless, his father-in-law pressed him resolutely, and made him remain with him. But when morning came, the Levite was preparing for his journey, and his father-in-law said to him, I beg you to take a little food, and to be strengthened until the daylight increases, and after that you shall set out. Therefore they ate together. And the young man got up, so that he might travel with his wife and servant. And his father-in-law spoke to him again, Consider that the daylight is declining, and it approaches toward evening. Remain with me also today, and spend the night in gladness, and tomorrow you shall set out, so that you may go to your own house. His son-in-law was not willing to agree to his words. Instead, he immediately continued on, and he arrived opposite Jebus, which by another name is called Jerusalem, leading with him 2 donkeys carrying burdens, and his mate. And now they were near Jebus, but day was turning into night. And the servant said to his lord, Come, I beg you, let us turn aside to the city of the Jebusites, so that we may find lodging in it. His lord responded to him, I will not enter into the town of foreign people, who are not of the sons of Israel. Instead, I will cross over as far as Geba, and when I have arrived there, we will lodge in that place, or at least in the city of Ramah. Therefore they passed by Jebus, and continuing on, they undertook the journey. But the sun went down on them when they were near Geba, which is of the tribe of Benjamin. And so they diverted to it, so that they might lodge there. And when they had entered, they were sitting in the street of the city, for no one was willing to give them hospitality. And behold, they saw an old man returning from the field and from his work in the evening, and he was also from Mount Ephraim, and he was living as a stranger in Geba. For the men of that region were of the sons of Benjamin. And the old man, lifting up his eyes, saw the man sitting with his bundles in the streets of the city, and he said to him, Where have you come from, and where are you going? And he answered him, We set out from Bethlehem of Judah, and we are traveling to our own place, which is beside Ephraim. From there we went to Bethlehem, and now we will go to the house of God. But no one is willing to receive us under his roof. We have straw and hay as fodder for the donkeys, and we have bread and wine for the use of myself, and for your handmaid and the servant who is with me. We lack nothing except lodging. And the old man responded to him, Peace be with you. I will provide all that is necessary. Only I beg you, do not stay in the street. And he led them in his house, and he gave fodder to his donkeys. And after they had washed their feet, he received them with a banquet. And while they were feasting and were refreshing their bodies with food and drink after the labor of the journey, the men of that city, sons of Belial, came and surrounded the old man's house. And they began to knock at the door, calling out to the Lord of the house and saying, "Bring out the man who entered your house, so that we may abuse him." And the old man went out to them, and he said, "Do not choose, brothers, do not choose to do this evil, for this man has entered into my hospitality, and you must cease from this senselessness. I have a virgin daughter, and this man has a mate. I will lead them out to you, so that you may bathe them, and may satisfy your lust. Only I beg you, do not commit this crime against nature on the man." But they were not willing to agree to his words. So the man, discerning this, led out his mate to them, and he delivered her to their sexual abuse. And when they had abused her for the entire night, they released her in the morning. But the woman, as darkness was receding, came to the door of the house where her lord was staying, and there she fell down. When morning came, the man arose, and he opened the door so that he might complete the journey that had begun. Behold, his mate was lying before the door with her hands reaching out to the threshold. And he, thinking that she was resting, said to her, "Get up and let us walk." But since she gave no response, really realizing that she had died, he took her up, and he laid her on his donkey, and he returned to his house. And when he had arrived, he took up a sword, and he cut into pieces the dead body of his wife with her bones into 12 parts, and he sent the pieces into all the parts of Israel. And when each one had seen this, they were crying out together, "Never has such a thing been done in Israel from the day that our fathers ascended from Egypt, even to the present time. Let us sentence he brought, and let us decide in common what ought to be done." Yay, we got through the sus chapter. Do you need water or anything?
I have water. Oh my
All right.
gosh.
Go in. You got this.
Dang.
Welcome to the scene, Lee Decker, everyone. Give it up.
Let's get them, boys.
Let's get 'em,
Wait,
boys.
this is the weirdest way to go back. I
Okay.
wonder what like everyone's doing right now that they're like up.
I know.
Dang, I clapped. All right, it's okay. Wait, I'm scared.
You got this.
All right, 27 people are on.
You
That's
got
a lot of people. Yo, is Jacob Carroll still on? Comment down below, Jacob Carroll. Okay. And so all the sons of Israel went out like men, from Dan to... I'm so nervous. This is like scary. What? Okay. Beersheba, with the land of... I'm literally so bad at these names.
Keep going.
No. Can you help me? I'm scared.
Pretend you know it.
This one.
All right. That's Gilead.
Gilead, and they gathered together before the Lord at Mizpah. And all the chiefs of the people and every tribe of Israel convened as an assembly of the people of God, 400,000 foot soldiers for battle. Should I read the parenthesis?
Sure.
Okay. But it was not hidden from the sons of Benjamin, and the sons of Israel had ascended into Mizpah. Mizpah? Dang.
It's fine.
And a Levite, the husband of the woman who was killed, being questioned as to how so... Wait, what? How do I work it?
No,
This-
you went too fast. Wait, we're on
Wait, but I
20.
was on 20.
Oh, okay, you're on this one.
Okay.
Be a little louder. You got this.
Boys, alright. How so great a crime had been perpetrated. Responded, I went to give... Oh my gosh, I can't do this, Rachel.
You want me to take over? Alright, fine.
In a second. I just came with the big words. The big names.
I'll give you Ruth. Let me finish Judges.
Alright.
You can have
sounds
Ruth.
good. Sounds good.
Alright, I'm back, folks. Alright. I went to Gibeah of... I'm just going to start over. No, actually, no, I'm not. And behold, the men of that city at night surrounded the house in which I was staying, intending to kill me. And they abused my wife with such an incredible fury of lust that in the end she died. And taking her up, I cut her into pieces and sent the parts into all the borders of your possession. For never before was such a nefarious crime and so great a sin committed in Israel. You are all present here, O sons of Israel. Discern what you ought to do. And all the people standing responded as if the word of one man, we shall not return to our own tents, nor shall anyone enter into his own house. But this we shall do in common against Gibeah. We shall select 10 men out of 100 from all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, so that they may transport supplies for the army, and so that we will be able to fight against Gibeah of Benjamin, and to repay it for its crimes as it deserves. And all of Israel convened against the city like one man, with one mind and one counsel. And they sent messengers to the entire tribes of Benjamin, who said, "Why has so great a wickedness been found among you? Deliver the men of Gibeah who have perpetrated this deplorable act, so that they may die, and so that the evil may be taken away from Israel." And they were not willing to listen to the command of their brothers, the sons of Israel. Instead, out of all the cities that were their lot, they convened at Gibeah, so that they might bring them assistance, so that they might contend against the entire people of Israel. And there were found from Benjamin 25,000 who drew the sword, aside from the inhabitants of Gibeah, who were 700 very strong men, fighting with the left hand as well as with the right hand, and casting stones from a sling so accurately that they were able to strike even a hair. And the path of the stone would be no means missed to either side. Then, too, among the men of Israel, apart from the sons of Benjamin, there were found 400,000 who drew the sword and who were prepared for battle. And they rose up and went to the house of God, that is to Shiloh, and they consulted God, and they said, Who shall be in our army the first to contend against the sons of Benjamin? And the Lord responded to them, Let Judah be your leader. And immediately the sons of Israel, rising up in the morning, made camp near Gibeah, and setting out from there to fight against Benjamin, they began to assault the city. And the sons of Benjamin, departing from Gibeah, slew 22,000 men from the sons of Israel on that day. Again, the sons of Israel, thrusting in both strength and number, set their troops in order in the same place where they had contended before. But first they also went up and wept before the Lord, even until night. And they consulted him and said, Should I continue to go forth so as to contend against the sons of Benjamin, my brothers, or not? And he responded to them, Ascend against them and undertake the struggle. And when the sons of Israel had continued to do battle against the sons of Benjamin, on the next day, the sons of Benjamin burst forth from the gates of Gibeah, and meeting them, they made such a frenzied slaughter against them that they struck down 18,000 men who drew the sword. As a result, all the sons of Israel went to the house of God, and sitting down, they wept before the Lord. And they fasted that day until evening, and they offered to him holocausts and victims of peace offerings. And they inquired about their state. At the time, the ark of the covenant of the Lord was in that place. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was the first ruler of the house. And so they consulted the Lord, and they said, Should we continue to go forth and battle against the sons of Benjamin, our brothers, or should we cease? And the Lord said to them, Ascend, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. And the sons of Israel stationed ambushes around the city of Gibeah. And they brought out their army against Benjamin a third time, just as they had done the first and second times. But the sons of Benjamin again burst forth boldly from the city, and since their enemies were fleeing, they pursued them a long way, so that they may wound or kill some of them, just as they had done on the first and second days. And they turned their backs along two paths, one bringing them toward Bethel, and the other toward Gibeah, and they struck down about 30 men. For they thought that they were falling back as they had done before. But instead, skillfully feigning flight, they undertook a plan to draw them away from the city, and by seeming to flee, to lead them along the above stated paths. And so all the sons of Israel, rising up from the positions, set their troops in order in the place which is called Baltamar. Likewise, the ambushes that encircled the city began, little by little, to reveal themselves, and to advance upon the western part of the city. Moreover, another 10,000 men from all of Israel were provoking a conflict with the inhabitants of the city. And the war grew heavy against the sons of Benjamin, and they did not realize that on all sides of them death was imminent. And the Lord struck them down in the sight of the sons of Israel, and they put to death on that day 25,000 of them, along with 100 men, all warriors, and those who drew the sword. But the sons of Benjamin, when they had seen themselves to be the weaker, began to flee. And the sons of Israel, discerning this, gave them room to flee, so that they might arrive at the ambushes that were prepared, which they had positioned near the city. And after they had risen up suddenly from hiding, and those of Benjamin had turned their backs to those who cut them down, they entered the city, and they struck it with the edge of the sword. Now the sons of Israel had given a sign to those whom had been stationed in ambushes, so that after they had seized the city, they would light a fire, and by the smoke ascending on high, they would show that the city was captured. And then the sons of Israel discerned this sign during the battle. And they saw something like a pillar of smoke ascending from the city. Likewise, Benjamin looked back, discerned that the city was captured, for the flames were being carried on high. And those who before had pretended to flee turning their faces, withstood them more strongly. And when the sons of Benjamin had seen this, they turned their backs in flight, and they began to go toward the way of the desert, with the adversary pursuing them to that piece also. Moreover, those who had set fire to the city also met them. And so it happened that they were cut down on both sides by the enemies, nor was there any respite for the dying. They were killed and struck down on the eastern side of the city of Gibeah. Now those who were put to death in the same place were 18,000 men, all very robust fighters. And when those who remained of Benjamin had seen this, they fled into the wilderness, and they were traveling toward the rock which is called Rimmon. In that flight also, among those were scattering in different directions, they slew 5,000 men. And though they scattered all the more, they continued to pursue them. And then they put to death another 2,000. And so it happened that all of those who were slain from Benjamin in various places were 25,000 fighters, very willing to go to war. And so there remained from them entire number of Benjamin's 600 men who were able to escape and to flee into the wilderness. And they settled at the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. But the sons of Israel, returning, had struck with the sword all that remained in the city, from men even to cattle, and all the cities and villages of Benjamin were consumed with devouring flames. Dun, dun, dun. You'll tell me if there's a spin wheel?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Can you pass me my water? Thank you. Hi, Christian. And the Zealot's Den, good morning. We love this. It's a great way to wake up. The sons of Israel had also taken an oath at Mizpah, and they said, "None of us shall give his daughters as a wife to the sons of Benjamin." And they all went to the house of God at Shiloh, and sitting in his sight until evening, they lifted up their voice, and they began to weep with a great wailing, saying, "Why, O Lord, God of Israel, has this evil happened among your people, so that this day one tribe would be taken away from us?" Then, rising at first light on the next day, they built an altar, and they offered holocausts and victims of peace offerings there. And they said, "Who out of all the tribes of Israel did not ascend with the army of the Lord?" For they had bound themselves with a great oath when they were at Mizpah, that whoever was not present would be slain. And the sons of Israel, having been led to repentance over their brother Benjamin, began to say, "One tribe has been taken away from Israel. From where shall they receive wives? For we have all sworn in common that we will not give our daughters to them." For this reason they said, "Who is there out of all the tribes of Israel that did not ascend to the Lord of Mizpah?" And behold, the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead were found to have been among that army. Likewise, in the time when they had been at Shiloh, not one of them was found to be there. And so they sent out 10,000 very robust men, and they instructed them, saying, "Go and strike down the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, including their wives and little ones. And this shall be what you ought to do. Every one of the male gender, as well as all the women who have known men, shall be put to death, but the virgins you shall reserve." And 400 virgins who had not known the bed of a man were found from Jabesh Gilead, and they brought them to the camp at Shiloh in the land of Canaan. And they sent messengers to the sons of Benjamin, who were at the rock of Rimmon, and they instructed them so that they would receive them in peace. And the sons of Benjamin went at that time, and wives were given to them from the daughters of Jabesh Gilead, but others were not found, whom they might give in a similar manner. And all of Israel was very saddened, and they did penance for destroying one tribe out of Israel. And those greater by birth said, "What shall we do with the remainder, those who have not received wives? For all the females of Benjamin have been cut down, and we must take great care and make provision with a great very diligence, so that one tribe may not be wiped away from Israel. As for our own daughters, we are not able to give them, being bound by an oath and a curse. When we said, 'Accursed is he who will give any of his daughters to Benjamin as a wife.' And they took counsel, and they said, 'Behold, there is a yearly solemnity of the Lord at Shiloh, which is situated to the north of the city of Bethel, and on the eastern side of the way that one takes from Bethel to Shechem, and to the south of the town of Lebanah.' And they instructed the sons of Benjamin, and they said, 'Go and hide in the vineyards. And when you will have seen daughters of Shiloh being led out to dance, according to custom, go forth suddenly from the vineyards, and let each one seize one wife from among them, and travel into the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers and brothers arrive, they will begin to complain against you, and to argue. We will say to them, Take pity on them, for they have not yet seized them by right of war or conquest. Instead, begging to receive them, you did not give them, and so the sin was on your part. And so the sons of Benjamin did just as they had been ordered, and according to their number, they seized for themselves one wife each, out of those who were led out dancing. And they went into their own possession, and they built up their cities, and they lived in them. The sons of Israel also returned, according to their tribes and families, to their tents. In those days there was no king in Israel, and said each one did what seemed right to himself. That's it for Judges, guys.
Let's
give it up. Lee, do you want to try to read Ruth? Or
I'll try.
I can take over if you need. Leah, back on stage.
Oh no.
This is dedication for real. Leah's a showcase tomorrow night.
Yeah, we got the show. If you're in the show, comment down below.
If you're in the skating showcase, comment. You can go say it.
Okay. If you're watching, you're probably gonna regret it. Just
Just
so you know.
say the words with confidence. No one actually knows how they're saying.
I don't want anyone in the comments to be like, no, that's not how you pronounce it.
It's okay. I'll beat them up.
Alright, no problem.
You can start.
I'm just trying to like pre-read. Alright.
And then you're gonna click that once.
Okay. I'm like scared.
You got this. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Emma Pulaski, let's go! Come on, guys, she's a part of the show. Alright, anyways. In the days of one of the judges, when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land. And a man from Bethlehem in Judah departed to serve. Oh my gosh.
You got it.
I can't. I'm just going to skip them.
No.
In the region of Moabites with his wife and 2 children. He called himself Elimelech, and his wife Naomi and his 2 sons, the one. What does this mean? The power adapter.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. Technical difficulties. And his wife Naomi and his 2 sons, the one Malon and the other Chilon, Ephrathites from Bethlehem in Judah, and entering into the region of Moabites, they stayed there. And Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she remained with her sons. They took wives from among the Moabites, of whom one was called Orph.
It's fine.
Okay. And the other Ruth. And they lived there 10 years, and they both died. Namely, Malon and Chilon. I can't, everyone. And the woman was left alone, bereaved of her 2 children and her husband. And she arose so that she might journey to her native land with both her daughters-in-law from the region of Moabites. For she had heard that the Lord had provided for his people and had given them food. And so she departed from the place of her sojourn with both her daughters-in-law, and having set out upon the way, she was about to return to the land of Judah. She said to them, "Go to the home of your mother. May the Lord deal mercifully with you, just as you have dealt with the dead and with me. May he grant you to find rest in the houses of the husbands, whom you will obtain by lot." And she kissed them. They lifted up their voice and began to weep, and to say, "We will journey with you to your people." But she answered them, "Return, my daughters. Why come with me? Do I have any more sons in my womb, so that you could hope for husbands for me? Return, my daughters, go forth. For I am now exhausted by old age, and not fit for the bond of marriage. Even if I were to conceive on this night, and bear sons, if you were willing to wait until they were grown and had completed the years of adolescence, you would be elderly before you could marry. Do not do so, I beg you, my daughters. For your difficulties weigh upon me greatly, and the hand of the Lord has been sent against me." In response, they lifted up their voice and began to weep again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law and then returned back. Ruth clung to her mother-in-law. Naomi said to her, "See your kinswoman return to her people and to her gods. Hurry after her." She answered, "Do not be against me, as if I would abandon you and go away. Wherever you will go, I will go, and wherever you will stay, I will also stay with you. Your people are my people, and your God is my God. Whichever land will receive you dying, in the same I will die. And there I will have the place of my burial. May God cause these things to happen to me, and add more also, if anything except death alone should separate you and I." Therefore Naomi saw that Ruth, being firmly resolved in her soul, was determined to go with her, and that she was unwillingly to be dissuaded, and that nothing further could convince her to return to her own. And so they set out together, and they came to Bethlehem. When they had entered the city, the news quickly spread among them, and the woman said, "This is that Naomi." But she said to them, "Do not call me Naomi, that is beautiful, but call me Mara, that is bitter. For the Almighty has greatly filled me with bitterness. I went out full, and the Lord led me back empty. So then why call me Naomi, whom the Lord has humbled and the Almighty has afflicted? Therefore Naomi went to Ruth the Moabite, her daughter-in-law, from the land of her sojourn, and returned to Bethlehem and at the time of the first reaping of the barley.
Going to the bathroom.
All right, no
All you
problem.
have to do is Ruth. I'll take over after that.
All right, no problem. I was just reading the comments. Why are there 23 people on?
You got this.
Go to bed, guys.
Keep it up. Yay, Leah.
But there was a man related to Eli, we're going to nickname him Eli. A powerful man and a very wealthy named Boaz. And Ruth, the Moabite, said to her mother-in-law, "If you order, I will go into the field and gather the ears of grain which escape the reaping hand. Wherever I will find a favor with the father of a family, who will be compassionate to me." She answered her, "Go, my daughter." And so she went and gathered the ears of grain after the completion of the reaping. But it happened that this field was owned by Boaz, who was of the kindred of Eli. Eli Melech, come on, let's go. Okay, sorry. And behold, he came out of Bethlehem and said to the reapers, "The Lord be with you." They answered him, "May the Lord bless you." And Boaz said to the young man who was in charge of the reapers, "Whose young woman is this?" He answered him, "That is the Moabite woman who came from Naomi, from the land of Moabites. And she has to gather the remnants of the ears of grain, following the steps of the reapers, and from the morning until now she has remained in the field, and indeed, not for one moment she has returned home." And Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen to me, daughter. Do not go to gather in any other field, nor depart from this place, but join with my young women, and follow where they reap. For I have given orders to my young men, so that no one is to harass you. And so, whenever you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink from the waters that young men also drink." She, falling on her face and paying homage from the ground, said to him, "How did this happen to me, that I should find favor before your eyes, and that you would condescend to How did this happen to me, that I should find favor before your eyes, and that you would condescend to accept me, a fortune woman?" He answered her, "Everything has been reported to me, what things you have done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, and how you left your parents in the land in which you were born, and came to the people you don't know before. May the Lord repay you for your work, and may you receive a full reward from the Lord, the God of Israel, to whom you have come, and under whose wings you have taken refuge." She said, "I have found favor before your eyes, my Lord, who has consoled me, and you have spoken to the heart of your handmaid, who is unlike one of your young women." And Boaz said to her, "When mealtime begins, come here and eat bread, and dip your morsel in vinegar." And so she sat beside the reapers, and she piled up parched grain for herself, and she ate and was satisfied, and carried off the leftovers. And then she rose from there, as to gather the ears of grain according to the custom. But Boaz commanded his servants, saying, "If she is even willing to reap with you, do not prevent her, and purposely let fall some from your bundles, and allow them to remain, so that she may gather without blushing, and let no one rebuke her from gathering." And so she gathered in the field until the evening. And striking and threshing with a staff what she had gathered, she found about the measure of an ephah of barley, that is 3 measures. Carrying this, she returned into the city and showed it to her mother-in-law. Moreover, she offered it to her, even gave her the leftovers of her food, with which she had been satisfied. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where have you gathered today, and where have you found work? Blessed is he who took pity on you." And she informed her with whom he had been working, and she said the man's name, that he was called Boaz. Boaz.
Yeah.
Boaz. Naomi answered her, "May he be blessed by the Lord, because the same kindness which he provided for the living, he also kept for the dead." And again she said, "This man is our near relative." And Ruth said, "He charged me with this also, that from now on I should join with his reapers until all crop has been reaped." And her mother-in-law said to her, "It is better, my daughter, to go out reaping with his young woman, lest in a stranger's field someone may confront you." And so she joined the young women of Boaz, and from then on reaped with them until the barley and the wheat were stored in the barns.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. You're watching. Oh, there's a screen there too. Anyways. But afterwards, when she returned to her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, "My daughter, I will seek rest for you, and I will provide so that it may be well with you. This Boaz, whose young woman you joined in the field, is our near relative, and this night he will winnow the threshing floor of barley. Therefore, wash and anoint yourself, and put on your decorative garments, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not let this man see you while he finishes eating and drinking. But when he goes to sleep, observe the place where he sleeps, and you will approach and lift up the covering, the part which covers near his feet, and lay yourself down and sleep there. But he will tell you what you are obliged to do." Sure. She answered, "I will do everything as you have instructed." And she went down to the threshing floor, and she did everything that her mother-in-law had commanded her. And when Boaz had finished eating and drinking, and he was merry, and he had gone to sleep by the pile of sheaves, she approached secretly, and lifting the covering near his feet, she laid herself down. And behold, when it was the middle of the night, the man became frightened and confused, and he saw a woman lying near his feet. He said to her, "Who are you?" And she answered, "I am Ruth, your handmaid. Spread your covering over your servant, for you are a near relative." And he said, "You are blessed by the Lord, daughter, and you have excelled beyond your earlier benevolence, because you have not followed young men, whether poor or rich. Therefore, do not be afraid, but whatever you decide about me, I will accomplish for you. For all the people who dwell within the gates of my city know you are a virtuous woman. Neither do I deny myself to be a near relative, but there is no another nearer than I. Be at peace for this night, and when morning arrives, if he is willing to uphold the law of kindship for you, things will turn out well. But if he is not willing, then I will take you, without any doubt, as the Lord lives. Sleep until the morning." And so she slept by his feet until the night was ending. And she arose before men could inquire of one another. And Boaz said, "Be careful, lest someone know that you came here." And again he said, "Spread your mantle that covers you, and hold it with both hands." As she extended it and held it, he measured 6 measures of barley and placed it upon her. Carrying it, she went into the city. And she came to her mother-in-law, who said to her, "What have you been doing, daughter?" And she explained to her all that the man accomplished for her. And she said, "Behold, he gave me 6 measures of barley. For he said, I am not willing to have you return empty to your mother-in-law." And Naomi said, "Wait, daughter, until we see how things will turn out. For the man will not rest until he has accomplished what he said."
Mello?
4s. Then Boaz went up to the gate, and he sat there. And when he had seen the kinsman passing by, whom he had previously discussed, he spoke to him, calling by his name, "Pause for a little while, and sit down here." He turned aside and sat down. But Boaz, calling aside 10 men among the elders of the city, said to them, "Sit down here." They settled down, and he spoke to the kinsman. Naomi, who has returned from the region of Moabites, is selling part of a field from her brother Elimelech. I wanted you to hear this, and to tell you in front of everyone sitting here, including the elders of my people. If you will take possession of it by the right kindship, buy it and possess it. But if it displeases you, you should reveal this to me, so that I will know what I have to do. For there is no near kinsman beside you, who is before me, and I am after you. But he answered, "I will buy this field." And Boaz said to him, When buying the field, you are likewise obliged to accept the hand of the woman Ruth, the Moabite, who was the wife of the deceased, so that you may raise up the name of your near kinsman through his posterity." He answered, "I yield my right of the kindship, for I am obliged." What is that word? Do you know? Oh my gosh. I clapped. "Obliged not to cut off the posterity of my own family. You may make use of my privilege, which I freely declare I will forego. Yet it was the custom between my kinsmen in the former time in Israel, that if at any time one yielded his right to another, so as to confirm his permission, the man took off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. This was a testimony of concession in Israel. And so Boaz said to his kinsman, Take off your shoe. And immediately he released it from his foot. And he said to eldest and to all the people, You are witnesses this day. that I have taken possession of all that belonged to Elimelech and to Chalion and Mahlon, and was bequeathed to Naomi. And Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, I have taken in marriage so as to raise up the name of the deceased in his posterity, and so that his name will not be cut off from among his family and his brethren and his people. You, I say, are witnesses of this thing. All the people who were at the gate, along with the eldest, answered, We are witnesses. May the Lord make this woman hunters into your house, like Rachel and Leah, who built up the house of Israel, so that she may be an example of virtue in Ephrathah, so that her name may be honored in Bethlehem. And may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, of the offspring which the Lord will give to you from this young woman. And so Boaz took Ruth and received her as the wife. And so Boaz took Ruth and received her as his wife. And he went to her, and the Lord granted her to conceive and bear a son. And the woman said to Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, who has not permitted your family to be without a successor, and may his name be called upon in Israel. And now you may have someone to comfort your soul and to care for you in old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law, who loves you, and this is much better for you than if you had 7 sons. And taking up the boy, Naomi placed him on her bosom, and she took on the duties of carrying him and nursing him. And the women of the near future were congratulating her, saying, There was a son born to Naomi. They call his name Obed. Here is his father Jesse, the father of David. These are the generations of Perez. Perez conceived Hezron. Hezron conceived Aram. Oh my gosh. Aram conceived Abinadab. Abinadab conceived Nashon. Nashon conceived Salmon. Salmon conceived Boaz. Boaz conceived Obed. Obed conceived Jesse. Jesse conceived David. Okay. Yes.
Yay!
Ruth is over.
Do you want to keep going or do you want me to take over? I really want
I can keep going.
Okay.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Junior. Maybe that's pronounced, or MRJR. Thank you.
Alright. Leah will now be on to for Samuel. You can begin.
Okay.
I'll do this.
There's some big words coming up. There's a certain man from Ramah of Zophim on Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jerem, the son of Eliu, the son of Toh, the son of Ziph, and Ephraimite. Yeah, come on. And he had 2 wives. The name of one Hannah, and the name of the second one was Peninnah. And Peninnah had sons, but Hannah did not have children. And this man went up from his city on the established days, so that he might adore and sacrifice to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh. Now the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, priests of the Lord, were in that place. Then the day arrived, and Elkanah immolated, and he gave portions to his wife Peninnah, and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah he gave 1 portion with sorrow, for he loved Hannah, but the Lord had closed her womb. And her rival afflicted her and vehemently distressed her to a great extent, for she rebuked her that the Lord had closed her womb. And she did so every year, when the time returned for them to ascend to the temple of the Lord. And she provoked her in this way. And so she wept and did not take food. Therefore her husband Elkanah said to her, Hannah, why are you weeping, and why do you not eat? And for what reason do you afflict your heart? Am I not better to you than 10 sons? And so, after she ate and drank at Shiloh, Hannah rose up. And Eli, the priest, was sitting on the seat before the door of the temple of the Lord. And since Hannah was bitter in the soul, she prayed to the Lord, weeping greatly. And she made a vow, saying, O Lord of hosts, if in looking with favor you will see the affliction of your servant, and will remember me, and will not forget your handmaid. I have to sneeze in a second. And if you will give to your servant of a man-child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall pass over his head. Then it happened that, while she multiplied prayers before the Lord, Eli observed her mouth. For Hannah was speaking in her heart, and only her lips moved, and her voice was barely heard. Therefore Eli considered her to be drunk. And so he said to her, "How long will you be inebriated? You should take only a little wine, but instead you are drenched." Responding, Hannah said, "By no means, my lord, for I am an exceedingly unhappy woman, and I drank neither wine nor anything that can inebriate. Instead, I have poured out my soul in the sight of the Lord. You should not repute your handmaid as one of the daughters of Belial, for I have been speaking from the abundance of my sorrow and grief even until now." Then Eli said to her, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant to you your petition which you have begged for him." And she said, "I wish that your handmaid may find grace in your eyes." And the woman went on her way, and she ate, and for her countenance was no longer changed for the worse. And they rose up in the morning, and they worshipped before the Lord. And they returned and arrived at their house at Ramah. Then Elkanah knew his wife Hannah, and the Lord remembered her. And it happened that in the course of days Hannah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Samuel, because she had requested him from the Lord. Now her husband Elkanah ascended with his entire house, so that he might immolate to the Lord of solemn sacrifice with his vow. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, "I will not go until the infant has been weaned, and until I may lead him, so that he may appear before the sight of the Lord, and may remain always there." And her husband Elkanah said to her, "Do what seems good to you, and stay until you wean him, and I pray that the Lord may fulfill his word." Therefore the woman remained at home, and she breastfed her son, until she withdrew him from milk. And after she had weaned him, she brought him with her, along with 3 calves, and 3 measures of flour, and a small bottle of wine, and she led him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. But the boy was still a young child. And they molted a calf, and they presented the boy to Eli. And Hannah said, "I beg you, my lord, as your soul lives, my lord, I am that woman who stood before you here, praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord granted to me my petition which I asked of him. Because of this, I have also lent him to the Lord, for all the days where he shall be lent to the Lord." And they adored the Lord in that place. And Hannah prayed, and she said, one sec. Thanks, Raj Capello. And she said, sorry, the suspense. And she said, "My heart exalts in the Lord, and my horn is exalted in my God. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, for I have rejoiced in your salvation. Nothing is holy as the Lord is holy, for there is no other beside you, and nothing is strong as our God is strong. Do not continue speaking of great things, boasting. Let what is old depart from your mouth. For the Lord is the God of knowledge, and thoughts are prepared for him. The bow of the powerful has been overwhelmed, and the weak have been girded with strength. Those who before were filled have hired themselves out for breed, and the starving have been filled, so that the barren have given birth to many. But she who had borne sons has become unable. The Lord brings death, and he gives life. He leads away to death, and he brings back again. The Lord impoverishes, and he enriches. He humbles, and he lifts up. He raises up the indigent from dust, and he lifts up the poor from filth, so that they may sit with princes, and take hold of thorn of glory. For the hinges of the earth belong to the Lord, and he has placed the globe upon them. He will preserve the feet of his holy ones, and the impious will be silenced in the darkness. For no man will prevail his own strength. The adversaries of the Lord will treat him, and over them he will thunder in the heavens. The Lord will judge the parts of the earth, and he will give the dominion to his king, and he will lift up the horn of his Christ. And Elkanah went away to Ramah, to his house. But the boy was a minister in the sight of the Lord before the face of Eli the priest. But the sons of Eli were sons of Belial, not knowing the Lord, nor the priestly office for the people. And so no matter who had immolated the victim, the servant of the priest would arrive, while the flesh was still cooking, and he would take a 3-pronged hook in his hand, and put it to the vessel, or into the cauldron, or into the cooking pot, or into the pan, and all that the hook lifted up, the priest took himself. So they did to all of Israel who arrived at Shiloh. In addition, before they burned the fat, the servant of the priest would arrive, and he would say to the one who was immolating, "Give me the flesh, so that I may boil it for the priest, for I will not accept cooked meat from you, but raw." And the one who was immolating would say to him, "First allow the fat to be burned today, according to the custom, and then take for yourself whatever your soul desires. But in response he would say to him, By no means, for you will give it to me now, otherwise I will take it by force. Therefore the sin of servants was exceedingly great before the Lord, for they drew men away from the sacrifice of the Lord. But Samuel was ministering before the face of the Lord. He was a youth girded with a linen ephod. And his mother fashioned... And his mother fashioned a little tunic for him, which she had brought to him on the appointed days, ascending with her husband, so that he might emulate the solemn sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife. And he said to him, May the Lord repay you to offspring from his woman, in behalf of the loan that you offered to the Lord. And they went away to their place. Then the Lord visited Hannah, and she conceived and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the youth Samuel was magnified with the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he heard all his sons were doing to all of Israel, and how they were sleeping with the woman, who were waiting at the door of the tabernacle. And he said to them, Why are you doing these kinds of things, very wicked things, that I have heard from all the people? My sons, do not be willing, for it is no good to report that I am hearing, so that you would cause for the people my word to transgress. If a man has sinned against a man, God may be able to be appeased over him. But if a man has sinned against the Lord, who will pray for him? But they did not listen to the voice of their father, that the Lord was willing to kill them. But the youth Samuel advanced and grew up, and he was pleasing to the Lord, as well as to the men. Then a man of God went to Eli, and he said to him, Thus says the Lord, Was I not revealed openly to the house of your father when they were in Egypt in the house of the Pharaoh? And I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel for myself as priest, so that he may ascend to my altar and burn incense to me, and wear the ephod before me. And I gave to the house of your father all the sacrifices of the sons of Israel. Why have you kicked away my victims and my gifts, which I instructed to be offered in the temple? And why have you given me more honor to your sons than to me, so that you eat the first fruits of every sacrifice to my people of Israel? Because of this, the Lord God of Israel says, I have spoken clearly, so that your house and the house of your father may minister in my sight even forever. But now the Lord says, May this be far from me. Instead, whoever will glorify me, I will glorify him. But whoever despises me, they will be despised. Behold, the days are arriving, when I will cut off your arm and the arm of the house of your father, so that there will not be an old man in your house, and you will see your rival in the temple amid all the prosperity of Israel. And there will not be an old man in your house for all the days. Yet truly, I will not entirely take away a man from you from my altar, but such that your eyes may be fail, and that your soul may melt away, and a great part of your house may die out, as it pertains to the state of man. But this will be a sign to you, which will happen to your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas. On one of the days they both will die. And I will raise up myself a faithful priest, who will act in accord with my heart and my soul, and I will build a faithful house for him, and he will walk away before Christ for all my days. Yo, Michael Zarbo's on this? Let's go. Okay. Then this will be in the future, that whoever will have remained of your house, he will approach, so that he may pray on his behalf. And he will offer a coin of silver and a twist of bread. And he will say, Permit me, I beg you, one part of the priestly office. Permit me, I beg you, one part of the priestly office, so that I may eat a mouthful of bread. Now the boy Samuel was ministering to the God. Oh my goodness. Now the boy Samuel was ministering to the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no manifest vision. Then it happened that on a certain day Eli was lying in his place, and his eyes had dimmed so that he was unable to see. And so, to prevent the lamp of God, from going out, Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of the God was. And the Lord called Samuel, and responding he said, Here I am. And he ran to Eli, and he said, Here I am, for you called me. And he said, I did not call, return and sleep. And he went away, and he slept. And again the Lord continued to call to Samuel. And rising up, Samuel went to Eli, and he said, Here I am, for you called me. And he responded, I did not call you, my son. Return and sleep. Now Samuel did not know the Lord, and yet the word of the Lord had not been revealed to him. And the Lord continued, and he called to Samuel still a third time. And rising up, he went to Eli. He said, "Here I am, for you have called me." Then Eli understood that the Lord had called the boy. And he said to Samuel, "Go and sleep, and if he calls you from now on, you will say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" Therefore Samuel went away, and he slept in his place. And the Lord came and stood, and he called, just as he had called the other times, "Samuel, Samuel." And Samuel said, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." And the Lord said to Samuel, "Behold, I am accomplishing a word in Israel. Whoever will hear about it, both his ears will ring. In that day I will raise up against Eli all the things that I have spoken over his house. I will begin, and I will finish. For I have foretold him that I will judge his house unto eternity, because of iniquity. For he had known that his sons acted shamefully, and he did not chastise them. For this reason I have sworn to the house of Eli that the iniquity of his house will not be expiated, which with victims or with gifts even forever." Then Samuel slept until morning, and he opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel was afraid to tell the vision to Eli. Then Eli called Samuel, and he said, "Samuel, my son?" And responding, he said, "I am here." And he questioned him, What is the word that the Lord has spoken to you? I beg that you may not conceal it from me. May God do these things to you, and may he add these other things, if you hide from me one word out of all these things that were told to you." And so Samuel revealed to him all the words, and he did not hide them from him. And he responded, "He is the Lord, may he do what is good in his own eyes." And Samuel grew up, and the Lord was with him, and none of his words fell to the ground. And all of Israel from Dan even to Beersheba knew Samuel to be a faithful prophet of the Lord. And the Lord continued to appear in Shiloh, for the Lord had revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh, according to the word of the Lord. And the word of Samuel went forth to all of Israel. Dang.
That was kind of dry.
Alright, no problem. Dang, my mouth's kind of dry. Anyway. Alright. And it happened that in those days, the Philistines assembled to fight. And Israel went out to meet the Philistines in battle. And he made camp beside the stone of assistance. But the Philistines went to Aphek. And they positioned their troops against Israel. Then when the conflict began, Israel turned his back to the Philistines. And they were cut down in the conflict, in various places in the fields, about 4,000 men. And the people returned to camp. And those greater by birth of Israel said, "Why has the Lord struck us today before the Philistines? Let us bring to ourselves the ark of the covenant of the Lord from Shiloh, and let it enter into our mindset so that it may be saved to us, so that it may save us from the hand of our enemies." Therefore the people sent to Shiloh, and they brought from there the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, sitting upon the cherubim. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of the covenant of the Lord. And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord had arrived in the camp, all of Israel shouted with a great clamor, and the land resounded. And the Philistines heard the voice of the clamor, and they said, "What is this voice of the great clamor in the camp of Hebrews?" And they realized that the ark of the Lord had arrived in the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, saying, "God has entered into the camp." And they groaned, saying, "Woe to us! For there was no such great exultation yesterday or the day before. Woe to us! Who will save us from the hand of these sublime gods? For these are the gods who struck Egypt with all the plagues in the desert. Be strengthened and be manly, O Philistines. Otherwise you may serve the Hebrews as they have also served you. Be strengthened and wage war." Therefore the Philistines fought, and Israel was cut down, and each one fled to his own current tent. And an exceedingly great slaughter occurred, and 30,000 foot soldiers from Israel fell. And the ark of God was captured. Also, the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, died. Now a man of Benjamin, rushing from the troops, arrived at Shiloh on the same day with his clothing torn, and with his head sprinkled with dust. And when he arrived, Eli was sitting on a seat opposite that way, gazing out. For his heart was fearful on behalf of the ark of God. Then, after this man entered the city, he announced it to the city. and the entire city wailed. And Eli heard the sound of outcry, and he said, "What is this sound, this tumult?" And the man hurried, and he went and announced it to Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes had dimmed, so that he was not be able to see. And he said to Eli, "I am the one who came from the battle, and it is I who fled from the troops today." And he said to him, "What has happened, my son?" And responding, the man reported and said, "Israel has fled before the Philistines, and a great ruin has happened to my people. Moreover, your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, also have died, and the ark of God has been captured." And when he had named the ark of God, he fell from the seat backwards, toward the door, and have broken his neck, and died. Dang, that sucks. For he was an old man of great age, and he judged Israel for 40 years. Now his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant, and her delivery was near. And upon hearing the news that the ark of God had been captured, and that her father-in-law and her husband died, she bent down and went into labor, for her pains rushed upon her suddenly. Then, when she was near death, those who were standing around her said to her, "You should not be afraid, for you have given birth to a son." But she did not respond to them, and she did not notice them. And she called the boy Ichabod, saying, "The glory of Israel has been taken away, because the ark of God was captured, and because of her father-in-law and her husband." And she said, "The glory has been taken away from Israel, because the ark of God had been captured." Yep. We're doing good. Then the Philistines took the ark of God, and they transported it from the stone of assistance into Ashdod. And the Philistines took the ark of God and carried it into the temple of Dagon, and they stationed it beside Dagon. And when the Ashdodites had risen up at first light on the next day, behold, Dagon was lying prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon, and they set him again in his place. And again, on the next day, rising up in the morning, they found Dagon lying on his face upon the ground before the ark of the Lord. But the head of Dagon and both palms of his hands had been cut off upon the threshold. Moreover, only the trunk of Dagon remained in its place. For this reason, the priests of Dagon and all who enter his temple do not tread upon the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod, even to this day. Now the hand of the Lord weighed heavily upon the Ashdodites, and he destroyed them. And he struck Ashdod and its borders at the inner part of the buttocks. And in the villages and fields, and in the midst of the region, mice rose up and burst forth. And this caused a great tumult unto death in the city. Then the men of Ashdod, seeing this kind of plague, said, "The ark of the God of Israel shall not remain with us, for his hand is harsh over us, over Dagon, our God." And sending, they gathered together all the princes of the Philistines to them, and they said, "What shall we do about the ark of the God of Israel?" And the Gathites responded, Let the ark of the God of Israel be led around." And they led the ark of the God of Israel around. And as they were carrying it around, the hand of the Lord fell upon every single city with an exceedingly great slaughter. And he struck down the men of each and every city, from the small even to the great. And scythes were first stirring at their buttocks. And the Gathites took counsel, and they made themselves sea covers from pelts. Therefore they sent the ark of God into Ekron. And when the ark of God had arrived at Ekron, the Ekronites cried out, saying, "They have brought the ark of God of Israel to us, so that they may kill us and our people." And so they sent and gathered together all the princes of Philistines, and they said, "Release the ark of God of Israel, and return it to its own, and let it not kill us with our people." For the fear of death fell upon every single city, and the hand of God was very heavy. Also, the men who did not die were being afflicted in the inner part of buttocks, and the wailing of each city was ascending to heaven. Now the ark of the Lord was in the region of the Philistines for 7 months. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't make that plural. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, "What shall we do with the ark? What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Reveal to us in what the matter we should send it back to its place." And they said, "If you send back the ark of God of Israel, do not choose to release it empty. Instead, repay to him what you owe because of sin, and then you will not be cured. And then you will be cured. And you will know why his hand did not withdraw from you." And they said, What is it that we ought to repay to him because of transgression?" And they responded, "In accord with the number of provinces of the Philistines, you shall fashion 5 gold scythes and 5 gold mice. For the same plague has been upon all of you and your princes. And you shall fashion a likeness of your cysts, and a likeness of the mice which have destroyed the land. And so shall you give glory to God of Israel, so that perhaps he may lift off his hand from you, and from your gods, and from your land. Why have you hardened your hearts, just as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? After he was struck, did he not then release them, and they went away? Now therefore fashion and take a new cart, with 2 cows that have been given birth, but on which no yoke has been imposed, and yoke them to the cart, but retain their calves at home. And you shall take the ark of the Lord, and you shall place it upon the cart, with the articles of gold that you have paid to him on behalf of transgression. You shall place these in a little box at its side, and release it so that it may go. And you shall watch, and if indeed it ascends by the way of his own parts toward Bethlemesh, and that he has done with great evil to us. But if not, then we shall know that it is by no means his hand has touched us, but instead it happened by chance. Therefore they did it in this way, and taking 2 cows that were feeding calves, they yoked them to the cart, and they enclosed their calves at home. And they placed the ark of God upon the cart, with the little box that held the gold mice and the likeness of the cysts. But the cows were directly along the way that leads to the Beth Shemesh. And they advanced only in one direction, lowing as they went. And they did not turn aside, neither to the right nor to the left. Moreover, the princes of the Philistines followed them, as far as the borders of Beth Shemesh. Is that a word? Okay, cool. Now the Bethshemites were harvesting wheat in the valley, and lifting up their eyes, they saw the ark, and they were glad when they had seen it. And the cart went into the field of Joshua a Bethshemite, and stood it in there. Now in that place was a great stone, and so they cut up the wood of the cart, and they placed the cows upon it as a holocaust to the Lord. But the Levites took down the ark of God, and the little box that was at its side, in which were the articles of gold, and they placed them upon the great stone. Then the men of Beth Shemesh offered holocaust and immolated victims on that day to the Lord. And the 5 princes of the Philistines saw, and they returned to Ekron on the same day. Now these gold cysts, which the Philistines repaid to the Lord of transgression, for Ashdod 1, for Gaza 1, for Ashkelon 1, for Gath 1, for Ekron 1. And there were gold mice, according to the number of cities of Philistines, of the 5 provinces, from the fortified city to the village that was without a wall, and even to the great stone upon which they have placed of the ark of the Lord, which was at the last in the day in the field of Joshua in the Beth Shemesh. When he struck down some of the men of the Beth Shemesh, because they had seen the ark of the Lord. And he struck down some of the people, 70 men, and 50,000 of the common people. And the people lamented, because the Lord had struck the people with a great slaughter. And the men of Beth Shemesh said, Who will be able to stand in the sight of the Lord, this holy God? And who will ascend to him from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath-jearim, and said, The Philistines have returned to the ark of the Lord. Descend and lead it back to you. Then the men of Kiriath-jearim arrived, and they led away to the ark of the Lord, and they brought to the house of Abinadab and Geba. And they sanctified Eleazar the son, so that he might take care of the ark of the Lord. And it happened that from that day the ark of the Lord remained in Kiriath-jearim, and that the days were multiplied, and all the house of Israel rested, following the Lord. Then Samuel spoke to the entire house of Israel, If you would return to the Lord with your whole heart, take away strange gods from among you, the Baals, the Ashtaroth, and prepare your hearts for the Lord, and serve him alone, and he will rescue you from the hand of the Philistines. Therefore the sons of Israel took away the Baals and the Ashtaroth, and they served the Lord alone. And Samuel said, Gather all of Israel at Mizpah, so that I may pray for you to the Lord. And they convened at Mizpah. And they drew water and poured it out in the sight of the Lord. And on that day they fasted, and in the place they said, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the sons of Israel in Mizpah. And the Philistines heard that the sons of Israel had gathered together in Mizpah. And the princes of Philistines ascended against Israel. And when the sons of Israel had heard this, they were afraid before the face of the Philistines. And they said to Samuel, May you not cease to cry out to the Lord for our God. May you not cease to cry out to the Lord our God on our behalf, so that he may save us from the hand of the Philistines. Then Samuel took one suckling lamb, and he offered it whole, as a holocaust to the Lord. And Samuel cried out to the Lord on behalf of Israel, and the Lord heeded him. Then it happened that while Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines began the battle against Israel. But the Lord thundered with a great crash on that day over the Philistines, and he terrified them. And they were cut down before the face of Israel. And the men of Israel, departing from Mizpah, pursued the Philistines, and they struck them down as far as the place which was below Bethkar. Then Samuel took a single stone, and he placed it between Mizpah and Shen, and he called the name of the place the Stone of Assistance. And he said, For in this place the Lord gave assistance to us. And the Philistines were humbled, and they no longer drew near, so that they might enter into the borders of Israel. And so the hand of the Lord was over the Philistines during all the days of Samuel. And the cities that the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Ekron as far as Gath, with their borders. And he freed Israel from the hand of the Philistines. And there was a peace between there's peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went each year traveling around to Bethel and to Gilgal and to Mizpah, and he judged Israel in above stated places. And he returned to Ramah, for his house was there, and he judged Israel there, and then he built an altar to the Lord there.
Let's go, Leah.
We're done, so bro.
Give it up.
That was rough.
That was great.
Luck Ratch.
Thank you, Leah. She did it her time. That was amazing.
Thank you, everyone.
Made it through Ruth. Alright. You're stuck with me for the next hour. Hopefully we can finish 1 Samuel. That is the goal. Hopefully we can get to 7,000 subscribers in this hour. I think that'd be pretty epic, and I want to celebrate. And thank you to Alexander for the $20 donation. If you donate $50, I'll have to spin this wheel of punishment or reward. Alright, let's get into Samuel 8. And it happened that, when Samuel had become old, he appointed his sons as judges over Israel. Now the name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of the second was Abijah, judges at Beersheba. But his sons did not walk in his ways. Instead, they turned aside, pursuing avarice, and they accepted bribes, and they prevented judgment. Therefore, all those greater by birth of Israel have gathered together, went to Samuel at Ramah. And they said to him, Behold, you are elderly, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Appoint for us a king, so that he may judge us, just as all the nations have. And the word was displeasing in the eyes of Samuel, for they had said, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord. Then the Lord said to Samuel, Listen to the voice of the people and all that you are saying to you, for they have not rejected you, but me, lest I reign over them. In accord with all their works, which they have done from the day when I led them away from Egypt, even to this day, just they have forsaken me, and served foreign gods, so now they also do to you. Now therefore, hear their voice, yet truly testify to them, and foretell to them the rights of the king who will reign over them. And so Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people who had petitioned a king from him. And he said, This will be the right of the king who will have authority over you. He will take your sons and place them in his chariots, and he will make them his horsemen and his runners before his four-horse chariots. And he will appoint them to be his tribunes and centurions, and the plowmen of his fields, and the harvesters of the grain, and the makers of his weapons and chariots. Likewise, your daughters he will take for himself as makers of ointments, and as cooks and bakers. Also, he will take your fields and your vineyards and your best olive groves, and he will give them to his servants. Moreover, he will take 1/10 of your grain and of the results of your vineyards, so that he may give those to his eunuchs and servants. Then, too, he will take your servants and handmaids, and your best young man, and your donkeys, and he will set them to his work. Also, he will take 1/10 of your flock, and you will be his servants. And you will cry out in that day from the face of the king, whom you have chosen for yourselves. And the Lord will not heed you in that day, for you requested a king for yourselves. But the people were not willing to listen to the voice of Samuel. Instead they said, By no means, for there shall be a king over us, and we shall be just like all the Gentiles. And our king will judge us, and he will go out before us, and he will fight our wars for us. And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and he spoke to the ears of the Lord. Then the Lord said to Samuel, "Listen to their voice, and appoint a king over them." And Samuel said to the men in Israel, "Let each one go to his own city." Now there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zerah, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, the son of a man Benjamin, strong and robust. And he had a son called Saul, an elect and a good man. And there was not a man among the sons of Israel better than he was, for he stood head and shoulders above all the people. Now the donkeys of Kish, the father of Saul, had become lost. And Kish said to his son Saul, "Take with you one of the servants, and rising up, go out and seek the donkeys." And then when they had passed through Mount Ephraim, and through the land of Shalishah, and had not found them, they crossed also through the land of Shalim, and they were not there, and through the land of Benjamin, and they found nothing. And when they had arrived in the land of Suph, Saul said to the servant who was with him, "Come, and let us return, otherwise perhaps my father may forget the donkeys and become anxious over us." And he said to him, "Behold, there is a man of God in the city, a noble man. All that he says happens without fail. Now therefore, let us go there, for perhaps he may tell us about our way, because of which we have arrived." And Saul said to his servant, "Behold, let us go. And what will we bring to the man of God? The bread in our sacks has run out, and we have no small gift that we might give to the man of God, nor anything at all." The servant again responded to Saul, and he said, "Behold, there is found in my hand a coin of the fourth part of a stater. Let us give it to the man of God, so that he may reveal to us our way." In past times in Israel, anyone going to consult God would speak in this way. And Saul said to his servant, "Your word is very good. Come, let us go." And they went into the city where the man of God was. And as they were ascending the slope to the city, they found some young women going out to draw water. And they said to them, "Is this seer here?" And responding, they said to them, "He is. Behold, he is ahead of you. Hurry now, for he came into the city today, since there is a sacrifice for the people today on the high place. Upon entering the city, you should find him immediately, before he ascends to the high place for the meal, and the people will not eat until he has arrived. For he blesses the victim, and thereafter those who were called will eat. Now thereafter go up, for you will find him today." And they ascended into the city, and as they were walking in the midst of the city, Samuel appeared, advancing to meet them, so that he might ascend in the high place. Now the Lord had revealed to the ear of Samuel one day before Saul had arrived, saying, "Tomorrow at the same hour that it is now, I will send to you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be the leader over my people Israel, and he will save my people from the hand of the Philistines. For I have looked with favor upon my people, because their outcry has reached me." And when Samuel had caught sight of Saul, the Lord said to him, "Behold, the man about whom I spoke to you, this one shall rule over my people." Then Saul drew near to Samuel at the middle of the gate, and he said, "Tell me, I beg you, where is the house of the seer?" And Samuel responded to Saul, saying, "I am the seer. Ascend before me to the high place, so that you may eat with me today, and I will send you away in the morning, and I shall reveal to you everything that is in your heart. And concerning the donkeys, which were lost the day before yesterday, you should not be anxious, for they have been found, and all the best things of Israel, for whom should they be? Will they not be for you and for all your father's house?" And responding, Saul said, "Am I not a son of Benjamin, the least tribe of Israel? And are not my kindred the least among all the families from the tribe of Benjamin? So then, why would you speak this word to me?" And so Samuel, taking Saul and his servant, brought them into the dining room, and he gave them a place at the head of those who had been invited, for there were about 30 men. And Samuel said to the cook, "Present the portion that I gave to you, and which I instructed you to set apart beside you." Then the cook lifted up the shoulder, and he placed it before Saul. And Samuel said, "Behold, what remains, set it before you and eat, for it was reserved for you intentionally, when I called the people." And Saul ate with Samuel on that day. And they descended from the high place into the town, and he spoke with Saul in the upper room. And he set out a bed for Saul in the upper room, and he slept. And when they had risen in the morning, and it now began to be light, Samuel called to Saul in the upper room, saying, "Rise up, so that I may send you on." And Saul rose up, and they both departed, that is to say, he and Samuel. And as they were descending to the very limit of the city, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell the servant to go ahead of us and to continue on. But as for you, stay here a little while, so that I may reveal the word of the Lord to you." Hang on, technical difficulties for 1 sec. Alright, I'm locked in. I keep doing that. Then Samuel took a little vial of oil and poured it on his head, and he kissed him and said, "Behold, the Lord has anointed you at first ruler over his inheritance, and you shall free his people from the hands of their enemies, who are all around them, and this shall be a sign for you that God has anointed you as ruler. When you have departed from me this day, you will find 2 men beside the sepulchre of Rachel in the parts of Benjamin to the south. And they will say to you, 'The donkeys have been found, which you have been seeking as you traveled.' And your father, forgetting about the donkeys, has been anxious for you, and he says, 'What shall I do about my son?' And when you will have departed from there, and will have traveled farther, and will have arrived at the oak of Tabor, in that place 3 men who are going up to God at Bethel will find you. One will be bringing 3 young goats, and another 3 loaves of bread, and another will be carrying a bottle of wine." "And when they will have greeted you, they will give you 2 loaves, and you shall accept these from their hand. After these things you shall arrive at the hill of God, where the garrison of the Philistines is, and when you will have entered the city there, you will meet a company of prophets descending from the high place, with a psaltery and a timbrel and a pipe and a harp before them, and they will be prophesying. And the Spirit of the Lord will spring up within you, and you shall prophesy with them, and you shall be changed into another man. Therefore, when these signs will have happened to you, do whatever your hand will find, for the Lord is with you. And you shall descend before me in Gilgal, so that you may offer an obligation, and may immolate victims of peace. For 7 days you shall wait until I come to you, and reveal to you what you should do." And so, when he had turned his shoulder so that he may go away from Samuel, God changed him to another heart, and all these signs occurred on that day. And they arrived at the above stated hill, and behold, a group of prophets met him, and the Spirit of the Lord leapt up within him, and he prophesied in their midst. Then all those who had known him yesterday and the day before, seeing that he was with the prophets, and that he was prophesying, said to one another, "What is this thing that has happened to the sons of Kish? Could Saul also be among the prophets?" And one would respond to the other, saying, "And who is their father?" Because of this, it turned into a proverb. Could Saul also be among the prophets? Then he ceased to the prophecy, and he went to the high place. And the uncle of Saul said to him and to his servant, "Where did you go?" And they responded, "To seek the donkeys. But when we did not find them, we went to find Samuel." And his uncle said to him, "Tell me what Samuel said to you." And Saul said to his uncle, "He told us that the donkeys would be found, but the word about the kingdom, which Samuel had spoken to him, he did not reveal to him." And Samuel called the people together to the Lord of Mizpah, and he said to the sons of Israel, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, I led Israel away from Egypt, and I rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from all the kings who were afflicting you. But today you have rejected your God, who alone saved you from all your evils and tribulations, and you have said, 'By no means, instead, appoint a king over us.' Now therefore stand in the sight of the Lord by your tribes and by your families." And Samuel brought near all the tribes of Israel, and the lot fell upon the tribe of Benjamin. And he brought near the tribe of Benjamin with its families, and the lot fell upon the family of Matri. And then it went to Saul, the son of Kish. Therefore they sought him, but he was not found. And after these things they consulted the Lord as to whether he would soon arrive there. And the Lord responded, "Behold, he is hidden at home." And so they ran and brought him there, and he stood in the midst of the people, and he was taller than the entire people from the shoulders upward. And Samuel said to all the people, "Certainly, you see the one whom the Lord has chosen, that there is not anyone like him among all the people." And all the people cried out and said, "Long live the king." Then Samuel spoke to the people the law of the kingdom, and he wrote in a book, and he stored it in the sight of the Lord. And Samuel dismissed all the people, each one to his own house. And then Saul went away to his own house at Gibeah, and a portion of the army, whose hearts had been touched by God, went away with him. Yet the sons of Belial said, "How could this one be able to save us?" And they despised him, and they brought him no presents, but he pretended not to hear them. And about a month afterward, it happened that Nahash the Ammonite ascended and began to fight against Jabesh Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Consider a pact with us, and we will serve you." And Nahash the Ammonite responded to them, "With this will I strike a pact with you, if I may pluck out all your right eyes and set you as a disgrace against all of Israel." And the elders of Jabesh said to him, "Grant to us 7 days, so that we may send messengers to all the borders of Israel. And if there is no one who may defend us, we will go out to you." Therefore the messengers arrived at Gibeah of Saul, and they spoke these words in the hearing of the people. And all the people lifted up their voice and wept. And behold, Saul arrived, following oxen from the field, and he said, "What has happened to the people that they would weep?" And they explained to him the words of the men from Jabesh. And the Spirit of the Lord rose up within Saul when he had heard these words, and his fury was enraged exceedingly. And taking both the oxen, he cut them into pieces, and he sent them into all the borders of Israel by the hands of messengers, saying, "Whoever will not go out and follow Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen." Therefore the fear of the Lord entered into the people, and they went out like one man. And he took a census of them at Bezek, and they were 300,000 of the sons of Israel, and there were 30,000 of the men of Judah. And they said to the messengers who had arrived, "So shall you say to the men who are of Jabesh Gilead, 'Tomorrow, when the sun will be hot, you shall have salvation.'" Therefore the messengers went and announced it to the men of Jabesh, who became joyful. And they said, "In the morning we will go out to you, and you may do whatever you please with us." And it happened that when the next day had arrived, Saul arranged the people into 3 parts, and he entered into the middle of the camp at the early morning watch, and he struck down the Ammonites until the day grew hot. Then the remainder were dispersed, so much so that not even 2 of them were left together. And the people said to Samuel, "Who is the one who said, 'Should Saul reign over us? Present the men, and we will put them to death.'" And Saul said, "No one shall be killed on this day, for today the Lord has accomplished salvation in Israel." Then Samuel said to the people, "Come, and let us go to Gilgal, and let us renew the kingdom there." And all the people traveled to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king in the sight of the Lord. And there they immolated victims of peace before the Lord, and there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. Then Samuel said to all of Israel, "Behold, I have listened to your voice, according to all that you have said to me, and I have appointed a king over you. And now the king advances before you, but I am old, and I have gray hair. Moreover, my sons are with you, and so, having conversed before you in my youth, even until this day, behold, I am here. Speak about me before the Lord and before his Christ, as to whether I have taken anyone's ox or donkey, or whether I have falsely accused anyone, or whether I have oppressed anyone, or whether I have accepted a bribe from the hand of anyone. And I will repudiate the same this day, and I will restore it to you." And they said, "You have not falsely accused us, nor oppressed us, nor have you taken anything from the hand of anyone." And he said to them, "The Lord is a witness against you, and as Christ is a witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand." And they said, "He is the witness." And Samuel said to the people, "It is the Lord who appointed Moses and Aaron, and who led our fathers away from the land of Egypt. Now, therefore, stand, so that I may contend in judgment against you before the Lord, about all the mercies of the Lord, which he has given to you and to your fathers. How Jacob entered into Egypt, and your fathers cried out to the Lord. And the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, and he led your fathers away from Egypt, and he transferred them to this place. But they forgot the Lord their God, and so he delivered them into the hand of Sisera, master of the army of Hazor, and into the hand of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. But afterward they cried out to the Lord, and they said, We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and we have served the Baals and Ashtaroth. Now therefore rescue us from the hand of our enemies, and we will serve you. And the Lord said to Jerubbaal and Badan and Jephthah and Samuel, and he rescued you from the hand of your enemies all around. You lived in confidence. Then seeing that Nahash, the king of the sons of Ammon, had arrived against you, you said to me, By no means. Instead, a king shall reign over us, even though the Lord your God was reigning over you. Now therefore your king is present, whom you chose and requested. Behold, the Lord has given you a king. If you will fear the Lord and serve him, and listen to his voice, and not provoke the mouth of the Lord, then both you and the king who rule over you will follow the Lord your God. But if you will not listen to the voice of the Lord, but instead you provoke his words, then the hand of the Lord will be over you and over your fathers. Therefore, stand now and see this great thing, which the Lord will accomplish in your sight. Is it not the harvest of the wheat today? I will call upon the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain, and you will know and see that you have done a great evil in the sight of the Lord, by petitioning for a king over you. And Samuel cried out to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain on that day. And all the people feared the Lord and Samuel exceedingly. And all the people said to Samuel, Pray on behalf of your servants to the Lord your God, so that we may not die. For we have added to all our sins this evil, that we would petition for a king. Then Samuel said to the people, Do not be afraid. You have done all this evil, yet truly do not choose to withdraw from the back of the Lord. Instead, serve the Lord with all your heart. And do not choose to turn aside after vanities, which will never benefit you, nor rescue you, since they are empty. And the Lord will not abandon his people, because of this great name. For the Lord has sworn to make you his people. So then, far be it from me, this sin against the Lord, that I would cease to pray for you. And so I will teach you the good and upright way. Therefore, fear the Lord and serve him in truth and from your whole heart. For you have seen the great works that he has done among you. But if you persevere in wickedness, both you and your king will perish together. This is getting pretty intense, I don't know. Alright. 4 subscribers till 7,000. Alright. Let's continue. Chapter 13. When he began to reign, Saul was the son of 1 year, and he reigned over Israel for 2 years. And Saul chose for himself 3,000 men of Israel, and 2,000 were with Saul at Michmash and at Mount Bethel. Then 1,000 were with Jonathan at Gibeah of Benjamin. But the remainder of the people he sent back, each one to his own tent. And Jonathan struck the garrison of the Philistines, which was in Gibeah. And when the Philistines had heard about it, Saul sounded the trumpet over all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews listen. And all of Israel heard this report, that Saul had struck the garrison of the Philistines, and Israel raised himself up against the Philistines. Then the people cried out to Saul at Gilgal, and the Philistines gathered to do battle against Israel, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and the remainder of the common people, who were very many, like the sand that is on the shore of the sea. And ascending, they encamped at Michmash, toward the east of Bethaven. And when the men of Israel had seen themselves to be in a narrowed position, they hid themselves in caves, and in out-of-the-way places, and in rocks, and in hollows, and in pits. Then some of the Hebrews crossed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and Gilead. And while Saul was still at Gilgal, the entire people who followed him were terrified. But he waited for 7 days, in accord with what was agreed with Samuel. But Samuel did not arrive at Gilgal, for the people were scattering away from him. Therefore Saul said to him, Bring me the holocaust and the peace offerings. And he offered the holocaust. And when he had completed the offering of the holocaust, behold, Samuel arrived, and Saul went out to meet him, so that he may greet him. And Saul said to him, What have you done? Saul responded, Since I saw that the people were scattering away from me, and you had not arrived after the agreed upon days, and yet the Philistines had gathered together at Michmash, I said, Now the Philistines I will descend to meet at Gilgal, and I have not appeased the face of the Lord. Compelled by necessity, I offered the holocaust. And Samuel said to Saul, You have acted foolishly. You have not kept the commandments of the Lord your God, which he has instructed you. And if you had not acted in this way, the Lord would, here and now, have prepared your kingdom over Israel forever. But by no means shall your kingdom rise up any more. The Lord has sought for himself a man according to his own heart, and him the Lord has instructed to be the leader over his people, because you have not kept what the Lord has instructed. Then Samuel rose up and ascended from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin, and the remainder of the people ascended after Saul to meet the people who were fighting against them, going from Gilgal into Gibeah to the hill of Benjamin. And Saul took a census of the people who had been found to be with him, about 600 men. And Saul, his son Jonathan, and the people who had been found to be with them were at Gibeah of Benjamin, but the Philistines had settled in Michmash, and 3 companies went out from the camp of the Philistines in order to plunder. One company was traveling toward the way of Ophrah and to the land of Shaul. Then another entered along the way of Beth-horon, but the third turned itself to the way of the border, overhanging the valley of Zebulun, opposite the desert. Now there was no worker of iron to be found in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines had been cautious, lest perhaps the Hebrews might make swords or spears. Therefore all of Israel descended to the Philistines, so that each man could sharpen his plowshare, or pickaxe, or hatchet, or hoe. For their plow blades, and pickaxes, and pitchforks, and axes had become blunt, and even the handles needed to be repaired. And when the day of battle had arrived, there was found neither sword nor spear in the hand of the entire people who were with Saul and Jonathan, except for Saul and his son Jonathan. Then the army of the Philistines went out in order to go across Michmash. And it happened that, on a certain day, Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the youth who bore his armor, "Come, and let us go over to the garrison of the Philistines, which is across from that place." But he did not reveal this to his father. Moreover, Saul was staying in the furthermost part of Gibeah, below the pomegranate tree that was at Migron, and the people with him were about 600 men. And Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, the brother of Ichabod, the son of Phinehas, who had been born of Eli, the priest of the Lord of Shiloh, wore the ephod, but the people did not know where Jonathan had gone. Now there were between the ascents along which Jonathan strove to cross to the garrison of the Philistines rocks projecting from both sides, and in the manner of teeth, boulders breaking out from one side and the other. The name of one was Shining, and the name of the other was Thorny. One boulder projected toward the north, opposite Michmash, and the other toward the south, opposite Gibeah. Then Jonathan said to the youth who bore his armor, "Come, let us go across to the garrison of these uncircumcised, and perhaps the Lord may act on our behalf. For it is not difficult for the Lord to save, either by many or by few." And his armor-bearer said to him, "Do all that is pleasing to your Lord. Go wherever you wish, and I will be with you wherever you will choose." And Jonathan said, "Behold, we will cross over to these men, and when we will be seen by them. If they have spoken to us in this way, stay until we come to you. Let us stand still in our place, and not ascend to them. But if they will say, 'Ascend to us,' let us ascend, for the Lord has delivered them into your hands. This will be the sign to us." And so both of them appeared before the garrison of the Philistines. And the Philistines said, "See, the Hebrews have come out from the holes in which they have been hiding." And the men of the garrison spoke to Jonathan and to his armor-bearer, and they said, "Ascend to us, and we will show you something." And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, "Let us ascend, follow me, for the Lord has delivered them into the hands of Israel." Then Jonathan ascended, crawling on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And then some fell before Jonathan, others his armor-bearer killed as he was following him. And the first slaughter was made when Jonathan and his armor-bearer struck down about 20 of the men in the midst of an area of land that a yoke of oxen would usually plow in a day. And a miracle occurred in the camp, out in the fields, and all of the people of their garrison who had gone out in order to plunder were stupefied, and the earth trembled, and it happened as a miracle from God. And the watchmen of Saul, who were at Gibeah of Benjamin, looked out, and behold, a multitude was thrown down and dispersed this way and that. And Saul said to the people who were with him, "Inquire and see who has gone out from us." And when they had inquired, it was found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not present. And Saul said to Ahijah, "Bring the ark of the God." And while Saul spoke to the priests, there arose a great tumult in the camp of the Philistines, and it was increasing little by little, and it was being heard more clearly. And Saul said to the priests, "Withdraw your hand." Then Saul and all the people who were with him cried out together, and they went to the place of the conflict. And behold, each one's sword had been turned against his neighbor, and there was a very great slaughter. Moreover, the Hebrews who had been with the Philistines yesterday and the day before, and who had ascended with them into the camp, turned back so that they may be with those of Israel who were with Saul and of Jonathan. Likewise, all the Israelites who had hidden themselves on Mount Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines had fled, joined themselves with their own in the battle. And there were with Saul about 10,000 men. And the Lord saved Israel on that day, but the fight continued as far as Bethaven. And the men of Israel were joined together on that day, and Saul made the people swear, saying, Cursed be the man who will eat bread until evening, until I am avenged of my enemies. And the entire people did not consume bread. And all the common people went into a forest, in which there was honey on the surface of the field. And so the people entered the forest, and there appeared flowing honey, but no one drew his hand nor his mouth, for the people were afraid of the oath. But Jonathan had not heard that his father had bound the people to an oath, and so he extended the top of the staff that he was holding in his hand, and he dipped it in honeycomb, and he turned his hand in his mouth, and his eyes were brightened. And in response, one of the people said, Your father has bound the people by an oath, saying, Cursed be the man who will eat any bread this day. And Jonathan said, My father has troubled the land. You have seen for yourselves that my eyes were brightened, because I had tasted a little bit of this honey. How much more so if the people had eaten from the plunder that they will find with their enemies? Would not a greater slaughter have been accomplished by the Philistines? Therefore, on that day, they struck down the Philistines from Michmash as far as Ajalon, but the people were exceedingly wearied. And turning to the spoils, they took sheep and oxen and calves, and they slew them on the ground, and the people ate with blood. Then they reported to Saul, saying that the people had sinned against the Lord, eating with blood, and he said, You have transgressed. Roll a great stone to me here and now. And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the common people, and tell each one of them to bring to me his ox and to his ram, and to slay them upon the stone, and to eat, so that you will not sin against the Lord in eating with blood. And so each one, out of all the people, brought his ox by his own hand throughout the night, and they slew them there. Then Saul built an altar to the Lord, and so it was then he first began to build an altar to the Lord. And Saul said, Let us fall upon the Philistines by night, and lay waste to them even until the morning light, and let us not leave behind man among them. And the people said, Do all that seems good in your eyes. And the priest said, Let us draw near to God in his place. And Saul consulted the Lord, Shall I pursue the Philistines? Will you deliver them into the hand of Israel? And he did not respond to him on that day. Saul said, Bring here every single leader of the people, and we shall know and see by whom this sin was committed this day. And the Lord lives, who is the Savior of Israel, even if it was done by my son Jonathan. Without retraction he shall die. And this no one among all the people contradicted him. And he said to all of Israel, Separate yourselves on one side, and I with my son Jonathan will be on the other side. And the people responded to Saul, Do what seems good in your eyes. And Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, O Lord, God of Israel, grant a sign. Why is it that you will not respond to your servant this day? If this iniquity is in mine, or in my son Jonathan, grant an indiction. Or if this iniquity is in your people, grant a sanctification. And Jonathan and Saul were discovered, but the people were released. And Saul said, Cast lots between myself and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was caught. Then Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done. And Jonathan revealed to him and said, Truly, I tasted a little honey with the top of the staff that was in my hand, and behold, I shall die. And Saul said, May God do these things to me, and may he add these other things, for you shall surely die, Jonathan. And the people said to Saul, Why should Jonathan have to die? Who has accomplished this great salvation in Israel? This is wrong. As the Lord lives, not one hair of his head shall fall to the ground, for he has wrought with God this day. Therefore the people freed Jonathan, so that he would not die. And Saul withdrew, and he did not pursue the Philistines, and the Philistines went away to their own places. And Saul, his kingdom having been confirmed over Israel, was fighting against all his enemies on all sides, against Moab, and the sons of Ammon, and Edom, and the kings of Zobah, and the Philistines. And wherever he turned himself, he was successful. And gathering together an army, he struck Amalek, and he rescued Israel from the hand of those who lay waste to them. And now the sons of Saul were Jonathan and Ishvi and Malchiku. And as for the names of his two daughters, the name of the firstborn daughter was Merab, and the name of the younger one was Michal. And the name of the wife of Saul was Ahinoam, and the daughter of Ahimaaz. And the name of the first ruler of his military was Abner, the son of Ner, and the first cousin of Saul. For Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner was the father of Abner, and the son of Abiel. Now there was a powerful war against the Philistines during the days of Saul, And so, whomever Saul had seen to be a strong man and fit for battle, he joined him to himself. That was a long chapter. Wow. Alright, let's keep on going. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord has sent me, so that I would anoint you as king over his people Israel. Now therefore, listen to the voice of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I have taken account for all of that Amalek has done to Israel, how he stood against him in the way, when he ascended from Egypt. Now therefore go and strike Amalek, and demolish all that is his. You shall not spare him, and you shall not covet anything. You shall not covet anything out of the things that are his. Instead, kill from man, even to women, and little ones as well as infants, ox and sheep and camels and donkey." And so Saul instructed the people, and he numbered them like lambs, 200,000 foot soldiers, and 10,000 men of Judah. And when Saul had arrived as far as the city of Amalek, he placed ambushes at the torrent. And Saul said to the Kenite, "Go away, withdraw, and ascend from Amalek. Otherwise, I will include you with him. For you showed mercy to all the sons of Israel when they ascended from Egypt." And so the Kenite withdrew from the midst of Amalek. And Saul struck down Amalek from Havilah, even until you arrive at Shur, which is opposite the region of Egypt. And he apprehended Agag, the king of Amalek, alive. But all the common people he put to death with the edge of the sword. And Saul and the people spared Agag and the best of the flocks of sheep, and of all the herds, and the garments, and the rams, and all that was beautiful. And they were not willing to destroy them. Yet truly, whatever was vile or worthless, these they demolished. Then the word of the Lord came to Samuel, saying, "It displeases me that I have appointed Saul as king, for he has forsaken me, and he has not fulfilled the work of my words." And Samuel was greatly saddened, and he cried out to the Lord all night long. And when Samuel had risen while it was still dark, so that he may go to Saul in the morning, it was reported to Samuel that Saul had arrived at Carmel, and that he had erected for himself a triumphant ark, and while returning he had continued on and descended to Gilgal. Therefore Samuel went to Saul, and Saul was offering a holocaust to the Lord from the best of the spoils which he had brought from Amalek. And when Samuel had gone to Saul, he said to him, "You are the blessed of the Lord. I have fulfilled the word of the Lord." And Samuel said, "Then what is this voice of the flocks, which resounds in my ears, and of the herds, which I am hearing?" And Saul said, "They have brought these from Amalek, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the herds, so that they might be immolated to the Lord our God. Yet truly, the remainder we have slain." Then Samuel said to Saul, "Permit me, and I will reveal to you what the Lord has said to me this night." And he said to him, "Speak." And Samuel said, "Was it not when you were little in your own eyes that you were made the head of the tribes of Israel, and the Lord anointing you as king over all of Israel? And the Lord sent you on the way, and he said, 'Go and put to death the sinners of Amalek, and you shall fight against them, even unto utter annihilation.' Why then did you not listen to the voices of the Lord? Instead, you turned to the spoils, and you did evil in the eyes of the Lord." And Saul said to Samuel, "On the contrary, I did listen to the voice of the Lord, and I walked in the way which the Lord sent me, and I led back Agag, the king of Amalek, and I put to death Amalek. But the people took some of the spoils, sheep and oxen, as the first fruits of those things that were slain, to immolate to the Lord their God at Gilgal." And Samuel said, "Does the Lord want holocausts and victims, and not instead that the voice of the Lord should be obeyed? For obedience is better than sacrifice, and to heed is greater than to the offer of fat of rams. Therefore it is like the sin of paganism to rebel, and it is like the crime of adultery to refuse to obey. For this reason, therefore, because you have rejected the word of the Lord has also rejected you from being king." And Saul said to Samuel, "I have sinned, for I have transgressed the word of the Lord, and your words by fearing the people and obeying their voice. But now I beg you to bear my sin and to return with me, so that I may adore the Lord." And Samuel said to Saul, "I will not return with you, for you have rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you from being king over Israel." And Samuel turned away so that he might depart, but Saul took hold of the edge of his cloak, and it tore. And Samuel turned away so that he might depart, but Saul took hold of the edge of his cloak, and I already read that. Sorry. And Samuel said to him, "The Lord has torn of the kingdom of Israel away from you this day, and he has delivered it to your neighbor, who is better than you are. Moreover, the one who triumphs within Israel will not spare, and he will not be moved to repentance, for he is not a man, that he should repent." Then he said, "I have sinned, but now honor me before the elders of my people, and before Israel, and return with me, so that I may adore the Lord your God." Therefore Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul adored the Lord. And Samuel said, "Bring near to me Agag, the king of Amalek." And Agag, very fat and trembling, was presented to him, and said, "Does bitter death separate in this manner?" And Samuel said, "Just as your sword caused women to be without their children, so will your mother be without her children among women." And Samuel cut him into pieces before the Lord of Gilgal. Then Samuel went away to Ramah, but Saul ascended to his house at Gibeah. And Samuel did not see Saul any more until the day of his death. Yet truly Samuel mourned for Saul, because the Lord regretted that he had appointed him as king over Israel. That is dramatic. These chapters are much longer than I thought they'd be. And the Lord said to Samuel, "How long will you mourn for Saul, though I have rejected him, so that he would not reign over Israel? Fill your horn with oil and approach, so that I may send you to Jesse of Bethlehem. For I have provided a king from among his sons for myself." And Samuel said, "How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it, and he will put me to death." And the Lord said, "You shall take by your hand a calf from the herd, and you shall say, I have arrived in order to emulate to the Lord. And you shall call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will reveal to you what you should do. And you shall anoint whomever I indicate to you." Therefore Samuel did just as the Lord told him, and he went to Bethlehem, and the elders of the city wondered. And meeting him, they said, "Is your arrival peaceful?" And he said, "It is peaceful. I have arrived in order to emulate to the Lord. Be sanctified, and come with me to the sacrifice." Then he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and he called them to the sacrifice. And when they had entered, he saw Eliab, and he said, "Could he be the Christ in the sight of the Lord?" And the Lord said to Samuel, "You shall not look with favor on his face, nor on the height of his stature, for I have rejected him. Neither do I judge by the appearance of a man, for man sees those things that are apparent, but the Lord beholds the heart." And Jesse called Abinadab, and he brought him before Samuel, and he said, "Neither has the Lord chosen this one." Then Jesse brought Shammah, and he said about him, "And the Lord has not chosen this one." And so Jesse brought his 7 sons before Samuel, and Samuel said to Jesse, "The Lord has not chosen any of these." And Samuel said to Jesse, "Could the sons now be completed?" But he responded, "There still remains a little one, and he pastures the sheep." And Samuel said to Jesse, "Send and bring him, for we shall not recline to eat until he arrives here." Therefore he sent and brought him. Now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, and with a stately face. And the Lord said, "Rise up, anoint him, for it is he." I wonder who it is. Therefore Samuel took the horn of oil, and he anointed him in the midst of his brothers. And the Spirit of the Lord was guiding David from that day and thereafter. And Samuel rose up, and he went away to Ramah. But the Spirit of the Lord withdrew from Saul, and a wicked spirit from the Lord disturbed him. And the servants of Saul said to him, "Behold, an evil spirit from God disturbs you. May our Lord order, and your servants who are before you will seek a man skillful in playing a stringed instrument, so that when the evil spirit from the Lord assails you, he may play with his hand, and you may bear it more easily." And Saul said to his servants, "Then provide for me someone who can play well, and bring him to me." And one of the servants responded and said, "Behold, I have seen the son of Jesse of Bethlehem, a skillful player and very strong and robust, a man fit for war, and prudent in words, a handsome man, and the Lord is with him." Therefore Saul sent messengers to Jesse, saying, "Send to me your son David, who is in the pastures." And so Jesse took a donkey laden with bread, and a bottle of wine, and a kid from one of the goats, and he sent them by the hand of his son David to Saul. And David went to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and he made him his armor bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, "Let David remain before my sight, for he has found favor in my eyes." Okay, guys. We have reached 7,000 subscribers. Let's go. Give it up. Unfortunately, I'm here alone, so it's kind of sad, but still excited. Everyone will be hype in the morning when they wake up. All right. Back to David. And David went to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and he made him his armor bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, Let David remain before my sight, for he has found favor in my eyes. And so, whenever the evil spirit from the Lord assailed Saul, David took up a stringed instrument, and he struck it with his hand. And Saul was refreshed and uplifted, for the evil spirit withdrew from him. Now the Philistines, gathering their troops for battle, assembled at Socoh of Judah, and they made camp between Socoh and Azekah, within the borders of Damim. But Saul and the sons of Israel, having gathered together, went to the valley of Terebinth, and they positioned the army so as to fight against the Philistines. And the Philistines were standing on a mountain on the one side, and Israel was standing on the mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. And there went out from the camp of the Philistines a man of illegitimate birth, named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a palm. And he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was clothed with a breastplate of scales. Moreover, the weight of his breastplate was 5,000 shekels of brass. And he had plates of brass on his lower legs, and a small shield of brass was covering his shoulders. Now the shaft of his spear was like the beam used by a weaver, and the iron of his spear held 600 shekels of iron, and his armor-bearer went before him. And standing still, he cried out to the battle lines of Israel, and he said to them, Why have you arrived, prepared for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not the servants of Saul? Choose one man from among you, and let him descend to do battle alone. If he is able to fight with me and to strike me down, we will be your servants. But if I will prevail over him and strike him down, you will be the servants, and you will serve us. And the Philistine was saying, I have reproached the troops of Israel today. Present a man to me, and let him undertake a fight against me alone. And Saul and all the Israelites, hearing these words of the Philistine in this matter, were stupefied and exceedingly afraid. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite man, the one mentioned above, from Bethlehem of Judah, whose name was Jesse. He had 8 sons, and during the days of Saul, he was an elderly man and of great age among men. Now his 3 eldest sons followed Saul into battle, and the names of his 3 sons who went into the battle were Eliab the firstborn, and the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. But David was the youngest. Therefore, when the 3 eldest had followed Saul, David went away from Saul, and he returned so that he may pasture the flocks of his father at Bethlehem. Truly, the Philistine advanced morning and evening, and he stood forth for 40 days. Now Jesse said to his son David, Take for your brothers an ephah of cooked grain and these 10 loaves, and hurry to the camp to your brothers. And you shall carry these 10 little cheeses to the tribune, and visit your brothers to see if they are doing well, and learn with whom they have been stationed. But they were in the valley of Terebinth, with Saul and all the sons of Israel, fighting against the Philistines. And so David rose up in the morning, and he commended the flock to the caretaker, and he went away burdened, just as Jesse had instructed him. And he went to the place of the battle line, and to the army, which in going out to the fight was shouting in the conflict. For Israel had positioned their troops, but the Philistines had also prepared themselves against them. Then, leaving the items that he had brought under the hand of the keeper of baggage, David ran to the place of the conflict, and he was asking if all was going well with his brothers. And while he was still speaking with them, there appeared the man of spurious descent, whose name was Goliath, the Philistine of Gath, ascending from the camp of the Philistines, and he was speaking in these same words, which David heard. Then all the Israelites, when they had seen the man, fled from his face, fearing him greatly. And someone of Israel said, Have you seen this man who has risen up? For he has ascended in order to reproach Israel. Therefore, the man who will strike him down, the king will enrich with great wealth, and he will give to him his daughter, and will cause his father's house to be free of tribute in Israel. And David spoke to the men who were standing with him, saying, What will be given to the man who will have struck down this Philistine, and who will have taken away the disgrace from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should reproach the soldiers of the living God? Then the people repeated to him the same word, saying, These things shall be given to the man who will have struck him down. Now when Eliab, his eldest brother, had heard this, as he was speaking with the others, he became angry against David, and he said, "Why did you come here, and why did you leave behind these few sheep in the wilderness? I know your pride and the wickedness of your heart, that you have come down so that you might see the battle." And David said, "What have I done? Is there any word against me?" And he turned away from him a little toward another. And he asked the same question, and the people responded to him as before. Now the words that David had spoken were heard and reported in the sight of Saul. When he had been led to Saul, he said to him, "Let no one lose heart over him. I, your servant, shall go and fight against the Philistine." And Saul said to David, "You are not able to withstand this Philistine, nor to fight against him, for you are a boy, but he has been a warrior from his boyhood." And David said to Saul, "Your servant was pasturing the flock of his father, and there approached a lion or a bear, and it took a ram from the midst of the flock. And I pursued them, and I struck them, and I rescued them from their mouth, and they rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled and killed them. For I, your servant, have killed both lion and bear, and so this uncircumcised Philistine, too, will be like one of them. Now I will go and take away the reproach of the people. For who is this uncircumcised Philistine who has dared to curse the army of the living God?" And David said, "The Lord who rescued me from the hand of the lion and from the hand of the bear, he himself will free me from the hand of the Philistine." Then Saul said to David, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." And Saul clothed David with his garments, and he placed a helmet of brass upon his head, and he clothed him with a breastplate. Then David, having girded his sword over his armor, began to see if he could walk in the armor. But he was not accustomed to it. And David said to Saul, "I cannot move about in this way, for I am not used to it." And he put them aside. And he took up his staff, which he held always in his hands, and he chose for himself 5 very smooth stones from the torrent. And he put them into the shepherd's bag that he had with him. And he took up a sling in his hand, and he went out against the Philistine. And the Philistine advancing went and drawn near against David, and his armor-bearer was before him. And when the Philistine had seen and considered David, he despised him, for he was a youth, ruddy and of handsome appearance. And the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you approach against me with a staff?" And the Philistines cursed David by his gods. And he said to David, "Come to me, and I will give you flesh to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the earth." But David said to the Philistine, "You approach me with sword and spear and shield, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, which you have reproached. Today the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down, and I will take your head from you, and today I will give the carcass of the camp of the Philistines to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the earth, so that all the earth may know that God is with Israel. And this entire assembly will know that the Lord does not save by sword, nor by spear, for this is his war, and he will deliver you into our hands." Then, when the Philistine had risen up and was approaching, he was drawing near against David. David hurried and ran to the fight against the Philistine. And he put his hand into his bag and took out 1 stone, and swinging it around, he cast it with the sling and struck the Philistine on the forehead. And the stone became embedded in his forehead, and he fell on his face upon the ground. And David prevailed against the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck and killed the Philistine. But since David held no sword in his hand, he ran and stood over the Philistine, and he took his sword and withdrew it from the shield, and he killed him and cut off his head. Then the Philistines, seeing that their strongest man was dead, fled away. And the men of Israel and Judah, rising up, shouted and pursued after the Philistines, even until they arrived at the valley and as far as the gates of Ekron. And many wounded among the Philistines fell on the way of Sheraim, and as far as Gath, and as far as Ekron. And the sons of Israel, returning after they had pursued the Philistines, invaded their camp. Then David, taking up the head of the Philistine, brought it to Jerusalem. Yet truly he placed his armor in his own tent. Now at the time that Saul had seen David going out against the Philistines, he said to Abner, the leader of the military, "From what stock is this youth descended, Abner?" And Abner said, "As your soul lives, O king, I do not know." And the king said, "You shall inquire as to whose son this boy may be." And when David had returned, after the Philistine had been struck down, Abner took him and brought him before Saul, having the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, "Young man, from what ancestry are you?" And David said, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." One more. Then Izzy's taking over. And it happened that when he had completed speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan adhered to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him like his own soul. And Saul took him that day, and would not permit him to return to his father's house. Then David and Jonathan formed a pact, for he loved him like his own soul. And Jonathan took off the coat that he was wearing, and he gave it to David with the rest of his garments, even to his sword and bow, and even his belt. Also, David went out to do everything whatsoever that Saul sent him to do, and he conducted himself prudently. And Saul sent him over men of war, and he was acceptable in the eyes of the entire people, and most of all in the sight of the servants of Saul. Now when David returned, after he had struck down the Philistine, the women went out from all the cities of Israel, leading the singing and dancing, rejoicing with timbrels and bells, so as to meet King Saul. And the women sang as they played, saying, Saul has struck down 1,000, and David 10,000. Then Saul became exceedingly angry, and this word was displeasing in his eyes. And he said, They have given David 10,000, and to me they only gave 1,000. What is left for him except the kingdom itself? Therefore Saul did not regard David with a good eye from that day and thereafter. Then on the next day the evil spirit from God assailed Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of his house. And David played with his hand, just as at every other time. And Saul held a lance in his hand, and he threw it, thinking that he would be able to fix David to the wall. And David stepped aside twice from before his face. And Saul feared David, because the Lord was with him, but he had withdrawn from Saul. Therefore Saul sent him away from himself, and he made him tribune over 1,000 men, and he entered and departed in the sight of the people. Also David acted prudently in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. And so Saul saw that he was exceedingly prudent, and began to be wary of him. But all of Israel and Judah loved David, for he entered and departed before them. And Saul said to David, Behold, my elder daughter Merab, I will give her to you as wife. Only be a valiant man, and fight the wars of the Lord. Now Saul was considering within himself, saying, Let not my hand be upon him, but let the hands of the Philistines be upon him. Then David said to Saul, Who am I, and what is my life, and what is my father's kinship within Israel, that I should be the son-in-law of the king? Then it happened that at the time when Merab the daughter of Saul was to be given to David, she was given to Adriel the Mahathalite as wife. Now Michal, the other daughter of Saul, loved David, and this was reported to Saul, and it pleased him. And Saul said, I will give her to him, so that she may be a stumbling block to him, and so that the hand of the Philistine may be upon him. And Saul said to David, In 2 things you shall be my son-in-law today. And Saul commanded his servants to speak to David privately, saying, Behold, you are pleasing to the king, and all his servants love you. Now therefore be the son-in-law of the king. And the servants of Saul spoke all these words to the ears of David. And David said, Does it seem a small matter to you to be the son-in-law of the king? I am but a poor and unimportant man. And the servants reported to Saul, saying, David has spoken words in this manner. Then Saul said, Speak in this way to David. The king does not have need for any dowry, but only 100 foreskins from the Philistine men, so that he may be vindicated from the enemies of the king. So did Saul think to deliver David into the hands of the Philistines? And when his servants had repeated to David the words that Saul had spoken, the word was pleasing in the eyes of David, so that he would become son-in-law of the king. And after a few days, David, rising up, went with the men who were under him, and he struck down 200 men of the Philistines. And he brought their foreskins, and he counted them out for the king, so that he might be his son-in-law. And so Saul gave to him his daughter Michal, as wife. And Saul saw and understood that the Lord was with David, and the daughter of Saul loved him. And Saul began to fear David all the more, and Saul became the enemy of David every day, and the leaders of the Philistines departed. And from the beginning of their departure, David conducted himself more prudently than all the servants of Saul, and his name became exceedingly celebrated. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Let's go. Izzy's back for another hour.
Yep.
The legend. Good, I can go to bed.
Good night.
I'll stay up for a little bit.
Or good morning.
Are you okay here on if I go to bed a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
For some reason, it's behind.
It's fine.
Oh.
It's just like that.
Oh, okay. Fair. again. Chapter 19. Now Saul spoke to his son Jonathan and to all his servants so that they would kill David. But Jonathan, the son of Saul, loved David very much. And Jonathan revealed it to David, saying, Saul, my father, is seeking to kill you. Because of this, I ask you, take care for yourself in the morning, and you should conceal yourself and remain in hiding. Then I, going out, will be standing beside my father in the field where you will be. And I will speak about you to my father, and whatever I see, I will report to you. Then Jonathan spoke good things about David to his father Saul, and he said to him, You should not sin, O king, against your servant David. For he has not sinned against you, and his works toward you are very good. And he took his life in his own hand, and struck down the Philistine. And the Lord wrought a great salvation for all of Israel. You saw it, and you rejoiced. Why then would you sin against innocent blood by killing David, who was without guilt? And when Saul had heard this, being pleased by the voice of Jonathan, he swore, As the Lord lives, he shall not be killed. And so Jonathan called David, and revealed to him all of these words. And Jonathan led in David to Saul, and he was before him, just as he had been yesterday and the day before. Then the war was stirred up again, and David went out and fought against the Philistines, and he struck them down with a great slaughter, and they fled from his face. And the evil spirit from the Lord came to Saul, who was sitting in his house and holding a lance, and David was playing music with his hand. And Saul attempted to fix David to the wall with the lance. But David turned aside from the face of Saul, and the lance failed to wound him, and it became fixed in the wall. And David fled, and so he was saved that night. Therefore Saul sent his guards to David's house, so that they might watch for him, and so that he might be killed in the morning. And after Michal his wife had reported this to David, saying, Unless you save yourself this night, tomorrow you will die. She lowered him down through a window. Then he fled and went away, and he was saved. Then Michal took a statue and placed it on the bed, and she placed the pelt of a goat for the hair at its head, and she covered it with clothes. And Saul sent attendants to seize David, and it was answered that he was sick. And again Saul sent messengers to see David, saying, Bring him to me on the bed, so that he may be killed. And when the messengers had arrived, they found a likeness on the bed with a goat pelt at its head. And Saul said to Michal, Why have you deceived me in this way, and released my enemy so that he may flee? And Michal responded to Saul, because he said to me, Release me, otherwise I will kill you. Now David was saved by fleeing, and he went to Samuel in Ramah, and he reported to him all that Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went away and stayed at Naioth. Then it was reported to Saul by some, saying, Behold, David is at Naioth in Ramah. Therefore Saul sent officers to seize David, and when they had seen a company of prophets prophesying, with Samuel preceding over them, the Spirit of the Lord also came to them, and they also began to prophesy. And when this was reported to Saul, he sent other messengers, but they also prophesied. And again Saul sent messengers a third time, and they also prophesied. And Saul, being exceedingly angry, also went to Ramah himself, and he went as far as the great cistern, which is in Socoh. And he inquired and said, In which place are Samuel and David? And it was told to him, Behold, they are at Naioth in Ramah. And he went to Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of the Lord came to him also. And he continued on, walking and prophesying, until he arrived at Naioth in Ramah. And he also took off his garments, and he prophesied with the others before Samuel. And he fell down naked throughout the day and night. From this too is derived the proverb, Could Saul also be among the prophets? Chapter 20. All right. Then David fled from Naioth, which is in Ramah, and he went and said before Jonathan, What have I done? What is my iniquity, or what is my sin against your father, so that he would seek my life? And he said to him, May this not be. You shall not die, for my Father will not do anything, great or small, without first revealing it to me. Therefore, has my Father concealed this word solely from me? By no means shall this be. And he swore again to David. And David said, Your father certainly knows that I have found favor in your sight, and so he will say, Let Jonathan not know this, lest he be saddened. So truly as the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, there is only one step, if I may say it, separating me from death. And Jonathan said to David, Whatever your soul will tell me, I will do for you. Then David said to Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is a new moon, and I am accustomed to sit in a seat beside the king to eat. Therefore permit me that I may be hidden in the field until the evening of the third day. If your father, looking around, will seek me, you shall respond to him, David asked me if he may hurry to Bethlehem, his own city, for there are solemn sacrifices in that place for all of his tribe together. If he will say, It is well, then your servant will have peace. But if he will be angry, know that his malice has reached its height. Therefore, show mercy to your servant, for you have brought me, your servant, into a covenant of the Lord with you. But if there is any iniquity in me, you may kill me, and you shall not lead me in to your father. And Jonathan said, May this be far from you, for certainly if I ever realized that any wickedness was determined by my father against you, I would not be able to do anything other than report it to you. And David responded to Jonathan, Who will repeat it to me? If your father may perhaps answer you harshly about me. And Jonathan said to David, Come, and let us go out into the field. And when they both had gone out into the field, Jonathan said before David, O Lord God of Israel, if I will discover a decision by my father tomorrow, or the day after, and if there will be anything good concerning David, and yet I do not immediately send to you and make it known to you, may the Lord do these things to Jonathan, and may he add these over things. But if my father will have persevered in malice against you, I will reveal it to your ear, and I will send you away, so that you may go in peace, and so that the Lord may be with you, just as he was with my father. And if I live, you shall show the mercy of the Lord to me. Yet truly, if I die, you shall not take away your mercy from my house, even forever, when the Lord will have rooted out the enemies of David, each and every one of them, from the earth. May he take Jonathan from his house, and may the Lord require it from the hands of the enemies of David. Therefore Jonathan formed a covenant with the house of David, and the Lord required it from the hands of the enemies of David. And Jonathan continued to swear to David because he loved him, for he loved him like his own soul. And Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and you will be sought, for your seat will be empty until the day after tomorrow. Therefore you shall descend quickly, and you shall go to the place where you are to be hidden, on a day when it is lawful to work, and you shall remain beside the stone that is called Ezel. And I will shoot 3 arrows near it, and I will cast them as if I were practicing for myself toward a mark. Also I will send a boy, saying to him, Go and bring the arrows to me. If I will say to the boy, Behold, the arrows are before you, take them up. You shall approach before me, because there is peace for you. And if there is nothing evil, as the Lord lives, but if I will have spoken to the boy in this way, Behold, the arrows are away from you, then you shall go away in peace, for the Lord has released you. Now about the word that you and I have spoken, may the Lord be between you and me, even forever. Therefore David was hidden in the field, and the new moon came, and the king sat down to eat bread. And when the king had sat down on his chair, according to custom, which was beside the wall, Jonathan rose up, and Abner sat beside Saul, and David's place appeared empty. And Saul did not say anything on that day, for he was thinking that perhaps something happened to him, so that he was not clean, or not purified. And when the second day after the new moon had begun to dawn, David's place again appeared empty, And when Saul said to Jonathan, his son, "Why has the son of Jesse not arrived to eat, neither yesterday nor today?" And Jonathan responded to Saul, "He petitioned to me earnestly that he might go to Bethlehem. And he said, 'Permit me, for there is a solemn sacrifice in the city. One of my brothers has summoned me. Now therefore, if I have found favor in your eyes, I will go quickly, and I will see my brothers.' For this reason he has not come to the table of the king." Then Saul, becoming angry against Jonathan, said to him, "You son of a woman, wantonly seizing a man, could I be ignorant that you love the son of Jesse, to your own shame and to the shame of your disgraceful mother? For all the days that the son of Jesse moves upon the earth, neither you nor your kingdom will be secure. And so send and bring him to me here and now, for he is a son of death." Then Jonathan, answering his father Saul, said, "Why should he die? What has he done?" And Saul picked up a lance so that he might strike him. And Jonathan understood that it had been decided by his father that David be put to death. Therefore Jonathan rose up from the table in a rage of anger, and he did not eat bread on the second day after the new moon, for he was saddened over David, because his father had confounded him. And when the morning had begun to dawn, Jonathan went into the field according to the agreement with David, and a young boy was with him. And he said to his boy, "Go and bring me the arrows that I shoot." And when the boy had run, he shot another arrow away from the boy. And so the boy went to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, and Jonathan cried out from behind the back of the boy and said, "Behold, the arrow is there, farther away from you." And Jonathan cried out again from behind the back of the boy, saying, "Go quickly, do not stand still." Then Jonathan's boy collected the arrows, and he brought them to his lord. And he did not understand at all what was happening, for only Jonathan and David knew the matter. Then Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy, and he said to him, "Go and carry them into the city." And when the boy had gone away, David rose up from his place, which turned toward the south, and falling prone on the ground, he reverenced 3 times. And kissing one another, they wept together, but David more so. Then Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace, and let us both keep all that we have sworn in the name of the Lord, saying, 'May the Lord be between me and you, and between my offspring and your offspring, even forever.'" And David rose up and went away, but Jonathan entered into the city. Chapter 21. Then David went into Noob, to the priest Ahimelech. And Ahimelech was astonished that David had arrived. And he said to him, "Why are you alone, and no one was with you?" And David said to the priest Ahimelech, "The king has instructed to me a word," and he said, "Let no one know the matter about which you have been sent by me, and what type of instructions I have given to you. For I have also summoned servants to one and another place. Now therefore, if you have anything at hand, even 5 loaves of bread, or whatever you may give, or whatever you may find, give it to me." And the priest, responding to David, said to him, "I have no common bread at hand, but only holy bread. Are the young men clean, especially from women?" And David responded to the priest and said to him, "Indeed, as concerns being with women, we have abstained since yesterday and the day before when we departed, and so the vessels of the young men have been holy. And although this journey has been defiled, it will also be sanctified today as concerns the vessels." Therefore the priest gave to him sanctified bread, for there was no bread there, but only the bread of the presence, which had been taken away from before the face of the Lord, so that fresh loaves might be set up. Now a certain man among the servants of Saul was there on that day, inside the tabernacle of the Lord, and his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the most powerful among the shepherds of Saul. Then David said to Ahimelech, "Do you have here at hand a spear or a sword?" For I did not take my own sword or my own weapons with me, for the word of the king was urgent. And the priest said, Behold, here is the sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom you struck down in the valley of Terebinth. It is wrapped up in a cloak behind the ephod. If you wish to take this, take it, for there is nothing else here except this. And David said, There is nothing else like this, so give it to me. And so David rose up, and he fled on that day from the face of Saul, and he went to Achish, the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish, when they had seen David, said to him, Is this not David, the king of the land? Were they not singing about him while dancing, saying, Saul has struck down 1,000, but David 10,000? Then David took these words to his heart, and he became exceedingly afraid before the face of Achish, the king of Gath. And he altered his mouth before them, and he slipped down between their hands, and he stumbled against the doors of the gate, and his spit flowed down his beard. And Achish said to his servants, You saw that the man is insane. Why did you bring him to me? Or do we have need of those who are mad, so that you would bring in this one, to behave madly in my presence? How did this man get into my house? Chapter 22. Then David went away from there, and he fled to the cave of Adullam. And when his brothers and all of his father's house has heard of it, they descended to him there. And all of those left in distress, or oppressed by debt to strangers, or bitter in soul, gathered themselves to him. And he became their leader, and about 400 men were with him. And David sent out from there to Mizpah, which is of Moab. And he said to the king of Moab, I beg you, let my father and my mother remain with you until I know what God will do for me. And he left them before the face of the king of Moab. And they stayed with him for all the days that David was in the stronghold. And the prophet Gad said to David, Do not choose to stay in the stronghold. Set out and go into the land of Judah. And so David set out, and he went into the forest of Hereth. And Saul heard that David and the men who were with him had been seen. Now while Saul was staying in Gibeah, and while he was in the forest, that is in Ramah, holding a spear in his hand with all his servants standing around him, he said to his servants who were assisting him, Listen now, you sons of Benjamin. Will the son of Jesse give to all of you fields and vineyards? And will he make all of your tribunes or centurions, so that you would all conspire against me, and so that there is no one to inform me, especially even when my son has formed a pact with the son of Jesse? There is no one among you who grieves for my situation, or who would report to me. For my son has raised up my servant against me, seeking to betray me, even to this day. Then Doeg, the Edomite, who was standing near, and who was first among the servants of Saul, responding said, I saw the son of Jesse in the Nob, with Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, the priest. And he consulted the Lord for him, and he gave him food. Moreover, he gave him the sword of Goliath, the Philistine. Then the king sent to summon Ahimelech, the priest, the son of Ahitub, and all of his father's house, the priests who were Nob, and they all came before the king. And Saul said to Ahimelech, Listen, son of Ahitub. He responded, Here I am, Lord. And Saul said to him, Why have you conspired against me, you and the son of Jesse? For you gave him bread and a sword, and you consulted the Lord for him, so that he might rise up against me, continuing as a traitor even to this day. And responding to the king, Ahimelech said, But who among all your servants is as faithful as David? And he is the son-in-law of the king, and he goes forth at your order, and he is a glory within your house. Did I begin to consult the Lord for him today? May this be far from me. Let not the king suspect this kind of thing against his servant, nor against anyone in all my father's house. For your servant did not know anything about this matter, either small or great. And the king said, You shall die a death, Ahimelech, you and all your father's house. And the king said to the emissaries who were standing around him, You shall turn and put to death the priests of the Lord, for their hand is with David. They knew that he had fled, and they did not reveal it to me. But the servants of the king were not willing to extend their hands against the priests of the Lord. And the king said to Doeg, You shall turn and rush against the priest. And Doeg, the Edomite, turned and rushed against the priest. And he massacred on that day 85 men, vested with the linen ephod. Then he struck Nob, the city of the priest, with the edge of the sword. He struck down men and women, little ones and infants, as well as ox and donkey and sheep, with the edge of his sword, with the edge of the sword. But one of the sons of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, whose name was Abiathar, escaping fled to David. And he reported to him that Saul had slain the priest of the Lord. Then David said to Abiathar, I knew on that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that I without doubt he would report it to Saul. I am guilty of all the souls of your father's house. You should remain with me. Do not be afraid, for he who seeks my life seeks your life also, but with me you shall be saved. Chapter 23. And they reported to David, saying, Behold, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah, and they are plundering the grain stores. Therefore David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go and strike down these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, Go, and you shall strike down the Philistines, and you shall save Keilah. And the men who were with David said to him, Behold, we continue in fear here in Judea. How much more so if we go into Keilah against the troops of the Philistines? Therefore David consulted the Lord again, and responding he said to him, Rise up, and go into Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your hand. Therefore David and his men went into Keilah, and they fought against the Philistines. And they took away their cattle, and they struck them with a great slaughter. And David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. And in that time, when Abiathar the son of Ahimelech was in exile with David, he had descended to Keilah, having an ephod with him. Then it was reported to Saul that David had gone into Keilah. Reported to Saul that David had gone to Keilah. And Saul said, The Lord has delivered him into my hands, for he is enclosed, having entered into a city which has gates and bars. And Saul instructed all the people to descend in order to fight against Keilah and to besiege David and his men. And when David had realized that Saul had secretly prepared evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, Bring the ephod. And David said, O Lord, God of Israel, your servant has heard a report that Saul is planning to go to Keilah, so that he may overturn the city because of me. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hands? And will Saul descend just as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, reveal to your servant. And the Lord said, He will descend. And David said, Will the men of Keilah deliver me, and the men who are with me, into the hands of Saul? And the Lord said, They will deliver you. Therefore David and his men of about 600 rose up, and, departing from Keilah, they wandered here and there aimlessly. And it was reported to Saul that David had fled from Keilah and was saved. For this reason he chose not to go out. Then David stayed in the desert in very strong places. And he stayed on a mount in the wilderness of Ziph, on a shady mount. Nevertheless, Saul was seeking him every day, but the Lord did not deliver him into his hands. And David saw that Saul had gone out, so that he might seek his life. Now David was in the desert of Ziph, in the woods. And Jonathan, the son of Saul, rose up and went to David in the woods, and he strengthened his hands in God. And he said to him, "Do not be afraid, for the hand of my father Saul will not find you. And you shall reign over Israel, and I will be second to you, and even my father knows this." Therefore they both struck a pact before the Lord, and David stayed in the woods, but Jonathan returned to his house. Then the Zephites ascended to Saul at Gibeah, saying, "Behold, it is not David hidden with us in a very secure places in the woods on the hill of Hakilah, which is to the right of the desert. Now therefore, if your soul has desire to descend, then descend. Then it will be for us to deliver him into the hands of the king." And Saul said, "You have been blessed by the Lord, for you have grieved for my situation. Therefore I beg you, go forth and prepare diligently and act carefully, and consider the place where his foot may be, and who may have seen him there, for he thinks concerning me that I craftily plan treachery against him. Consider and seek out all his hiding places in which he may be concealed, and return to me with certainty about the matter, so that I may go with you. But if he would even press himself into the earth, I will search him out amid all the thousands of Judah." And rising up, they went to Ziph before Saul. But David and his men were in the desert of Maon, in the plain to the right of Jeshimon. Then Saul and his allies went to seek him, and this was reported to David, and immediately he descended to the rock, and he moved about in the desert of Maon. And when Saul had heard of it, he pursued David in the desert of Maon. And Saul went to one side of the mountain, but David and his men were on the other side of the mountain. Then David was despairing that he would be able to escape from the face of Saul. And Saul and his men enclosed David and his men in the manner of a crown, so that they might capture them. And a messenger came to Saul, saying, "Hurry and come, because the Philistines have poured themselves out upon the land." Therefore Saul turned back, ceasing the pursuit of David, and he traveled to meet the Philistines. For this reason they called that place the Rock of Division. Chapter 24. Then David ascended from there, and he lived in very secure places in Gedi. And when Saul had returned after pursuing the Philistines, they reported to him, saying, "Behold, David is in the desert of En-Gedi." Therefore Saul, taking 3,000 elect men from all of Israel, traveled in order to search for David and his men, even upon the most broken rocks, which are passable only to mountain goats. And he arrived at the sheepfolds which presented themselves along the way. And a cave was in that place, which Saul entered, so that he might ease his bowels, but David and his men were hiding in the interior part of the cave. And the servants of David said to him, "Behold, the day about which the Lord said to you, I will deliver your enemy to you, so that you may do to him as it will be pleasing in your eyes." Then David rose up, and he quietly cut off the edge of Saul's cloak. After this, his own heart struck David, because he had cut off the edge of Saul's cloak. And he said to his men, "May the Lord be gracious to me, lest I do these things to my Lord, the Christ of the Lord, so that I may lay my hand upon him, for he is the Christ of the Lord." And David restrained his men with his words, and he would not permit them to rise up against Saul. And so Saul, going out of the cave, continued to undertake his journey. Then David also rose up after him, and departing from the cave, he cried out behind the back of Saul, saying, "My lord the king." And Saul looked behind him, and David, bowing himself face down to the ground, reverenced. And he said to Saul, "Why do you listen to the words of men who say, 'David seeks evil against you'? Behold, this day your eyes have seen that the Lord has delivered you into my hand in the cave, and I thought that I might kill you, but my eye has spared you. For I said, I will not extend my hand against my Lord, for he is the Christ of the Lord. Moreover, see and now, O my father, the edge of your cloak in my hand. For though I cut off the top of your cloak, I was not willing to extend my hand against you. Turn your soul and see that there is no evil in my hand, nor any iniquity or sin against you. Yet you lie in wait for my life, so that you may take it away. May the Lord judge between me and you, and may the Lord vindicate me from you. But my hand will not be against you. So too it is said in the ancient proverb, from the impious, impiety will go forth. Therefore my hand will not be upon you. Whom are you pursuing, O King of Israel? Whom are you pursuing? You are pursuing a dead dog, a single flea. May the Lord be the judge, and may he judge between me and you. And may he see and judge my case, and rescue me from your hand. And when David had completed speaking words in this way to Saul, Saul said, Could this be your voice, my son David? And Saul lifted up his voice, and he wept. And he said to David, You are more just than I. And he said to David, You are more just than I am. You are more just than I am. For you have distributed good to me, but I have repaid evil to you. And you have revealed this day the good that you have done for me, how the Lord delivered me into your hand, but you did not kill me. For who, when he will have found his enemy, will release him along a good path? So may the Lord repay you for this good turn, because you have acted on my behalf this day. And now I know certainly that you shall be king, and you shall have the kingdom of Israel in your hand. Swear to me in the Lord that you will not take away my offspring after me, nor take away my name from the house of my father. And David swore to Saul. Therefore Saul went away to his own house, and David and his men ascended to places that were more secure. Chapter 25. Then Samuel died, and all of Israel gathered together, and they mourned him, and they buried him at his house in Ramah. And David, rising up, descended to the desert of Paran. Now there was a certain man in the wilderness of Moab, and his possessions were at Carmel. And this man was exceedingly great, and 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats were his. And it happened that he was shearing his sheep at Carmel. Now the name of this man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail, and she was a very prudent and beautiful woman. But her husband was hard-hearted, and very wicked, and malicious, and he was of the stock of Caleb. Therefore, when David in the desert had heard that Nabal was shearing his sheep, he sent 10 young men, and he said to them, Ascend to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and greet him in my name peacefully. And you shall say, Peace be to my brothers and to you, and peace to your house, and peace to whatever you have. I have heard that your shepherds, who were with us in the desert, were shearing. We have never troubled them, nor was anything from the flock missing to them at any time, during the entire time that they have been with us in Carmel. Question your servants, and they will tell you. Now therefore, may your servants find favor in your eyes, for we have arrived on a good day. Whatever your hand will find, give it to your servants and to your son David. And when the servants of David have arrived, they spoke to Nabal all these words in the name of David, and then they were silent. But Nabal, responding to the servants of David, said, Who is David? And who is the son of Jesse? Today, servants who are fleeing from their lords are increasing. Therefore, shall I take my bread and my water and the meat of the cattle that I have slain for my shearers, and give it to men, when I do not know where they are from? And so the servants of David traveled back along their way, And returning, they went and reported to him all the words that he had said. Then David said to his servants, "Let each one gird his sword." And each one girded his sword, and David also girded his sword. And about 400 men followed David. But 200 remained behind with the supplies. Then it was reported to Abigail, the wife of Nabal, by one of his servants, saying, "Behold, David has sent messengers from the desert, so that they might speak kindly to our Lord, but he turned them away. These men were good enough to us, and were not troublesome. Neither did we ever lose anything during the entire time that we conversed with them in the desert. They were a wall to us, as much in the night as in the day, during all the days that we were with them, pasturing the sheep. For this reason, consider and realize what you should do, for evil has been decided against your husband and against your house, and he is a son of Belial, so that no one is able to speak to him." And so Abigail hurried, and she took 200 loaves and 2 vessels of wine, and 5 cooked sheep, and 5 measures of cooked grain, and 100 clusters of dried grapes, and 200 masses of dried figs, and she set them upon donkeys. And she said to her servants, "Go before me, behold, I will follow after your back." But she did not reveal it to her husband Nabal. And when she had climbed on a donkey and was descending to the base of the mountain, David and his men were descending to meet her. And she met them. And David said, Truly in vain have I preserved all that was his in the wilderness, so that nothing perished out of all that belonged to him. And he has repaid evil to me for good. May God do these things by the enemies of David, and may he add these other things, if I leave behind until morning, out of all that belongs to him, anything that urinates against a wall. Then when Abigail had seen David, she hurried and descended from the donkey, and she fell upon her face before David, and she reverenced on the ground. And she fell at his feet, and she said, May this iniquity be upon me, Lord. May this iniquity be upon me, my Lord. I beg you, let your handmaid speak to your ears, and listen to the words of your servant. Let not my lord the king, I beseech you, set his heart upon this iniquitous man, Nabal. For in accord with his name he is senseless, and foolishness is with him. But I, your handmaid, did not see your servants, my lord, whom you had sent. Now therefore, my lord, as your soul lives, and as the Lord lives, who has kept your hand to yourself, and has prevented you from coming to blood, now let your enemies be like Nabal, and like all those who are seeking evil for my lord. Because of this, accept this blessing which your handmaid has brought to you, my lord, and give it to the young men who follow you, my lord. Forgive the iniquity of your handmaid, for the Lord will surely make for you, my lord, a faithful house, because you, my lord, fight the battles of the Lord. Therefore, let no evil be found in you all the days of your life. For if a man at any time will rise up, pursuing you and seeking your life, the life of my lord will be preserved, as if in the sheaf of the living, with the Lord your God. The lives of your enemies will be spun around, and as if with the force of a whirling sling. Therefore, when the Lord will have done for you, my lord, all the good that he has spoken about you, and when he will have appointed you as leader over Israel, this will not be for you a regret or a scruple of the heart, my lord, that you should have said that you had shed innocent blood or had taken revenge for yourself. And when the Lord will have done well for my lord, you shall remember your handmaid. And David said to Abigail, Blessed is the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent you this day to meet me. And blessed is your eloquence. And blessed are you who prevented me today from going to blood. and from taking revenge for myself with my own hand. But instead, as the Lord God of Israel lives, he has prevented me from doing evil to you. But if you had not come quickly to meet me, there would not have been left to Nabal by the morning. There would not have been left to Nabal by the morning light anything that urinates against a wall. Then David received from her hand all that she had brought to him, and he said to her, "Go in peace to your own house. Behold, I have heeded your voice, and I have honored your face." Then Abigail went to Nabal, and behold, he was holding a feast for himself in his house, like the feast of a king. And the heart of Nabal was cheerful, for he was greatly inebriated, and she did not reveal a word to him, small or great, until morning. Then at first light, when Nabal had digested his wine, his wife revealed to him these words, and his heart died within himself, and he became like a stone. And after 10 days had passed, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. And when David had heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Blessed is the Lord, who has judged the case of my reproach in the hand of Nabal, and who has preserved his servant from evil. And the Lord has repaid the malice of Nabal upon his own head." Then David sent, and he spoke with Abigail, so that he might take her to himself as wife. And David's servants went to Abigail at Carmel, and they spoke to her, saying, "David has sent us to you, so that he might take you to himself as wife." And rising up, she reverenced prone on the ground, and she said, "Behold, let your servant be a handmaid, to wash the feet of the servants of my lord." And Abigail rose up and hurried, and she climbed upon a donkey, and 5 girls went with her attendants. And she followed the messengers of David, and she became his wife. Moreover, David also took Ahinoam of Jezreel, and both of them were his wives. Then Saul gave his daughter Michal, the wife of David, to Palti, the son of Laish, who was from Galim. And the Ziphites went to Saul at Gibeah, saying, "Behold, David is hidden on the hill of Hakilah, which is opposite the wilderness." And Saul rose up, and he descended into the desert of Ziph, and with him 3,000 elect men of Israel, so that he might seek David in the desert of Ziph. And Saul encamped at Gibeah on Hakilah, which was opposite the wilderness on the way. But David was living in the desert. Then, seeing that Saul had arrived after him in the wilderness, he sent explorers, and he learned that he certainly had arrived in that place. And David rose up secretly, and he went to the place where Saul was. And when he had seen the place where Saul was sleeping, and Abner, the son of Ner, the leader of his military, and Saul sleeping in a tent, and the remainder of the common people all around him, David spoke to Ahimelech the Hittite, and to Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, the brother of Joab, saying, "Who will descend with me to Saul in the camp?" And Abishai said, "I will descend with you." Therefore David and Abishai went to the people by night, and they found Saul lying down and sleeping in the tent, with his spear fixed in the ground at his head, and Abner and the people were sleeping all around him. And Abishai said to David, "God has enclosed your enemy this day in your hands. Now therefore I will pierce him with my lance through the ground once, and there will not need to be a second." And David said to Abishai, "You shall not kill him, for who may extend his hand against the Christ of the Lord and yet be innocent?" And David said, As the Lord lives, unless the Lord himself will strike him, or unless his day to die will have arrived, or unless descending into battle he will perish. May the Lord be gracious to me, so that I may not extend my hand against the Christ of the Lord. Now therefore, take the spear that is at his head and cup of water, and let us go. And so David took the spear and the cup of water that was at Saul's head, and they went away, and there was no one who saw it, or realized it, or awakened, but they were all sleeping, for a deep sleep from the Lord had fallen over them. And when David had crossed over to the opposite side, and had stood upon the top of the hill far away, so that there was a great interval between them, David cried out to the people and to Abner, the son of Ner, saying, Will you not respond, Abner? And responding, Abner said, Who are you, that you would cry out and disquiet the king? And David said to Abner, Are you not a man? And who else is like you in Israel? Then why have you not guarded your lord the king? For one of the people entered so that he might kill the king your lord. This is not good. What have you done? As the Lord lives, you are sons of death, because you have not guarded your Lord, the Christ of the Lord. Now therefore, where is the king's spear, and where is the cup of water that was at his head? Then Saul recognized the voice of David, and he said, Is this not your voice, my son David? And David said, It is my voice, my lord the king. And he said, For what reason has my lord pursued his servant? What have I done, or what evil is there in my hand? Now therefore listen, I beg you, my lord the king, to the words of your servant. If the Lord has stirred you up against me, let him make the sacrifice fragrant. But if the sons of men have done so, they are accursed in the sight of the Lord, who has cast me out this day, so that I would not live within the inheritance of the Lord, saying, Go, serve strange gods. And now, let now my blood be poured out upon the earth before the Lord, for the king of Israel has gone out, so that he might seek a flea. Just as the pratrid is pursued amid the mountains. And Saul said, I have sinned. Return, my son David, for I will never again do evil to you, because my life has been precious in your eyes this day. For it is apparent that I have acted senselessly, and have been ignorant of very many things. And responding, David said, Behold, the king's spear. Let one of the servants of the king cross over and take it. And the Lord will repay each one according to his justice and faith. For the Lord has delivered you this day into my hand, but I was not willing to extend my hand against the Christ of the Lord. And just as your soul has been magnified this day in my eyes, so let my soul be magnified in the eyes of the Lord, and may he free me from all distress. Then Saul said to David, You are blessed, my son David, and whatever you may do, it shall certainly succeed. And David departed on his way, and Saul returned to his place. Chapter 27. And David said in his heart, At some time I will one day fall into the hands of Saul. It is not better if I flee and be saved in the land of the Philistines, so that Saul may despair and cease to seek me in all parts of Israel? Therefore I will flee away from his hands. And David rose up and went away, he and the 600 men who were with him, to Achish, the son of Maok, the king of Gath. And David lived with Achish at Gath, he and his men, each man with his household, and David with his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelite, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And it was reported to Saul that David had fled to Gath, and so he did not continue to seek him. And David said to Achish, If I have found favor in your eyes, let a place be given to me in one of the cities of this region, so that I may live there. For why should your servant say? For why should your servant stay in the city of the king with you? And so Achish gave Ziklag to him on that day, and for this reason Ziklag belongs to the kings of Judah even to this day. Now the number of days that David lived in the region of the Philistines was 4 months. And David and his men went up and took plunder from Geshuri and from Gerizai and from the Amalekites. From the land long ago, these were the inhabitants of the area, going from Shur as far as the land of Egypt. And David struck the entire land, neither did he leave alive man or woman. And he took away the sheep and the oxen and the donkeys and the camels and the garments. And he returned and went to Achish. Then Achish said to him, Whom did you go out against today? And David responded, Against the south of Judah, and against the south of Jerahmeel, and against the south of Cani. Neither man nor woman was left alive by David, neither did he lead back any of them to Gath, saying, Lest perhaps they may speak against us. David did these things, and this was his decision during all the days that he lived in the region of the Philistines. Therefore Achish trusted David, saying, He has worked much harm against his people Israel, and so he will be a servant to me forever. Chapter 28. Now it happened then, in those days, the Philistines gathered together their troops, so that they might be prepared for war against Israel. And Achish said to David, I know now certainly that you will go out with me to war, you and your men. And David said to Achish, You know now what your servants will do. And Achish said to David, And so I will appoint you to guard my head for all days. Now Samuel was dead, and all of Israel mourned for him, and they buried him in Ramah, his city. And Saul took away the Magi and soothsayers from the land. And the Philistines gathered together, and they arrived and made camp at Shunem. Then Saul also gathered all of Israel, and he arrived at Gilboa. And Saul saw the camp of the Philistines, and he was afraid, and his heart was exceedingly terrified. And he consulted the Lord, but he did not respond to him, neither by dreams, nor by priests, nor by prophets. And Saul said to his servants, Seek for me a woman having a divining spirit, and I will go to her and consult through her. And a servant said to him, There is a woman having divining spirit at Endor. Therefore he changed his usual appearance, and he put on other clothes. And he went, and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night. And he said to her, Divine for me by your divining spirit, and raise up for me whomever I will tell you. And the woman said to him, Behold, you know how much Saul has done, and how he has wiped away the Magi and soothsayers from the land. Why then do you set a trap for me, so that it will be put to death? And Saul swore to her by the Lord, saying, As the Lord lives, nothing evil will befall you because of this matter. And the woman said to him, Whom shall I raise up for you? And he said, Raise up for me Samuel. And when the woman had seen Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice. And she said to Saul, Why have you afflicted me? For you are Saul. And the king said to her, Do not be afraid. What have you seen? And the woman said to Saul, I saw gods ascending from the earth. And he said to her, What appearance does he have? And she said, An old man ascends, and he is clothed in a cloak. And Saul understood that it was Samuel, and he bowed himself upon his face on the ground, and he reverenced. Then Samuel said to Saul, "Why have you disquieted me, so that I would be raised up?" And Saul said, "I am greatly distressed, for the Philistines fight against me, and God has withdrawn from me, and he is not willing to heed me, neither by the hand of the prophets, nor by dreams. Therefore I have summoned you, so that you would reveal to me what I should do." And Samuel said, "Why do you question me, though the Lord has withdrawn from you, and is crossed over to your rival? For the Lord will do to you just as he spoke by my hand, and he will tear your kingdom from your hand, and he will give it to your neighbor David. For you did not obey the voice of the Lord, and you did not carry out the wrath of his fury upon Amalek. For this reason the Lord has done to you what you are enduring this day. And the Lord also will give Israel into the hands of the Philistines along with you. Then tomorrow you and your sons will be with me, but the Lord will also deliver the camp of Israel into the hands of the Philistines." And immediately Saul fell stretched out on the ground, for he was terrified by the words of Samuel. And there was no strength in him, for he had not eaten bread all that day. And so the woman entered to Saul, for he was very troubled. And she said to him, "Behold, your handmaid has obeyed your voice, and I have placed my life in your hand, and I have placed my life in my hand, and I have heeded the words which you spoke to me. And so now I ask you to heed the voice of your handmaid, and let me place before you a morsel of bread, so that by eating you may recover strength, and you may be able to undertake the journey." But he refused, and he said, "I will not eat." But his servants and the woman urged him, and after some time, heeding their voice, he rose up from the ground, and he sat upon the bed. Now the woman had a fatted calf in the house, and she hurried and killed it, and taking meal she kneaded it, and she baked unleavened bread. And she set it before Saul and before his servants. And when they had eaten, they rose up, and they walked all through the night. And they walked all through that night. Chapter 29. Then all the troops of the Philistines were gathered together at Aphek. But Israel also made camp above the spring which is in Jezreel. And indeed the princes of the Philistines advanced by hundreds and by thousands, but David and his men were in the rear with Achish. And the leaders of the Philistines said to Achish, "What do these Hebrews intend to do?" And Achish said to the leaders of the Philistines, "Could you be ignorant about David, who was the servant of Saul, the king of Israel, and who has been with me for many days, even years, and I have not found within him anything, from the day that he fled to me, even to this day?" Then the leaders of the Philistines became angry against him, and they said to him, "Let this man return, and let him settle in his place, which you appointed for him, but let him not descend with us to battle, lest he become an adversary to us when we begin to fight. For in what other way will he be able to please his Lord, except with our heads? Is not this David about whom they were singing while dancing, saying, 'Saul struck down his thousands, but David his 10,000s?' Therefore Achish called David, and he said to him, 'As the Lord lives, you are good and righteous in my sight, even in your departure and your return with me in the military camp, and I have not found anything evil in you, from the day that you came to me, even to this day, but you are not pleasing to the princes. Therefore, return and go in peace, so that you do not offend the eyes of the princes of the Philistines.' And David said to Achish, 'But what have I done? Or what have you found in me, your servant, from the day that I was in your sight to this day, so that I may not go out and fight against the enemies of my lord, the king?' And in response, Achish said to David, 'I know that you are good in my sight, like an angel of God. But the leaders of the Philistines have said, "He shall not go up with us to this battle. He shall not go up with us to the battle. And so, rise up in the morning, you and the servants of your Lord who came with you. And when you have risen up in the night, as it begins to be light, go forth. And so David rose up in the night, he and his men, so that they might set out in the morning. And they returned to the land of the Philistines. But the Philistines ascended to Jezreel. Chapter 30. All right. Should be all set. Would you be able to take over chapter 30?
Sure.
All right. All right, until next time.
No one's up.
Pardon?
Is anyone up? Other than you?
I don't really know. Doesn't really say who's watching.
No. I mean, like, people we know.
Oh, Rachel. Rachel
Rachel's
was
up.
here. However, she said she was going to bed. I did not see anybody else.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right. I shall see you later.
You gained, like, a lot overnight.
It's pretty cool. Everything good?
Yeah, no. You're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. I'll see you sometime later.
I'll see ya. Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 30. And when David and his men had arrived at Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made an attack on the south against the city of Ziklag. And they had struck Ziklag and burned it with fire. And they had led the women in it away as captives. From the small to the great, they had not killed anyone, but they led them away with them. And then they traveled on their journey. Therefore, when David and his men had arrived at the city and found it burned with fire, and that their wives and their sons and daughters had been led away as captives, David and the people who were with him lifted up their voices, and they mourned, until their tears in them failed. For indeed the two wives of David also had been led away as captives, Anoam, Jezreelite, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And David was greatly saddened, and the people were willing to stone him, because the soul of every man was bitter over his sons and daughters. But the Lord was strengthened by the Lord his God. But David was strengthened by the Lord his God. And he said to the priest of Abiathar, the son of Abimelech, bring the ephod to me. And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. And David consulted the Lord, saying, shall I pursue these robbers, and will I overtake them, or not? And the Lord said to them, pursue, for without doubt you will overtake them, and find the prey. Therefore David went away, he and the 600 men who were with him, and they arrived as far as the torrent of Besor, and certain ones, being wearied, stayed there. But David pursued, he and 400 men, and 200 stayed, who, being weary, were not able to cross the torrent of Besor. And they found an Egyptian man in the field, and they led him to David. And they gave him bread, so that he might eat, and water, so that he might drink, and a section of mass of dried figs, and 2 clusters of dried grapes. And when he had eaten, his spirit returned, and he was refreshed, for he had not eaten bread or drank water for 3 days and 3 nights. And so David said to him, to whom do you belong, or where are you from, and where are you going? I am the young man of Egypt, the servant of the Amalekite man, but my Lord abandoned me, because I began to be sick the day before yesterday. For indeed we broke forth on the southern side of Cherthi against Judah, and to the south of Caleb, and we burned Ziklag with fire. And David said to him, are you able to lead me to this battle line? Swear to me by God that you will not kill me, and that you will not deliver me into the hands of my Lord. and I will lead you to this battle line. And David swore to him. And when he had led him, behold, they were stretched out on the face of the land everywhere, eating, drinking, and celebrating, as if it was a feast day, because of all the prey and the spoils they had taken from the Philistines and from the land of Judah. And David struck them down from evening until morning the next day, and no one escaped, and not one of them escaped, except 400 youths who had climbed on camels and fled. Therefore David rescued all the Amalekites had taken, and he rescued his 2 wives. And nothing was missing from small to even great, among the sons and the daughters, among the spoils, and among everything whatsoever they had seized. David returned it all, and he took all the flocks and the herds, and drove them before his face. And they said, This is the prey of David. Then David arrived at 200 men who were being weary and had stayed, for they had not been able to follow David. And he had ordered them to remain at the torrent of Besor. And they went out to meet David, and the people who were with him. Then David, drawing near to the people, greeted them peacefully. And all the wicked and inquisitive men out of the men had gone to David, responding, Since they did not go with us, we will not give them anything from the prey that we have rescued, but let his wives and children be enough for each of them. When they have accepted this, they may go back. But David said, You shall not do this, my brothers, with these things that the Lord has delivered to us, for he has preserved it to us. For he has given us the hands of the robbers, who broke out among us. And so, let no one heed you over these words, but equal shall be the proportion who descended to the battle, of to him who remained with the supplies, and they will divide it all alike. And this had been done the day after, and it was established as a statute, as if a law, in Israel, even to this day. Then David went to Ziklag, and he sent gifts to the elders of Judah, his neighbors, saying, Receive a blessing from the prey of the enemies of the Lord. To those who were in Bethel, and who were in Ramoth to the south, and who were in Jatir, and who were in Ahorah, and who were in Siboth, who were in Eshtomah, who were in Rachel, and who were in the cities of Jerahmeel, who were in the cities of Kenny, who were in the cities of Hormah, who were at the lake of Ashan, who were at the lake of Antioch, who were in Hebron, to the remainder, those places where David had stayed, he and his men. Now the Philistines were fighting against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the face of the Philistines, and they fell down, slain, at Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines rushed upon Saul and upon his sons, and were struck down and they struck down Jonathan, Abnathoth, and Mishmachlok, the sons of Saul. And the entire weight of the battle was turned against Saul, and the men who were archers pursued him, and he was severely wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw your sword and strike me, otherwise these uncircumcised may come and kill me, mocking me. And his armor-bearer was not willing, for he had been struck with an exceedingly great fear. And so Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. And when his armor-bearer had seen this, namely that Saul had died, he too fell upon his sword and died with him. Therefore Saul died, and his 3 sons, and his armor-bearer, and all his men, on the same day together. Then, seeing the men of the Israelites had fled, and that Saul had died with his sons, the men of Israel who were across the valley, or beyond the Jordan, abandoned their cities, and they fled. And the Philistines went down and lived there. Then when the next day arrived, the Philistines came, so they might despoil the slain, and they found Saul and his 3 sons lying on Mount Gilboa. And they cut off the head of Saul, and they despoiled him of the armor, and sent it into the land of Philistines all around, so that it might be announced, and all the temples and idols among the people. They placed his armors at the temple of Ashtaroth, but his body they suspended on the wall of Bethshan. And the inhabitants of Jebusha Gilead had heard that all the Philistines had done to Saul. All the most vigilant men rose up, and they walked all night, and they took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bashan. And they went to Jebeth Gilead and burned them there. And they took their bones, and they buried them in the forest of Jephthah, and they fasted for 7 days. Alright. We are on 2 Samuel. That's so exciting. 2 Samuel. 24 chapters in this one. Now it happened that after Saul died, David returned from the slaughter of Amalek, and he remained for 2 days in Ziklag. Then on the 3rd day a man appeared, arriving in the camp of Saul, and his garments torn and dust sprinkled on his head. And when he came to David, he fell on his face, and he reverenced. And David said to him, "Where have you come from?" And he said to him, "I have fled from the camp of Israel." And David said to him, "What is a word that has happened? Reveal it to me." And he said, "The people have fled from the battle, and many of the people have fallen and died." What's up, Dave? Moreover, Saul and his son Jonathan has passed away. And David said to the youth who was reporting to him, "How do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan has died?" And the youth who was reporting to him said, "I have arrived by chance on Mount Gilboa, and Saul was lying upon his spear. Then the chariots and horsemen drew near to him, and turning behind his back and seeing me, he called to me. And when I had responded, 'I am here,' he said to me, 'Who are you?' And I said to him, 'I am an Amalekite.' And he said to me, 'Stand over me and kill me, for anguish has taken hold of me, and still my whole life is in me.' And standing over him, I killed him. For I knew that he was not able to live after the fall, and I took the diadem that was on his head and the bracelet from his arm." We don't have anyone watching, do we?
Dude, I think there's like 15 people watching.
That's nuts. Maybe it's
17. This number is accurate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Let's see
17
what's up.
people.
You have to spin the wheel at all?
I just got here, and I wouldn't be able to know if I did.
Let's go 2 Samuel.
Yeah.
See that number? It's 1508.
1508.
Here, wait, I'll help you out.
Oh, Zarbo's watching.
Let's go. Like if that goes up.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that goes up 50.
Okay.
Basically. Alright. Have fun.
I will occasionally check. Though no promises, I'm going to say that.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's
if
awesome.
Someone really cares, they'll just spam the chat, probably.
Probably. Spam the chat if you want to see me do something weird. Alright. And David said to the youth who had reported to him, Where are you from? And he responded, I am the son of a man. No. And standing over him, I killed him. For I knew that he was not able to live after the fall. And I took the diadem from his head and the bracelet from his arm, and I have brought them here to you, my lord. Then Jesus, taking hold of his garments, tore them, and with all the men who were with them. And they mourned, and wept, and fasted until evening, over Saul, and over his son Jonathan, and over the people of the Lord, and over the house of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. And David said to the youth who had reported to him, Where are you from? And he responded, I am the son of a man who is a new arrival from the Amalekites. And David said to him, Why were you not afraid to put forth your hand, so that you would kill the Christ of the Lord? And calling one of the servants, David said, Draw near and rush against him. And he struck him and died. And David said to him, Your blood is upon your own head, for your own mouth has spoken against you, saying, I have killed the Christ of the Lord. Then David mourned a lamentation over Saul and his son Jonathan in this way. And he instructed that they should teach the sons of Judah the bow, just as it was written in the book of the just. And he said, Consider, O Israel, on behalf of those who are dead, wounded upon your heights. The illustrious of Israel has been killed upon your mountains. How could the valiant have fallen? Do not choose to announce it at Gath, and do not announce it in the crossroads of Ekron. Otherwise the daughter of the Philistines may rejoice. Otherwise the daughters of the uncircumcised may result. O mountains of Gilboa, let neither dew nor rain fall over you. And may these not be the fields of the first fruits, but in that place the shield of the valiant was cast away, the shield of Saul, as if it had not been anointed with oil. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the strong, the arrow of Jonathan never turned back, the sword of Saul did not return empty. Saul and Jonathan, worthy to be loved, and stately in their life, even in death, they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles and stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with scarlet finery, who offered you ornaments of gold for your adornment. How could the valiant have fallen in battle? How could Jonathan have been slain on the heights? I grieve over you, my brother Jonathan, exceedingly stately, and worthy to be loved above the love of woman. As a mother loves her only son, so did I love you. How could the robust have fallen, and the weapons of war have perished? Love to hear that, Fausta. And so, after these things, David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I ascend to one of the cities of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Ascend. And David said, To where shall I ascend? And he responded to him, To Hebron. Therefore David ascended with his 2 wives, Aonine and Jezreelite, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And as for the men who were with him, David led 40 each men with his household, and they stayed in the towns of Hebron. And the men of Judah went and anointed David there, so that he would reign over the house of Judah. And it was reported to David that the men of Jabesh Gilead had buried Saul. Therefore David sent messengers to these men of Jabesh and Gilead, and said to them, Blessed are you to the Lord, who has accomplished this mercy with your lord Saul, so that you would bury him. And now certainly the Lord will repay to you mercy and truth, but I will also act with fervor, because you have accomplished this word. Let your hands be strengthened, and your sons of fortitude, be sons of fortitude. For even though your lord Saul has died, still the house of Judah has anointed me as a king over them. Then Abner, the son of Ner, the leader of the army of Saul, took Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, and led him around throughout the camp. And he appointed him as king over Gilead, over Geshuri, and over Jezreel, and over Ephraim, and over Benjamin, and over all of Israel. Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, was 40 years old when he began to rule over Israel, and he reigned for 2 years, for only the house of Judah followed David. The number of days during which David was staying and ruling in Hebron over the house of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. And Abner, the son of Ner, the youth of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, went out from the camp at Gibeon. Therefore Joab, the son of Zeruiah, and the youths of David went out and met them beside the pool of Gibeon. And when they had convened together, they sat down opposite of one another, these on one side of the pool, and those on another. And Abner said to Joab, Let the youths rise up and play before us. And Joab answered, Let them rise up. Therefore they rose up and crossed over the 12 in number of Benjamin from the side of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, and the 12 of the youths of David. And each one, taking hold of his peer by the head, fixed a sword at the side of his adversary, and they fell down together. And the name of that place was the field of the valiant of Gibeon. And a very harsh war rose up on that day, and Abner, with the men of Israel, was put to flight by the youths of David. Now the 3 sons of Zeruiah were in that place, Joab, Abishni, Ashal, and Ashal was a very swift runner, like one of the deer that lives in the forest. And Ashal pursued Abner, and he did not turn aside to the right nor to the left, nor cease the pursuit of Abner. And so Abner looked behind his back and said, Are you not Ashal? And he responded, I am. And Abner said to him, Go to the right or go to the left. Apprehend one of the youths, and take his spoils for yourself. But Ashal was not willing to cease from pursuing him closely. And then Abner said to Ashal, Withdraw, and do not choose to follow me. Otherwise, I will be compelled to stab you to the ground, and I will not be able to lift up my face before your brother Joab. But he disdained to heed him, and he was not willing to turn aside. Therefore, turning, Abner struck him with his spear in the groin, and pierced him through, and he died in the same place. And all those who would pass by the place in which Ashal has fallen and died would stand still. Now while Joab and Abishni were pursuing Abner as he fled, the sun set, and they went as far as the hill of Aqueduct, which is opposite of the valley of the way to the desert of Gibeon. And the sons of Benjamin, gathered themselves to Abner, and being joined in one battle line, they stood at the summit of the hill. And Abner cried out to Joab, and he said, Will your sword rage unto utter destruction? Are you ignorant that this perilous to act in desperation? How long will you not tell the people to cease from the pursuit of their brother? And Joab said, As the Lord lives, if you had spoken this morning, the people would have withdrawn from pursuing their brothers. Therefore, Joab surrounded. Move this up here, guys. Therefore, Joab sounded the trumpet, and the entire army stood still, and they did not pursue after Israel anymore, and they did not engage in conflict. Then Abner and his men went away all that night through the plains, and they crossed the Jordan, having roamed throughout all of Bethoron. They arrived in the camp, but Joab, returning after he had released Abner, gathered together all the people. And David's youths. They were missing 19 men, aside from Eshal. But of Benjamin, and of the men who were with Abner, the servants of David had struck 360, who also died. And they took Eshal, and they buried him in the sepulchre of his father at Bethlehem. And Joab, the men who were with him, walked throughout the night, and they arrived at Hebron the very break of the day. Then, as a long struggle occurred between the house of Saul and the house of David, with David prospering and growing ever stronger, but the house of Saul decreasing daily. And sons were born to David in Hebron. The firstborn was Ammon, and from Ahom the Jezreelite. And after him there was Chelab, from Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. Then the third was Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmi, the king of Geshur. The fourth was Adonijah, the son of Haggith, and the fifth was Shephatiah, the son of Ebital. Also, the sixth was Ithream, from Egal, the wife of David. These were born to David at Hebron. Then, while there was a battle between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner, the son of Ner, was reigning over the house of Saul. Now Saul had a concubine named Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said to Abner, Why did you enter to the concubine of my father? But he was exceedingly angry at the words of Ishbosheth. Am I the head of a dog against Judah this day? I have shown mercy to the house of Saul, your father, and to his brothers and friends. Have I not delivered you into the hands of David? And yet today you have sought me, so that you might rebuke me over a woman? May God do these things to Abner, and may he add these other things, if in the same way that the Lord swore to David, I do not do so with them. Then the kingdom be transferred from the house of Saul, and the throne of David be elevated over Israel and over Judah, from Dan to Beersheba. And he was not able to respond anything to him, because he was in fear. Therefore Abner sent messages to David for himself, saying, Whose is the land? And so that they would say, Make a friendship with me, and my hand will be with you, and I will lead back all of Israel to you. And he said, It is best, I will make a friendship with you. But one thing I ask of you, saying, You shall not see my face before you bring Michal, the daughter of Saul, and in this way you shall come and see me. Then David sent messengers to Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, saying, Restore my wife, Michal, whom I espoused to myself, 100 foreskins of the Philistines. Therefore Ishbosheth sent and took her from the husband, Petali, the son of Laish, and her husband was following her, weeping as far as Bahurim. And Abner said to him, Go and return. And he returned. Likewise, Abner sent a word to the elders of Israel, saying, As much yesterday as the day before, you were seeking David, so that he might reign over you. Therefore, accomplish it now, for the Lord has spoken to David, saying, By the hand of my servant David, I will save my people Israel from the hand of the Philistines and all of their enemies. Then Abner also spoke to Benjamin, and he went away, that he might speak to David in Hebron, and be pleasing to Israel, to all of Benjamin. And he went to David in Hebron with 20 men, and David made a feast for Abner, and for his men who had arrived with him. And Abner said to David, I will rise up, and I will gather all of Israel to you, my lord, the king, so that I may enter into a pact with you, and so that you may reign over all, just as your soul desires. Then, when David had led Abner away, they departed in peace. Immediately the servants of David and Joab arrived, after having slain robbers, with exceedingly great spoils. But Abner was not with David in Hebron. For then he sent him away, and he sent out in peace. And Joab and the entire army that was with him had arrived afterwards. And so it was reported to Joab, explaining that Abner, the son of Ner, went to the king and had dismissed him, and he went away in peace. And Joab entered to the king and said, What have you done? Behold, Abner came to you. Why did you dismiss him, so that he is gone and departed? Do you not know about Abner, the son of Ner, that he came to you for this, so that he might deceive you, and might know of your departure and your return, so that he might know all that you do? And so Joab, going out from David, sent messengers after Abner, and he brought him back from the cistern of Sirah, without David knowing. And when Abner had returned to Hebron, Joab took him alone in the middle of the gate, so that he might speak to him, but with deceit. And there he stabbed him in the groin, and he died, in revenge for the blood of Eshal, his brother. Based. And when David had heard of it, now that the matter was done, he said, I and my kingdom are clean before the Lord, even forever, of the blood of Abner and the son of Ner. And may it fall on the head of Joab, and upon the entire house of his father. And may there not be in the house of Joab one who suffers from the flow of the seed, or one who is leprous, or one who is effeminate, or one who falls by the sword, or one who is in need of his bread. And so Joab and his brother Abshini killed Abner, because he had killed their brother Eshal at Gibeon during the battle. Then David said to Joab and to all the people who were with him, Then David said to Joab and to all the people who were with him, Tear your garments, gird your sackcloths, and mourn before the funeral procession of Abner. Moreover, King David himself was following the casket. Tear your garments and gird yourself with sackcloth, and mourn before the funeral procession of Abner. Moreover, King David himself was following the casket, and when they buried Abner in Hebron, King David lifted up his voice, and he wept over the burial mound of Abner, and all the people also wept, and the king mourning and lamenting to Abner. By no means has Abner died the way that cowards usually die. Your hands are not bound, and your feet are not weighed down by fetters. Just as men often fall before the sons of iniquity, so you have fallen. And while repeating this, all the people wept over him. And when the entire multitude had arrived to take food with David, while it was still broad daylight, David swore, May God do all these things to me, and may he add all the other things, if I taste bread, or anything else before the sun sets. And all the people heard it. And everything that the king did in the sight of the entire people was pleasing to them. And every common person of Israel and all of Israel realized that the killing of Abner the son of Ner was not done by the king. The king also said to his servants, Could you be ignorant that a leader and a very great man has fallen today in Israel? And I am still tender, and yet anointed king, and these men, the son of Zeruiah, are too harsh for me. May the Lord repay whoever does evil in accord with his malice. Then Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, heard that Abner had fallen in Hebron, and his hands were weakened, and all the sons of Israel were troubled. Now the son of Saul had 2 men, leaders among robbers. The name of one was Bana, and the name of the other was Rechab, sons of Ramon, the Beerothite, from the sons of Benjamin. For indeed, Beeroth too was reputed with Benjamin. And the Beerorites had fled into Gittaim, and they were strangers there until that time. Now Jonathan, the son of Saul, had a son with disabled feet, for he was 5 years old when the report about Saul and Jonathan arrived from Jezreel. And so his nurse, taking him up, fled. And while she was hearing, so that she might flee, he fell and made her lame. And he was called Mebaweth. And so the sons of Ramon, the Beerothite, Rechab, and Benoth arrived, and entered the house of Ishbosheth in the heat of the day. And he was sleeping on the bed at midday. And the doorkeeper of the house, who was cleaning the wheat, fell fast asleep. Then they entered the house secretly, taking the ears of grain, and Rechab and his brothers Benoth stabbed him in the groin, and they fled away. For they had entered into the house. He was sleeping on his bed in a closed room, and striking him, they killed him. And taking his head, they departed by way of the desert, walking through the night. And they brought the head of Ishbosheth to David in Hebron. And they said to the king, Behold, the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, your enemy, who is seeking your life. And so the Lord has avenged my lord, the king, this day, from Saul and from his offsprings. But David, responding to Rechab and his brother Benah, the sons of Ramon, the Bethrite, said to them, As the Lord lives, who has rescued you from the souls of all distress, the one who reported to me, Saul is dead, who was thinking he announced the good news, I apprehended. And at Ziklag I killed him, who ought to have been given a reward for the news. How much more now, when impious men have put to death an innocent man, in his own house, upon his bed, shall I not require his blood from your hand, and take you away from the earth? And so David commanded his servants, and they were put to death, and cutting off their hands and feet, they suspended him over the pool of Hebron. But the heads of Ishbosheth they took, and buried in the sepulchre at Abner in Hebron. Oh, yeah. Sorry for my translations. Or, not my translations. What would that be? My pronunciations. Mishboeth. Mifboeth. Bill, if you want to correct me in the chat, feel free. Give me the lexical, whatever the breakdown is for any of these names. And all the tribes of Israel went to David in Hebron, saying, Behold, we are your bone and your flesh. Moreover, yesterday, at the day before, when Saul was king over us, you were the one leading out and leading back to Israel. Then the Lord said to you, You shall pastor my people Israel, and you shall be the leader over Israel. Also, the elders of Israel went to the king at Hebron. The king David struck a pact with them at Hebron in the sight of the Lord, and they anointed David as king over Israel. David was a son of 30 years. When he had begun to reign, and had reigned for 40 years in Hebron, he reigned over Judah for 7 years and 6 months. Then in Jerusalem he reigned for 33 years over all Israel and Judah. And the king and all the men who were with him went to Jerusalem to the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land. And it was said to David by them, You shall not enter here unless you will take away the blind and the lame, who say, David shall not enter here. But David seized the stronghold of Zion. The same is the city of David. For David had prospered on that day, a reward to him who had struck the Jebusites, and who had reached to the gutters of the rooftops, and who had taken away the blind and the lame, the hated, the souls of David. Therefore, it is said in the proverb, The blind and the lame shall not enter into the temple. Then David lived in the stronghold, and he called it the city of David. And he built it up on all sides from Milo and inward. And he advanced, prospering and increasing, and the Lord the God of hosts was with him. Also Huram, the king of Tyre, sent messengers to David with cedar wood, and with builders of wood and builders of stone, in order to make walls, and they built a house for David. And David knew the Lord had confirmed him as king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom over his people Israel. Then David took more concubines and wives from Jerusalem. After he arrived from Hebron, and other sons as well as daughters were born to David. These are the names of the ones born in Jerusalem: Shamoah, Shoab, and Nathan, and Solomon, and Ibhar, and Elishua, and Nepheg, and Japhia, and Elishama, and Eliada, and Elipheth. Then the Philistines heard that they had anointed David as king over Israel, and they ascended, so that they might seek David. And when David had heard it, he descended to a stronghold. Now the Philistines, arriving, spread themselves out in the valley of Rephaim. And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I ascend to the Philistines, and will you give them into my hand? And the Lord said to David, Ascend, for I shall certainly give the Philistines into your hand. Therefore David went to Baal-perazim, and he struck them there. Thanks, Bill. And he struck them there, and he said, The Lord has divided my enemies before me, just as the waters are divided. Because of this, the name of that place is called Baal-perazim, or Baal-perazim. And in that place they left behind their graven images, which David and his men took away. And the Philistines continued still, so that they ascended, and spread themselves out in the valley of Rephaim. Then David consulted the Lord, Shall I ascend against the Philistines, and will you deliver them into my hand? And he responded, You shall not ascend against them. Instead circle behind their back, and you shall come to them from the side opposite the balsam trees. And when you hear the sounds of something going forth from the tops of the balsam trees, then you will begin the battle. For then the Lord will go forth before your face, so that he may strike the army of the Philistines. And so David did just as the Lord had instructed, and he struck down the Philistines from Gibeon until you arrive at Gezer. Then David again gathered together all the elect men of Israel, 30,000. And David arose and went away with the entire people who were with him from the men of Judah, so that they might lead back the ark of God, over which is invoked the name of the Lord of hosts, who sits upon the cherubim above it. And they placed the ark of God on a new cart, and they took it from the house of Eben-Adab, who was in Gibeon, and Uzzah and Ao, the sons of Eben-Adab, drove the cart. And when they had taken it from the house of Eben-Adab, who was in Gibeon, Ao preceded the ark as the keeper of the ark of God. But David and all of Israel played before the Lord on every kind of musical instrument made of wood, and on harps and lyres and timbrels and bells and cymbals. And after they had arrived at the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah extended his hand to the ark of God, and he touched it, because the oxen were kicking, and it caused it to tip. And the indignation of the Lord was enraged at Uzzah, and he struck him for his temerity, and there he died, besides the ark of God. Then David was saddened, because the Lord had struck Uzzah, and the name of the place called the striking of Uzzah, even to this day. And David was so very fearful of the Lord on that day. How shall the ark of the Lord be, he said, How shall the ark of the Lord be brought to me? And he was not willing to send the ark of the Lord to himself in the city of David. Instead, he sent it to the house of Ubenabdom the Gittite. The ark of the Lord dwelt in the house of Ubiabdom the Gittite for 3 months. And the Lord blessed Ubiabdom and all his household. And it was reported to King David that the Lord had blessed Ubiabdom and all that was his because of the ark of God. Therefore David went and brought the ark of God from the house of Ubiabdom into the city of David with joy. Oh, see you, James. Thanks for subscribing, Gia. Into the city of David with joy. And there were with David 7 choirs and calves for victims. And when those who were carrying the ark of the Lord had traveled 6 steps, he immolated an ox and a ram. And David danced with all his ability before the Lord. And David was girded with the linen ephod. And David and all the house of Israel were leading the ark of the testament of the Lord, with jubilation at the sound of the trumpet. And when the ark of the Lord had entered into the city of David, Michal, the daughter of Saul, looking out the window, saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. And they led the ark of the Lord, and they set it in the place in the middle of the tabernacle, which David had pitched for it. And David offered holocausts and peace offerings in the sight of the Lord. And when he had completed offering holocausts and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts, and he distributed the entire multitude of Israel, as much to the men as to the women, to each one loaf of bread, and one piece of roasted beef, and fine wheat flour fried with oil. And all the people went away, each one to his own house. And David returned, so that he might bless his own house. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, going out to meet David, said, How glorious was the king of Israel today, uncovering himself before the handmaidens of his servants, and being unclothed, as if one of the performers were unclothed. And David said to Michal, Before the Lord, who chose me rather than your father, and rather than his entire house who commanded me, that I should be the leader over my people of the Lord of Israel, I will play and demean myself, more so than I have done, and I will be little in my own eyes, and with the handmaidens about whom you are speaking, I will appear more glorious. And so, there was no child born to Michal, the daughter of Saul, even to the day of her death. So it happened that, when the king had settled in his house, the Lord had given him rest on every side from all his enemies. He said to the prophet Nathan, Do you not see that I live in a house of cedar, and that the ark of God has been placed in the midst of tent skins? And Nathan said to the king, Go, do all that is in your heart, for the Lord is with you. But it happened at night, behold, the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, Go and say to my servant David, Thus says the Lord, Should you build a house for me as a dwelling place? For I have not lived in a house from the day that I led the sons of Israel away from the land of Egypt, even to this day. Instead I have walked in a tabernacle and in a tent, and in all the places I have crossed through with all the sons of Israel. Did I ever speak a word to anyone from the tribes of Israel, whom I instructed to pasture my people Israel, saying, Why have you not built for me a house of cedar? And now you shall speak to my servant David. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from pastures, from the following of sheep, so that you would be a leader over my people Israel. And I have been with you everywhere that you walked, and I have slain all your enemies before your face, and I have made you a great name, besides the earth of the great ones who are upon the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, and they shall live there, and they shall no longer be disturbed. Neither shall the sons of iniquity come to inflict them as before. From that day I have appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give the rest to you from all your enemies. And the Lord foretells to you that the Lord himself will make a house for you. And when your days will have been fulfilled, you will sleep with your fathers. I will raise up offspring after you, who will go forth from your loins, and I will make firm his kingdom. He himself shall build a house to my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom, even forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. And if he will commit any iniquity, I will correct him with the rod of men, and with the wounds of the sons of men. But my mercy I will not take away from him, as I took it away from Saul, whom I removed from before my face. And your house shall be faithful, and your kingdom shall be before your face for eternity, and your throne shall be secure continuously. According to all these words, and according to this vision, so did Nathan speak to David. Then King David entered and sat before the Lord and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is the point of my house, that you would bring me to this point? Moreover, this has seemed little in your sight, O Lord, unless you will also speak about the house of your servant for a long time, for this is the law of Adam, O Lord God. Therefore, what more will David be able to say to you? For you know your servant, O Lord God. Because your word, and according to your own heart, you have done all these great deeds, so that you would make it known to your servant. For this reason you are magnified, O Lord God. For there is none like you, and there is no God except you. And all these things we have heard with our own ears. But what nation is there upon the earth like your people Israel, because of whom God went forth, so that he might redeem a people for himself, and establish a name for himself, and accomplish for them great and terrible things upon the earth, before the face of your people, whom you redeemed for yourself away from Egypt, the nations and their gods. For you have secured your people Israel for yourself as an everlasting people, and you, O Lord God, have become their God. Now therefore, O Lord God, rise up forever the word that you have spoken over your servant and over his house, and do just as you have said, so that your name may be magnified even forever, and so that it may be said, the Lord of hosts is the God of Israel. The house of your servant David will be established in the sight of the Lord. For you, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, have revealed to the ear of your servant, saying, I will build a house for you. Because of this, your servant has found it in his heart to pray this prayer to you. Now, therefore, O Lord God, you are God, and your words shall be true, for you have spoken to your servants these good things. Therefore begin and bless the house of your servant, so it may be forever before you. For you, O Lord, have spoken, and so let the house of your servant be blessed with your blessings forever. Now, after these things it happened that David struck the Philistines, and he humbled them. And David took a bridle of tribute from the hand of the Philistines, and he struck Moab, and he measured them with a line, leveling them to the ground. Now he measured with 2 lines, one to kill and one to keep alive. And Moab was made to serve David under tribute. And David struck Hadazer, the son of Rehob, the king of Zoab, when he set out to rule over the kings of the Euphrates, to rule over the river Euphrates. And from his troops David seized 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers, and he cut the sinew of the leg of all the chariot horses, because he left aside enough of them for 100 chariots. And the Syrians of Damascus arrived, so that they might bring reinforcements to Hadazer, the king of Zoab. And David struck down 20,000 men in the Syrians. And David positioned a garrison in Syria of Damascus, and Syria served David under tribute. And the Lord assisted David in all these things, whatsoever that he might accomplish. And David took armbands of gold, which the servants of Hadazer had, and he brought them to Jerusalem. And from Betah and Beroth, the cities of Hadazer, King David took exceedingly great amount of brass. Then Toi, the king of Hamath, heard that David struck down the entire strength of Hadazer, and so Toi sent his sons Joram to King David, so that he might greet him with congratulations and give thanks, because he fought against the Hadazer and had struck him down. For indeed Toi was the enemy of Hadazer. In his hands were vessels of gold and vessels of silver and vessels of brass. And King David also sanctified these things to the Lord, with the silver and gold that he had sanctified from all the people whom he had subdued, from Syria and Moab, the sons of Ammon, and the Philistines, and Amalek, and from the best spoils of Hadazer, the son of Rehob, the king of Zobah. David also made a name for himself when he returned from seizing Syria in the valley of the salt pits, having cut down 18,000. He positioned its guards at Edom, and he stationed garrison, and all of Edom was made to serve David. And the Lord assisted David in all these things whatsoever he set out to accomplish. And David reigned over all of Israel. And David accomplished judgment and justice with all his people. Now Joab, the son of Zerah, was over the army, and Jehoshaphat, the son of Elud, was the keeper of the records. And Zodak, son of Ishtab, was Amalek, the son of Abithar, were the priests, and Syria was the scribe. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Kephalites and the Pethalites. The sons of David were priests. And David said, do you think that there could be anyone left from the house of Saul, so that I might show mercy to him because of Jonathan? Now there was from the house of Saul a servant named Ziba. And when the king had called him to himself, he said, are you not Ziba? And he responded, I am your servant. And the king said, could there be anyone alive from the house of Saul, so that I may show the mercy of God to him? And Ziba said to the king, "There is left alive a son of Jonathan with disabled feet. Where is he?" And Ziba said, "Where is he?" he said. And Ziba said to the king, "Behold, he is in the house of Mechir, the son of Emil, in Lodebar." Therefore King David sent and brought him from the house of Mechir, the son of Emil, from Lodebar. And when Beshoath, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, had come to David, he fell upon his face, and he reverenced. And David said, "Meshobeth?" And he said, "Your servant is here." And David said to him, "Do not be afraid, for I will certainly show mercy to you because of your father Jonathan. And I will restore to you all the fields of your father Saul, and you shall eat bread at my table always." After reverencing him, he said, "Who am I, your servant, that you should look with favor upon a dead dog like me?" And so the king called Ziba, the servant of Saul, and said to him, "Everything whatsoever that belonged to Saul and his entire house I have given to the son of your lord. And so work the land for him, you and your sons and your servants, and you shall bring in food from the sons of the Lord for nourishment. And Mishboeth, the son of your lord, shall always eat bread at my table." Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. And Ziba said to the king, "Just as my lord had ordered your servant, so your servant will do. And Mishbeth shall sit at my table, like one of the sons of the king." Now Mishboeth had a son, whose name was Micah. Truly all the kindred of the house of Ziba served Mishboeth. But Mishboeth lived in Jerusalem, for he was fed always from the table of the king, and he was lame in both feet. Now, after all these things had happened, the kings of the son of Ammon died, and his son Hanun reigned after him. And David said, "I will show mercy to Hanun, the son of Nasha, just as his father showed mercy to me." Therefore David sent consolation to him by his servants over the passing of his father. When the servants of David had arrived in the land of the sons of Ammon, the leaders of the sons of Ammon said to Hanun their lord, "Do you think it was because of the honor of your father did David sent counselors to you? And did not David send his servants to you, so that he might investigate and explore the city, and that he might overthrow it?" And so Hanun took the servants of David, and he shaved off half parts of their beard, and cut their garments at the middle as far as their buttocks, and set them away. And when they had been reported to David, he sent to meet them, and the men were greatly disturbed by shame. And David commanded them, "Remain in Jericho until your beards grow, and then return." Now the sons of Ammon, seeing what they had done injury to David, sent for and paid wages to the Syrians of Rehob, the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000 foot soldiers, and from the kings of Makkah 1,000, and from Tob 12,000 men. And when David heard this, he sent Joab and the entire army of warriors. Then the sons of Ammon went forth, and they positioned their battle lines before the very entrance of the gate. But the Syrians of Zobah, and Rehob, and Tob, and Makkah were by themselves in the field. And so, seeing that the battle had been prepared against them, both facing him and behind, Joab chose some of all the elect men of Israel, and he set up a battle line opposite the Syrians. But the remaining part of the people he delivered to his brother Abishai, who formed a battle line against the sons of Ammon. And Joab said, "If the Syrians prevail against me, then you shall assist me. But if the sons of Ammon prevail against you, I will assist you. Be valiant men, and let us fight on behalf of our people and the city of our God. Then the Lord will do what is good in his own sight." And so Joab and the people who were with him undertook the conflict against the Syrians, who immediately fled before their face. Then, seeing that the Syrians had fled, the sons of Ammon themselves also fled from the face of Abishai, and they entered into the city. And Joab returned from the sons of Ammon, and he went to Jerusalem. And so the Syrians, seeing that they had fallen before Israel, gathered themselves together, and Habazar sent and brought Syrians who were beyond the river, and he led in their army. Shobach, the ruler of the military of Habazar, was their leader. And when all this had been reported to David, he drew together all of Israel, and he crossed over the Jordan, and he went to Halam. And the Syrians formed battle lines opposite of David, and they fought against him. And the Syrians fled before the face of Israel. And David killed among the Syrians the men of 700 chariots and 40,000 horsemen. He struck down Shabak, the leader of the military, who immediately died. Then all the kings who were in reinforcements of Hebzor, seeing themselves to be defeated by Israel, were very afraid, and they fled. 58,000 men before Israel. And they made peace with Israel, and they served them. And the Syrians were afraid to offer assistance to the sons of Ammon any more. Yeah, we're changing people, so it's not like I'm sitting here for 72 hours. Now it happened at the turn of the year, in the time when kings usually go forth to war. David sent to Joab and his servants with him, and all of Israel, and they laid waste to the sons of Ammon, and they besieged Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. While these things were taking place, David happened to arise from his bed after midday, and he walked upon the terrace of the king's house, and he saw across the terrace a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful. Therefore the king inquired who that woman might be, and it was reported to him, she is Bathsheba, the daughter of Elam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And so David sent messengers, and he took her, and when she had entered to him, he slept with her, and presently she was purified from her uncleanness. And she returned to her house, having conceived an unborn child. And sending, she informed David that she said, I have conceived. Then David said to Joab, saying, Send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And Uriah went to David, and David inquired whether Joab was doing well, and about the people, and how the war was being conducted. And David said to Uriah, Go into your house and wash your feet. And Uriah had departed from the house of the king, and a meal from the king followed after them. But before Uriah slept before the gate of the king's house with the other servants of his lord, and he did not go down to his own house. And it was reported to David by some, saying, Uriah did not go into his house. And David said to Uriah, Did you not arrive from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? And Uriah said to David, The ark of God and the vessel of Israel and Judah dwell in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord stay upon the face of the earth. And should I then go into my own house, so that I may eat and drink and sleep with my wife? By your welfare and by the welfare of your soul, I will not do this thing. Therefore David said to Uriah, Even so, remain here today and tomorrow. I will send you away. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem on that day and the next day. And David called him, so that he might eat and drink before him, and he made him inebriated. And departing in the evening, he slept on his bedding with the servants of his lord, and he did not go into his own house. Therefore, when morning arrived, David wrote a letter to Joab, and he sent it to the hand of Uriah, writing in this letter, Place Uriah opposite the welfare, where the battle is the strongest, and then abandon him, so that having been wounded, he may die. And when Joab was besieging the city, he positioned Uriah in a place he knew the strongest men to be, and the men departing from the city made war against Joab. And some of the people among the servants of David fell, and Uriah the Hittite also died. And so Joab sent and reported to David every word about the battle, and he instructed the messenger, saying, When you have completed all these words about the war to the king, if you see him to be angry, and if he says, Why did you draw near to the wall in order to fight? Are you ignorant that many darts are to be thrown above the wall? Who struck down Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman throw a fragment of a millstone upon him from the wall and kill him at Thebes? Why did you approach besides the wall? And then you shall say, Your servant Uriah the Hittite also lies dead. Therefore the messenger departed, and he went and described to David all that Joab instructed him. And the messenger said to David, "These men prevailed against us, and they went out to us in the field, and we pursued them, making an assault even to the gates of the city. And the archers directed their arrows at your servants from the wall above, and some of the king's servants has died. Also, the servant of Uriah, also your servant Uriah the Hittite died." And David said to the messenger, "You shall say these things to Joab. Do not let this matter dishearten you, for varied are events of war. Now this one, and now that one, is consumed by the sword. Encourage your warriors against the city and exhort them, so that you may destroy it." Then the wife of Uriah heard that her husband Uriah had died. She mourned for him. But when lamentation was completed, David sent and brought her into his house, and she became his wife, and she bore a son to him. And this word, which David had done, was displeasing in the sight of the Lord. Yeah, true. Rip Uriah. Then the Lord sent Nathan to David. And when he had come to him, he said to him, 2 men were in the city, one wealthy and one poor. The wealthy man had very many sheep and oxen. The poor man had nothing at all, except one little sheep, which he had bought and nourished. And when she had grown up before him, together with his children, eating from his bed, and drinking from his cup, and sleeping in his bosom, and she was like a daughter to him. But when a certain traveler had come to the wealthy man, neglecting to take his own sheep and oxen, so that he might present a feast for the traveler who had come to him, he took the sheep of the poor man. He had prepared a meal for the man who had come to him. Then David's indignation was enraged exceedingly against that man, and he said to Nathan, "As the Lord lives, the man who has done this is a son of death. He shall restore the sheep fourfold, because he did this word, and he did not take piety." But then Nathan said to David, "You are that man. Thus says the Lord God of Israel, I anointed you as king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hands of Saul, and I gave the house of your Lord to you, and the wives of your Lord into your bosom. I gave you the house of Israel and of Judah to you. And as if these things were small, I shall add much greater things to you. Therefore, why have you despised the word of your Lord, so that you did evil in my sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and you have taken his wife as a wife of yourself, and you have put to death with the sword the sons of Ammon. For this reason, the sword shall not withdraw from your house, even perpetually, because you have despised me, and you have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite, so that she may be your wife. And so, thus says the Lord, Behold, I will raise up over you an evil from your own house, and I will take away your wives away before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will sleep with your wives in the sight of his son. For you acted secretly, but I will do this word in the sight of all Israel, and in the sight of the sun." And David said to Nathan, "I have sinned against the Lord." And Nathan said to David, "The Lord has also taken away your sin. You shall not die. Yet truly, because you have given occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme, because of this word, the son who is born to you, dying, he shall die." And Nathan returned to his own house, and the Lord struck the little one, whom the wife of Uriah had borne to David, and he was despaired of. And David begged the Lord on behalf of the little one, and David fasted strictly, and entering alone, he lay upon the ground. Then the elders of his house came, urging him to rise up from the ground. He was not willing, nor would he eat a meal with them. Then on the 7th day, it happened that the infant died, and the servants of David were afraid to report it to him, that the little one had died. For they said, "Behold, when the child was still alive, we were speaking to him, but he would not listen to our voice. How much more will he afflict himself, if we tell him that the boy is dead?" But when David had seen his servants whispering, he realized that the infant had died, and he said to his servants, "Is the child dead?" And they respond to him, "He is dead." Therefore David rose up from the ground, and he washed and anointed himself. And when he had changed his clothing, he entered into the house of the Lord, and he worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and he asked them to place bread before him, and he ate. But his servants said to him, "What is this word that you have done? You fasted and were weeping on behalf of the infant, while he was still alive. But when the boy was dead, you arose and ate bread. And he said, while he was yet alive, I fasted and wept on behalf of the infant. For I said, who knows if the Lord may perhaps give him to me and let the infant live. But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Would I be able to bring back anyone? Instead I will go to him. Yet truly, he will not return to me. And David consoled his wife Bathsheba, and entering to her, he slept with her. And she bore a son, and he called his son his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him. And he sent by the hands of Nathan the prophet, and he called by his name, Beloved of the Lord, because the Lord loved him. And Joab fought against Rabbah of the sons of Ammon, and he fought outside the royal city. And Joab sent messengers to David, saying, I have struggled against Rabbah, and so the city of the waters will soon be seized. Now therefore gather the remaining portion of the people together, and besiege the city and take it. Otherwise, when the city will have been laid waste by me, the victory will be ascribed to my name. And so David gathered together all the people, and he set out against Rabbah. And after he had fought, he seized it, and he took the crown of the king from his head, and the weight of it was a talent of gold, having the most precious gems, and it was placed upon the head of David. Moreover, he carried away the spoils of the city, which were very many. Also bringing forth its people, he sawed them, and he drove over them with iron wagons, and he divided them with knives, and he dragged them through back kilns. So he did to all the citizens of the sons of Ammon, and David returned with the entire army to Jerusalem. Now, after these things, it happened that Ammon, the son of David, was in love with a very beautiful sister of Absalom, the son of David, and she was called Tamar. And he pined for her exceedingly, so much out of love for her he became ill. For since she was a virgin, it seemed very difficult to him that he would do anything dishonest with her. Now Ammon had a friend, Jonadab, the son of Shimei, the brother of David, a very prudent man. And he said to him, Why are you becoming so thin from day to day, O son of the king? Why won't you tell me? And Ammon said to him, I am in love with Tamar, the sister of my brother Absalom. And Jonah said to him, Lie down upon your bed and feign sickness, and when your father will come to visit you, say to him, I ask you to let my sister Tamar come to me, so that she may give me food, and may make me a small meal, so I may eat from her hand. And so Ammon lay down and began to act as if he was ill. And when the king had come to visit him, Ammon said to the king, I beg you to let my sister Tamar come to me, and make in my sight 2 little portions of food, that I may take it from her hand. Therefore David sent home to Tamar, Come to the house of your brother Ammon, and make a small meal for him. And Tamar went into the house of her brother Ammon, but he was lying down, and taking flour she mixed it, and dissolving it in his sight, she cooked little portions of food, and taking what she had cooked, she poured it out, and she set it before him, but he refused to eat. And Ammon said, Send everyone away from me. And when they had sent everyone away, Ammon said to Tamar, Bring the food into the bedroom, so that I can eat it from your hand. Therefore Tamar took a small portion of the little food she had made, and she brought them to her brother Ammon in the bedroom. And when she had presented the food to him, she took hold of her, and he said, Come lie with me, my sister. And she answered him, Do not do so, my brother. Do not force me, for no such thing must be done in Israel. Do not choose to do this senseless act, for I will not be able to bear my shame, and I will be like the one of the foolish in Israel. For it is better to speak to the king, and he will not deny me to you. But he was not willing to agree to her petition. Instead, prevailing by strength, he forced her, and he lay with her. And Ammon had held hatred for her with an exceedingly great hatred, so much that the hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love in which he had loved her. And Ammon said to her, Rise up and go away. And she answered him, This evil is greater, which you are doing against me, and driving me away, than what you did before. But he was not willing to listen to her. Instead, calling the servants who were ministering to him, he said, Cast this woman out before me, and close the door behind her. Now she was clothed from ankle-length robe, for the virgin daughters of Israel made use of this kind of garment. And so his servants cast her out, and he closed the door behind her. And she sprinkled ashes upon her head, and she tore her ankle-length robe. And placing her hands upon her head, she went forth, walking and crying out loud. Then her brother Absalom said to her, Has your brother Ammon lied to you? But now, sister, be quiet, for he is your brother, and you should not afflict your heart because of this matter. And so Tamar remained, wasting away in the house of her brother Absalom. And when King David had heard about these things, he was deeply grieved. But he was not willing to afflict the spirit of his son Ammon, for he loved since he was his firstborn. Yet Absalom did not speak to Ammon, neither good nor evil, for Absalom hated Ammon, because he had violated his sister Tamar. Then, after a time of 2 years, it happened that the sheep of Absalom were being shorn in Belhazar, near Ephraim, and Absalom invited all the sons of the king. And when he went to the king, he said to him, Behold, behold, the sheep of your servants are being shorn. I asked that the king... Behold, the sheep of your servants are being shorn. I asked the king with his servants, may come to his servant. And the king said to Absalom, Do not, my son, do not choose to ask, that we may all come and be burdened to you. Then after he urged him, he had refused to go, he blessed him. And Absalom said, If you are not willing to come, I beg you, at least let my brother Ammon come with us. And the king said to him, It is not necessary that he go with you. But Absalom pressed him. And so he sent him with Ammon and all the sons of the king. And Absalom made a great feast, a feast of a king. Then Absalom commanded his servants, saying, Observe, when Ammon will have become drunk with wine, and when I say to you, Strike him and kill him, do not be afraid, for it is I who commands you. Be strong and valiant men. Therefore the sons of Absalom, the servants of Absalom, acted against Ammon, just as Absalom had commanded them. And all the sons of the king rose up, and each one climbed upon his mule and fled. And while they were still traveling on the journey, a rumor reached David, saying, Absalom has been struck down, all the sons of the king, and there is not one remaining. And so the king rose up, and tore his garments, and fell upon the ground, and all his servants who were standing near him tore their garments. But Jonab, the son of Shimei, David's brother, responding, said, My lord, the king should not consider that all the sons of the king have been slain. Ammon alone is dead, for he has set against by the mouth of Absalom from the day he raped his sister Tamar. Now therefore, let not my lord the king set this word in his heart, saying, All the sons of the king have been slain, for only Ammon is dead. Now Absalom fled, and the young man, keeping watch, lifted up his eyes and gazed out. And behold, many people were arriving along the remote road in the side of the mountain. And Jonab said to the king, Behold, the sons of the king are here, in accord with the word of your servant, so it has happened. And when he had ceased speaking, the sons of the king also appeared, and entering, they lifted up their voice, and they wept. And the king also, and all his servants wept with an exceedingly great weeping. But Absalom fleeing went to Talmai, the son of Amudai, the king of Geshur. Then David mourned for his son every day. Now after he had fled, he arrived in Geshur. Absalom was in that place for 3 years. And when David ceased to pursue Absalom, because he had been consoled about the passing of Ammon. Now Joab, the son of Zeruiah, understood that the heart of the king had been turned toward Absalom. So he sent to Tekoa, and he brought her from there a wise woman, and said to her, Feign that you are in mourning, and put on the clothing of one who mourns, and do not anoint yourself with oil, so that you may be like a woman who is still grieving for someone who died some time ago. And you shall enter the king, and then you shall speak the words to him in this manner. Then Joab put the words in her mouth. And so the woman Tekoa had entered to the king. She fell before him on the ground, and she reverenced. And she said, Save me, O king. And the king said to her, What problem do you have? And she responded, Alas, I am a woman who is a widow, for my husband has died, and my handmaid had 2 sons, and they quarreled one against another in a field. and there was no one who was able to stop them. And one struck the other and killed him. And behold, the whole family rising up against your handmaid. Deliver him who struck down his brother, so that you may kill him for the life of his brother, whom he killed, and so that you may do away with the heir. And they are seeking to extinguish my spark that I left, so that there may not survive the name of my husband, nor a remnant upon the earth. And the king said to the woman, Go to your own house, I will make a decree on your behalf. And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, May the iniquity be upon me, my lord, and upon the house of my father, but may the king and his throne be innocent. And the king said, Whoever will contradict you, bring him to me, and he will never touch you again. And she said, Let the king remember that the Lord his God, so that the close blood relatives may be multiplied, in order to take revenge, so that they may by no means kill my son. And he said, As the Lord lives, not one hair from your son shall fall to the ground. Then the Lord said, Let your handmaiden speak a word to the Lord my king. And she said, Speak. And the woman said, Why have you thought such a thing against the people of God? And why has the king spoken this word, so that he sins and does not lead back the one whom he rejected? We are all dying, and we are all like waters that flow to the ground and do not return. God does not will to lose a soul. Instead, he renews his efforts, thinking that what has been rejected might not perish altogether. Therefore, now I have come to speak to this word to the king in the presence of my people. And your handmaiden said, I will speak to the king. For perhaps there may be some way for the king to accomplish the word of his handmaid. And the king listened, and he freed his handmaid from the hand of all who were willing to take away me and my son together from the inheritance of God. Therefore, let your handmaiden speak, so that the word of my lord, the king, may be like a sacrifice. For even like an angel of God, so is my lord the king, so that he is moved by neither a blessing nor a curse. Then too, the Lord your God is with you. And in response, the king said to the woman, You shall not conceal from me a word what I ask you. And the woman said to him, Speak, my lord the king. And the king said, Is not the hand of Joab with you in all this? And when the woman answered and said, By the welfare of your soul, my lord, the king is neither to the left nor to the right in all these things that my lord the king has spoken. For your servant Joab himself instructed me, and he placed all these words in my mouth of your handmaiden. Thus did I turn this figure of speech, because the servant of Joab instructed it. But you, my lord, the king, are wise, just as the angel of God has wisdom, so that you understand all that is upon the earth. And the king said to Joab, Behold, your word has succeeded in appeasing me. Therefore go and call back the boy Absalom. And falling to the ground upon his face, Joab reverenced, and he blessed the king. And Joab said, Today your servant has understood that I have found grace in your sight, my lord the king, for you have accomplished the word of your servant. Then Joab rose, and he went to Geshur, and brought Absalom into Jerusalem. But the king said, Let him return to his own house, but let him not see my face. And so Absalom returned to his own house, but he did not see the face of the king. Now in all of Israel there was no man so handsome, and so very stately as Absalom. From the sole of the foot to the top of his head there was no blemish in him. And when he shaved off his hair, for he shaved it once a year, because he lost weight was burdensome to him, he weighed the hair of his head at 200 shekels by the public weights. There were 3 sons born to Absalom, 1 daughter, of elegant form, whose name was Tamar. And Absalom remained for 2 years in Jerusalem, and he did not see the face of the king. And so he sent to Joab, that he might send him to the king, but he refused to come to him. And when he had sent him a second time, he refused to come to him. He said to his servants, You know that the field of Joab, the one that is near my field, has a harvest of barley. Therefore go and set it on fire. And so the servants of Absalom set the fire to the grain field. And the servants of Joab, arriving with their garments torn, said, The servants of Absalom have set fire to part of the field. And Joab rose up, and he went to Absalom in his house, and said, Why have your servants set fire to my field? And Absalom responded to Joab, I sent to you, begging that you might come to me, and that I might send you to the king, and that you might say to him, Why was I brought here from Geshur? It would have been better for me to be there. I beg you, therefore, that I may see the face of my king, and that he is mindful of my iniquity. Let him put me to death. And so Joab, entering the king, reported everything to him. And Absalom was summoned, and he entered to the king. He reverenced on the face of the earth, and the king kissed Absalom. Then after these things, Absalom obtained for himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men went before him. And rising up in the morning, Absalom was standing besides the entrance of the gate. And when there was any man who had a dispute that might go before the king's judgment, Absalom would call to him and say, Which city are you from? And responding, he would say, I am your servant, from a certain tribe of Israel. And Absalom would answer him, Your words seem good to me. Your words seem good and just to me, but there is no one appointed by the king to hear you. And Absalom would say, Who may appoint me judge over the land, so that all who have a dispute might come to me, that I might judge justly? Then too, when a man would draw near to him, so that he might greet him, he would extend his hand, and taking hold of him, he would kiss him. And he was doing this to all those in Israel, arriving... sorry. I'm thrown off there. Then too, when a man would draw near to him, so that he might greet him, he would extend his hand, and taking hold of him, he would kiss him. And he was doing this to all those of Israel, arriving for judgment to be heard by the king, and he solicited the hearts of the men of Israel. Then, after 40 years, Absalom said to the king David, I should go and pay my vows, which I have vowed at Lord of Hebron. For your servant made a vow that when he was in Geshur of Syria, saying, If the Lord will lead me back to Jerusalem, I will have sacrificed to the Lord. And the king said to him, Go in peace. And they rose up and went away to Hebron. They, Absalom, sent scouts to all the tribes of Israel, saying, As soon as you hear the blare of the trumpet, say, Absalom reigns in Hebron. Now, having been called, 200 men from Jerusalem went forth with Absalom, going with simplicity of heart, being entirely ignorant of the plan. Absalom also summoned Ashitophel from the Gileonite, counselor of David, from his city of Giloah. And when he was immolating victims, a very strong oath was sworn, and the people, hurrying together, joined Absalom. Then a messenger went to David, saying, With their whole heart, all of Israel is following Absalom. And David said to his servants, who were with him in Jerusalem, Rise up, let us flee, for otherwise there will be no escape from the face of Absalom. Hurry to depart, lest perhaps upon arriving he may seize us and force ruin upon us. Strike the city with the edge of the sword. And the servants of the king said to him, Everything whatsoever that the Lord the king will command, we your servants shall carry out willingly. Therefore the king departed with his entire household on foot, and the king left behind 10 women of the concubines to care for the house. And having gone forth on foot, the king and all of Israel stood at a distance before the house. And all his sons of the servants were walking beside him, and the legion of the Carthialites, the Philites, the Gilites, powerful fighters, 600 men, who had followed from him Gath on foot, were preceding the king. Then the king said to Ittai the Gittite, Why do you come with us? Return and live with your king, for you are a stranger, and you are departed from your own place. You arrived yesterday, and today should you be compelled to go away with us? For I should go to the place where I am going, but you should return, and lead your own brothers back with you. And the Lord will show mercy and truth to you, because you have shown grace and faith. And Ittai responded to the king by saying, As the Lord lives, as my lord the king lives, in whatever place you will be, my lord the king, whether in death or in life, your servant will be there. And David said to Ittai, Come and pass over. And Ittai the Gittite passed over, and all the men who were with him, and the rest of the multitude. And they all wept with a great voice, and the people passed over. The king also passed over the torrent of Kidron, and all the people advanced, opposite of which way looks out into the desert. Now Zadok, the priest, also went, and all the Levites went with him, carrying the ark of the covenant of God. And they set down the ark of God. And Abiathar went up until all the people who had departed from the city and gone back. And the king said to Zadok, Carry back the ark of God into the city. If I shall find grace in the sight of the Lord, he will lead me back, and he will show me to his tabernacle. But if he will say to me, you are not pleasing, I am ready. Let him do whatever is good in his own sight. And the king said to Zadok the priest, O seer, return into your city in peace, and let your son Ishmael and Jonathan, the son of Ibnar, your 2 sons, be with you. Behold, I will hide in the plains of the desert until word from you may arrive to inform me. Therefore Zadok and Abiathar carried back the ark of God into Jerusalem, and they remained there. But David ascended the Mount of Olives, climbing and weeping, advancing with bare feet, and with his head covered. Moreover, all the people were there with him ascended, weeping with their heads covered. Then it was reported to David that Ishtoel had joined in swearing with Absalom. And David said, O Lord, I beg you, uncover the foolishness of the counsel of Ishtoel. And when David had ascended to the summit of the mountain, where he was going to adore the Lord, behold, Hushi and Archti met him, with his garments torn and his head covered with soil. And David said to him, If you come with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you return to the city, you say to Absalom, I am your servant, O king. Just as I have been your servant of your father, so too will I be your servant. You will destroy the counsel of Eshitol. And you have with you the priests of Zadok and Abiathar, and any words whatsoever that you will hear from the house of the king, you shall reveal to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. So with them are 2 sons, Eshmias and the son of Zadok, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar. And you shall send to me by them every word that you have heard. Therefore Hushai, the friend of David, went into the city, and Absalom also entered into Jerusalem. And when David had passed a little beyond the top of the mountain Ziba, the servant of Mishtobeth appeared to him with 2 donkeys, and were burdened with 200 loaves, and 200 branches of dried grapes, and 100 masses of dried figs, and a skin of wine. And the king of Ziba, What do you intend to do with these things? And Ziba responded, The donkeys are for a household of the king, and they may sit, and the loaves of dried figs are for your servants to eat. But the wine is for anyone to drink who may be faint of the desert. And the king said, Where is the son of your lord? And Ziba answered the king, He remained in Jerusalem. Today the house of Israel restore the kingdom of my father to me. And the king said to Ziba, All these things which were for Meshoba are now yours. And Ziba said, I beg you, that I may find grace before you, my lord the king. Then David went out as far as Bahurim, and behold, a man from the kindred of the house of Saul, named Shimei, the son of Gera, went out from there, and coming out continued on. He was cursing and throwing stones at David, and against all the servants of King David. And all the people and all the warriors were traveling to the right and the left sides of the king. And so he was cursing the king. Shimei said, Go away, you are a man of blood, you man of Belial. And the Lord had repaid you for all the blood of the house of Saul, for you usurped the kingdom in place of him. And so the Lord has given the kingdom into the hands of Absalom your son. And behold, your evils cast close upon you, because you are a man of blood. Then Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, said to the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go and cut off his head. What is it to me? To all of you, O sons of Zeruiah, permit him, so that he may curse, for the Lord has commanded him to curse David. And who is the one who would dare to say, Why has he done so? And the king said to Abishai and to all his servants, Behold, my son, who went forth from my loins, is seeking my life. How much more does the son of Benjamin do so now? Permit him, so that he may curse in accord with the command of the Lord. Perhaps the Lord may look with favor upon my affliction, and the Lord repay me with good in place of cursing on this day. And so David continued, walking along the way with his associate with him. But Shimei was advancing along the ridge of the mountaintops on the opposite side of him, cursing and throwing stones at him, scattering dirt. And the king and the entire people were with him, being weary, went and refreshed themselves there. But Absalom and all his people entered into Jerusalem. Moreover, Ashtophel was with him. Hushi the Archite, David's friend, had gone to Absalom. He said to him, May you be well, O king. May you be well, O king. And Absalom said to him, "Is this your kindness to your friend? Why did you not go with your friend?" And Hushai responded to Absalom, "By no means, for I will be his whom the Lord has chosen, and I and all this people and all of Israel will remain with him. But then too I declare this, whom should I serve? It is not the son of the king. Just as I have been subject to your father, so I will be subject to you also." Then Absalom said to Ashtael, "Present a counsel as to what we ought to do." And Ashtael said to Absalom, "Enter the concubines of my father, whom he left behind in order to care for the house. Thus when all of Israel will hear you have disgraced your father by the hands, it may be strengthened to you." Therefore they spread a tent for Absalom on the rooftop, and he entered into the concubines of his father in all the sight of Israel. Now at the counsel of Ashtaroth, which was given in those days, he was treated as if one were consulting God. For the very counsel of Ashtaroth, both when he was with David and when he was with Absalom. Then Ashtaroth, I don't know how to say this name. I wonder if there's a... Then Ahithophel said to Absalom, "I will choose for myself 12,000 men, and rising up I will pursue David this night, and rushing against him, for he is weary and weakened his hands, I will strike him. And when all the people who are with him have fled, I will strike the king down in isolation. And I will lead back the entire people, returning to the manner of one man, for you are seeking only one man, and all the people shall be in peace." This word pleased Absalom, and all those greater by birth of Israel. But Absalom said, "Summon Hushai the Archite, and let us hear what he has to say." And when Hushai had gone to Absalom, Absalom said, "Ashtaroth has spoken a word in this matter. Should we do it or not? What counsel do you give?" And Hushai said to Absalom, "The counsel that Ashtaroth has given at this time is not good." And again Hushai declared, "You know your father, and the men who are with him, to be very strong and bitter in soul, comparable to bear raging in the forest when her young may have been taken away. Moreover, your father is a man of war, and so he will not live long among the people. Perhaps now he hides in pits and in another place, wherever he wills, and if by chance in the beginning anyone may fall, whoever hears about it, no matter what he has heard, will say, 'There is a slaughter among the people who were following Absalom.' And even the very strong, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will be weakened out of fear. For all the people of Israel know your father to be a valiant man, and that all the people are with him are robust. But this seems to me to be the right counsel. Let all of Israel be gathered to you, from Dan to Beersheba, like the sand of the sea, which is innumerable, and you will be rule in their midst. And then we shall rush against him in whatever place he will have found, and we shall cover him, as the dew rightly falls upon the ground, and we shall not leave behind even one of the men who are with him. And if he will enter into the city, all of Israel will encircle the city with ropes, and we will put into the torrent, so that there may not be found even a small stone from it." And Absalom with all the men of Israel said, "The counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel." So, an act of the Lord, the useful counsels of Ahithophel was defeated, in order that the Lord might lead evil over Absalom. Ooh. Oh. Sorry guys, just give me 1 second. Alright. And Hushai said to the priests, Zadok and Abiathar, "Ahithophel gave counsel to Absalom and the elders of Israel in this matter, and I have given counsel as such and such a matter. Now, therefore, send quickly and report to David, saying, 'You shall not stay this night in the plains of the desert. Instead, without delay, go across. Otherwise, the king might be engulfed, and all the people who are with him.' But Jonathan and Ashmaaz remained beside the fountain of Regal, and a handmaiden went away and reported it to them. And they sent out, that they might carry the report to the king David, for they could not be seen nor enter into the city. But a certain young man saw them, and he revealed it to Absalom. Very truly they traveled quickly, and they entered into the house of a certain man Baronian, who had well court, and they descended into it. Then a woman took and spread a covering over the mouth of the well, and if drying, hulled the barley. And so the matter was hidden. And when the servants of Absalom had entered in the house, they said to the woman, Where is Ashnias and Jonathan? And the woman responded to him, They passed through hurriedly, after they had taken a little water. But those who were seeking them, when they had not found them, returned to Jerusalem. And when they had gone, they ascended from the well and traveled, and reported to King David, Rise up and go across the river quickly to Ashtartel, and given counsel of this kind against you. Therefore David rose up, and all the people who were with him, and they crossed over the Jordan until first light, and not even one of them was left behind that had not crossed the river. So Aphitel, seeing that his counsel was not done, saddled his donkey, and rose up, and went away from his own house to his own city, and putting his house in order, he killed himself by hanging, and he was burned in the sepulchre of his father. Then David went to the encampment, and Absalom crossed over the Jordan, and he all the men of Israel with him. Truly Absalom appointed Amasa in the place of Joab over the army. Now Amasa was the son of a man who was called Ithra the Jezreel, who entered into Abigail, the daughter of Nashah, the sister of Zeruiah and the mother of Joab. And Israel made camp with Absalom in the land of Gilead. And when David had arrived at the encampment, Shobi, the son of Nachash, son of Rabbah, son of Ammon, and Mechar, the son of Emiel, Lodbar, and Brazili, the Gileonite Roglamine. 6 consecutive names that I cannot pronounce. Brought to him bedding and tapestries, earthen vessels, and wheat and barley, and meals, and cooked grain, and meats, and beans, and lentils, and fried chickpeas, honey of butter, and fattened calves, and they gave those to David, and to the people who were with him to eat, for they suspected that the people were faint with hunger and thirst in the desert. And so David, having reviewed his people, appointed over them tribunes and centurions, and he placed a third of those people under the head of Joab, and a third under the hand of Abshi, and the son of Zeruiah, the brother of Joab, and the third part in the hand of Ittai, who was from Gath. And the king said to his people, I too will go forth with you. And the people responded, You shall not go out, for if we flee, there will not be great concern in them for us. Or if 1/2 part will fall, they will not care much, for you are considered as one of 10,000. Therefore it is better that you should be in the city to strengthen us. And the king said to them, I will do whatever seems good to you. Therefore the king stood besides the gate, and the people went out by their troop, by hundreds and by thousands. And the king ordered Joab and Ishbni and Ittai, saying, Preserve me the boy Absalom. And all the people heard the king commanding the leaders on behalf of Absalom. So the people departed into the field against Israel, and the battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. And the people of Israel were cut down in the place by the army of David, and a great slaughter occurred that day, 20,000 men. Now the battle in that place was despaired over the face of the earth, for there were many people, more of that day, whom the forest had consumed, than the sword had devoured on that day. Then it happened that Absalom, riding on a mule, met the servants of David, and when the mule had entered under a thick log oak tree, his head became trapped in the oak. And when he was suspended between heaven and earth, the mule on which he was sitting continued on. And a certain one saw this and reported it to Joab, saying, I saw Absalom hanging from an oak. And Joab said to the man who reported him, If you saw him, why did you not stab him on the ground? I would have given you 10 shekels of silver and a belt. And he said to Joab, Even if you weighed out my hands 1,000 silver coins, I would never lay my hand on the son of the king. For in hearing our king ordered you, and Abishai and Ittai, keep for me the boy Absalom. Then too, if I had acted with such audacity against my own life, this would have been able to be hidden from the king. Would you have stood by my side? And Joab said, It will not be as you wish. Instead, I will be assailing him in your sight. Then he took 3 lances in his hand, and he fixed them in the heart of Absalom. And while he was still clinging to life upon the oak, 10 young men, armor-bearers of Job, ran up, striking him, and they killed him. Then Job sounded the trumpet, and he held back the people, lest they pursue Israel in their flight. And he was willing to spare the multitude. And they took Absalom, and they threw him in the great pit in the forest, and they piled an exceedingly great heap of stones over him. But all of Israel fled to their own tent. Now Absalom had raised up for himself, while he was still alive, a monument, which is in the valley of the kings. And he said, I have no son, and I shall be the memorial to my name. And he called the monument of his own name. It was called the hand of Absalom, even to this day. Then Ashmaaz, the son of Zadok, said, I will run and report to the king what the Lord has accomplished in judgment for him from the hands of the enemies. And Joab said, You shall not be the messenger on this day. Instead, I shall report it on another day. I am not willing to give the report today, because the son of the king is dead. Then Joab said to Hushai, Go and report to the king what you have seen. Hushai reverenced Joab, and he ran. Ashmaaz, the son of Zadok, said to Joab again, What prevents me from running after Hushai also? And Joab said to him, Why do you want to run, my son? You would not be the bearer of good news. And then he responded, But what if I do the run? And he said to him, Run. Then Ashmaaz, running alongside the shoulder, passed Hushai. Now David was sitting between the two gates. Truly the watchman, who was at the summit of the gate upon the wall, lifting up the eyes, and saw a man running alone, and crying out, he told the king, If he is alone, there is good news in his mouth. But as he was advancing, drawing near, the watchman saw another man running, and so, crying out from the height, he said, Another man has appeared running alone. And the king said, This one must be the good messenger. And the watchman said, The running closest one seems to be running of Meshaz, the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and he arrives bearing good news. Then Ashmaaz, crying out, said to the king, Be well, O king. And reverencing the king, prone on the ground before him, he said, Blessed be the Lord, your God, who has enclosed the men, who has lifted up the hands against my lord the king. And the king said, Is there peace for the boy Absalom? And Ashmaaz says, I saw a great tumult, O king. But when your servant Job sent me your servant, I know nothing else. And the king said to him, Pass and stand here. And when he passed and stand here, and when he had passed and stood still, Hushai appeared. Hey, any chance you can grab me some water?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like...
It's also kind of warm
And the king said to him, Pass and stand here. And when he had passed and stood still, Hushai appeared, and approaching, he said, I bear good news, my king, my lord the king. For today the Lord has judged for you from the hand of all who have risen up against you. But the king said to Hushai, Is there peace for the boy Absalom? And responding, Hushai said to him, May the enemies of the Lord the king, who all rise against him for evil, be as the boy is. And so the king, being greatly saddened, ascended to the upper room of the gate, and he wept. And he went, and speaking in this manner, My son Absalom, my son, who grant to me that I may die on your behalf? Absalom, my son, Absalom. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. It's going. Almost done with 2 Samuel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dumbass. I'm gonna have to read some.
What's up?
Okay, Kings isn't bad actually. Chronicles is very.
Are you up next?
Yeah.
Nice. I'll finish up and you can take over.
Yeah, great.
We got 14 minutes left in this chapter. Alright, now it was reported Joab that the king was weeping and mourning for his son. And so the victory on that day was turned into mourning for all the people. For the people heard it and said on that day, The king is grieving over his son. And the people declined to enter the city on that day. In the matter, the people were accustomed to decline if they had turned and fled from the battle. And the king covered his head, and he was crying out in a voice, said, My son, Absalom, my son, my son. Therefore, Joab, entering to the king in the house, said, Today you have shamed the faces of all your servant who saved your life, and for the lives of your sons and your daughters, and the lives of your wives, and the lives of your concubines. You love those who hate you, and you hate those who love you. And you have revealed this day that you have no concern for your leaders and for your servants. And truly I know now that if Absalom had lived, and if we all had been killed, then it would have pleased you. Now then, rise up and go out, and speak as to make amends to your servants. For I swear to you by the Lord, that if you go forth, not even one person will be left with you this night. And this will be worse for you than all the evils that have come to you from your youth, even over the present. Therefore the king rose up. He sat at the gate and announced to all the people that the king was sitting at the gate, and the entire multitude went out before the king. But Israel fled their own tents. And all the people were conflicted, and all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king has freed us from the hand of our enemies. He himself saved us from the hands of the Philistines. But now he flees from the land for the sake of Absalom. But Absalom, whom we have anointed over us, has died in war. How long will you be silent, and will you not lead it back to the king? Then truly King David sent Zadok and Abiathar the priests, saying, Speak to those greater by birth of Judah, saying, Why have you arrived last? Lead back the king into his house. For the talk in all of Israel had reached the king in his house. You are my brothers, you are my bone and my flesh. Why are you at last to lead back the king? And he said to Amasa, Are you not my bone and my flesh? May God do all these things, and may he add these other things, that you will not be the leader of the military in my sight, for all the time in the place of Joab. But he inclined the heart of all the men in Judah, as if one man. And they sent to the king, saying, Return you, and all your servants. And the king returned, and he went as far as the Jordan, and all of Judah went as far as Gilgal, so as to meet the king, and to lead him across the Jordan. Then Shimei, the son of Gera, the son of Benjamin, from Brahon, hurried and descended with the men of Judah to meet King David, with 1,000 men of Benjamin, and with Ziba, the servant of the house of Saul, and with all his 15 sons and 20 servants. And going into the Jordan, they crossed the fords before the king, so that they might lead him across the house of the king, and might act in accord with his order. Then Shimei, the son of Gera, prostrating himself before the king, after he had gone across the Jordan, said to him, May you not impute to me, my lord, the iniquity, nor call to mind the injuries of your servant on this day. May the Lord the king be departed from Jerusalem, and may you not store up in your heart, O king. For as your servant I acknowledge my sin, and for this reason I arrive the first from the house of Joseph, and I descend to meet you, lord of the king. Yet truly Abishai the son of Zabur responding, Should not Shimei, because of these words, be killed, since he has cursed the Christ of the Lord? And David said, What is it to me and to all of you, O sons of Zeruiah? Why are you acting towards me this day like Satan? Why should any man be put to death on this day in Israel? Or do you not know that this day I have been made king over Israel? And the king said to Shimei, You shall not die. And he swore to him. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, descended to meet the king, with unwashed his feet and uncut beard. He had not washed his garments from the day the king had departed, until the day his return in peace. And when he had met the king at Jerusalem, the king had said, Why did you not go with me, Mephibosheth? My lord the king, my servant spurned me, and I your servant spoke to him, so that he might saddle a donkey for me, and I might climb upon it and go with my king. For your servant am lame. For I, your servant, am lame. Moreover, he also accused me, your servant, to me, the lord of the king. But you, my lord, the king, are like an angel from God. Do whatever is pleasing to you. For my father's house was deserving of nothing but death, but my lord the king, yet you have placed me, your servant, among the guests at your table. Therefore, what just complaint might I have? Or what else can I cry out to the king? Then the king said to him, Why are you still speaking? What have I spoken is fixed. You and Ziba shall divide the possessions. And Mephibosheth responded to the king, But now let him take all of it, my lord, since my lord the king has returned me peacefully into my own house. Likewise, Barzillai the Gittite, descending from Logam, led the king across the Jordan, having prepared also to follow him beyond the river. Now Barzillai the Gileonite was very old, that is, 80 years old, and he provided the king with sustenance when he was staying at the encampment, for indeed he was an exceedingly rich man. And so the king said to Barzillai, Come with me, so that you may rest securely with me in Jerusalem. And Barzillai said to the king, how many days should I remain in the years of my life, that I should go with the king up to Jerusalem? Today I am 80 years old, and my senses are quick to discern sweet or bitter. Or is food and drink able to delight your servant? Or can I still hear the voice of men and women singers? Why should your servant be a burden to my lord the king? I, your servant, shall proceed a little ways from the Jordan with you. I am not in need of this recompense, but I beg you that I, your servant, may be returned, and that I die in my own city, and may be buried inside the sepulchre of my father and my mother. And there is your servant Chinnam. Let him go with you, my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you. And so the king said to him, let Chinnam cross over with me, and I will do for him whatever will be pleasing to you, and all that you ask of me you shall obtain. And when the entire people and the king had crossed over the Jordan, the king kissed Barzillai, and he blessed him. And he returned to his own place. Then the king went to Gilgal, and Chinnam went with him. Now all the people of Judah had led the king across, but only as much as one half of the people of Israel were there. And so all the men of Israel, running to the king, said, we have our brothers, the men of Judah, stolen you away. And why have they led the king and his house across the Jordan, and all the men of David with him? And all the men of Judah responded to the men of Israel, because the king is nearer to me, why are you angry over this matter? Have we eaten anything belonging to the king, or have any gifts been given to us? And the men of Israel responded to the men of Judah, I have the greater now 10 parts, and the king, and so David belongs to me more than to you. Why have you caused me injury? And why was it not announced to me that I might lead back to my king? But the men of Judah answered more firmly than the men of Israel. And it happened that in the place of Beli there was a man named Sheba, the son of Berechiah, the man of Benjamin. He sounded the trumpet, and he said, there is no portion for us in David, nor any inheritance in the son of Jesse. Return your own tents, O Israel. And all of Israel separated from David. They were following Sheba, the son of Bichai. The men of Judah clung to their king from the Jordan as far as Jerusalem. And when the king had entered into his house at Jerusalem, he took the 10 women concubines whom he had left behind to care for his house, and he put them into custody, allowing them provisions. But he did not enter into them. Instead, they were enclosed, even until the day of their deaths, living as widows. Then the king said to Amasa, summon to me all the men of Judah on the 3rd day, and you shall be present also. Therefore Amasa went away, so that he might summon Judah. But he delayed beyond the agreed time that the king had appointed to him. And David said to Abishai, now Sheba, the son of Bichai, will afflict us more so than Absalom did. Therefore, take your servants to the Lord and pursue him. Otherwise you may find fortified cities and escape from us. And so the men of Joab departed with him, along the Cherites, the Philites. And the able-bodied men went from Jerusalem to pursue Sheba, the son of Bichai. And when they were beside the great stone which is in Gibeon, Amasa came to meet them. Now Joab was wearing a close-fitting coat of equal length with his garment, and of these he was girded with a sword hanging down to his thigh, in a scabbard which was made so that the sword could be removed with the least motion, and then strike. Then Joab said to Amasa, be well, my brother. And he held Amasa by the chin with his right hand, as if to kiss him. But Amasa did not notice the sword that Joab had, and he struck him in the side, and his intestines poured out on the ground, and he did not inflict a second wound, and he died. Then Joab and his brother Abishai pursued Sheba, the son of Bichai. Meanwhile, certain men from the company of Joab, when they had stopped beside the dead body of Amasa, said, behold, the one who wished to be in the place of Joab, the companion of David. Now Amasa was covered with blood, and was lying in the middle of a road. A certain man saw this, with all the people standing nearby to look at him, and removed Amasa from the road into the field, and he covered him with a garment, and passing by would not stop because of him. Then when he had removed from the road, all the men continued on, following Joab in the pursuit of Sheba, the son of Bichri. Now he had passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abril. Got keys.
We got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Almost done. Thanks, Charity, for the donation. She just donated 30.
Oh,
32, I think, or 35 for Bible.
Nice, we're getting up
Let's
there.
go. Let's go.
Alright. And so they went, besieged him at Abel and Bethmach, and they surrounded the city with the siege works, and the cities was blockaded. The entire crowd was at Joab, strove to destroy the walls. And a wise woman exclaimed from the near city, Listen, listen, and say to Joab, Draw near, and I will speak with you. And when he had drawn near to her, she said to him, Are you Joab? And he responded, I am. And she spoke to him in this way, Listen to the words of your handmaiden. He responded, I am listening. And again she spoke. There was a man there was said an old proverb, Those who would inquire, let them inquire in Abel, so that they would reach a conclusion. Am I not the one who responds with the truth over Israel? Yet you are seeking to overthrow the city, and to overturn a mother of Israel. Why would you cast down the inheritance of the Lord? And responding, Joab said, May this be far from me. May I not cast down, may I not demolish. The matter is not as you have said. Rather, a man from the mountain of Ephraim, Sheba, the son of Bichri, by name, has lifted up his hand against King David. Deliver him alone, and we will withdraw from the city. And the woman said to Joab, Behold, his head will be thrown down from you from this wall. Therefore, she entered to all the people, and she spoke to them wisely. And they cut off the head of Sheba, the son of Bichri, and they threw it down to Joab. And he sounded the trumpet, and they withdrew from the city, each one to his own tent. But Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. Thus Joab was over the entire army of Israel, and Benai, the son of Joab, was over the Canaanites and the Philisthites. Yet truly, Adoram was over the tributes. And Jesorite, son of Elad, was the keeper of the record. Now Sheva was the scribe, and truly Zadok and the arbiter were the priests. But Ira, the Jerahite, was the priest of David. And a famine occurred during the days of David for 3 years continuously. And David consulted the oracle of the Lord. And the Lord said, This is because of Saul and his house of bloodshed, for he killed the Gibeonites. Therefore the king, calling for the Gibeonites, spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not the sons of Israel, but were the remnants of the Amorites. The sons of Israel had sworn an oath to them, but Saul wished to strike them in zeal, as if on behalf of the sons of Israel and Judah. Therefore David said to the Gibeonites, What shall I do for you? Shall be your satisfaction, so that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And Gibeonites said to him, There is no quarrel for us over silver or gold, but against Saul and against his house, and we do not desire that any man of Israel be put to death. The king said to them, Then what do you wish that I should do for you? And they said to the king, The man who unjustly afflicted and oppressed us, we ought to destroy in such a manner that not even one of his stock may be left behind in all parts of Israel. Let 7 men from his sons be given to us, so that we may crucify them in the Lord of Gibeon of Saul, formerly the chosen place of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. But the king spared Mephibos, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the oath which the Lord had made between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. And so the Lord took 2 sons of Rekah, the daughter of Aiah, who was born to Saul, Amorai, Methab, and 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, whom she conceived of Adrai, son of Barzillai, who was from Meloketh, and he gave them into the hands of the Gibeonite. And they crucified them on the hill in the sight of the Lord. And these 7 fell together. In the first days of the harvest, the barley began to be reaped. And then Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, taking a haircloth, spread it under herself on a rock, from the beginning of the harvest until the water dropped from the heaven upon them. She did not prevent the birds to tear them by day, nor the beasts by the night. And it was reported to David what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David took the bones of Saul and the bones of his son Jonathan from the men of Jabesh Gilead, who was stolen from them from the streets of Bethshan, where the Philistines had suspended them, after they had slain Saul at Gilboa. And he brought the bones of Saul and the bones of his son Jonathan from there, and they collected the bones of those who had been crucified. And they were buried with them the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan in the land of Benjamin, to the side of the sepulchre of his father of Kish. And they did all these things the king had instructed. And after these things God showed favor again to the land. Then the Philistines again undertook a battle against Israel. And David descended and his servants with them, and they fought against the Philistines. But when David grew faint, Ishnobi, who was an ancestry of Arapha, the iron of whose spears weighed 300 ounces, and whose had girded with a new sword, and strove to strike down David. And Ibashi, the son of Zerai, defended him, and striking the Philistine, killed him. Then David's men swore an oath to him, saying, You shall no longer go out to war with us, lest we extinguish the lamp of Israel. Also a second war occurred in Goab against the Philistines. Then Sibbecai from Hushah struck down Saph, the stock of Arapha, and the ancestry of the giants. Then there was a third war against Goab, against the Philistines, in which Abidas, the son of the forest, a weaver from Bethlehem, struck down Goliath, the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was the beam used for the cloth maker. A fourth battle was in Gath, and in that place there was a lofty man who had 6 digits on each hand. That is 24 in all, from the origin of Arapha. And he blasphemed Israel. So Jonathan, the son of Shammai, the brother of David, struck him down. These are the 4 men born of Arapha in Gath, and they fell by the hand of David and his servants.